Peace.
So that's important. MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, has a database which almost they graciously let me use their database, which is nice because not everyone's investigator, but they know what it is. And then I mentioned Carl Feit earlier. He had a website where he collected a bunch of these cases. So I looked at all of those, and then there's books like out of print magazines from the 1970s for just get them and find these cases.
Where are people seeing these USOs? For the most part, is there one spot in the world where they seem to be mostly condensed to or confined to? And second question is, what kind of people are reporting this?
Yeah, there are hot spots. Part of the problem with USOs is we live on the land. We're landlubbers. Yeah. So usually you're not out of the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So that's a problem. Navy's you'll get Navy stories from some Navy guy in 2030 or years after they retire, when sometimes anonymously they would report something to some website somewhere. Like that happens. And I try to collect all of those. They're very interesting. But basically, we are, so when people see these, they're usually on the coast. Or maybe they're on a lake or a river, but if it's an ocean base, which is most of them, it's along coast.
That's what about like oil rigs?
Yeah, a couple of them. There's a good one from the Gulf of Mexico, right? Of America,
Gulf of America, brother. That's where we are, right there. Gulf's right there.
So there's quite a few. And one of my favorite ones, this is from the National Recording Center, from 2017. A guy operating on a rig wrote into Newport website, and he described this. He said I was with a bunch of other guys on our rig, and there was another rig, he said, a couple of miles over this way, and in between this humongous, gargantuan football field plus size object comes out of the water, dripping water, flying saucer. What is small field? That's what he wrote. And we're watching it drip water, or kind of blown away, and it just zips off. It's gone. Now, how do you investigate that? That's almost impossible. So Peter Davenport wrote as an addendum to this case. He said, I spoke with the witness on the phone. Peter will do that sometimes. He said, I found it to be highly credible, having this and that. Apparently, this was a very well-spoken, believable individual. Peter found it. And that's for the but it's a pretty interesting story, and I read it again. That's one of the cases that goes into the third one of my study.
Did that corroborate any other accounts? Were there any other similar accounts with football?
Yeah.
Field? Really?
Also, not just U.S. but even gargantuan size objects have been reported over the years. You wonder, what are they doing? It's like a small city.
It's the best place to hide. It really is.
The oceans are. Yeah, there's a really great guy named Dr. Kevin Newth out there. He's teaching.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. Kevin's a really good man. He teaches at Albany and in New York State.
I think he's on our list, Steve. He's coming on the podcast. Is he really?
He's good.
Shout out to Kevin.
Well, yeah, he made a really fairly good insight on this, and he just said, look at the ocean. So a lot of things about it. First of all, it's non-compressible. In other words, the pressure is constant. So that could be helpful. It's certainly protective. Like if you are from a place where maybe our solar radiation is not necessarily the right thing for you, come from somewhere else. The ocean is a protective place for that. Its temperature variations are far less in the ocean than they would be above the ocean. And a lot of other things. He said, there's a lot of good reasons to, if you are from somewhere else. What if you are from a water society?
Sure.
Well, the oceans might feel like home. So there are good reasons. And then, of course, there's
also those guys are just in their airplanes. So there's that.
Yeah, and if you are interested in these human creatures, well, you know that they live on the land, so you hang out in the ocean, stay out of the way. So there's good reasons that the oceans would be providing you have the technology to do it, but if you've got that, then sure, why not? You asked for hotspots, so I'll answer. One is Puerto Rico, and particularly, I think, but especially the east, west, and northern coasts. The southern coast, yeah, but I think I just haven't found as many. But along the northwest Aguadilla, or you go to the east, the U.S. Navy's got a big presence. There's no boats there facing the island. There's a lot of activity there. But north of the island, you've got the Great Puerto Rico Trench, which goes almost 3,000 feet down. It's super deep, and we can't get there. But there are, about 28, 29,000 feet, maybe close to 30,000 feet. So you're talking almost 6 miles down. It's not quite as deep as the Mariana Trench in the Pacific, but it's close. And it's quite large, several hundred miles. So you have, there are a number of really good cases from that area. It's showing things.
And who's reporting these cases? How do you do it? Or around Puerto Rico?
Aguadilla, yeah, that's not exactly at the trench, but it's not that far from it, I guess.
Or around there.
The cases go, good Puerto Rico trench cases go back to the early 60s that I found, maybe even in the 50s, but they really started to collect in the 60s, early 60s. There's some good Aguadilla cases from the 70s and 80s and 90s. 2000, I think they've got the tour out. There's quite a few interesting ones.
Check out that Puerto Rico trench. Go to that one. Left to the top left. Yeah, right there. Load that up so you can see Oh wow!
Tilted.
So that is that northeast south? Is that oriented the right way or
No.
not reverse?
It's
That point is over here.
yeah,
So that north is to the right,
correct.
and that would mean that Agudvia is where?
On the top left.
Top left.
Top right.
Top right. Okay, I see. Yeah, that gets really deep right there.
It's
So-
super extreme.
Are there military people that are reporting you this stuff?
Yes. Well, reporting is a hard way to put it. So years after the fact, these stories will come out. You know, in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
So Puerto Rico is one hotspot. You heard about talking about California's island.
Oh yes.
LA there, yeah, absolutely. The entire Atlantic seaboard of the United States, going to Canada, Florida, where we are, is extremely very on all sides of the peninsula.
Really?
So, absolutely. But going all the way up the east of the west coast. But then here's the problem with this. So USOs, just like UFOs, UAP now, very US dominated in terms of reporting. Americans report this stuff way more. See, well, we have better reporting infrastructure. We've got MUFON, we've got the National UFO Reporting Center. So we're able to get other regions of the world. I don't even think that they have the same infrastructure for collecting these cases.
Right.
It's hard. Now, there are some Italian researchers have collected a lot. They do a lot of very good work out there. And you get some good cases out like Norway, Britain, absolutely.
About South America.
Yeah, South America, there's good. I mean, I would have tended to think I'd find more because you kind of like know there's a lot of activity right in South America. And there's a decent number of US cases. So down by Buenos Aires, Argentina, also Brazil, there's a lot.
It's got a crazy history just in general. Those.
Yes, absolutely.
And recently about that chocolate where there's like a massacre down there.
Polaris. Yes, at the Amazon, the Delta region in the late 70s. Yes. And there's a lot of those that are genuine cases. So many of those were seen in the water, out of the water, entering the water. That's an incredibly ecological area of this world. It's the most massive non-waterfall thing going into any ocean.
Yeah, it's
massive. This is incredibly ecologically important, rich estuary where you've got it's just very important. So maybe there's part of it that's going on. Maybe they're interested in that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, there were some cases in the late 70s there where people were killed and severely injured by these objects. That definitely
Yes. Yeah, it's a lot. That it distracted me because there was it seemed like a slaughter of people, or there's a lot of people being murdered, not in a kind way, by something.
Yeah, and in fact, there are claims that this kind of thing goes on to this day, not necessarily in that specific region, but other parts of South America. I've heard
How recently?
quite recently. There's a gentleman I know in Reno. I really liked him. He went down Manhattan or something. Maybe. Anyway, he's in the last few years. Very bizarre cases of accumulation of cases. I wish I could.
These are with.
I wish I could remember this a little bit better.
Are these with indigenous people, or are these with sophisticated, like English speaking?
Indigenous, not living completely indigenous lifestyles, but very kind of South American type. I mean, they have some technologies that
They're not compound drops,
no,
but they are.
they're a little bit more basic.
Yeah.
The technology.
And they're described. Were there any details to like who was responsible for this, or like what their descriptions were of who was doing this stuff?
Well, there's traces in the description. I can jump in. It's better than I can. But I'll just say that there's reason to wonder that this was a human operation. It's not a single that this was really like a dialogue over type of thing. Possible. I don't want to say much more because I'm afraid I'm going to say something that's not accurate.
Okay.
So, but yeah, this is a subject where I think I started this 30 years ago thinking who's been on this rabbit hole for a couple of months, and here you are, like it just opens up all of these fascinating, sometimes disturbing possibilities that are out there.
Out of all the U.S. cases that you know, which one were there any that stuck out to you? That
Many,
really?
quite a few better things. Amazing.
What?
I can tell.
Also, I do want to know more about that 1717 case.
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. That's right off the coast of Martinique.
Okay.
So it's not that far from Florida. The name of the captain, I can't recall his name, Chevalier or something. He wrote in his talk. This is at after midnight. There was actually kind of this was a half a million dollars. There was somebody that was there. And what he was a vertical orientation, like a rod. He said it was like a massive ship. So like you can envision like a string perpendicular rod of some sort, put above the water, moving along with this ship. It's not the best case, but it's not the worst. Like it was. I decided to include it because he wrote it in a very matter-of-fact way. It was like 1717. Yeah.
This is way before something.
Absolutely. And the 18th century was part of. There's not many factors that are interesting enough to go to France, 1740. It's kind of interesting. And then there's one from this river, a really small river, Scotland, 1767. And I think that might be it from the 18th. Only like a couple of cases. It really starts going. The first really good one I just was really taken by took place in 1825. And this was on a British vessel where they had just returned from Hawaii. In fact, there's a lot of interesting stories going on here. They were coming back from Hawaii and they were going down the Pacific and they were going to end up in Chile. Okay. So they were down by the Cook Islands. So it's way down the Pacific Ocean. And it was 3:30 in the morning. Ships. There was a naturalist aboard the ship. I think of like a movie master, the buddy of Russell Crowe, captain, was this naturalist that they had aboard the ship. It was around the same time period. So I think it's something like that. He writes in his log, his 1825 things he that was named. His book is published. You can find the PDF online. And he said, yeah, 3:30, the watch on the ship reported a spherical object emerging from the ocean. He said it was like it looked like a red cannon shot coming out of the water. So it was like a deep orange type of color. It was incredibly bright. He said it was so bright, and he literally said you could pick a pin off the deck. It lifted up to a certain elevation and then went back down into the water and then came up a second time and then went back into the water. Now, how many naturalistic explanations can you think of that can account for this? I can't think of any. And Rothschild writes this in a very straightforward way. I mean, you read the rest of his diaries, I read some of it. I mean, he was clearly a very meticulous, very rational, and very intelligent guy. Just to this one bizarre entry in his journal from August 12th, 1825. That's kind of the case. And I thought that's like the first really, really cool case.
Do you remember how close or how far they were from land?
They were off the Cook Islands, so those are. I don't know how close they were to that. I don't think they were close to that. I think they were out in the ocean. I don't know exactly what he said. And there's some of the good ones from the 19th century. There's one from Is he? What's that?
I found the story. Hot Sam with an ex. I just found it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, well, this is the story.
Good. Good deal. Yeah.
And he what's got? You got illustrations or what?
Yeah, I think this is the illustration of that event. At least it's included with the story.
That's like an iceberg behind it, right?
Yeah, they weren't by icebergs.
Yeah, apparently it's a little bit icebergs.
But that's an it.
Interesting.
Yeah, HMS Blonde, correct, that's the show.
And what year is that? 1825.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, what was the size of the thing? I don't think he was a direct witness. I think he was reporting what the night watch reported. So there's that. So he's not a direct witness. So
Okay.
you can take that away from him.
Okay.
But they, I don't know if they had a good size. I get the impression it's kind of large. Just noticeable turn
Lit up.
that by the way, so fast forward about 150 years, 1971. This is going into my next volume. And the USS John F. Kennedy Aircraft. So it's near Puerto Rico. Just saying, they were just finished with called carrier qualifications. So they've done this very involved series of exercises, and they had just completed that. It's 8:30, July 2nd, 1971, and the man operating communications, he had this name. He in fact reported this to Stephen Greer 25 years ago in Greer's book Disclosure, which you read. And his name is James Kopf with a K. And he also reported this to a couple of other websites at the time. So he's operating communications on the JFK carrier, 8:30 at night, and he says, suddenly all of the communication, he discussed the way the communication on the ship works, incoming and outgoing. He said suddenly everything was gibberish. Everything coming in just garbled messages. It's like, what's going on here? And then he hears, I'm laughing, but it's kind of not that funny. He hears on the intercom someone screaming, "It's God, it's the end of the world." So he's thinking, what is going on? And he's able to go out and look. And he sees almost what is described in Bloxham's account from 1825. He sees a glowing orange sphere hovering above or near the JFK. He said it gave off about half the strength of sunlight. So it's kind of bright. And there are sailors who were having a really difficult time emotion with this. One, he said they definitely had to be sedated in some way or another, whatever. So he's watching this for maybe half a minute, not long, and then the ship goes to battle station, general quarters, so he has to go back to his communication station, where he says for the next 20, 25 minutes, the ship was on general quarters and communications were just down. And he also stated that he believed that the weapons, like aircraft, F-4s, they were not operational. So the aircraft would not fly, or weapons would not operate. So anyway, I mentioned this because that glowing spherical object, I mean, to me, it seems like it could have been from the 1920s. And you get this same type of glowing, globular sphere. And what is it?
I wonder how many there are. Because like the first one I ever heard of was the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
And that thing was like zooming around, zipping around. And,
I think there's a good chance there was something below the water.
Oh, it's big. It was a bigger ship that it came out of or something.
I think so. There's talk about that, and it's not 100% confirmed. So I think that's probably the case. But yeah, no, the Tic Tac's a great case, for sure. Absolutely, for sure.
I mean, that one was like, apparently it's documented on all of his radar, right? Even though it hasn't been used.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of good witnesses for this. Kevin Day, who operated in radar for years at Princeton, who's a very decent man. He's a was there and has talked about this in great detail. And of course, we have James Schrader's testimony and a number of the other witnesses that have come out who have discussed it. So I don't think that we have any doubt. It's very, very unusual for sure. Of extremely high levels. Anything that can appear in is called cap point. Before they get there,
It's like time travel.
so, well, out of all that space-time metric engineering, they're the most equivalent in some way.
That's San Diego, right? It's not anywhere near Catalina.
It's off the coast of, that happened off the coast of Lower Baja California.
Oh, those your Baja, California.
I think, yeah, a little south, it's probably south west of San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Not that far,
Right.
but off that, out there. So, there's a lot of crazy stuff here.
I have a friend who lives in Tijuana. He says all kinds of like UFO stuff going on out there, especially in the water, like USO type stuff, and stuff that you really don't hear about in like the media in the US.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of anecdotal information in this. Right? We spoke to a gentleman who had an interesting USO account of the Yucatan part of it, the other side.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I don't think they get reported officially. So they're just like the stories are floating around there, as it were. And how I have no doubt there's far more cases that are connected to Mexico than we probably
Just the reports from like Robert Hastings, the UFOs and nukes, and the saucers showing up above these nuclear missile silos and things like this. I can't imagine that there's not some crazy case of like a UFO like stopping a nuclear submarine or something, or interacting with like a big nuclear sub.
Well, we have some pretty good accounts. Actually, the best accounts. By the way, I'm a very big admirer of Robert Hastings' work, especially in nukes. Very, very important. So I'd like to mention that. But the best nuclear submarine stories that I've been able to find. I mean, there's one or two American, the Soviet Union. They have some. We learned about them. I think a lot of this happened when the Soviet Union fell in 1991. And for a while there, a lot of these stories came out of KGB files and this type of thing. And so Soviet Navy in the late 60s into the 70s, probably beyond, reported something, and I'm sure I mispronounced this. It's about kabakeri. It's a Russian word, and apparently means frogs, because these things would make a croaking sound in water. So the Soviet submarines, and I think this is most active in the northern Atlantic, very strategically area if you're operating submarines, and they were encountering these. And at first, so these objects would be in the water, they'd hear these bizarre croaking type sounds apparently, and wonder, is Americans, and they noticed this is some kind of new technology we have to worry about.
And how were they hearing it through their equipment?
Through their equipment, and apparently these things would like circle around them. That's not easy. Circle around. Right. But that would happen, and there'd be multiple ones of them. They'd be surrounded. They never got a sense that these were acting in a hostile manner. To your question, like engaging, I'm not aware that the Soviets believed that these carrying or operating hostilely. They were spoken. I think they could have spoken. And there was apparently there's a formal classified study of them that was supposed to be Soviet military structure. It's not available.
Yeah, it's interesting because you only have your equipment to measure what's going on outside. You don't really have those hovers on giant windows to see what's going on out there. So those things can probably evade any kind of detection.
One of the things that just fascinates me about these USOs is, like, whenever I write about these, I try to whatever extent possible to put myself in that position. Because you want to be accurate, you want to be analytical, but you really want to, I want to feel what is it like to be there. So imagine it's the Cold War, it's the 1960s or 70s, and you're in the water, and you're hunting and you're hunting the Americans hunting for the Russians, and it's pitch black, and you know, and then there's this other thing. There's this other presence. I mean, it's not hard to see why there would be secrecy from their point of view about this. I mean, honestly, but the amount of drama. Is my microphone okay?
Oh, does he do the same stuff?
Okay, cool.
Listen, yeah, it's good.
Okay, thank you. I just have to think, like, the drama, the human drama, has got to be off the charts for these people to have experiences. And those are the real draws for me to engage in this project.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think about a lot too. Like, there's various ideas of like how many people know the truth about this stuff, right? Like, how many people that exist on Earth know everything outside of the compartmented, people that have all the pieces of the puzzle, maybe 100, 200, 300.
Yeah, I mean, that's been 30 plus years, and I'm not one of them.
Right.
I've tried.
Right.
I try to get a handle on it, but there's gaps.
Like, I always imagine, like, if they do exist, if there is anyone who has the whole picture, the whole every piece of the pie, what that must do to your worldview and your, what I mean, just like your life, that maybe I separated your work life from if you have a family life, if you believe that can exist, knowing that, right?
About 15, 16 years ago, I think I coined the phrase, which is still out there, so it's called breakaway civilization. It was the idea that
You coined that phrase?
yeah,
Really?
it was my own thing.
Oh, wow.
And I was thinking, because I'm interested in studying human civilizations, very and I once read the condensed version of a book by Arnold Toynbee, a really great historian. It's like Mozart of historians. And he wrote this. Arnold Toynbee. He's a genius.
Okay.
And I think he died in the 40s. But he wrote this, something that is really not popular anymore. I think he's meta historian. Like, he was looking at the grand progress of human society and what is it that makes a civilization. And so it's comparative study of human civilization. Anyway, I was reading that at the time. This is 2007, 2008. And I thought, what about a civilization that develops out of the classified world that we don't know about? Based on Rothschild tech or whatever advanced tech that is kept secret, we had examples of the whole world of separate scientific infrastructure. The Soviet Union had a separate scientific infrastructure that, in a lot of ways, was based on some pretty bizarre things. They had this guy named Trofim Lysenko, these very unusual ideas about biology and evolution that were only designed to conform with Soviet communist ideology. But it forced an entire infrastructure to go down this dead-end path, basically, of research. So, like, that's something we know about. But could you develop, I asked myself, based on UFO tech that's kept secret, which I was thinking a lot about, of course, at that time, to the point where you would have breakthroughs in terms of understanding what's gravity, material science, or understanding who these beings are, that you cannot share with the rest of the world.
Right.
But that doesn't stop you from continuing on to develop this. And so you end up going on your own path, and you kind of break away intellectually and cosmologically, and maybe technologically from us little trolls living on the surface. But you are aware of anti-gravity research. You have the ability to go off world mate. You have the ability to learn who these other beings are more than. So I call it a breakaway civilization when it's broken away from our own. That doesn't necessarily mean that they all live on Mars and like what's like
Sure.
But it could mean, as you were just saying, you've got a job across the world, you go classified project, which then through that you go into another classified project and maybe a third. And so you've got all these layers of cover. And then you do your work, trying to break away, and then you come home, you say hello to your spouse. How was work, dear? That was a pretty good day. And you can't really talk about it. So that, I think, probably, that was my vision of it. Other people have taken the idea, and Joseph Farrell talked about Joseph. He actually wrote about it as well. And you can go pretty far. I'm more cautious about anyone else that I've heard talk about, but I do believe that there's problems.
Yeah. Well, if you were one of the executives of one of those corporations that did have this technology that's been evolving since the 50s, with some sort of crazy physical understanding of physics that the rest of the world doesn't even understand, and you now have weapons that are more powerful than the United States military, Russia, China, all of them combined, and the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff wants some answers, you're going to give him a double bird. And you say, fuck it. You don't get into our stuff. We can take out every single military on the world in the snap of our fingers. So, like, you have to answer to it.
If they're that independent. I mean, that's really the question. And you're getting into a key area, which is what is the structure of this secrecy? Like, who's running it? Who's the guy in charge? And does he answer to someone else? Does he answer to them? There's all kinds of possibilities.
Those answers, right?
Exactly. Because I don't know. I don't have that answer.
This is interesting. That I had this lady on recently, this woman who tracks money in the government spending budgets and stuff like this. And she worked during the Bush administration, and she was a part.
Talking about Catherine Austin.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a great singer.
Oh, really?
Love Catherine.
I just had her on. Fascinating. She was
Brilliant.
She was explaining like how the money that went missing when Donald Rumsfeld did that press conference the day before 9/11.
Exactly.
$4 trillion missing from the receipts.
I think his quote was 2.3 trillion.
I got it.
But that's all right.
And basically, she looks at this whole thing from a balance sheet perspective, saying all these trillions of dollars have gone missing and they're not accounted for. And if these things went to black projects, what we're speculating about with companies that have all this crazy tech is not that far off.
Yeah, a couple of things. So first of all, everyone should know who Catherine Austin is. She's a great benefactor to our civilization. She's a gem and a brilliant individual and a wonderful person. She's been like absolutely decent.
Yes, totally.
But she has opened up this whole area. Now, the thing about the first it was 2.6 trillion in the summer of 2001, that was 2.3, and the number actually they supposedly got it down to zero, if you want to believe that. But what they really were talking about, as I understand it, and Catherine could probably do this better than me, it doesn't, to my understanding, necessarily mean that $2.3 trillion went missing. You're talking about unresolved discrepancies in payments. So you've got all these different accounting systems within the Pentagon. And you've got, so there's a lot of opportunities for duplicate transactions to be reported. And so I don't really know how much money gets siphoned out. There's definitely, I completely agree, a lot of money gets siphoned out. And what is the exact number? It's $2.3 trillion would be, the Pentagon's official budget in 2001 was something like $300 billion. So we're talking about a factor of 8. So how do you lose 8 times your annual budget? It's me. I don't know how that works. My accountants don't know that what we do. But clearly, we are talking about one thing Catherine said to me, I think it's written. She talked about when she first became Assistant Secretary of HUD, Housing.
Yes, correct.
First Bush administration back in 1989. And, her thing was always fun. She's a financial whiz. And she described, Catherine, forgive me if I get this slightly wrong. She said, I want to look at the full budget of HUD. Said it. And they're like, you're not authorized. I said, the hell am I authorized? So she said they eventually wheeled in. She described the library carts, like when you have library books, like one after another filled with stacks of papers. And I think she said something like, God could not sort this mess out. It was designed. It was physically unbelievable. And one of her points, that definitely was, it was like designed by default, physically impossible to use. And she made a very many astute observations. She just said, look, we have a system where these people are they do not adhere to the law. They are
Yes.
And I think that puts it as well as
Yeah, it's a terrifying idea that all this money is going to some stuff that and
well, think of one thing.
sure.
So all of our history, right? All of our history has been an extremely hierarchical structure. So it's always been this way. You have king, priesthood, guys in charge, and they own everything, they control everything. But in the last couple of hundred years, we like to think that we have this democracy of some sort where everyone's participating and it's egalitarian. And yeah, that's what we actually have. Is it's a pretend democracy, and both parts of that are equally important. You have to have the people need to believe that they have a kind of democratic system, or else they'd be very unhappy because we want to think that we have a say in our system. But the reality has always been there's always been elites. There's always been the guys on top. And throughout all of the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st century, their goal has always been to figure out how do we let the people keep believing these fairy tales while we keep running things the way we've always done. And that's really what the system is. And so now it's a system that is inherently dishonest. It has to rise because, and that distorts all of our politics too, because everything's now out in the open. Everything's got to be kind of tossed out there for people, and it's all a series of manipulations. We can propagandize 20%.
Yes, sure. Yeah, and it's built on lies, and that's why they can't disclose certain things because they feel like that will unravel a whole another layer of lies that will make people accountable for things. The prison, I'm sure there'll be a lot of really terrible consequences for divulging this information.
Let's go back to UFOs. I mean, 15 years ago, I co-authored a really cool book with a man named Bryce Zabel. It's called AD After Disclosure. So that was for, I think, the only book-length treatment of like how did disclosure happen? How would it block our world if it were to happen? And it feels like a different lifetime. 15 years ago, 2010 was a totally different world. It feels like, but one thing that I've always felt is that the genuine reveal of this whole UFO UAP subject, like the true reveal, is highly destabilizing. Yes, 100%. 100%. This is why there is an absolutely, like, we're never going to give this up. Like, there are factions that will never, they will never, look, think of it, like,
they'll never give it up.
They'll never willingly give up this.
To protect us or to protect themselves.
Protect the system as it is.
Right, sure.
They may rationalize it and say, should we put out right. I can see them justifying that. Yeah. Maybe they're right. We don't know all of it, do we? I believe in truth. I like to think that most of us believe in truth. If I'm going to have faith in anything, it's going to be a faith in truth. What else? If you cannot believe in truth, what else you got? So I'm going to believe in that. However, so let's say now in 2010, when we read this, the country was not nearly as polarized as it is now. So in 2010, we're envisioning the president goes and tells the world, well, this thing happened, this sighting occurred, we can't really ignore it anymore. Yes, it's real. And some of them are not human. That would be disclosure, right? That's kind of what we all imagine. And so even under that scenario, so I think it's way more complex now. We can get to that. But even in that scenario, I was, even in 2010, I was all over 9/11 I got into a lot of trouble among some UFO researchers because I was an early 9/11 conspiracy guy.
Right?
Absolutely, still am.
Really?
I'm not gonna be insulted by that.
We'll come back to that then.
Yeah, yeah. There are people far more conversant with that than me, but yes, my dad worked at the World Trade Center back in September '01. He had the day off.
What?
My dad was a retired New York City cop at the time, and he had a really cool job as a fire safety director, as they're called, at the Twin Towers. He shared his job with a really nice man who I knew, who was killed back then. It was Billy. And that really affected my dad. It was a real tough thing. So 9/11 was a very personal thing on that level. I mean, any after that, of course, I'm not saying that more for me than anyone else. But my dad was there.
That's crazy.
So
So you got a lot of people that died.
Yeah, a lot of firefighters, of course.
One of my theories on 9/11 is that the people that were closest to it, affected by it the most emotionally and personally, are the ones that have, and I could be wrong here, I think you proved this wrong, but those are the ones that have the least capacity to entertain
You're right.
any of the alternate ideas
You're right.
that don't go with the narrative, right? These are the ones that go with the narrative. That the one that people who are more disconnected from it, or more after.
You're totally right. Yeah, I almost wrote a book. Keep wondering about this on false flags, the history of false flag operation, part one. I got really into it, and in fact, I wrote a TV series for Gaia Television a number of years ago on the history of false flags. And they'll find another guy for it. That was much less than I had actually researched. I did a lot more research on false flags for the series. But one thing that a false flag does to people, it's a real psychological headgear you play on people because you are creating this massive trauma for your society. It's an emotional trauma. And what you're doing is this horrible, horrible thing happens. And people are naturally deeply upset by it. And then what you do, this is the genius of it, you find the solution immediately. Whether it's Hitler invading Poland and we were attacked by the Poles, that we did, or any other, there's a lot of false flags. America is the king of false flags, especially after World War II. And all the covert ops that we've done. But anyway, you create a catastrophe, trauma that people freak out over, and you identify it, you connect the emotion to the intellect. So you have the emotional connection to some kind of, here's the explanation. And once you get that, people like my own dad, my father, when I started looking at 9/11, I was talking to my dad on the phone about this. And, I have to be careful because I could get emotional. So just forgive me, sure. But my dad learns that, like, Rich, are you looking into it? I just saw this PBS thing and it just showed me talking about the pancake theory that was put out, called total bullshit theory. But that was put out within a week of the event. This guy comes out and says, this is how it happened. You have no freaking idea.
Roughly.
The planes crashing caused taking effect of the one floor and the other floor and all the way down. It did not happen that way at all. But it was, so anyway, that goes on to PBS, which is total CIA op anyway. And my dad bought into it. Of course he did. I don't blame him. And he was like, he really had a struggle with the fact that his son was going all into this alternative theory on 9/11. Talking on the phone. And he came around, my dad, we'll have to talk about something else. Let's move on. We'll come back to when I can clear myself.
For sure. We were talking about disclosure and what it would look like, what the incentives would be for disclosure. How you did mention that you think disclosure nowadays would be far more complex.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do because Trump, am I allowed to say that on YouTube?
Yeah.
He gets the scene in 2015. basically.
Actually, you better. If you say Trump.
Yeah, well, and you know, I mean, how do you talk about this without 50% of the population shitting their pants? And, you know, so whatever I end up saying, someone's going to get upset. But but basically, you have a guy who comes in that is the ultra most polarizing political figure that we've had since Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln was a highly polarizing president. You really go back. But here comes Trump, and so now we're at a point where whether it's Trump or anyone else, whether it's Biden, it would be different because a president comes up there and says anything on this, and you've got half the country, half the world maybe saying, I don't believe it. They're not going to believe it. So that's a complication where we're in kind of a post-truth world, essentially, where how do we actually reliably fact check? You have so-called fact checkers out there now, and we all know it's nonsense.
So,
and they're so politicized, and they're so ultra-establishment oriented. It's obvious.
people just lean into their audience.
Yeah. So I think that really complicates disclosure as well. I mean, look, you know, we were talking earlier in this conversation about the conventional thing.
Yeah, sorry.
Skeptics will just jump on anything, and they'll cause a lot of noise, and it works.
Yeah, well, I thought about it, and I think I'm probably in that camp where if the top level of government came out and said aliens are real, I would probably think the opposite, or something. There's some sort of weirdness, right? I mean, there's definitely a lot of smart people out there who, you can't really blame them. Whatever the government tells them, they think the opposite's true.
It probably should be right to a certain extent. Think of the UFO reality as a mountain, right? It's a massive Mount Everest. And so you're going to disclose that? You're going to disclose that whole thing? Right? You think so?
Yeah.
So what they'll do is they'll take like a little freaking sliver and say, here it is. And it would be a true sliver, right? But it's certainly incomplete. And I'm sure it's a sliver that will provide the cover of your asshole very effectively to make you look as good as possible. Yeah, so it's going to be deceptive.
Yes.
Any kind of real official attempt at disclosure is almost certainly from that model. I still maintain, and I caught a lot of hell for this, you know, what can I say? But I do think that a lot of the people who are pushing this narrative, people like Hal Puthoff. I've known Hal Puthoff for over 25 years. I admire and respect him. And I think he's on the right side of this. That's my belief. People can say, you're naive, whatever. Noel Elizondo, I said the same thing. Christopher Mellon. These are establishment people in a way that I've never been. I'm an establishment guy. I'm a historian, and I guess I do journalism. I don't know what I'm a researcher. But I've never been in that world. So I don't think like that. Like a guy like Elizondo, people complain that he harps on the national security thing, but he's Army counterintelligence. What do you expect? He's paying to do.
Yeah.
Like that's his job.
Yeah.
His salary is to look for threats. How do you expect someone to do that not to do that? So, but I don't look at it that way. So I don't have a lot of their predilections to that. But I do think like there are people who have they're doing this in good faith. They're not like saying, we're going to screw them over. I mean, everyone's got their angle. Everyone's always looking for their self-interest. That's human nature. You can never not expect that. But there are definitely the secrets that real hackers. They are not. Those guys do not very effectively.
Do you have sort of like a checklist, or do you have any sort of way to qualify people who come out in the public and start talking about this stuff, to whether or not, or do you even think about it, whether or not people are credible, or are they strategically putting out disinformation, or some sort of a mixed bag?
It's a very fair question, and I don't know if I can't give you that amount of information. So this is he fulfills all of these criteria.
But they could be just, well, I think it's out there to make money, to like sell books and to do these kinds of things, but they can also be useful if they see this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd have more or less people in the government trying to encourage them.
Look, the best thing that you can, everything you said is totally on point. I would just say there are certain criteria that any responsible researcher should adhere to. So when, first of all, you want to, we went through a period a decade or more ago when we have all these totally anonymous so-called whistleblowers around there. Or people who said, I work for this department, that department, but they provide no background where you can verify anything. Like the first thing you need to know is, did this person actually work with them? Like, did they do that? Secondly, that you have to not jump to conclusions. Probably the first best thing you can do, and wait. You have to wait. Someone comes out with a claim. I don't like knee-jerk reactions to whether pro or con that go too far. Like, you want to take your time with these things. Now, this is why, I'm not always really comfortable talking about every latest little story that happens.
Right.
Even though I personally feel pressured because I've been doing this so long, people want to know what is that.
It's really I've noticed that this topic it is hard to avoid talking about specific issues.
Yeah. I mean, it was hard not to go chasing after the latest headline, which is a problem because ideally what you want to do is you want to stop, wait, and go slow, so that other researchers who know more about propulsion than you, who know more about the history of aviation than you, who know more about the history of this department than you, you want all these people to have a chance to chime in and provide their own perspective. It takes time and it's new. But no, I don't know if I have a sure shot answer to these things. I remember when Bob was on, he's still, I guess, a little controversial. He's much more controversial in the past. And part of it is you go by, for me, so I wrote about him over 15 years ago in my books, and it was really difficult. I didn't know. What do I think about this? I didn't know. Back in 2007, 2008, finishing my books. I ended up thinking I believe this man, and I believed him because of the consistency of what he said over a number of years. The fact that I never felt he tried to go for reach or to try to go into an area that was different, and when he didn't know something, he would say so. And then of course, I did get to meet a number of people who knew this art, some of them, not perfectly. And I got to know George now. Also, very well in those years. I have tremendous regard for George. So I ended up, this is how I made my decision on this art. Fortunately for me, what was your decision? That he's legit.
Yeah, it seems to me that he'd be a great candidate for the CIA to choose to come here because he's so easily discreditable because of his background and some of the stuff that he did.
Yeah, that's right.
Like the brothel and other stuff.
Yeah, he did security work for, I think, Nevada brothel. I think it was a security weapons and cameras for them. Whatever he did.
And there was like the wife that happened, the first wife, I think, committed suicide.
There are not real issues.
He got married, while he was still married to her. There was a bunch of it's such a cluster of logic when you're thinking about this stuff. You just gotta think
all of these things which are utterly irrelevant, right, to the story.
Exactly. So it's on one hand, why would you choose this guy to do this thing? But then if you're looking at it from the reverse side of the lens, if you're some intelligence operation trying to do something and protect yourself in case the cat gets out of the bag, you want people to question him and discredit him to think he's alive.
Possibly. But actually, if you hear the story, like what he tells it, he made the initiative to do all this. So he was very unhappy with his employment situation at the time. He had met Edward Teller, right, the inventor of the fuse of the H-bomb, I think the original Dr. Strange, I suspect, in Los Alamos in the early 1980s, and had a very good back and forth conversation because this was a crazy, he's a brilliant guy. He developed his jet car, right, and made the cover of the Los Alamos local paper, and he's meeting with Teller. Apparently, Teller says, "Call me sometime, young man." Have this conversation. And a couple of years go by, and Teller's like, and he was able to get the job at EG&G, which got him out to S4. And then the only reason that he went public is he, Bizarre, forgive me if I'm getting anything wrong, but he started talking about it to John Lear and his friend, Gene Huff, who was a real estate friend of his at the time. And they started going out to watch the displays of the craft. And I think the second time he club. And he got into some serious trouble. And, had that not happened, I think he's talked about this. It's like, maybe I should have stayed in his, and I could have, but he would have been a lifer and we'd have never heard about it.
Right.
So it's possible that he was selected for certain uses. Possibility, yeah, and maybe they met a psychological profile. He says what he says.
Did you watch the interview with him for there was a conversation and Stan Freeman?
I knew Stan very well, and I know exactly what Stan did. Stan never, ever believed he was a monster or a fraud. When I first time I met Stan was in 2001, a long time ago. I was brand new. I was starting to my hair, hope in my eyes. If you look carefully, you can see it. I had big round glasses still, and I wasn't yet 40. And anyway, so I meet with Stan. What was my position?
That's the litmus test.
Yeah, and I was like, at that time, I wasn't even really conversing with Lazar still. I had just worked my ass off to get the story viewer days up to 1970s. I was in the first volume. And Lazar, exactly that. I was aware that I had to study, but I hadn't yet really listened up. But if I had the proper respect of Lazar, and I've always, I've really appreciated and respect Stan always well, but I did not appreciate that. I felt that he was trying to pressure me in a way that I said, so don't tell me what's with my things. I'll come around my own decision. And even at that time, I was not inclined to dismiss Lazar's story, but I kept it off to the side until I felt that I spent enough time to research it. And, at that time, this was still in the early 2000s and the late 90s. But a lot of Lazar's interviews were available transcripts at the time. I read them all.
He doesn't do anything.
No, but in the early 90s, he did back then.
Why do you think? Do you have any idea why he stopped? Or do you have any?
It's hard for me to speak for him. The impression that one gets is that he just got sick and tired of the field and that there's, it's like time to move on. So I put my information out there. This is a crazy community, which it is, it was. We don't really do a good job at managing ourselves. It's impossible.
Yeah. And there's also all these other whistleblowers that come out, and one of the most recent ones that screwed my mind up was the guy who went on Jesse Michael's podcast. He was talking about kidnapping kids from Indonesia after an earthquake, and then
Michael Pereira.
So Herrera, this guy corroborated Herrera.
Jake Barber?
Yes.
Yeah. I did not hear this. Jesse Michael's great podcast.
It's Herrera. It's basically right. He had a different angle of it. He was part of some different organization, but basically he says that he went to one of Greer's public whistleblower conferences, and he heard Herrera talk. So Jake Barber says that he went there as like a guy to catch whistleblowers to prosecute them, right? And then he heard Herrera talk, and he's like, "Oh my God, I was part of this."
You basically have it, but you've got the wrong interpretation of it.
I think
like it's not a human trafficking kind of thing.
Sure. He got so Jesse brought that up about human trafficking. This guy, Jake Barber, got really upset when he called it human trafficking.
Yeah, no,
evidence for these UFOs. And he's like, they were in distress. There was an earthquake, and looking for children who were left-handed and homosexual because they have the highest psychic abilities. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, hey, Leonardo da Vinci was one of those, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And you know, he said they were keeping them and like feeding them certain things, like not giving them like, I don't know what they were doing, restricting their diet somehow. I don't know if they're keeping them against their wills. But this guy is talking about some way out there sci-fi Stranger Things type stuff. And then it's like, how far do we allow these people to take us?
I personally have not formed a definite opinion on this one. I just have. I mean, I'm aware of the story. We mentioned Stan Friedman. Stan had a great expression called something he had a great box. If I know if it's true or false, I put it in my gray box.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that go in gray box.
Sure.
That's one of those things where I would say let's keep it open and let's find out if there's any other research that can verify it to some extent. So we have Herrera and we have Jake Barber. That's 2 points. That's not equal to proof, but it makes it a little more interesting. We can move on from here. But that's the problem with a lot of the elements in this field you're dealing with. I mean, by its very nature, the UFO, I just keep saying UFOs, I'm so used to it. It's a UAP, whatever. The UFOs represent, I mean, we talk about it in our society often enough, but I'm absolutely convinced we don't fully appreciate the depth of what it really means. I mean, look, imagine being across the table, not from me, but from one of them, and imagine they have an IQ of 500, and they're looking right at you, and they've got telepathic ability, maybe they're connected to a hive mind, so they know everything that you don't know, and they peer into your mind, into all the little avenues and recesses, right? And they don't laugh at your jokes,
So they're gonna run for the hills.
and even if they look like us, like that's intimidating. That there's no way that's not going to be intimidating. You run into beings like that operate on a completely different level. That we will not. We like to think that we'll be like that one day. No, we're not going to be like that. Look, I'm not, and you're not. Maybe 1,000 years from now, who knows?
But is there any story? Is there any crazy story that's out there, right? Whether it be abduction or anything that's like there's no solid evidence one way or the other that you know for a fact is true.
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. That's a great question. I wish I could have thought about this before. It's kind of tough on the spot. A story that is known,
Whether it be like a I mean, other than the fact that obviously we have like things like the Tic Tac, where right, it's like we know we've had people testify, and there's the footage of the go fast and the FLIR stuff, and it's kind of like grainy footage, whatever, and it's kind of like take it for what it is. It could be dark, but it could be not giving intelligence. But like, say there's one of these whistleblowers that come out, like Michael Herrera or Jake Barber or Bob Lazar, right? One of these sort of stories that you know for a fact.
well, one, I mean, this isn't a UFO incident, but this is the Davis Wilson notes that I talked about. We talked about other things. I knew for a fact when those things came out in 2019, that document, I knew it was real. And there were a lot of people at the time who were saying it's fake. One person saying it's a movie script. One person, a lot of people were just saying it's complete disinformation.
Yeah.
And for a while, I was actually really pissed off at the rest of the research community because I was for a little while the only person public who would take a stand. Wow. Yeah, and everyone's like throwing all kinds of shit at me. That's fine, but and there were a couple of people who privately had said to me, I know it's real too. I was shown this and whatever here, but I can't go out. I can't say it publicly. So I understand that's fine. But during that whole period, there was some really snarky, nasty people that popped up out of nowhere and since disappeared. Like, who are you? Who are these people?
Not interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, I always knew that would be the case. Just didn't know that. But then you get Jacques Vallée talked about it in his Forbidden Science, one of his volumes, his diaries. Yes, he mentioned knowledge of it at the time.
When the astronaut,
No, prior,
before that.
Yeah, I think in his volume that covers 2000 2009, when Davis actually interviewed us during that period at Valley News. And it's in also Eric Davis himself, short of saying I wrote them several times, interviews that he did in 2019, 2020, and then just briefing. Elizondo, this one thing that Elizondo did, he mentioned that he introduced Davis by way of his names. And he said he obviously knows the truth. Like an whole part, we all know it's all real. But there's been enough confirmation. And Davis himself, if you really listen to him, even in a briefing, it's quite obvious. He makes it clear without saying he's got to be careful. Those notes themselves are not classified, but they talk about something that is highly classified. Well, they're private notes, so it's not like an official government document, but it's discussing something that's extremely sensitive.
Let's take this opportunity to back break, jump right back in. We're back, folks. We're back. We were talking about what were we talking about? Steve, you know what we're talking about? We want to talk more about the military aspect of this USO stuff.
Yeah.
Before we do that, one of my questions that I've been wanting to ask you is, I'm sure you do know about this base. I talked about it with Jesse when he was on here, that there was a decommissioned, I think it was a Navy base in the Bahamas that was specifically in charge of tracking some of this stuff, this underwater UFO stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Specifically, well, there's a system that was known as SOSUS when it was developed, the Sound Undersea Sonar system, and it was originally set up in that area, like near the Bahamas. So I don't know if that's what he's referring to.
No, this was a base. Steve, if you pull up the podcast I did with Jesse, it's in the timestamps. I think it's its own dedicated timestamp.
I should know it. I think
NASA was involved with it
I should
too.
put it to my second or third down line.
Atlantic Under, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
On tech, that's what it was.
Okay.
So apparently, the way I understand it is they had some sort of, maybe it was like holy macaroni, bless you, underground, or not underground, underwater sort of base to track and detect things.
Yeah, so I am aware of that, and I do have a little, I've learned a few things. Jesse may know more than I do. I don't know what he really has to say. One of the things that I try to do with this study is two things. One is track the casing, and then the other is to try to understand the technological, military, political, and other related developments that went on at the same time. So when I try to structure these books, I break them into chapters, and at the beginning of each chapter, I try to highlight what's developing here, what's our technology, what's our politics, what's relevant. And so the development of a lot of the Navy systems has gone into that section of each chapter. And so I wrote about census, and I have information about tech. It's related. It's all similar. It's basically their system for probing into the world under the water. So off the top of my head, I don't really know what else to say about it, but it's, as that description there says, secretive testing of underwater vehicles.
Yeah, they call it the Underwater Area 51.
Yeah. One interesting thing about it is its location. So that's an extremely active area. One thing I did when I collected all of these cases on my Google Earth, I put a little yellow pin for as accurate as I could for every single USO case I could find. So that's why I can tell you Puerto Rico is a major hotspot. That's why I can tell you Florida is a major hotspot area, this whole region here. And so the fact that they've got something down there in the Bahamas, I just think is kind of interesting, because that's a very, very active area for USOs in general.
one of the fascinating things I also told you is there's this secretive NRO character who's tied into NASA, who's a part of this base somehow.
Well, there's an underwater version of the and it's National Underwater. There's a brilliant UFO podcast on YouTube, UAP Garb.
Oh, I've heard about him.
Yeah, he's very smart. I've never talked with him, but if he's listening, I'll pick him up.
Just has him.
Yes, highly intelligent.
The National Underwater Reconnaissance
Okay, that's it.
responsible for underwater reconnaissance operates primarily in the water during the Soviet Union.
Started in 1969, and there's history there. One thing they collected a tremendous amount of intelligence against the Soviet Union at its coasts off the coast of Kamchatka there, and they actually were able to place a device on an undersea cable there, like a listening device, to tap into Soviet communications. And this is back in 1977. They were using the halibut. I think that was the submersible they used. I think that was the one. Or I think the halibut. I can't remember. But they were able to get very valuable intelligence for a particular more based on what they were doing there. They're like, that's a whole story that we know a little bit about, and we need to know much more, because there's no question that they have got information that we just don't know and may never know. They are the underwater aquariums.
Yeah, I've heard that there's probably over 20 intelligence figure, like 3-letter agencies that we don't even know exist that are within the government. But I'm sure we'll probably never know. Like I never would imagine. I never knew that the NRO had the UFOs.
Yeah. Well, they're a good candidate for it, actually. But we didn't know the NRO existed until the 1990s. They existed in total secrecy for over 30 years. The NSA, jokingly referred to as no such agency, was completely secret for more than its first decade or so. Well, there was a book in 1964 called The Invisible Government that mentioned it. It was one book, but no, I don't really think it was truly appreciated what the NSA was, and that it came out in the early 70s. But it's quite secret. But that was a secret agency. Its existence was classified for years. I remember I was friends with a Russian but he told me he was interested in some stuff, so he was convinced that there was a very substantial agency involved in this that was studying off the bars. So I believe that there are. I mean, look, I talked about having a pretend democracy this a while ago. I think that's right. So what we really have, what the United States has, of course, is a massive empire that's trying to dominate, has always tried to dominate the world, especially since World War II. And as a result, puts institutions and agencies in place that it doesn't think the public really needs to know about, even though they're supposedly useful to have this open, transparent society. Right. So I think there's all kinds of secrecy that's going on. I would not be shocked at all for a bunch of 3-letter type agencies that
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. It really is. And another thing that I think that's something about is all the money that's going to these underground bunkers, and underground, basically like underground cities that are connected by highways all around the country. She's saying that it's very possible that trillions of dollars are going to these things.
Yeah, I've spoken with her about this, in fact, off the records, and it's a real possibility. I used to know there was a researcher, the name Richard Sauer, Dr. Richard Sauer, and he was killed. No, he's not. I think he's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah. You might be thinking of
I know there's a guy talking about this stuff who was like mysteriously murdered or something.
Yeah, I know his case extremely well.
Yeah.
Anything will come to me in a second.
Sure.
Why my brain is spazzing out. Souder. Yeah, so Richard Souder did a number of books in the 90s on, and the early 2000s on underground and also undersea potential bases. And he, a lot of his work was very good. So he looked into the technologies that we know exist to go underground and to go deep under the ocean floor. And that this is not an impossibility. We actually have the ability, all you really need is, you need the ability to dig, and if you're going to have a base permanently there, you've got to be able to extract oxygen from the water. But we've had that technology. That's what nuclear submarines are able to. They're not under the water with supplies of oxygen tanks. They have to extract oxygen out of the water, so hydronics and whatever it is, and they're able to do that. So there, at least theoretically, it seems that it would be possible. You could have a whole array of underground and potentially undersea bases. It's theoretical. One thing that Richard found was he ran into this guy who did illustrations for the U.S. Navy back in the mid-60s, and he was asked to develop a series of illustrations portraying undersea bases and operations. And he gave those illustrations to Richard and published them in a book, which back in those days I was his publisher, so I know about it quite well. He's publishing it now, so it's pretty good. Interesting. Yeah. So to your question, what Catherine was asking about, we're talking about these potential deep underground, kind of a labyrinthian underground connection basis. It's totally possible. Is it, how true is it? That's a question. And, speaking against that, I would like to see some more actual investigative journalism on it. It's some of this that can support it. But I wouldn't doubt that's a possibility. Yeah. Thinking of the other guy, Phil Schneider, of course. Oh, yes. Phil Schneider, that's a whole other thing. I'd rather not get into Phil Schneider, but it's an interesting case, and he does seem to have been really, I don't think he committed suicide, but I think he was killed.
Another thing, so this things might also talk a lot about these breakaway civilizations and the fact that if there is some breakaway civilization, it's most likely going to be the bankers.
Yeah,
the top level bankers that control all the money.
I think that's got to be true.
That these people were taking so as much using money to explore space.
Yeah,
and it's really esoteric thing.
Yeah, she describes it really nicely. And she says it's like, imagine there's an open river. The money's just flying out. Right. So, she says it's like we don't have a closed system, it's open and stuff. So that could really be the case. I can't, how that works financially. I think she could probably speak a lot more intelligently than I can about it. But the way she describes it seems quite logical.
And even you have these characters like Elon Musk, who gets all these crazy contracts to launch these satellites into space and do all this work. It's tons of money from the intelligence community and the U.S. government to do all of this work. This is probably responsible for a lot of the money that he's made. And those companies alive that publicly will basically say that all this stuff's bullshit. There's no evidence of this stuff. If these aliens exist, they sure are subtle. Like we don't see anything like this.
Yeah.
It's so strange.
Yeah, that's a really, because he's made this statement many times. Hey, I'm not smarter than Elon Musk. That's definitely, I'm certainly not. And I don't know as many things as he knows. I don't know about that. He knows far more. So it's hard for me to say, he's full of it. But for him, he's made this statement a number of times that, he's not seen any evidence of anything extraordinary out there. He didn't know about it. And it's hard for me to know how to judge that. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of actually very good space-based evidence for anomalous activity out in Earth orbit and beyond. There's all kinds. I mean, there was a man, Jeff Challen, Jeff, he's not alive anymore. He spent all of his time just pulling down NASA video footage from all the NASA space missions and just looking through them. And he wasn't just some line-eyed believer. He was, I think, a very astute, and he just kept finding all kinds of crazy things in these NASA missions. Objects out there that just did not make a lot of sense. Objects doing apparent U-turns at one point. Objects moving in angular motions in space. There are things that you can put out there to explain some of them. Maybe like the booster rocket went off and ice crystals moved off at an angle. But there's a lot of these kinds of things that seem kind of bizarre. And we're not all American. We have a lot of statements from American and Soviet cosmonauts, quite explicit about bizarre anomalies. There's Popovich, Marina and Pavel Popovich from the Soviet Union, both highly regarded cosmonauts in our country. Both spoke quite openly about these types of things in the book that they were aware of or had seen. And quite a few Soviet missions that talked about this, and enough American missions as well. And, I don't think you can just dismiss it. So for Elon Musk to say, to dismiss it all, which with a wave of the hand as he seems to do, I find very curious.
Yeah. Have you heard of the guy who allegedly works for the NRO, who I think Diana Sulka wrote about him in her first book, who has all these patents. Worked with this dude, Chris Bledsoe, and apparently right into all this super secret stuff. Talked about all these crazy.
Oh, it's the high-level NASA individual.
Yes, there was two of them. There was one of them named Al Povenmire, apparently after the and then there was this other guy, I think his name was Tim.
Yeah.
Who apparently just said all kinds of stuff to Chris. Told him, he brought him to Cape Canaveral, which is 2.5 hours from here, and said that when you go through the gates, just play your favorite song in your head because these people are trying to read your mind. And
it's very interesting.
Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, that's an interesting book. And I don't know what to say about this. I mean, I've spoken to Chris Bledsoe myself a few times, a number of times. And is that believable? Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
I could believe it. Well, I can't say that. But
yeah, I've been reading a lot of UFO researchers who have various takes on Chris Bledsoe, and quite a few of them have come out and made the assertion that he is like a modern day Paul Benowitz.
Well, one thing that I can say, I actually did an extended interview with Chris a couple of years ago. I think I might have been the first extended interview that he did with anyone on social media. Could be.
When was it?
2017, a while ago, I think. So a couple of things. First of all, Chris is an absolutely super decent. They're very good people. And his original site, the one from 2007, I don't think there's any question about it. There's, in fact, just recently, a number of people come out to attest to that. Certainly there's him, there's his son, and the other witnesses, they all come out. I don't think there's any reason to doubt that. And that's an extraordinary UFO encounter. There's a craft that they definitely saw
in the woods in North Carolina.
Yeah. So I have no reason to doubt that at all. And the subsequent activities that have happened on this property, which I have not been to, so I can be upfront about that. It's hard for me to say. I've not been there. Yeah. I've heard different types of stories, but I think it's fair to say that there is some odd things that are going on. Obviously, not that I've heard of.
Yeah, I tend to. I don't think he's making any of this stuff up. I feel like my gut told me when he was explaining all this stuff to me is that this is something that he really experienced. The thing that just raises my ears is the fact that all these people from intelligence and NASA are clinging to him.
Well, there's a couple of ways to look at it. One is that it's an op, and they're screwing it. A lot of animals. Okay. The other possibility is that they know that there's something to this.
Yeah. And they want to understand it better.
Like why would that not be a possibility? One of the things about Stephen Greer is that he develops these protocols, calls them the CB5 protocol.
Yeah.
Okay, so people have different opinions on this, but there's no question in my mind that there is a consciousness element to this phenomenon that's real. And there is no question as well that Greer did get interest from the national security state. I think because one of the things he talked about, and it's true, as far as I can tell, it's really true, is he met with him for many years on the short list of DoD secretaries and things like that. It was one, but he's up there. And also the then director of the CIA, Gene Morrison, and their wives.
Yeah.
All of their power
They
players.
went to some dinner together.
Yeah, they had dinner, and this is, I think, in the 90s. No, early 90s. Ms. Woolsey was director of CIA in the early 90s, under Clinton. So, why would they do that? I mean,
That's
near the 90s,
is there any proof that you have that meeting?
yes, there is, because the argument is over what it constituted. Greer was called a briefing.
Yeah.
And they issued a letter. So I'm sure I have it somewhere. I need to search it. It's down research now. Where they just said, this was not a briefing. This was an informal, like a dinner, and they were clear before this, like you talked about. They were clear. So I think, yeah, he did meet with them, and then you have to ask yourself, I mean, Greer can talk about this much more forthrightly than I can, but he wasn't famous at that time. Who knew him? He was this guy who just gotten into the UFO field.
Medical doctor.
Talking about crop circles in England in the early 90s. He did a little bit of that. He gets his interest from these very highly.
I had a gentleman on here a couple of weeks ago who brought me a newspaper article that he had. He paid for some subscription to some website that could pull up PDFs of like ancient news articles, and he was basically making the case that essentially what the news article showed was the description of Greer, a publishing newspaper of Greer, how he got married, when he got married to his wife, and all this stuff. It was like a little blurb of how he got married at the Baha'i Institute in Haifa. And I've never heard talk about any of this stuff. And this was like I think it was the 70s or late 70s maybe. And this guy was making the case that because he was in Haifa, working in Haifa, got married there and all this stuff, that now he's essentially a Messiah.
Well, first of all, I would never comment on some aspect of a person's life like that. I have no understanding of it. It is not for me to get involved in anything like that. Even if I had an opinion on it, I would not offer it publicly, but I don't think I would have an opinion on it. Yeah. It's obviously going to pass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting that people come up with these crazy theories that who knows if they have legs or not. But like again, this is part of the territory when you're trying to navigate these things in public, and these people that come out and make these extraordinary claims and ignore certain things, and they talk very confidently about things and make extraordinary claims, but then leave certain things out that may not be foundational or may not support their story.
Mm-hmm.
It's just part of this. I feel like it's part of the things that you have to sort of put out there and question when you put in the place of trying to evaluate whether these people are legitimate.
One thing that I always have to remind myself of is that this whole subject, kind of alluded to this a few times in this conversation with you, but it's of profound significance. And so that means there are people who have a stake on the pro side and on the con side that want to keep this where it is because it's highly disruptive. So there's going to be intelligence here on the subject. That is those individuals will use their assets in establishment media, their assets in academia, or they will use their assets wherever they can within the community itself, if need be. And there's always been very high paranoia within the UFO community. These conversations happen frequently now. It's like, do these things work before? Yeah, I mean, it comes up frequently, and or it's come up frequently enough, I suppose I can say. And hey, I can just say to you very honestly, I do not know. I cannot confirm anything specifically that I can absolutely say they're working for the government or the intel community. I've had suspicions. I continue to have suspicions, and I'm not going to mention who I think those people are. There's no win for me.
Yeah.
But you know, I suspected
I mean, according to the YouTube comments, I'm not. And then I question myself.
I've been called it.
Yeah.
I've been called misogynist. Seriously, you know, yeah, I don't know what to say about things like that. So I've been.
Well, I think it works. I think that, like I said, I think it works in the if there is some sort of a general opportunity in the intelligence community to cover up secrets. The fact that everyone on social media thinks everyone is working for an intelligence agency is a benefit to them.
Absolutely, it's a really big problem. Let's talk about this for a bit, if you don't mind. So I got into this whole field in the 90s when conspiracy theories were not really that much done. You know, there were people out there. I mean, Jim Morrison, released the book Crossfire, Pontiac Campaign. I was a good friend of Jim Morrison. I love Jim Morrison. He was a great man. But anyway, like the 90s it was kind of out there. And we were developing as a society a much more critical view. And then, for me, 9/11 was what put me on the top, by the way. 9/11 put me, and I think a lot of people, full on in government as actively lying about basically every single thing. Like I went there, and I'm still there. But the problem is, when you think that everything's in, so that's a bit of a problem for me too. Like, I said earlier that I almost wrote a book on false flags in history. It's like there are lots of like they happen. But when you reflexively, I have to be careful how you say this, conclude that every single thing coming at you is like someone's motivated for some reason, and that's a real problem because think about what that does if you were to act like that in your personal life. Like if your friend has something to say to you and you're not listening to what your friend's saying, instead you're thinking, what's his motivation? That's a great way to destroy every friendship you've ever had, every relationship you've ever had, every society that's ever existed. It's a really dangerous solvent for the certain amount of social cohesion you have to have. You have to have, there's got to be a way to have some trust in things that come at you. But the problem that we have is we have good reason not to trust the world. Like we have really good reason. So, but I do think what we've fallen into is, I call it kind of a postmodern trap, which is when someone makes a claim about anything, frequently from a lot of people, the first thing you'll hear is, oh, that person worked for whatever agency. They have an agenda. That person believes this other thing in politics that I also don't agree with, and therefore I'm not going to subscribe to what they have to say here. And so, in other words, we're doing identity politics, whether we realize it or not. We're not listening. The one thing we're not doing is hearing their message. We're not actually listening to their information. We're not evaluating the information. We're judging the person because we think they're not, and they work for this organization. And the fact is, when you look at the UFO knowledge sphere for many years, about the 1950s, the period I studied a lot, there were a lot of military insiders in the 1950s who were totally of the belief that we need to get information on the subject out there, and they put themselves out there. So because they were maybe am I supposed to then say, oh, well, they've got an agenda. That's a bad place to be because, it prevents you from actually studying their information. And the fact is that there are people from every part of the spectrum here in this field that have something to say. And we're putting ourselves at a great disadvantage if we're playing identity politics with every single person out there and we're judging them. Are they on the good side or the bad side? That's not good because there's information coming in from a lot of different places, it seems to me.
Yes, which is why I appreciate when people like you have a pragmatic view of all this stuff and are able to take the information from all of these cases and sort of see where they all fit together, maybe where they don't, and provide that to people in a balanced way. I think that's super valuable and rare.
I never thought of when I was much younger. I think of myself as a pragmatist by nature. But over the years, I've seen that, and I believe in it. I believe in realism when it comes to global politics or when it comes to national things. I try to be what I consider realistic rather than dogmatic and ideologically driven. I've got my own beliefs about all kinds of things, but I also realize that the world is, I grew up with a very liberal mother and a very conservative father. And so it was kind of good because I was able to appreciate two very radically different worldviews that each of my parents had to understand to this day. And that was good for me. And I think that when, as we're in the world today, I take it as a given that there's always people out there who don't see the world the way I do. What am I supposed to condemn them and just say, well, you're morally suspect because you have a different perspective on the world than I do. It's very ridiculous. But yeah, we do it. We do it all the time. People right and left do it. And it's very unfortunate. We get a little apocalyptic about things. And we live in very dangerous times in many ways. I'm not going to deny that. Very dangerous on many levels. But the fact is that it's not for me to write someone off just because they say a word for me.
Well, Richard, that was 3 hours.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
A lot of fun. I enjoyed this.
Thank you. Tell people that where they can find your book on USOs and anything else you're doing.
Yeah. Well, I have my book on USOs is sold on Amazon. So, ebook, paperback, and hardcover. And this week, I expect the audio book finally to be out. It's been submitted. I'm just waiting for Amazon to approve it. So that's nice. I have a website called RichardMembers.com. There's a paywall, but there's a lot of fun stuff there. People can go take a look at it. There's a lot of information. A great community. I can't speak highly enough about the members of the site. I got my own YouTube channel. It's just called Richard Intelligent Disclosure.
There we go. That's a great thing. JFK UFOs. Oh, that's something we didn't go into.
Well, that's really wonderful. I had another fantastic guest there.
Going back to what we were just saying about how everyone has their own belief system surrounding everything, I noticed that everyone has their own flavor of the JFK assassination.
Well, he was definitely killed in a conspiracy, in my opinion.
Yes.
Definitely the most of it at the CNN and the deep state. I think Kennedy's assassination, I liken it to Agatha Christie's murder on the Orient Express. And plot spoiler, everyone did it in that book. Everyone had a motive to kill this guy. And that's JFK. His biggest problem, I feel, is that he really believed he was the president of the Bunvets, and he ran into a bureaucracy that saw him as a threat on multiple levels. So you had Federal Reserve, you had Vietnam, you had UFOs are part of it. That's not a triple part.
Not the whole thing, though.
No, I think the nuclear issue, he was talking about nuclear disarmament with Soviet.
Yep.
So what he was showing, and then Cuba and that whole thing, and shutting down Operation Mongoose and all of this. So JFK showed that he was an enemy on many fronts. He had said famously, wanted to scatter the the CIA to the wings. And he tried. You know, he fired all those, he missed out. But they knew he was a problem. He was a serious problem. And, you know, what was the ultimate motivation? I mean, the ultimate motivation was they were like, no way we're going to let this guy flood the country for another month because he is a danger on too many levels. Yeah. That's what they thought.
That's right. Look, totally agree. There we go.
Yeah.
History of USOs. Unidentified submerged objects, Volume 1, 2 and 3 to come.
Yeah, then we have this. All of the cases, I've looked at them all. I'm trying to remember how many. I keep adding new cases, but basically I haven't been done. And what is just the chapters. There's a chapter in International Justice. So it's
Thanks again. I really appreciate your time.
my pleasure. Thank you.
We have some Patreon questions for our Patreon subscribers, so we'll do that separately from the podcast. We'll break down those questions if you don't mind.
Yeah.
But that's all for the podcast. So thanks again.
It's my pleasure. Good night.
Yeah, I'm new to the whole Kratom, but I'm loving it. I've never had gummies. Yeah, you know, you have to be careful with Kratom. There's a lot of like adulterated versions of it, and this is, you know, anytime you're getting it in a gummy form or even getting like a liquid form, you want to be a little more cautious. I think capsules are, if you're looking for safety, I think capsules are very safe. Are they? But now there's people that are making, and I forget what the name of it is. It's a different type of Kratom. It's like a 9 something. I forget what it is, but people are getting very addicted to that kind. I also went to a smoke shop and picked up just like this little liquid thing of Kratom. Just 'cause I was curious about trying other brands that I haven't made my own. And I tried probably a quarter of a small shot. Dude, I thought I needed to go to the hospital. I was just kind of shaky and weird. So people, please be very, very careful with Kratom and be careful with the dosing. That's the hardest part to learn is about the dosage in there. And it's complicated. I can't even really barely explain it because I have capsules that are 750 milligrams, but the capsules that are 750 milligrams are basically like a powdered version of the Kratom leaf. It's your gene. But then when you turn it into like a liquid, and you put it in a gummy, put it in something else, it becomes way more potent. And so the smallest amount of milligrams goes a really long way. Like this gummy, I think, has like 25 milligrams, which sounds like a very low number compared to the 750 milligrams that we see talking about, right? But with the Kratom capsules, in order for you to kind of feel the Kratom impact or effects, you need probably 2 or 3 capsules at least. So people might even take like 5 or 6. But those are all, like, in my opinion, they're relatively safe. I think one of the most important things about any of this stuff, especially when it comes to Kratom, is it can be really addictive. So but a lot of things are addictive. We just trained today, right? They're highly addicted. They got highly addicted to training. It's all about moderation. The same thing if you're using something every day. It's always a good practice to abstain from things like that for a while. Every once in a while, just a great little practice. Yeah. Sometimes it can be hard to do, but this stuff. I wonder how much is in this stuff. The White Rabbit.
That's the extract, though.
And I'm not sure what it is. I would say it's minimum 25 milligrams. It says Mitragyna speciosus extracts. Plant energy. Zero caffeine, zero sugar, 0 calories. I don't think it tells you the exact milligram of Kratom.
Anyway, while we're passing off drugs, try it in. I would just take like half of them.
Just half of them.
Yeah.
Now, these, do you get the stimulant effect from these at all?
Yeah, I do.
You do. Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You can come down to the other side. I think Kratom is amazing. I think that if people learn to just use small dosages of it, then they'll be okay. But if you're smashing, is that a full one? So I have to go double bunch of them.
Oh, that is your half.
I already have it. I'll count your those.
Okay.
There you go.
Yep, delicious.
In 3 minutes, you're gonna have your pants off. It's gonna be great.
Wow, love it. I can't wait to see how this goes. tried them and they lift, right? They work out.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit pre-workout. Blunting pain is another thing that Kratom does. Is why people used it. Originally, people were utilizing it to come off of opioids.
Yes.
Kratom, just like do your own research. But I only halfway know what I'm talking about. My brother, Chris Bell, he made a movie about Kratom, talking about the leaf of faith, and maybe you have him on the show to explain further. But Kratom is an opiate as well, but I don't think it's an opioid, which so it gets to be a little complex.
Yes. It's a leaf. It's a leaf that comes out of, I think it's
Malaysia or something.
It's Thailand. It's a Thailand leaf. So a little documentary by him where you went there and talk to people that basically like partner and chew it. And I think it's actually like illegal there too. You have to be careful. I think it's like you can get company if you have a Kratom plant on your property there.
Wow. I think some people historically have had it like in like little vats of like liquid, and they just occasionally would hit it up and drink it while they were like working, and they would just utilize it all day, every day. Gosh, I'm not saying it's a safe practice, but it's interesting.
It's super interesting. I'm interested in all kinds of drugs, man. All kinds of performance enhancers, everything. And it's always been fun for me to experiment with different things and see how they help or see how they hinder or see, because everyone experiences drugs in a different way too. Like some people, will probably get a huge effect of kratom or feel that stimulant effect, or maybe like help them in their workouts or exercise. And some people may have no effect. And I've noticed that like I react less to drugs than most people do. I've always been like a very hyper responsive person to drinks.
I'm 48 years old, so all growing up, it was like a campaign, like say no to drugs, and you saw that all over the news. Nancy Reagan had that mantra, and it's a good message in a lot of ways. Like, especially if you're a kid, like your brain develop. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I would love it if most people and most kids could make it, past like 25 before they really touch just about anything. But we also know that that's probably not going to happen. What I've learned over the years is that there's a lot of drugs that can really wreck your life and put you in a really bad spot. But then there's some drugs where you can make an argument for them. You're like, well, they've got pretty good results. But also sometimes people crash and burn off of some of those same drugs because they do it too much or whatever it might be. I have a son. He's 21 now, but when he was maybe 14, 15, I'm curious about some of these things. I mentioned to him, I just said, when this topic comes up, I'm just going to tell him the flat truth. I'm just going to tell him flat out what's going on. And I was like, Jake, that I want steroids. Like, you seem bigger, stronger, faster. Like, he's like, well, I have a whole story, he knows me. So we never talked about it until that moment, but as he was more curious about drugs. And so I said, well, here's how I kind of look at things. I think there's drugs that can kind of propel you forward, and I think they're good, but every drug is a double-edged sword. So there's good and there's bad to the particular drug that you choose. Alcohol can be really relaxing. It's super addictive. It ruins people's lives. Right? But it might have its place in some person's life that can handle it in a reasonable way. Cocaine, crack, whatever these other drugs are, I think we can all agree, like, man, those seem to be heroin, fentanyl, those all seem to be, or painkillers. It's rare to know someone that does heroin that's like 25 and like kicking ass in day-to-day life, right? So there's a lot of drugs that you should probably just almost like never even try. And there's some drugs where you're like, well, you like gaining muscle, you like being big, then maybe you could try some steroids, maybe you try growth hormone or some of these other things. But the one major thing that I shared with my son was Mark Bell is a Mark Bell without steroids. Right? I'm not trying to discredit everything that I've ever done or anything like that, but I did that on performance enhancing drugs. I did that with the assistance of steroids. Just like I could say I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today if it wasn't for my wife, if it wasn't for my brothers. These are all things that aided and assisted into the whole process. But also, children created while people are under the influence of the drug. Only the best part, in my opinion. Probably. I mean, just think as much like music. I was just thinking like that. I really like Eminem a lot. So, talks about mushroom all the time. So anyway, you get the point.
Totally. And I think a lot of it has to do with intent too. A lot of the most destructive drugs are people just are using things to mask pain or out of boredom. But the drugs that I find the most interesting are the ones that you go into with like a positive intent, like how can this enhance my life or enhance certain aspects of my work or my creativity or my body, make me faster, make me stronger. Those are the most fascinating things to me. And drugs, like the stigma of things like steroids is very similar to like the stigma of banning just the word drugs as a negative thing in general by like the Reagan administration. And I think that steroids are just a technology that are not, it's part of nature because we are part of nature. Nature created humans. We wouldn't be human beings if it wasn't for technology.
Hey, you don't sell me on steroids.
Right, exactly. Like this isn't what I say to people. It's like that I talk shit about steroids. It's like we wouldn't look the way we do now if it wasn't for fire that enabled us to chew meat. And like all the technology that we've been able to create through the evolution of humanity is exactly the reason we are where we are today. And like steroids are just a technology that came from nature, so it is by definition a part of nature. So like,
And to your point, I mean, people they'll take Fidogia, Agresta, they'll take all these other things, and they have no problem with those, and they don't think that those things could potentially have harm or danger.
Yeah.
But everything is a double-edged sword. Everything has a positive, everything has a little bit of a negative to it. I just kind of always think like people are trying to take these precursors, they're trying to take all these other things that are similar to steroids. I'm always like, why don't they just hop on a little bit of your testosterone? I do think it's a lot more acceptable. You're hearing about it a lot more on the men's side. You're hearing a lot of men seeking and getting TRT and some of these things. And the TRT is like beyond. It's like TRT plus, or I heard someone say TRT sport. They're on like a TRT sport stack where maybe they have a little extra other than just testosterone going on.
Yeah.
But I think the more that we're open to this, or more that we start to hear about it, I think you're going to see more women taking it as well. And I think it's important that women get their hormones optimized as well. There's a lot of issues with women taking testosterone. Absolutely. Yeah. And there's the only people that can make correct dosages are compounding pharmacies. My brother Chris actually just started working for a company down in Houston called Empower, and that's a compounding pharmacy. It's one of the biggest in the world. And a compounding pharmacy has the ability to actually make stuff like customized to you. So for a woman to try to get 7 milligrams or 3 milligrams of testosterone from a bottle of testosterone that a guy might use, which would be 200 milligrams per milliliter. It's like, man, you've got a lot of math to try to figure out how to extract that tiny little amount out every time. And so compounding pharmacies kind of come to the rescue in that situation. And you can obviously can't go directly to them. You still need to get it prescribed. It's a nice option for women. There's a lot of women that suffer from all kinds of different things that, I'm not a physician, I'm not a doctor, but I think it can be very helpful for a lot of women to at the very least, look into it. Yeah. Dr. Gabrielle Lyon was talking about this on her podcast, and a doctor like that, accredited person like her, is not going to talk about women taking testosterone if she doesn't think that it can provide some value for people.
What specifically does testosterone do for women?
I believe it can really assist and help with like menopause and things like that. So, and also,
I know it boosts libido, right? For women too, right?
Yeah, huge libido boost. It also will help with bone density. Bone density, muscle mass. Almost all of us, except for the few of us that are totally crazy that love to live, everyone's going to suffer from some sarcopenia. Your muscle mass is going to start to come down. They say like over the age, it starts to really decline. But I think that women, it's been amazing, like their journey, like because I started lifting in probably 1988 or something like that, I was just a little kid. I don't remember the exact age or time, but I was like around 12. And when I started going to gyms at like 15, 16 years old, there was no women. Every once in a while, there'd be like a woman, and she would be like the boyfriend, or she would be, she would be with somebody that like was teaching her how to lift or whatever. But we just went to the gym.
It was like 70% chicks. And
Yeah, it's a lot of women in there, and it's amazing. And then plus the evolution of how strong women are getting. I just posted on my friend's page the other day at Hunter Henderson. She is so strong. She's a IFBB pro bodybuilder, insanely strong, world records in powerlifting. And she's just doing, she's squatting 315. But she's squatting 315 super deep, super controlled, along with all this other leg exercise she's doing. And I wrote on her, like, I'm out of here. Like, I gotta page anymore. Like, I'm embarrassed that you're killing me. And there's a lot of people and there's a lot of girls with really impressive lifts. There's girls deadlifting 300, 400, 500, even 600 pounds. Shit's getting crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. That workout that we did this morning was phenomenal. The way that you were explaining to me those twists with using the core and the glutes together to contort the spine, and using the dumbbell to do that movement between the legs to the lift. I've never done anything like that before. That was super, super cool.
I'm very accepting and open to a lot of conjecture, and a lot of criticism. And I think, maybe even while people are listening, not just this episode of the show, but all of these episodes of the show, because you have a lot of conspiracy theories, things going on, and you have a lot of things that are challenging the status quo. But I would love for everybody to kind of, they say, put on your thinking cap, put on your cap that blows off the previous beliefs that you have for a moment. Like, just suspend your beliefs in a little cloud, just have them kind of hovering over you, and be prepared to potentially have those beliefs help you to change your mind over time. Because changing your mind over time and changing your answer over time is going to be the thing that, over a period of time, you'll have a collection of thoughts that will be more intelligent, or just keep advancing. And you can be almost a little robotic with it in a way, and you don't have to be so attached. I think what was the quote that you said while you were working out?
Yeah, there's a great quote of this guy. I forget his name. He was on my friend Julie Gore's podcast, and his quote was, I have a bunch of very strong opinions loosely held. Right? And I think I love that quote. That is a really wonderful way to go through life, because if I tell you, if you want to get big, you got to do eccentrics, but you don't believe in eccentrics because you've heard Mike Israel maybe say that they're not important, you just missed what I said. And maybe what I'm talking about is slightly different than what you previously thought. And so I see that happen all the time. I'm still very guilty of it. The second I hear somebody spewing something, I'm like, bullshit, this guy's an idiot, this guy's a liar, this guy's dumb, this guy doesn't know about this or that. It's easy to do that, but try to do what's harder to do. And what's harder to do is to be open-minded. The sport that I've done for the last 30 years or so, powerlifting, it has potential to completely wreck and destroy your body. Yes. For me, I was very fortunate that I learned so much over the years, and I had so many great mentors, that it didn't destroy my body. But it did leave me really tight, and it did leave me to just have a lot of holes in my game for just normal movement in life. Something so simple as me touching my own shoulder. Yeah. I did a good bicep workout.
Yeah, it's not just because I'm jacked. It's there's a lot of people that have a hard time doing that. There's a lot of people that can do it very easily that are even bigger. So it's not just about being jacked. It's just that joint doesn't have the capacity to do that because it hasn't really had to do that motion before. And so I've been just studying the whole game. And I've always thought and always said that if you want to be a champion, if you want to be amazing, you want to be great at something, then you're going to be willing to do all of it. Like we did the myofascial release stuff. That stuff sucks to do. It hurts. We're on those balls. We're doing the different things. On those kettlebells. But if you love golf, then you'll be on the ground. It's not easy to do, but yeah, I fell in love with a lot of the stuff from the guy's name is Nabi Aguilar, functional patterns, and people get pissed off at me just for even liking it. And it's like, dude, I'm not
Not part of it. You're in the wrong team, bro.
yeah. Well, I just would really wish that people would just give stuff a shot. Like, okay, maybe you do think it's dumb, but that's a good first reaction. That's a good, yeah. It's good to have that safety net. Yeah, but go to the gym and actually just try to apply one thing that this guy's ever said. And if you do, you're probably going to be like, that's interesting. Yeah, seems a pretty good point. So you might not love it. You might not want to do it. You might not believe anything he says, but it's going to be hard to deny it if you try it and share what you feel.
Yeah, I think it's super important to change up your goals and your routines, especially with weightlifting. I love to do that. It's hard to do, but like you also have to like learn and evolve with stuff. And the problem with that is it's difficult for people online, especially like these doctor influencers online. It's very hard for them. It's counterintuitive for them to do that when they're talking from a voice of authority, saying, "I'm this." I went to Stanford, got my degree and all this stuff. I'm a fucking doctor, and this is the right way to do things. And then a year later, flipping that around, saying something completely different. So, like, it's the antithesis of like maintaining this authoritative voice that people have online to build their brand.
I think Paul Saladino did a good job of switching lanes, and I know people got mad at him about that. But I thought it like he tried something different, right? So he was eating meat. He's on the carnivore. And some people look at it like, oh, he's a failed vegan, now he's a failed carnivore, now he's bouncing around. So, well, if he's really smart, he'll continue to bounce around until he finds the exact thing that not only works great for him, but works great for maybe people that are listening to him. And I think where the carnivore diet might have some holes in its game, especially when it comes to like weight loss, it's just the amount of fat that people consume sometimes. And so if you're going to eat, like my brother and I actually are the first people to mention a carnivore diet, first people to mention meat fruit as a potential diet.
Yeah, I heard you guys. I was talking this morning. You were on Rogan in like 2015 or something like that,
yeah.
And you're talking about the carnivore diet. It's like, what, bro? I eat kale. I think you called him a nerd.
Yeah, well, yeah, I call him a nerd. Yeah, I'm not a nerd. I'm not a kale salad.
He's like, what's wrong with salad, man?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Look at the evolution of. Look where we are now, man.
I know. I'm a fan of vegetables, by the way. I think they're great. They don't have a whole lot of energy to them. They're not really calorically dense.
Yeah.
And they can be a great filler. And I think there's a lot of stuff that vegetables do that we don't even know. So people talk about the like anti-nutrients that it has and stuff like that, but I just don't think we really know. I think that like an anti-nutrient that might be in kale probably also has a hormetic effect somewhere. Meaning that like a little poison is a good thing. And so I think that there's too much unknown. But I think if there's a hole in the game of the carnivore diet would be that it can potentially have a lot of fat. There's a lot of people just thinking like, I'm just going to blast this because I'm not eating this. I'm not eating this this whole other thing of macronutrients. I'm not eating any carbohydrates. Or for the men and women that are mainly just practicing only eating meat. Now, if you're eating meat and you're also eating some sugar, which would be like fruit and honey, then you have an even bigger problem because you're still consuming a ton of saturated fat and you're eating carbohydrates. It doesn't really matter where the carbohydrates come from that much, but if you're in a state of overconsumption or, which no one ever talks about this, you just have a hard time being compliant. Well, now you're on a high-fat diet where it's also like high sugar and high pizza and high ice cream and high all these other things because you're having a hell of a time with adherence. The carnivore diet can have a crazy problem with adherence. And so someone might do it for 2 or 3 days, but then they cheat. 2 or 3 days and they cheat. Yes, it's hard. Yeah. You don't know what the outcome of that is.
Have you ever heard of Tim Ferriss's low carb diet? Yeah. Where he just said he basically stays like low carb or keto on like the edge, borderline of keto all week long. Like on Saturday, he'll just eat some slam donuts and pizza.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to do this, but even in that case, I think it can just end up being reckless if you're not aware of the fat consumption. And I've been tampering with every diet you can think of. I used to do carb night from John Kiefer. I don't know if you remember that diet.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, there's like carb backloading where you just mainly eat all your carbs at the end of the day, which doesn't sound like a good idea. I've done protein leveraging. I've done there's all kinds of different diets you can do. There's something called a protein sparing modified fast, which is just like almost impossible to follow. But really, what that is like rather than someone like yourself saying, "I'm going to do a 72-hour fast," instead of doing a 72-hour fast, you say, over the next 72 hours, I'm going to only eat protein. That's all I'm going to eat is protein. And it's going to be straight protein too, just like egg whites, maybe chicken breast, and so a little bit of fat in there. Yeah, maybe some turkey. But you do that for 2 or 3 days, and that is obviously a very restricted diet.
Right.
But this is how a lot of bodybuilders get really, really lean for a bodybuilding show. They'll have really lean sources of meat. They might have some carbs and stuff in there too because they train so hard and everything, but they're going to be on a very, very lean diet. Like Chris Bumstead is at like 1,600 calories when he's, last maybe 3-4 weeks before a bodybuilding show, which is insane because if he has to sink his calories that low and he has to sink his fat down that low, his fat might be 40 grams or something like that a day, which is really low to try to do that. But my point being is like there's so many different ways that we can move all this stuff around, but you can't have the carbohydrates and the fats being really high unless it's like for some really short period of time. So even if it balances out at the end of the month that your carbs and your fats are high and you're in a caloric surplus, you are probably going to run into some issues with heart disease. You're probably going to run into some issues that you could have avoided if you just had a little bit better knowledge. The easiest way to look at it, in my opinion, is just to watch those fat calories. Just pay attention to it. Be careful of like, I'm eating buffalo wings and pastrami and salami and cheese, because that's Tim Ferriss is a big fan of cheese. So yeah, I know cheese is like 1 to 1. It's like 1 gram of fat per 1 gram of protein.
Oh, is it really?
Same with eggs. Whole egg, it's like 6 and 6 or 7 and 7, depending on the size of the egg, and that's pretty fat. So you want it, like, in my opinion, I would rather see somebody add some egg whites to like an omelet or to their eggs that they're going to have in the morning, so that way they're having more volume, but they're also not consuming nearly as many calories. Protein is a weird thing. It's not a great energy source. You got your carbs and your fats, and those two can count against you a little bit more so than in terms of not being able to lose weight. And keep in mind too, as I'm talking about a lot of this stuff, I'm talking about like losing body fat.
Right.
So if you're somebody that just wants to be healthy, then things are a little bit different. The other day, your fat or your carbs can be whatever range that you want, as long as you're not being weight.
Right. And that's something that you don't notice when you're not overweight. It's like when I started experimenting with the keto diet like 7 years ago, I felt great. I felt amazing. That's when I first learned about it from Don. And I started doing my blood work, and I took the cholesterol was off the freaking charts, like crazy. I thought like my primary care doctor was like, "You're gonna be dead in 5 years." But like he didn't know. I mean, he didn't understand like all of like the latest research and all this stuff because people don't really know losing patients.
And it's still changing all the time. I think that with all the information I've heard about cholesterol, it seems like where we sit now is actually a little bit more in the middle. So I think for a moment there, we were like, oh, it doesn't matter at all. Nick Norwitz did his Oreo study, and all these different things, but it still seems to matter. It just seems to matter in terms of your LDL cholesterol is high, and then you also want to check like your ApoB. There's all these other things.
I got all that stuff checked. Yeah.
And you check your like fasting insulin, Lp(a), right?
Yeah, I was pretty decent. I got a what's it called? CT angiogram.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just check the plaque. So,
That's great.
But yeah, another thing I wanted to ask you about is like I've noticed a lot of super young people jumping on testosterone, like kids in their like early 20s. There's these dudes that walk around that gym that we just in that look like bigger than him.
Yeah, bigger than
And these kids are like 19 years old, and they don't look a day younger than 40. And I'm like, know there's difference between being good for you or being like hampering your lifestyle, because like one of the main downfalls of it I know is it makes you infertile, right? So like, hey, if you want to have kids, it's not a good idea to do it. But like, I wonder like what would be the other downsides of it long term if you're managing. Obviously, if you're blasting at 500 milligrams a week, that's not going to be optimal for like your heart health and things like this. But like if you're doing like a normal dose of this stuff and you've already addressed the reproductive stuff, you don't want to have kids anymore, what would be the downsides?
There's definitely a lot of drawbacks to the whole thing. One of them just being bigger. Having a lot of body weight. People tend to live longer when they're just smaller.
Yeah.
I think a lot of centurions, people that live to be over 100 years old, they can be like 100 pounds, or 120, 140 pounds, and like little people. And so I think that doing some of these things when you're young, it's good to like probably get a lot of these things out of your system. So if you're going to do that at any time, the body repairs itself pretty well. But you could be really tampering with something that you maybe don't fully understand. Testosterone and steroids in general, they change like so many things about you. How people have kind of stated that the COVID vaccine changes your like DNA and things of that nature, right? Testosterone changes like everything about you. It changes your personality, changes everything. There was somebody that on my YouTube channel that I just got done with a run. I posted like a video and I was kind of stating what I did for the day. I was like, oh, I lifted, done a good run.
Yeah.
And someone's like, well, it's easy for you to say because you're on steroids. Like, and I actually thought about it for a moment. Rather than like getting mad about it, I gave it a second. I was like, you know what, that dude's kind of right. Because steroids are actually motivating. People might not really know that, but like you think about anybody you talk to who's had like low T, they're kind of like down.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey man, go play some pickleball? Like, oh no. Okay, you want to play some video games? They're just like low energy. They're kind of just not the same, right? But you can flip a switch for some people when it takes some testosterone. Or what about the person that maybe their whole life, maybe they grew up a little bit smaller than them, maybe they grew up like kind of skinny, they kind of got pushed around, right? Well, now they do a little jiu-jitsu and they get in the gym a little bit and they take a little testosterone. They're going to feel like a completely different person. Your POV is going to change. Your point of view on everything is going to change massively when you have a little bit more testosterone in you because you're going to be stronger, you're going to be bigger. And there's also another side of it, like if you start to take something like trenbolone or some of these things, changes like so many things. It changes a lot of your senses, it changes the way you smell things, it changes the way that you taste. It'll literally change your life. You hear people talk about how angry they are when they're on it. Now, everyone doesn't get the same effects, everyone has the same side effects and stuff like that. But probably one of the biggest issues with steroids in general, with all of it, and these young kids taking it, is the addictive side. It's going to be hard to like.
You think they're addicted to testosterone?
They are for me. I've been on for a really long time.
What specifically is addictive to that?
Just the whole feel that you get.
Oh, really?
Because I've definitely considered, I'm 48, and I definitely have considered, like, maybe I should come off. But now I'm like, well,
oh, really? Even in your 40s?
Yeah, I'm like, now I'm obviously on like way lower dosages and all that stuff. I'm going to get my blood work checked and try to do it in a healthy way and all that stuff. But I'm just like, maybe I should just, because I've been doing them since I was 25 years old. So that's, how much research is there on people like 1 year? Yeah, how much research is there on? Yeah, Arnold, right? He's like almost 80, right? There's a lot of people that have been doing it for a long time. But even like, let's just hypothetically say that I stopped. If I start getting them 70, if I thought I needed it,
That's how I feel about these things.
Yeah.
I tried testosterone for like 4 months about 2 years ago, and I felt tired. And I didn't feel great. Honestly, I probably thought I felt worse on it. I don't know what it was, but I definitely felt like fatigued all the time, just tired all the time.
Previously, you have like low testosterone, and did you get your testosterone checked?
My testosterone was, I got it done before, it was like 750. And got it done in the middle of it, and I was doing up to like 1,500. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot more. Obviously,
Yeah, right. But it can make you feel lethargic in some ways because it does make you. It just makes you like bigger, and it almost like I don't want to say it makes you slower because there's so many different outcomes you can have in regards to like how you're training and everything else. They can certainly make you faster because they can make you more powerful, more explosive. But they will also cause, like if you take them for a handful of weeks, they might also cause some water retention.
Yes.
And your blood pressure might go up a little bit. You might just feel a little bit more tired.
So that's what Dom was telling me when I tried it. He's like, your blood pressure up. Just keep track of it. And I did that. I mean, I don't and like whenever I try to investigate things like this, I try to do like more than to make sure that I'm fucking safe with it. And logbook and stuff like that. But yeah, so like the fatigue stuff was really weird to me. I didn't feel more motivated because I've heard people talking about motivation increases and things like that. The other thing was it killed my dick. People talk about it boosting your libido. It fucking drove mine into the ground.
Was that all you were taking was testosterone? Yeah. Like I said, all the drugs are like a double-edged sword. And erectile dysfunction happens in a lot of people from testosterone. I don't even know if everyone understands all the mechanisms behind that. I do know that when your testosterone goes up, a lot of times you're destroyed over your estrogen. Yep. Will want to kind of like that boost libido, right? It can. Yeah, it can. And also if you drive your estrogen way down, that can hurt you. But if your estrogen way up, that's protective, right? It's like protecting what you're doing. Like heart, yeah, it can be like heart protector. But I think if your estrogen gets like out of hand, your testosterone is blasted to the ceiling. Yeah. Or when your testosterone is really low, probably not going to feel great from either one of those. It's like this thing about being in the middle. And so I think we're just at the very beginning stages of like figuring a lot of this out. I think that in the future, it's not just going to be like a shot of testosterone. I think that like each person that seeks this out will probably get a shot of something that maybe has 3 or 4 different things in it, so that it's because I mean that's what bodybuilders are doing now. And when I started, years ago, 3 or 4 things. So I was a professional wrestler for a handful of years, like jumping off the top rope type stuff.
Really?
And when I was doing pro wrestling, we basically would say that if you're not on 3 things at one time, then you're natural.
That's fucking awesome.
So yeah, it's like you take testosterone, equipoise, and some Anavar or something.
Yeah. So
those other drugs, those other compounds, like bodybuilders are meatheads for sure, but they're also really smart. Those other compounds can, so if you do it strategically and you're paying attention to what you're doing, that's blasting all 3 of them. You can lower the testosterone quite a bit. You can take like Primavol and Masteron. I don't know if this would be like thrown off of YouTube or whatever, but you can take these other things.
Medical advice.
Yeah, exactly. You can take these things, with testosterone and not have to take the same amount. So you get the positive effects of testosterone. So like if we forgot your first experience with testosterone, like we redid it and you said your goals were, we can appropriately dose testosterone and like something like Primavol or Masteron both have a tendency to lower your estrogen a little bit. Not crush it, but just keep it in line, right? Stay lean. And then also you're not going to get the negative sides from either one of them because you're taking like half the dosage of each one. And you can do that maybe like twice a week or something, and you have like really crazy, phenomenal results. So when I started, the first time I ever took anything, I think I took testosterone and Deca together. It's an androgen. And I took those together, and I think I gained 25 pounds. And it was like in a really short period of time. So back to like good and bad, like 25 pounds in a short period of time, that's a lot. That's not very healthy, right? Like your body's like, yo, what's going on? But I felt awesome, right? And a 45-pound plate felt like a frisbee. I felt super strong, like strength was going through the roof, and then veins started kind of like popping out everywhere. This is awesome. And so that's the addictive side that I'm talking about, because those kids you talk about in the gym, they're not just taking testosterone. They're taking a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Actually, most of them, many of them probably don't even really have good access to testosterone.
Well, that's another thing I was going to say.
They're probably taking a bunch of
they're buying their testosterone like underground. Right. They're just buying shit. Somebody's probably making a bathtub or something like that. They're not getting something from a pharmacy.
And when these guys share like what the goals are, then the guys selling shit to them probably saying, "Oh, you need the orals, and you need this and this." And they're more toxic. Like they're flat out the oral steroids are.
And these kids also never know their blood work. So they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They don't care. They're just excited.
Exactly.
They just want to be jacked. I mean, look at how many people we go online. It seems like everyone's jacked, but as we talked about in the gym, only like 5% of the population works out at all.
Yeah. One of the things I did notice though that I can't deny is I had like I could get a shitty night's sleep and still feel easy today, no problem. I wake up in the morning, hop right out of bed, and like right away.
I think it's a big cause of sleep apnea too, interestingly enough. I mean, for one, you get bigger, but I think there's some, I don't know what the correlation is personally, but it seems like there's a correlation to testosterone. I've heard that, and I don't know. It could just be the weight gain. It could also be that maybe holding a little extra water. But almost everybody I know that takes testosterone, especially when they start to take quite a bit of it, they almost all have trouble sleeping. Really,
my sleep definitely got better.
Yeah, I went many years where I was probably only sleeping like 4 or 5 hours. It's crazy. That was like right in the middle of my power team. So it was stronger than ever. I guess it didn't hurt me at all to not have that. But who knows? I mean, maybe it show up in something nowadays because maybe that did have a negative impact. But at the time, I was strong as shit, so it didn't matter.
Yeah. You know what the funniest things to me is how there's this huge stigma with these steroids and testosterone in sports like the NBA and the NFL. And it's like, oh, they can't be doing that. These guys are going to be piss tested for these things. But I know a lot of those guys are literally on testosterone, and they have to be on testosterone. When you're playing in the NFL and you're getting smashed to bits by these people every week, like, and then you're going to go take one day off, go back and start working out and running drills again until your next game. There's no way that the human body can sustain that for years unless you're on these drugs that can help your body recover. Right?
It's supposed to help a lot with brain health too.
Yeah,
so, like
for concussions and stuff.
Yeah, like who better to be on steroids than these guys?
Oh, and of course.
Like, are you not entertained? Like, we want to be entertained.
Exactly, right?
It's interesting because we want to be entertained to a certain point, but then it gets to be like too much. It's like, when it comes to, I don't know.
I don't want to be entertained, but not if these guys are injecting testosterone. That's too far. That's not worth the entertainment.
But then some dudes snort cocaine before them, And it's like, how performance enhancing is that? Like, that's got to be amazing.
A lot of these guys are on Adderall, right? Have you seen the videos of some of the, I don't know if you can watch football, but there's you can watch the slow-mo videos of some of these running backs like Derrick Henry. You can watch it running, or even Antonio Brown back when he was still playing.
And their eyeballs.
Fucking eyeballs are saucers, dude.
Yeah.
So for some, I just learned this recently when I was talking to a buddy of mine who was an assistant coach for, I think, the Gators back when like Tebow was playing, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, he goes all the running backs and receivers, they're all on every single one." What? I had no idea that would be like something that would help football players. Because it seems like a body kind of like athletic ability thing, not so much of a. I mean, Adderall's basically like speed.
I do think that there are things like Adderall, and I could be speaking like I could be talking out my ass, but I think that some of these things that are like that have to do with dopamine, I think some of these things can potentially help make somebody more explosive. So I know there's some other drugs that people get into too that they'll take and make them like faster, like literally faster and stronger. Like at the moment, it's not a steroid. It's just something that boom switches something on. I think it's interesting that kratom isn't. Kratom's not banned. It's not a banned substance when it comes to like NFL, NBA.
Oh, really?
Even the Olympics, I think. It's interesting because you're like, I think it would be, but
Yeah, because I know a lot of bodybuilders love kratom.
yeah, it's getting bigger, and you have these this white rabbit, or
That's the white rabbit.
yeah, I think Larry Beatles, I think.
Yes, he has his own. He has his own custom flavor.
Man, he's just so freaky. I do, yeah. Yeah, I've had an opportunity to see him when he's still super young, but it's like, I don't know, like 17, 18 years old, deadlifting like 675 or something like that. He's a beast.
Yeah, this stuff's super interesting.
But I like Kratom so much. I invested in a company. This company's called Newton. I'll have a bunch sent to you.
Is that a bit like this? Or is that different?
You'll absolutely love it. Well, that's my own company, Mindholder.
Oh,
and I sell
so
some kratom, some kava. I have gummies and I have capsules and I have little shots of kratom and stuff like that. But I invested in a company called New Brew. They make a drink that's a little bit like this. It's a fizzy type of tea, and it has kava and kratom in it. The kratom is very low dosage.
Oh, you know who was just telling me about this? Was Hamilton Morris.
Yeah, they're fire, man. They're so awesome. It's such a great product.
So is it like an energy drink?
It's so New Brew. You know, it's trying to be a replacement for a lot of people for alcohol. And my wife actually my wife was drinking wine for many years, and I would drink here and there too with her. But instead of that, we drink that instead. Made the switch.
I quit drinking when I got one of those organs.
Oh, you saw.
I never had a problem drinking, but like in my 20s, I was just going out bars and drinking just not whenever I wanted. I'd be fucking me and a couple friends were just smashing into the captain like an hour. But like when I got one of those organs, I started to notice like this how bad it fucks up your heart rate and your HRV and like changes all these little like nerdy metrics of like your organs. That it put on paper for me. So I'm like, I really never drink alcohol. What are your thoughts of like, I don't know, say like you and I go and grab a steak or something like let's get like a bottle of wine. Can you drink that?
Of course. Yeah. That's kind of the way I feel. Like, hey, is this gonna I don't know, enhance the moment a little bit? It's gonna be more fun.
Oh,
it's more relaxed. Yep. And I'll just drink. I don't really worry about it that much. Years ago, I used to not drink like at all. Like I've only been drunk like a couple times in my whole life.
Really?
I love steroids, but I don't love drugs in general.
Yeah.
Even my son was trying to show me how to like smoke pot one time.
Really?
I like to barely figure it out. I've never done it before. We posted it up on my Instagram and stuff. And everybody was talking about trash. Like, I don't know if you really inhaled. It's like I was trying. I don't know what the hell I was doing. Some of these other drugs I really like it because it feels like an alcohol is something that I can enjoy. And alcohol is something that can relax me. And even more recently with some of the diets, some of the things I've been doing, I'm like, why don't I just have like sometimes at the end of the night, why don't I just have like a glass of wine? Because otherwise, for me, my mind is always thinking about food. I love food. I just want to keep eating. And I'm like, well, at 7 o'clock, why don't I just have like a glass of wine? And then that'll be it for the night. And that works pretty good for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I know, like, if I'm going out with friends or if I'm, doing something where I'm being social or going to a party, of course I'll have drinks. And I know that I'm gonna fuck up my sleep that night. It's just like you gotta do it. On a normal day, like the night before a podcast, I'm not gonna drink.
Hey, we can make an argument. Maybe it's good for you. Like maybe it's good for you to have a little shitty sleep.
The other day,
Your body more resilient.
I think so too. I totally, dude. It's weird too. Sometimes when I get really fucked up the night before, something I have to do the next day, and I sleep like shit, and I wake up hungover. Sometimes I feel like super hyper vigilant, like super sharp. Like I feel better than I have done. I don't know what's going on there, but that's happening to me.
We should make an app that shows how much better you slept after you drank a lot.
I know, right?
People would love it.
An anti-overbrain.
Like, oh my god, you got 100% on your sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting completely wrecked the night before. The other day, I just got out of the weekend. Beach, just the kids that are here. Just the little bottle of tequila. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna drink this. I'm gonna do this thing each of the slam. Drink a whole mini bottle of I was like, I'm gonna drink shit. And then about 20 minutes later, it all hit me like a truck.
Oh no.
And I was pretty smashed.
It all came
But it's
together.
fun to do that every once in a while.
It all came together at the same time.
Yeah, it all hit me just at once. It just completely snuck up on me. It wasn't very good.
I think some of what you're talking about at the gym, I think, is what's pretty cool about like your goals and stuff like that. And I think a lot of times people have trouble like really being more specific about your goals. I know there's like some people that have talked in the past about having a particular goal and being like super specific about it, writing it down. I don't know if you need to go that far with like exercise and stuff like that, but it is cool to like really think about it on a deeper level rather than like I just want to be like bigger and stronger. Maybe you kind of figure out like why, like what's the reason, and the reason why that's important is like maybe bench squat, deadlift, bent over rows, and military presses aren't the best thing for somebody, but maybe they are. They can be. Like if somebody is 135 pounds and they're graduating high school, they want to be little bit more jacked, they want to be a little thicker, then maybe they do those things for their body because maybe that will help make them feel better. But if we're talking about like an athlete or something, they might want to have other considerations. Like, oh, you want to be fast, you want to be, and you want to be big and strong, but you want to be big and strong and fast in your sport, and not just be able to perform, some good lifts.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I just want to. I mean, my goal has always. I've never really wanted to be like some friend, just like super jacked, meathead gorillas. I know they look great. I admire that, but I also want to not injure myself. Like I want to be able to sustain my body as long as I can and enjoy like doing the sports that I like to do. Which is why this shit that you were showing me today was so fascinating. And I definitely need to incorporate some of that stuff because working out with like Dom does. I don't think Dom does much of that kind of stuff. Dom does like the very like push and pull like the basics, right? I mean, he's out on a barn, like carrying those nice bars with like 1 million pounds on them and doing like crazy amounts of squats. One of the things I do love though is that behind the bar shoulder press. I forget what's the name. It's like what's the name of those kinds of basic presses where you like bench or like a straight bar up and down. Where you're not doing dumbbells, but you're doing like compound movements. Compound. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, those compound movements. I think those are super, super beneficial, and I've basically done those since I was in high school. But that's when I noticed that as I get older, it's way more important to do something. I think even speaking on that right there, it's like that would probably like advice for people listening right now. Like getting rid of a barbell for most people, most of the time, would probably be a great idea. There's nothing wrong with a barbell. It's not a bad piece of equipment. And if you like to squat, or like to bench, if there's a particular thing you really love to do, and you're doing it correctly and you feel good about it, then by all means, you should probably continue on. But if you feel like tight and you're kind of banged up, you're kind of injured, you're not feeling great, you just want a little bit more mobility, you just want to move and feel a little bit better, just switch to try to do one leg at a time. The kind of bilateral movements. Right. It can really change a lot of things for you. Like just that one simple thing, rather than going in and being like, I'm going to squat heavy, you're going to weight on your back and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you're like, I'm going to do walking lunges. Doing legs and I'm like crazy. Bulgarian split squats, step ups. Like there's a lot of other movements you can do. And then if you still want to train both legs at the same time, you mix in a couple of other things. But I think a lot of times we just get one dimensional. What I've always said about a barbell is a barbell provides a crazy amount of value because of the amount of weight that you use on barbell. If you try to use an equivalent amount of weight with dumbbells, it's really hard. Like a 300-pound bench press is a really nice bench press. But for someone to try to handle 150-pound dumbbells, that's a really good feat of strength. For somebody to handle 150-pound dumbbells, means they been in the gym forever. But there's a lot of guys that bench around 300, even take 200, and then to have 100-pound dumbbells in each hand is like a totally different thing. Or even think of a 200-pound loaded barbell versus a 200-pound dumbbell, right? They're a world of different. They couldn't be any more different, right? So the barbell, it does allow you to overload the body, so it allows you to overload the spine. Those are some really good things that you can do because it can be important for some people that are looking for some of the impact of bone density and having thicker and stronger bones. So it does have some application. It's just that I think we get a little too obsessive with it. I also think we get a little too obsessive with, having this arch posture and being super stiff and only doing both arms at the same time. If you just change it up a little bit, you pull with one arm, and now your body has a twist, and there's some rotation in there. So it's a really simple thing to solve or cure. And again, I'm not saying eliminate barbells forever for everybody, but for most people, you should probably just do a lot less barbell, do more dumbbell, and even. Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show. Take things a step further and even work on some bodyweight exercises. Yeah. They're tough. There's something about pull-ups. It's just I can't
describe what it is, but it's like, I know it's not a ton of weight, it's only your body weight, but something about it is just so taxing and so brutal. And I get like such a pump from doing basic body weight stuff, like pull-ups and push-ups, like almost sometimes more than lifting more weight than that.
Some things to consider, like, again, kind of back to the steroid thing. If somebody takes anabolics, somebody takes steroids, they're going to gain more weight. They're going to have more muscle mass on them than somebody natural. Right? If somebody, even a natural person, if a natural person decides to go to the gym, they start to lift a bunch of weight, they're going to have a lot more body weight on them than what we would have otherwise had on us hundreds of years ago, naturally. Especially if they're like specifically doing bodybuilding the way that like Dom does bodybuilding, right? It might not be a profound, crazy amount of weight that you have on you, but it could be 20 extra pounds, 30 extra pounds, whatever it might be. And so when people talk about like being natural, I think the act of like lifting all the time, like bodybuilding or powerlifting, isn't very natural. Because like I don't think we'd have ever gotten that big. Like people having big legs, like people always love like when someone's got like big legs. I always thought it was kind of stupid. I like having muscular legs and calves and stuff. It's kind of cool. But it's like, well, go try a 400 meter. Go to the track, try 400 meters, and see how those legs work for you. Like they're just too heavy. They're too heavy to lug around. So these are just all things I like to think about them. I like to do like, I'm not saying that this is bad and it's dumb to be big and jacked. I still love it. I'll always love it. But it's good to like just reconsider some of these things. What is your body capable of doing? Like, are you capable of just doing like basic stuff? Can you jump? Can you sprint? I don't know if you can. I don't think that's right. It doesn't make any sense. You work out all the time, you can't jump or sprint.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things. Like one of the best things I've learned was when I had like 5 years ago when I had this like sciatic in my back. I learned like all about the movements of like the hips and the shoulder blades especially, and like learning to keep your posture better, like to protect your spine, like rotating the shoulder blades in and like having the shoulders back, and then using and like having different areas, like different tilt positions of your hips and your pelvis when you're doing these lifts, and that like changed everything. It's huge. Having good posture is incredible, and lifting can sort of can help force someone into having better posture, but lifting too much can force somebody to have worse posture. Somebody who's got like weak shoulders, someone who has their shoulders like really internally rotating forward, and they go in, they hammer out like a lot of bench pressing and stuff like that. Their shoulders are just going to kind of continue to creep forward, and then if you're at your computer all the time, kind of combination of things, looking down at your phone and so on, it's just going to sort of want to shift your head forward. And it's going to sort of just over time, put you in some bad positions. But what I'm trying to explain, and what I think what they're doing in functional patterns is they're trying to say, we know that you can move your body into like these weird ways and have your body sort of almost like misshapen from heavy lifting. Yeah.
I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can lift really heavy and you can build a great body that looks symmetrical. Like there's tons of people. Arnold is a great example. There's a lot of people who've done it over the years, but you have to like know a lot to be able to do that. And what I think is interesting is that you can also just take some of that, some of the knowledge that we know that you can force yourself in these bad positions and look sort of awkward from like overlifting. You have that, lat syndrome thing going on and stuff like that. What's the lat syndrome? Where imaginary lat syndrome, where someone's like kind of posturing up and they're just kind of like walking. Like, hey,
What's going on?
And it's like super stuck and super stiff, and people just moving around like they have a stiff neck. You wake up with a stiff neck one day, and someone calls your name, and you can't. You look worth the shit.
Yeah.
I think it takes some of those same principles and just understand that we can unwind them. Some of the stuff I showed you today.
Yeah.
You don't have bad posture, but over time, you can solidify your postures in positions that otherwise you might be compromised. Like I've never seen you swing a golf club, or I haven't seen you surf, but there could be like little small things you're doing or or do jujitsu, there could be little small things that you're doing or something slightly off that is leading to some stress in your lower back and things like that. And if you strengthen it in the gym, you strengthen it the right way. Like I just don't think like deadlifts at a 45-degree back raise is really gonna like do it. You know what I mean? Like think about how different jujitsu is than like a deadlift. Yeah. Like they're not, and I'm not saying like the only way to get better is to like do the sport. But what I would say is like what you're doing currently isn't going to work the way that you think. However, you can still pick heavy shit up off the ground and have it have massive benefits. So what some people might try to do is say, okay, well, all right, maybe like the regular deadlift bar, I'm not going to polish my back, so I'll use a trap bar. And that sounds fair. Okay, it's a less range of motion. You're able to be in better posture for the lift. Might not be a bad idea to explore some of that. But it would be even better to explore lifting a heavy sandbag. Right. Because now your
asymmetrical shift.
And now your spine has to like grab, your spine has to open up, your spine has to round over. You were just mentioning some of the things you did for like PT, learning to move your spine around. Yeah. You have to, like for me, I took like pride in this because this was my sport. In squat 1,080, you have to have a really rigid spine. So 1,080 deadlift, or 1,080 squat, and a 766 deadlift, and 854 bench.
Hey, didn't you drop that much at one point too? Some chick in a skirt walking in front of you or something?
1,085. Yeah, that didn't help me either. But I created this like rigidness in my spine to where, if I just like bend down towards the ground, and even if I can touch the ground, but if I'm touching the ground, my lower back will still be flat. Like all the other spine will move, but the lower back it stays like super stiff and super tight.
So like you can't hip hinge, like hinge your hip.
I can hip hinge like a mofo. Okay. But I can't like unlock my lower back to really round all the way over to the ground. So like I can move like almost maybe like 3/4 of my spine. But that last part towards the bottom, right, doesn't want to go anywhere. And that was created through bracing, through, we'd say big air, powerlifting, say big air. You push your stomach out against your lifting belt and you just hold this posture. I remember when I did squat 1,080, I remember that we're just squatting over 1,000 pounds many times in training, many times in competition. I remember standing at that weight, and I was like, I'm not going to fucking move from this position no matter what. I'm just going to, all I'm going to do is open up my hips and bend my knees. But this upright posture I have right here, nothing's going to move. And I was able to accomplish that because I built up a ton of strength through doing exercises like good mornings and deadlifts and stiff leg deadlifts and bent over rows. But all of them with a very straight spine. Right? And sometimes the spine would go from straight to maybe just like a little bit of like almost like neutral-ish, maybe slight bend, but everything was almost always straight. More recently, I started getting into like picking up sandbags and picking up stones and rocks and shit like that. And now my back, at first, it was very taxing for me. At first, it was very hard. I had to start with like 60 pounds, 80 pounds. I had to start really light. Oh my God, it's embarrassing. So weak at this. And it's not like I couldn't manhandle the other ones, couldn't lift them at all. It was that every time I lifted them, I felt like I was going to get hurt. And it's because my spine, lower back wouldn't round. But if you can get your lower back to round, you think about jujitsu, someone's trying to stack you, or you're trying these different movements, they can't do shit to you if your spine can really move. It's obviously not just your spine, but if your spine can move better, it's going to be harder for them to pass your guard. It's going to be easier for them to pass theirs, and so on, because your hips and your lower back can get unlocked. And so I would suggest for people listening to try some of these things, maybe just like instead of the barbell, grab some dumbbells for a little while, move those around one at a time, so your body's twisting and moving. Instead of like regular deadlifts, or maybe replace some of your deadlifts with picking up like heavy sandbags. Yeah, try some different shit.
Just messed around with like foot exercises, like feet, the foot balancing stuff.
Yeah, some foot fetish stuff.
Yeah, that stuff really changed the game for me. how like
Foot stuff is great.
how to keep my foot posture correctly, walk with my feet pointed in the right direction, and like strengthening those muscles.
That's huge.
Foundational.
It's huge. And it's the simplest exercise. I mean, there's two really simple things you can do for your feet. One is just to try to kick your shoes off a lot more. If you can, in times when it's appropriate, if you're in particular gyms, they might not want you to have no shoes on. But whenever you have the opportunity to train barefoot, that's great. Don't force it. Like, don't try to train barefoot like a blacktop or anything like that. There's probably no good reason for that. If you run, you might want to try to run a little bit on some grass or something like that, or any opportunity that you get to be in nature and like run on the beach or something like that. All that stuff is incredible. But a really, really easy one, take your shoes and socks off and just grip a towel. And continue to grip it. And while you're doing this, let's say you're doing your right side, you have all of your weight on your left, and your right is just kind of going. You're just crinkling your feet. You're trying to actually scrunch your foot, mainly at the arch. But what you'll find is like that doesn't move very. You're gonna probably most likely, unless you're a good dancer or something, right? You're gonna find like that part won't move that great. So really focus on that. You want to try to almost turn your foot out to where you're getting a little bit more towards like the pinky toe. And then what you do is you'll start to shift your weight like in 50-50 body weight. And now you're trying to crinkle that foot. Then you lean all the way over to that side and you have like 70% or so of your body weight on the right side while you're still trying to crinkle that towel down. And you're going to find that like totally stuck at it. You can't really even grab the towel, but over time you can work your way into being able to pick the towel up. You can work your way into being able to pick the towel up even if it's wet, because it's heavier. But at first, it's like that scene in Kill Bill where the girl's looking down at her foot. She's like, "Move your left pinky toe." She can't get it to move. You're gonna feel like that because your feet probably just so moving.
Yeah. Yeah, I recently got one of those brand wide toe shoes. It's called Lux or something. Yeah, does that sound right?
Yeah.
Because my whole life I've always worn like skateboard shoes.
Here's where I get to be the old guy who can jump into some cool stuff and then 10 minutes. Yeah, but I sort of did. I worked with Reebok many years ago, probably 8 or 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
And we created a shoe together, and it was mainly for powerlifting. I was like, powerlifters have fat feet. Powerlifters got wide feet. All that heavy lifting kind of makes your foot kind of turn into a human-shaped foot into like an elephant foot. Right. And so we made a version of a shoe that was a little bit similar to a Chuck Taylor, but it was much wider, had a wider toe box. And I got this opportunity there. You guys see them there. Is this them? CrossFit Light TR, they were called. Yeah, we made one with ST on it for super training.
Oh, that's cool, dude.
And it's kind of crazy because, like, from here, Reebok made these for a while. They made like 2 or 3 different versions of them. And then from this point on, it was like game over. Like, they're just an entire, Vivo, Barefoot, and all these other companies started to come along years after this happened. And this happened only because of my friend Kelly Starrett. Kelly Starrett was like, he's like, "Do you have your own shoe, Mark Bell?" And I was like, I'm like, "No." He's like, "But man," he's like, "You know so much about lifting and stuff." He's like, "You should have a lifting shoe." And I was like, "I'd love to." He's like, "I'll introduce you to people at Reebok." So he was kind enough to have myself and my buddy Jesse Burdick go to Reebok and start to explain to these guys about, lifting. And as I started to get more into like foot stuff and looking at feet, I started noticing people at coffee shops and people just walking down the street. I'm like, holy shit, I never noticed it before, but nobody fits in. Like, listen to the show now and go out and start to observe some people walking around in their shoes. You're going to see so many people that outside of their foot is outside of the rubber that they're standing.
Yes.
Makes zero sense.
Right.
The reason is,
Even like, especially running shoes, I feel like, because they'll have that skinny base, the sole, and then you'll see the fabric comes out around on both sides because their feet are wider than the sole of their shoe. They have like crazy bunions and stuff like that.
it's insane. It's an aesthetic thing, right? So like, you have your 5 toes, hopefully, right? And as you have those 5 toes, as you go up further the foot gets a little bit wider, and then it tapers back in again towards your heel. Right? But a shoe is built the exact fucking opposite way. Isn't that crazy? Because a shoe is built a little bit more like a torpedo, but it should be turning the other way. Yeah, the front part should be the fatter part. And people are always like, "Oh, it's like a clown shoe. That doesn't look good." Yeah, it's like, well, so what I try to communicate to people is that you want your shoes to be foot shaped and not shoe shaped. Yeah. So just don't buy shit anymore. That's not. There's certain circumstances where if you're playing soccer or certain things where you can make an argument a tighter shoe, or even for running. You know, you can get some really cool running shoes that might squish your feet a little bit, but the shoe might be exponentially like the super shoes. I don't know if you know what a super shoe is. Super shoe has a carbon fiber foot plate, and because it has a carbon fiber foot plate in it, if I had the shoe right here in front of you and I tried to like fold it, or if I tried to push it on the desk and like let it go, it would jump across the because it has like all the stored energy from this carbon fiber foot plate that's like made out of this like rubbery plasticky thing. It's real bouncy. So you can make an argument that there's like a good reason to wear a super shoe. However, they kind of end up in that category of look how skinny they are. On a foot that's skinny. Right. I'm not personally glad that that's crazy. That part of their foot that skinny like that.
Have you seen like famous basketball players' feet?
Oh
LeBron,
yeah.
LeBron James' feet. They're right.
Yeah, and you know, so
Let's pull up an image of LeBron James' feet.
there we go. This is really interesting. Okay, the shoes do some of that. The shoes do some of that stuff to his feet, but also, as crazy as this is going to sound,
Look, that one right there, where it's like, bottom left.
they look like the toes never came out. Yeah, I wonder, like maybe toenails. That's dead, and that's not even a bad picture. Like it's worse than that. Yeah. But yeah, he does definitely have bunions. But interestingly enough, in a sport where there's a lot of stopping and starting and jumping, it's actually really important that you smush your foot together like a crazy person. So having the ability to splay your toes is a nice ability to have. But you would never splay your toes and like jump. You wouldn't be like, oh, hold on a second, let me get my toes out all away from each other as much as I possibly can, so I can bounce off of them. You actually are gonna like turn them into like a little club. You turn your foot like a little club. You squeeze everything together. You jump off of that because when you jump off the outside edge. Well, everyone's a little different, right? There's some people that they go into it more. There's a lot of people that are probably upset with me that happens. There's a big thing about the big toe. The big toe is a big thing, really. But the big toe is going to be the thing that pushes off probably like last. So you're gonna like stop, and you're gonna like come to this like fat side of your foot, and then you're gonna like turn inward towards the big toe. But a lot of people like LeBron and a lot of famous like track athletes and stuff like that, they not so much track athletes because they're straight ahead, but anyone that has to stop, start, and jump, soccer players and so forth, football players, even their feet are probably pretty messed up, and especially because of the cleat. People think like a bunion, they think it's just like a normal, like, it's a genetic thing, but it's like, no, it's because your foot has been in this like little prison for a while.
Yeah, I got those regular toes. I'll put those on my feet for a while. And apparently, they're really good for like blood flow.
I got some bad actually down here. Check this
Really?
out.
Yeah. What are those? They look like Jordans.
I know, I'm sick. These are called field grounds, I think they're called.
Field grounds. So they're like grounding shoes.
These are not particularly grounding shoes, but they look cool and they fit great.
Yeah.
And so it's nice to have a shoe that like look decent. I got some weird shoes.
Yeah.
But I don't mind wearing them because I'm like, I don't really care if someone thinks they look good.
No, I mean it's the most important part of the whole balance of your muscular skeletal system.
Why did you get into feet?
Because my back, right? Because my back. If your back's fucked up, it probably starts with your feet. I would imagine. Unless there's other things going on. Like,
That's huge,
right? Yeah, and as well as your gait, like the posture, like the way you walk with your feet, your toes are pointed out when you're walking. that's going to throw up legs and your shins and your hips, and it all connects to everything. And it starts with the feet and how how you take care of your feet and how the strength of your feet is like super important. I didn't realize that until I had a problem, and then I started fixing that, and things started to get better.
Yeah, you have to be.
You can go down. You can go so far, like nerding out on this shit, dude. It can become a problem.
I was just talking to a dentist the other day, and the dentist is like, so maybe a root canal that you got 15 years ago isn't contributing factor to your knee hurting. Like, oh, it's just like, it gets to be, like you said, it gets to be pretty wild.
Yeah.
All you can do is try to do your best with the information that you currently have and match it up against your previous thoughts and start to try to you don't have to sit there and train your feet religiously, but what will happen over time is you'll become a little bit of a crazy person like myself, where when I'm relaxing or have downtime, there's times where I'm just not doing really anything. I'm literally just watching TV with my wife, watching ATX or 1923 or whatever these series are that are on TV. I'm a sucker for something everybody else is watching these. And I'm just not doing much. But there's other times where I have a bunch of different things that are next to where I sit and watch TV, and I sit on the floor.
Yeah.
I get on the floor, I get on the ground, I start rolling, just like foam roller type stuff. But I like to use a medicine ball that I roll around on. That's really hard. It's like a 10-pound medicine ball. You can pick it up off of Amazon. It's black and blue, and it works amazing for getting into the sides of your back. I had you kind of experiencing that today, and you were sitting on it, getting into glute and everything. Yeah, I realized my ass is really it needs to be pounded out. I gotta get my ass pounded. Yeah, again. But you can do a lot of these things while you're just kind of chilling. Yeah. And the benefit of them and why you would consider doing them is that every time you go back to doing said thing, you're just gonna feel better. And over time, you're gonna feel better, be better. You go to jiu-jitsu, oh my god, I couldn't believe I got out of that hole today. Just little shit's gonna start to happen, and you start to work on your grip, or your forearms. And you're like, I couldn't believe it. It was easier to grab a hold of that guy or break this hold, or whatever the case is. So with the feet, it's like you can just sit there with a towel underneath your foot, as long as you're not annoying the rest of the family.
Right.
My wife said that I'm the founder, the chief, the CEO of AnnoyYourFamily.com. So I'm always doing all this shit in their side view and trying to watch TV.
Me too. It's always been like that with me, and little weird things like that, or little weird supplements, or even just weird diets. I mean, my wife just did not give two shits about any of it. I'm like, we gotta try this new way of eating, this new diet. We're gonna try doing this and cut this out. She's like, fuck you. I'm eating the same shit I've always eaten. I don't give a rat's ass what you do. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, chicks didn't fall into the supplement. They didn't fall into the supplement thing.
No, not at all. Especially my wife. That's asked about it.
And they're way healthier than us too. We should probably pay attention what
right.
they're doing, right?
Yeah, totally. Do you do any of the neck stuff, the iron neck, or any of that crap?
A little bit, yeah.
I wonder if it's good. Because I've tried it. Every once in a while. I got one of them, but when I'm doing it, I feel like I'm hurting my neck. I don't know. It feels like I'm doing more good.
Yeah, the neck stuff, it's like a delicate thing to try to train. But if you're doing jiu-jitsu, you gotta train. Right? You really should be training. Two people that you should follow. One is Etsema Ine from my podcast.
Okay.
He's the co-host. You're probably gonna laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Here's my shout out. His name is say it wrong. But you can look him up. He has an amazing YouTube channel. He also he also been the co-host of my show a lot. But he does a lot of stuff with training the neck. And look at this guy. I mean, it's so it's dumb.
He's a fucking.
No, it's yeah.
He looks like a test tube. Created was created in a fucking lab or something.
Superhuman. A pro bodybuilder in a tested federation, natural bodybuilders.
Wow.
Look at his legs, dude. Holy shit. So he hears some of this stuff about lifting and getting too big, getting too bulky, and then not being able to move good. He kind of laughs it off because he's very open. But he's been aware of his mobility. He's been ahead of the game. And some of it has to do with him coming onto the podcast. He's learned a lot. Yeah, it's like funny because I think in that picture right there of Enzima, I think he was actually showing me some stuff like how to bodybuild because I was prepping for a bodybuilding show at the time. And he wasn't prepped for a bodybuilding show. He just happened to pop his shirt. He's just like, he's already demonstrating for me. But like, look at the shape that he's in. He's not even like,
okay, so what is this guy on? What's his, kind of supplements is he on?
he's on being amazing. Being Nigerian.
He's got to be on some sort of drugs.
Nothing.
You're telling me he's all natural?
He's as natural as far as I know. Yes, he's just kind of a big dude. He's like 6'2", and he's a good like 240, 250. He puts weight on fairly easily. Like a while back,
He's got his neck's wider than his head.
yeah. I know. He trains that stuff.
God damn,
Bro. One thing that's really cool about him to see his evolution. Oh, that was rope flow, by the way. We should plug that. Can you go back to a couple of those clips of him twirling around those ropes? Because people try to give him shit for this. Like, this isn't how you got jacked. What are you doing? Yeah, this stuff looks stupid or whatever they say about it. Doesn't look manly. Yeah.
and he's working out outside.
It's 100%. But this rope flow stuff can really get your spine to open up. And when we were doing some movements today, I noticed that when we were doing some movements today that you were having trouble allowing your spine to kind of like relax. Yeah. And this will help your spine relax. And all of this is weighted rope. It's not anything too crazy. You can start to practice this with a band, or you can start to practice this with a jump rope. But it'd be better if you got one of these. It's called a winding rope. I think it's seen that on the website, but it's like Stronger Human, I think. I'll try to plug that and maybe put it in the show notes. Okay. Because I bet I've said it correctly. I think that's what it is. And they have ropes on there. He actually trains people for courses on some of this rope flow. I'm not trying to plug him for no reason. I'm trying to give you guys some information and some insight into some things and some practices that can help you move better. I've actually seen him improve a lot myself. So it's not like he's just a genetic freak and he's just a mutant. He's working on these things all the time.
And so theoretically, this rope flow, what is the ultimate goal of it? What is it?
A little bit of what we talked about earlier about how weights can sort of pull you into these positions. So, and then also we did talk in the gym a little bit about spinal compression. Lifting can cause a lot of like compression. And lifting, for like lack of a better term, can just kind of make you feel like short. You ever forget that there's like extra, or if you ever mess up when you're going down a flight of stairs and you hit the bottom step and it feels like it made your whole back shorter. That's kind of what lifting sort of does over time. It's just like, it's very compressive. And I'm not going to say like scientifically that this is like decompression because somebody might have a heart attack about it, but it feels like it's decompressing your spine. It feels like it's opening up your spine. And because the rope has some weight to it, it actually will pull you in directions. It's not really heavy. It might be like 2 kg, 3 or 4 pounds, somewhere in that range. But it has some weight to it. Because it has some weight to it, as the centrifugal force of the rope is going to kind of pull your body towards that side. So it's going to help you to get in otherwise would be harder to get in position if you're just trying to move your spine around because you don't have a resistance. Much like what we were doing in the gym today, when I had to twist and do some of those movements, you wouldn't have been able to do hardly any of those movements at all. You would just fell on the ground before you got the full twist in because that weight resistance was set up horizontally, right, for you to move against. Right? And most of the time,
muscles that I barely ever use.
Exactly. Most of the time when we train, we need, all the time when we train, we need some sort of resistance of some sort. So the rope, even though it's a very light resistance, and the benefit of it being a very light resistance is you get it hundreds and thousands of reps. When you throw a football, when you throw a punch, when you're doing a lot of these movements, if you watch them in baseball, or you watch a quarter, they're going to raise, if they're right-handed, they're going to raise their left shoulder up a little bit. They're going to lower their right shoulder. They're going to cock the ball back, right? And then you're going to do the exact opposite. The left arm is going to go down. The body's also rotating. There's a lot of shit going on just when you throw a ball, And so your left shoulder will go down, your right shoulder will go up, and then you release, right? And then we kind of can't figure out why, like bench pressing or doing some of these movements in the gym really help us throw a football further. Well, it's obvious why it doesn't help throw a football further necessarily, because they're very much unrelated to each other. Some strength training can really help, like for example, maybe training your biceps a little bit could potentially help a pitcher or a quarterback, because the bicep is a decelerator of your arm. So your bicep will help protect you, will help slow your arm down after you release something, which could be really necessary. So like throw your arm basically like almost out of socket or tear something when you're chucking the ball. So there's definitely some application of like where lifting can really help. But a lot of times we just need, with these particular types of movements that you're trying to get in, I think it's really helpful to get in a crazy amount of repetitions. So I do flow as well. I do it morning and night. I've seen huge benefits for myself. This isn't something where someone's going to be like, oh, I got shredded because I did the rope. It's nothing to do with anything like that. But it is a practice that you can do outside, get some sunlight, get your body nice and warm. Every single time I pick the rope up, every single time I put it back, I feel better. It's that simple. It's that simple. I mean, this should be the start of anyone that hits a gym. It should be the start of their workouts. I know that probably only the people that are impacted and affected and are comparable are the only people that will entertain this. But I think this is great for everyone to do it. And if you just take a page out of my book or just learn from me, I made myself super stiff. So lifting and stuff is cool. But if you do it congruently with other movements, then you can learn from my mistake and not end up like stuck because I got the mobility of the traction.
Yes. It's super. He's interesting because he's a bodybuilder whose legs are wider than a redwood, and he's also a jiu-jitsu black belt. So like, those things don't go hand in hand. Being a bodybuilder and being a jiu-jitsu person.
I know. Luckily for him, so there's a couple things that are awesome for him. Is that he did his bodybuilding career when he was younger. I think he's only like 32 or something.
Okay.
He did his bodybuilding career when he was like maybe like in his 20s.
Yeah.
And he started to pursue jiu-jitsu right around the time that I met him. Actually, I met him and he knew no jiu-jitsu. So I got to see this crazy evolution of this guy. It's been amazing. But yeah, he did bodybuilding first, and then he got into jiu-jitsu many years later. Bodybuilding, and then he stumbled upon me when he started doing powerlifting. And he started to come into my gym, and we got him to do a 755 deadlift, a 655 or 655 squat, I think, and like 400-pound bench press. So he's a monster. I think he only did like one power technique, but he's a pro in bodybuilding, and I think that if he was to go back to bodybuilding, I don't want to discredit a lot of the other awesome natural bodybuilders out there, but I think he'd be one of the best involved.
Yeah.
It's hard to be that big.
What do you think about the same split guy?
Yes, I think it's awesome. I think the information,
Crazy.
yeah, well, the information that guy shares, it's great to see that he's gone viral because he explains stuff in such a great way. It's so simple, and I think that he's just super relatable. He's just chatting in his car,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Showing what he's cooking before and after he works out. When he's making, it's like 14 eggs.
It's just like really like kind of plain, It's
Yeah.
but he's intriguing.
He just won like Mr. Olympia, right?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he got his pro card, so now he gets to compete as a pro. He also is. I think he's incentive smart because when he starts explaining stuff, you can start to tell. I've heard him talk about like, oh, there's this spectrum and this spectrum. He's like on this spectrum you have let's say 30 sets, and he's talking about sets that you do in the gym, right? So say it's sets of curls or something, bicep work. Because you got 30 sets over here, and you have 0 sets over here. So we all understand that 0 sets provides 0 value, right? But as you start to do 1 set, 2 sets, it starts to be more value. He's like, but then that curve starts to come back down. He's like, when does that curve start to come back down? He's like, it's probably somewhere around 10 or 12 sets. So 10 or 12 sets would be referring to maybe you did 3 different exercises, and maybe you get 3 or 4 sets of each exercise.
Right.
Not usually for biceps, but like for maybe like your back or something, sure, your muscle group, right? It's pretty normal. And then he explains, well, once you start to get to like maybe 15 sets, 18 sets, 20 sets, maybe for most people, probably start to not have as good of an impact.
Finishing return.
It started to get to be like way too much. And there's a couple bodybuilders out there who've done 20 sets and things like that. They've been able to get through it, but for one workout, I think that explanation is really good, really clean, because if you're to try to actually apply what he said there, well, you definitely want to be in like that middle slot, especially if you really love to work out, because if you're in that middle set range, that seems like something you could probably do, maybe even twice a week. A lot of people that build up big, amazing physiques, a lot of times they train the muscle group more than once a week. Some of them are able to they just like to annihilate on one day, which I was never really a fan of, because I don't like the trash legs. Like, have your legs just be like completely gone.
You mean like just work so hard that they're frazzled?
Yeah, I think the idea of having legs day and having like an hour and a half of just all legs. Maybe if you're pursuing a career in bodybuilding, maybe that's the only exception I can think of. But I don't think it's a good idea. And you're talking a lot about stiffness and stuff like that. So imagine every day. Imagine you come to me and you're stiff as a board. You have this like bodybuilder, physique, and you can't move hardly at all. You say, I want to move better, and I started going over what you did. You're like, well, I do 25 sets of chest, I do 25 sets of legs, and every 7 days I hit them up and make myself so sore that I can barely move. Well, then I watch you walk after a leg day, and I'm like, oh, well, there's your problem. We just need to stop doing this many sets. And if we just pull back, like your gait's going to get better, like everything's going to improve. Yeah. And then obviously you have to do other things to help you with maybe if your gait started to erode from years and years of lifting. But a lot of times it's just like you just keep making yourself tight, and then your body relaxes. And as soon as your body relaxes, and as soon as your body wants to be like chill and like recover, you go and put something. And you do it like repeatedly over and over again. So you're telling those muscles to not only be tense, but be tense in whatever exercises you're doing. So the way that you're doing the exercise could matter a lot. Because again, there's a lot of people that build a great body that's super aesthetic. And Seamus built a great body that's super aesthetic with primarily bodybuilding when he was younger. But he also never lifted like, well, I shouldn't say never. He very rarely lifted like an idiot. He would lift with precision, kind of like the lifting that you would see like Arnold or something. You'd see Arnold get after it on some sets. He would push hard, and Arnold, did a lot of sets, and Seema handled a lot of volume. But when you go through the workouts, and Seema is also very like cerebral, very calm. And when you go through your sets like that, that's a different input on your body than doing some what I did for powerlifting. Like for me, for powerlifting, and everyone's a little different, but for me personally, for powerlifting, I had to be hyped.
Yes.
I needed pre-workout. I needed the music. I needed kind of all of it. I felt like I needed it. Maybe I didn't, but I felt like I needed it. As I got to like the middle of my powerlifting career, I started kind of recognizing, oh, this is actually a problem. This is not. This is like hardcore and halfway cool. I just thought that's what it was. I was like, this is actually kind of dumb. I should be able to just lift weight without height. Right. And so I started to really work on that. That started to allow me to actually move better. But so like a ton better, especially through the movements I was trying to do, because you're giving yourself the stimulus all the time when you have your body. And your body is so hyped. They talk about fight or flight. Your body's so like over tense and over hyped. I mean, imagine being that fired. Imagine being super fired up. Somebody smacks you in the face. You're trying to like get you all fired up. You're caffeine and things. And yeah, exactly. You're all smelling salts. Smelling salts. So you do all that stuff, but imagine it was like to go against someone in jiu-jitsu. It's like you might just
the opposite of what you
yeah, you might just like get tapped out right away because you're so fired up. You like try to like charge the guy or something. Right. Like that. Or even if you're trying to fight someone and punch him or something like that, you might just get destroyed by the guy. But he's going to be a little bit more thoughtful. He's like watching what you're doing and paying attention to come at them, you're not paying attention to anything. So you're just like hyped. Right? And so these, I like to call them inputs. And how we handle the certain things that we're doing, um, it sends a message to your body. It sends a signal to your body that this is what we're doing. We're gonna stay tight like this. We're gonna stack the body up, and we're not gonna move in this particular movement except for the parts that need to move, so I can get credit for the lift. But I'm not gonna move anything else. And that's the way it was for me for years. And then so over time, it starts to make the body look stiffer and stiffer. A little bit of bodybuilding done correctly and done. It doesn't have to be like perfect, but a little bit of bodybuilding done correctly in combination with a sport or in combination with something else. It's not like you have to like do so much of the something else that it impacts the bodybuilding negatively. But whether you're playing volleyball or pickleball or some golf or some other recreational stuff, I highly recommend that you explore some of that, and you do some of that, because you're probably just going to make your body insanely stiff.
What do you think of these people that do like put their hands in like super cold water before they lift, or they'll even do like full cold water immersion before they lift? It sounds similar to what I wonder if it could be like if that can be detrimental if you're only gearing yourself up to do these exercises after you freeze yourself, because now you're in this super fight or flight state and your body is like super ramped up to lift a ton of weight. But that's interesting. It's like the way you're describing, being kind of more relaxed and more focused during these things, you can kind of see how that would be super beneficial.
There's like the story of Joe Montana. Joe Montana was just like cool, calm, collected, and he was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And he was known to have like ice water in his veins, so that was what they would say. When he was when it was the fourth quarter, when he had to make a comeback and stuff like that. And there's a story of him in the Super Bowl. The 49ers were playing against the Cincinnati Bengals, and they're in the huddle. And there's like it's a famous drive that the 49ers had in the game. And Joe Montana just is like looking around. He gets in the huddle and he's about to call the play, and everyone's like listening. He's gonna like hype them up a little bit. And it's the last drive. They have to make this. They have to get scoring range. They have to score a touchdown in the game. And he just is like, hey, you guys notice John Candy is in the end zone back there by the field goal post. And all the guys turn around and they look and they're like, holy shit, it's John Candy. And they all like laugh. And then he got all the play and they famously did the drive. So you see, like, not only being calm, like what you can do for a particular person, but what you can do for everybody else around you too. Right? It has a huge impact because they're like, well, he's our leader, he's our guy, he seems to be calm and seems like he has the most pressure on him. Yeah. Like, he has the most pressure on the quarterback. And who's all the newspapers and all the whatever that comes out the next couple of days, it's all going to be about how he messed up or how he threw the interception into over.
And so they kind of like broke the tension.
Exactly.
Wow.
And I've always liked to be that way myself. I always like to, approach stuff with a little bit of humor. Like just try to make a joke of some stuff and things like that. I think that's really important. Some people get frustrated. It makes them can't get a straight answer out of it. It's usually just like dicking around. But it's a great way to go through life. But at some point in my powerlifting career, I got like overly caught up in the numbers, and I started to get like a little obsessed with the numbers. And what happened was, the more obsessed I got with them, the harder it was to get better. I needed to channel. Like it's gonna take you an enormous amount of time to achieve the things that you're thinking. I've mentioned many times to people that it's going to take you at least 10 years to be great at something. And even then, you're like, once you get to that 10-year mark, once you get to you're doing jiu-jitsu, somebody else might tell you that you're great, but you're going to be like, sure, I have so much further to go. Yeah. You're like, I think I got another 10 years to go.
Yeah.
It takes decades, like amazing.
Yeah.
There's something that I learned years ago, and it's about explanatory knowledge. Does the person have some knowledge that they're able to explain fairly well that you can apply.
Yeah.
All the other stuff almost is irrelevant. So sometimes what you can see, especially in the fitness industry, sometimes somebody will say they're a doctor, right? You're like, oh, cool.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Doctor, you buy into it, goes like more.
Checks the box. I believe everything this guy said. Brain surgeon?
So I've been in the industry for 30 years.
Yeah.
Ding, right? That's another good sign.
Yeah.
I've been to 100 different countries. Like ding, like that.
Right.
I've worked with thousands of clients, and so all these things go off where you're like checking off some of these boxes, and maybe the way they're talking is either like intelligent or just vibes with you really well.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody that looks a little bit like some of the people you hang out with, or talk in a similar way that you're used to hearing people talk. Or maybe they're even part of they're super confident in the way that they're confident. Maybe they're part of a political party that you agree with, right?
Right.
So all these things add up, and now your ears are perked up, and you're listening, and you're excited to try the thing that they're talking about. But they didn't. The words that they're about to say next are really the only words that matter, and that's where they give you an actual explanation as to why you should try the thing. So we were just talking about feet and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So why would someone explore messing around with your feet? Well, potentially it can help your mind. Potentially it can help your feet. Potentially, if you don't have symptoms, then maybe F everything that you just said. You don't really worry about it.
Right. It's just a mind, like the social media spin. Or get you a cold one of them.
That'd be great.
Steve, will you grab him a white rabbit? We got get him the Larry Wheels one.
Oh yeah,
It's the iced lemonade or something.
Larry Wheels tribute.
But yeah. You gotta just be super mindful of all of things. It's a minefield out there.
Right.
You know, and there's just people out there who know how to sell. There's the Larry Wheels on there.
Oh, this is, it's got Larry Wheels.
I know, right?
That's dope.
And yeah, you gotta learn how to navigate this stuff. Because obviously there's all kinds of crazy shit. Liver King was one of the big fiascos. But I don't know what happened to him. He kind of disappeared. But then you have people like Jack Cruz, who is first of all, he's a brain surgeon. He's been doing this stuff for a whole long. He talks. He sounds smart as fuck. He knows what he's talking about. And he talks in a way that's like super compelling, and it sucks you in, and you believe everything he's saying so confidently as if it's the fucking gospel, right? That compounded with the fact that he's like a brain surgeon, it's easy to believe that everything he says. Two Jacks are slinging a bunch of bullshit products. He's not slinging anything. He's not selling anything. He's just trying to get his information out there and try to teach the world everything he knows. I think that he'd be wrong about some shit, sure. But you have to kind of understand the landscape of these people and be able to evolve your bullshit detectors, especially in this space, right? In this health and wellness space. Yeah, it's easy to get sold on stuff. I love supplements. I literally have an entire room full of all kinds of different magnesiums and all these different things, vitamin D, countless things, a bunch of stuff no one's ever heard of. And I wouldn't say that they don't work, but they really don't do much. Or it's hard to notice a real difference. Everyone's always like, magnesium helps you sleep. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it does, but I've never felt it particularly help me sleep. Right. There might be some supplements out there that have magnesium or other things. Decent combination. Maybe it helps some people. Right.
There's a lot of stuff being said out there about people that are magnesium deficient. Well, how do we know this? Where's this information coming from? The other thing that happens too is maybe a lot of people are magnesium deficient. I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying what I hear. Another thing that happens is that somebody on a big podcast could be talking about vitamin D and the importance of vitamin D, but then it's well, hold on, wait a second. You kind of keep making it sound like you're talking about the vitamin D. Or are you talking about trying to collect a bunch of vitamin D by getting out in the sun, right? By getting more sunshine and being in a place that has like a decent UV and stuff like that to help.
Right.
Because then I think people get confused. They think the red light's going to help the vitamin D. It doesn't work that way. I think you need like UVA and or UVB light. I forget which one, but you might even need a little bit of both.
You need both.
Yeah, you need both of them. And the best way to do it is not necessarily through like a light system that's in your house. The best way is through getting the sun. But I think it's just a tough thing to figure out because you're like, oh, I'm not really sure. There are things though that if you're keeping track and you're keeping score, there are things that are going to do or move the needle sometimes. I found for myself, like learning about salt and electrolytes has been something that I think has been helpful for me. However, I have to admit that as soon as I dropped some of the keto stuff that I was doing, as soon as I dropped some of the carnivore stuff that I was doing, and I switched over to eating more fruit, I don't think I need it at all. Because I think the foods that I'm eating meat, which usually has salt in it, and I'm eating a lot of fruit, a lot of vegetables, there's tons of potassium. I'm basically getting fiber, all the things I need. So the supplements are intended to be like a little bit of a side thing. But something that's important to know is that they could be dangerous as fuck. Yeah. I think I've heard, off of Amazon, when you're purchasing off of Amazon, so much of that stuff tests out to be fake and or has other stuff in it. It's like, so you're ingesting something good, you're doing the exact opposite. You mentioned your wife doesn't do it, my wife doesn't do it. They're probably just as healthy, if not healthier than we are, and we think we're like, giving our body this good service. And back to Jack Cruz for a second. Jack Cruz is selling circadian rhythm. Selling the sun. He's selling the sun. Yeah. Get outside, you dumbass. So, I've had Jack Cruz even on my show, and he was even, volatile and...
you had him on?
Yeah, I had him on. When did you have him on? Probably like a year ago or so.
Okay.
It was just a remote. I wasn't able to get him in studio just yet, but he... Yeah, he was, he was inflammatory, he was mean, he called us names and shit.
Yep.
I don't, none of that, that's what he was saying, we're big heads and whatever. And none of that bothered me at all.
Yeah, he's anti-muscle.
Well, because that. Yeah, and that would be a great discussion to have. Should we have as much muscle as him, or should we have more? I don't know what the answers are, but
yeah, there's a lot of fingers.
I'm not gonna throw out his information though, because it was making a dictator. I don't even think he's a dick. I think he's trying to get points across.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get people's attention.
Yeah, totally.
And again,
it's from New York.
It's like, you're just talking about going outside and getting a little bit more sun. And what he's telling people to do is to go outside, especially in the morning, and get some of the morning sunlight to set up your circadian rhythm. He's trying to tell people, hey, be a little more conscious of your technology pieces. Maybe pay attention a little bit to how much EMF is around. Those are all incredible, great things to be paying attention to, right? I mean, I agree. Those are 100% without any question, without any doubt. Those are healthy practices to do.
Right. I would say one of the things that really helped me out of anything I got from him was actually watching the sunrise. Because, I have, spending the day outside, I can, maybe it moves the needle a little bit, maybe it doesn't, but I can spend the full day indoors or the full day outside. I don't notice that much difference in the way I feel. But what I notice that's palpable is that when I wake up as the sun's rising and I spend 10, 20 minutes outside, not even in the direct sun, just outside, out of the sun, but the light is in the air, bouncing off the trees a little bit. I am at the end of the day around 8:30, between 8:30 and 9. I am fading, and I am struggling to stay awake. I don't need any supplements. I don't need any supplements, whatever. But when you watch the sunrise, and as soon as you start to get tired around 8 or 9 o'clock, if you don't fight it and try to stay up later, if you go with it and go to sleep right when you start to get tired, that has been the biggest game changer, just as far as energy for me throughout the day, and feeling good. You can give me any diet, any supplement, any fucking drug, nothing. I have noticed nothing that moves the needle as far as energy for me that is better than watching the sunrise. And the way it sets the clock, like the way, and I'm fucking butchering the science of this, but like the way he explained it to me was that like you're doing that, you're outside, and you're getting that. I think it's UVA combined with NR, near infrared light, or the infrared light from the sunrise. It's creating some sort of chemical through your eye. It's melanin or palm seed in the eye that is it's a protein or some sort of hormone that breaks down into these other peptides that create all kinds of chemicals in your body, including melatonin. Starts the melatonin clock so that in exactly like 12 hours from now, the natural melatonin will start pumping. And that, for whatever reason, it is like one of the most foundational things for me as far as like maintaining energy throughout the day.
It's a healthy practice to go outside, and I think that like from a mental standpoint and stuff too. I think just people trying to get outside or figure out more ways of inviting light into the home, or cracking some windows open here and there to get like fresh air into the home. I think all these things are things that could really help us out in some huge ways. I mean, even with in terms of like seasonal depression, in terms of like just depression in general, people getting outside more, it tends to make you feel really good. It does set your day, and I know exactly what you're talking about because I find that so I don't drink coffee anymore. I very rarely have coffee. I'll have like a decaf coffee here and there just because, I got used to coffee. But I got rid of a lot of those things because I felt that they kind of messed up my like circadian rhythm to some degree. Even having it, super early in the morning, and people are like, oh yeah, one cup. And maybe that works great for them, but for me, it's been a blessing to be able to get rid of it. But I think one of the reasons why I've been able to get rid of it is seeing that morning sunlight and getting that energy from the morning. But I'm similar to you, where I'm like, I haven't felt anything crazy happen like in a day. But I know that it's not like you don't just do something for a day or a week. It's like over a long period of time. And if you kind of think about, you get your circadian rhythm kind of linked up at 7:30, 8:30 at night, like you're like, oh shit, you're looking at your clock, you're like, oh, maybe I should start to think about getting to bed, and you get to bed at like 9 or 10 or something like that. You start to do that over and over and over again, and you start to get the proper sleep. Now you're getting proper sleep, your brain's clearing everything out, your body is really at rest, really recovering from the day, getting rid of like a lot of stress, also your memory and all these other things are all going to be improved by better sleep. Better sleep is also going to improve the way that your body acts and reacts the next day. We know that with one poor night of sleep, some people, their blood glucose can register as being like pre-diabetic, and so they're not even handling carbohydrates the same, right? Which it gets into like the calories in, calories out equation, which sometimes that can get thrown off because for some people they're going to utilize energy less efficiently. That doesn't mean that we see that, and this is where people get lost though. Then they'll be like, well, see, the calories in, calories out doesn't mean anything, it doesn't matter. So no, it still matters. It's just that person, they're dealing with carbohydrates a little bit different than the other person because their sleep is interrupted, because they're stressed out all the time. But over time, if you can just repeatedly just do your best to try to do the right thing as many times in a day as you possibly can, right? That leads to tremendous health outcomes. It's just that there's so many offensive things that could happen every single day. So I'm like, oh, I just go have birthday cake or like just something dumb. And nearly every single day, especially when you have children, especially when you have like your own business and successful things are going on, every day is a day to celebrate. Every day is a day to like, have something to celebrate, something to have like a dessert for or whatever.
Especially with kids are just chaos. You can't really have a set schedule of a perfect day every day. It's impossible with kids, especially when they're doing all kinds of activities. Their leftover food, like I was telling you in the gym, another thing that goes into this circadian rhythm stuff, which is also a game changer for me, is for a long time, like around starting in about around 2017, 2018 is when I really started doing the intermittent fasting stuff. It's not eating breakfast, just eating lunch and dinner. But ever since I met Jack, he was like, "Oh, I only eat breakfast and dinner. I don't eat lunch." Why? He's explained to me how the metabolism is running way faster and running way more efficiently early in the morning, or like between them, super early in the morning. You're supposed to, he's explaining to me, you're supposed to eat before the UVA or the UVB light kicks in, which is typically around 10 o'clock, around there, especially here in Florida, around 10 o'clock, it's different. But if you eat before that UVB light kicks in, your metabolism is going to burn through everything that you ate a lot faster versus high noon, like smack dab when the sun is right in the middle of the sky, your metabolism is running the slowest. That's the slowest point of metabolism is running throughout the day. So like if you're going to eat lunch, it's going to automatically slow you down and get tired, which I was noticing too. And now that I'm eating massive breakfast and skipping lunch, I feel like 100 times better. It's interesting how food can kind of slow you down. I think the amount of food that you consume matters a ton. Because if you have if you eat something real small, if you just had a little bit of fruit or something on midday, it probably wouldn't make you feel shitty. Right? But what's hard though is it's hard to eat a little bit. It's tough. Like once if someone's like, hey, let's grab some lunch, or you go somewhere awesome for lunch, you're not gonna just eat half of what you ordered. You're gonna eat the whole thing, and then 2 o'clock or something, you're gonna feel insanely exhausted. Yeah, exactly. But I personally, I've always liked breakfast a lot. And I always felt like there's something it's just personal belief for myself. It always felt like it was nutritious for me. It always felt like it was good for me. I know people say breakfast is the most important meal of the day or whatever. I don't necessarily really think that. I just feel that for some people, in accordance to their schedule, and I think how do you implement some of these things? Because someone might hear that, and people like to think about this stuff, like their diets and their routines, like their religions, right? And they try to make it maybe a little too concrete. Mm-hmm. But what I like to share with people, and I've been trying to share this for a while, hopefully people will remember this, is eat while you're home. It's a little bit similar to when you travel. When you travel, you have an opportunity for a good meal, especially those of us that are trying to eat healthy. You have an opportunity for a good meal, then you take it. You have an opportunity for mainly just consuming a good amount of protein and not over consuming calories, whether it's the gym that you went to has protein smoothies or something, or it's the hotel that you're staying at has a continental breakfast, but they happen to have hard-boiled eggs. These opportunities that might pop up, you eat that healthy meal when you can. So same thing for those people that work 9 to 5. You should eat in the morning, but definitely get in a breakfast, and then eat when you're home. And I can understand why some people might want to eat a little bit in the middle, but I would just bring more snacky stuff with me in that scenario where I was at 9 to 5. Right. And by snacks, it's we got to start to redefine what snacks are. Right. We don't want snacky bullshit food. We want to have snacks that are healthy. And so you bring some fruit with you. Try to bring stuff that's portable and easy. Right. Maybe some cheese, cottage cheese, yogurt. Right. That's the hardest thing about the carnivore diet, right? You can't package ground beef everywhere. Well, unless you do what I do, and that's you walk around with a meat bag. A meat bag. Yeah. So I take I'm sponsored by a company called Carnivore Crisps. Oh, I love those. And $1 million. Oh, they're expensive. I know. So I post a picture of my meat bag here and there on Instagram, and people have a heart attack. That's $1,000 bag. It's so expensive. I put in this giant ass Ziploc bag. I'll usually season it because they're seasoned with some salt, but I like to throw. It's delicious, a salt vinegar thing that I got from a company called Porking It. And anyway, so I walk around with meat bag. But you're right. It's very hard to have a healthy snack when you're more limited on a particular diet if you're not consuming. Fruit is super easy to carry around. Oh yeah, apples, bananas, those kind of things are great. So it's sometimes hard to figure out what do you bring with you. But eating in the morning and eating in the evening
it worked really well for my cousin. He lost like around 50 pounds so far. And he's gotten in a lot better shape. And he has a job where he could be there for 6 hours or he could be there for like 10. And he just say, man, I get home, I just be so hungry. And we had him mess around with intermittent fasting. As soon as we gave him it just changed everything.
And and everyone's different too. Like my wife loves breakfast more than anything. So like being able to like take the kids to school and go get breakfast with my wife is just like it's perfect for us. And then I go to work and then I skip lunch, like I eat lunch alone, you know. So it's like it's better for you just to skip breakfast.
What are you gonna do? Your wife's eating, and you're sitting there, just sipping on some water or something. It's done.
Right.
Like it's like you might as well just participate.
Yeah,
So much better.
everyone's lifestyle is different, and you know, just gotta figure out what adapts to you best, and not think about health things as like dogma or religious type
Yeah,
stuff.
especially when it comes to light, and what are reasonable things to do, right? Like you were mentioning earlier, like the yoga toes, like the things you put between the toes. If you're having symptoms, you said your back hurt, you're trying to figure out how to get rid of that pain. So you explore some things with your feet. It sounds reasonable to put on the yoga toes. Sounds reasonable to get a shoe, like a Palooka shoe. You ever seen those? No. Those are made by Palooka? Yeah, Palooka, made by Mark Sisson. It's like a 5-finger toe.
Oh,
shoe.
yeah, I've seen that.
And his actually feels like you're wearing like one of those toe splitter things. And it feels like a little bit of a passive stretch. You wear them for a few days or a few weeks, and you'll start to notice your toes will start to go display a lot better. They make a bunch of different types of shoes. They're always kind of working on the designs and making them better. But those are awesome. I mean, they're great. They're a good fit too for like a trail or different things that you might be doing. But I really like those a lot. But those have helped my feet a lot. But for each individual, they have to ask themselves like, what are reasonable things to do? Is it reasonable to just pop on a pair of like blue light blocking glasses while you're watching TV? I think it's reasonable enough. Sure. If you wear the red ones, you're going to notice you can't see hardly anything. And maybe those are a little bit extreme, but it does block out all the blue light. If you wear the yellow ones, it's a little bit more passive, and you can kind of make out the colors of the show that you're watching, but at least you can still see pretty well. Is it reasonable to start to change all the lights in your house? For someone that's married and that, it's like,
My wife doesn't want this lights on.
exactly, right? So how do you have some sort of compromise? So in my house, we've done a couple of things. We have a bunch of different light fixtures in our kitchen, and we have lights that are like a little bit lower. We have lights that are at the ceiling, and we have lights that are lower. The reason why we're both talking about all this is because of the blue light. The light that comes from the light bulbs, which looks pretty much white.
It's just this bolus of pure blue light without anything other spectrum.
And blue light's not bad. Blue light comes from the sun. But when it comes from the sun, it comes from spectrum, and that's healthy for us. But these kind of lights just kind of beat me down all the time, at least according to the science that we have now, says that that's not maybe the best, healthiest practice for me.
Right.
And maybe partially that could explain why so many people are wrecked. Maybe it's just our diet. Whatever the case is, I'm starting to agree more with Matt Sculhane said on my podcast. He said it's really hard to outrun a poor light diet. I was like, that's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then as I started practicing some of these ideas of messing around with better light habits, better habits around the lights that were in my home, better habits of being outside, I started noticing just everything was a little easier. Not necessarily like just pure like weight loss, but my decisions with food were changed. It was easier for me to stay on the diet. I felt less stressed. So those are all things to think about, consider. But in our home, we whenever the sun starts to go down, I shut off all the lights in our kitchen. Our kitchen is kind of right next to our living room. We have our TV. TV's like pretty much always on, 24/7. And we shut off the overhead lights. We have lights that are a little lower, and I have my wife does all the maintenance stuff around the house. So she switched out the lights because I'll break something. She switched out all the lights in these lower level lights that we have in the kitchen, and they just kind of like shine down onto the countertop where the sink is and stuff like that. And so if you need to see, you walk over there and you can see just fine. You can mix up whatever foods you're making or whatever. and the rest of the kitchen is like it's not super dark, but it's not not super light. So it's not. It would be great. It would be great at certain times of day, or when you're doing certain things, you're trying to cut something with a knife or something like that. That would be the time to be in the dark on that part. But with just small compromises like that, and the light bulbs that we put in there, they're not strictly just like yellow lights, but they're way less powerful. So they're not giving out a really crazy signal. But for those of you that maybe have some uncompromising women, maybe or women, I should say, just use I call them off lights. And an off light is just a light that's off in a different room. So I'll put on like our light for our pantry shines into our kitchen. So when I need more light in the kitchen, I'll sometimes just flip that on. When I go to brush my teeth at night, my wife and I don't usually like brush our teeth at the same time, but if we are brushing our teeth at the exact same time, I'll put the light on the shower with the shower curtain closed, and there's still plenty of light. She doesn't really love it. I do just like scrub her face and whatever else, but she doesn't really mind it. It's only for just a little bit, and I'm out of there because I don't need to spend that much time manicuring myself and brushing my teeth very good. So yeah, I do little things like that, and I can't say I'm not going to sit here and work like, oh my god, you guys have to do this. This is amazing. It's just stuff as I've gotten to be more aware of the poor outcomes that can happen potentially from just blasting yourself with blue light all the time. I just shifted over into making some of these other decisions. And like I mentioned earlier, I think it's helping me stay tethered and connected to my fitness and staying tethered and connected to my nutrition better than ever.
For you, what is the best time of day to lift weight and exercise?
I like to do stuff. I like to do stuff in the morning, but not necessarily when it comes to lifting weights. Not necessarily like right when I wake up. Right? So it might be I might wake up at like 5. I might wake up at like 6 or 7, and I probably won't lift until like 9. And that would be like a perfect scenario for me.
Right.
Sometimes on the weekend, I may actually work out even a little bit earlier, just because I like to have the rest of the day a little bit free for any family stuff. So I'm gonna have a beautiful gym on my property, which is great to have that access. And then if it comes to like something like running, they actually like this time of year is the best time of year. This is incredible. People should just try this and try it with a walk. If you don't like to run, try it with a walk, and hopefully maybe over some time you get inspired and you'll turn into like a walk jog, and maybe turn into a walk run, and maybe it turns into a real run. But a sunrise run, I love that. Greatest invention of all time. It's the greatest thing. I mean, if you can get out a little bit earlier and when the sun's out, and I call it beating the sun. If you beat the sun, it just feels so awesome. You actually can I think you can get addicted to it. I don't know if you've noticed this, but when you're getting up and even just seeing the sun out, like walking or doing much else, have you noticed like you're super bummed on like you look at your clock or whatever and you're like, oh, man, I missed it. You miss the sun coming up sometimes?
Yeah.
That happens to me sometimes and I'm like, I feel like I missed out on something.
Yeah. No, especially like when I'm sick or whatever and I'm like laying down on my bed all day and all the curtains are closed and it's super dark. I feel like super depressing.
It can be.
Another thing I wanted to ask you about, what do you know about these myostatin inhibitors? I don't know, but do you know anything about this stuff?
This would be a category for some of my freaky friends that know all kinds of crazy stuff about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Alex Kickle is a guy that I work with a lot on a lot of different things. He helps me with like nutrition and health and stuff like that. Another guy that I have in my back pocket is named Andy Triana. He goes by the name of Bill Superbrain on Instagram. These guys are so intelligent. They're so smart. They know all the details on some of these things. I would be speaking out of turn if I knew. What I do know about like a myostatin inhibitor is that I believe these are things that were these things were they were discovered from these cows. I believe the Belgian blue cow, which is a really just like jacked cow. Now I don't know if those cows were like made like genetically or if they were just natural. Natural cow that's like got a lot of juice. they have these like
Holy
bio
shit,
stat
look at
genes.
that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are almost as jazzed as Ronnie Coleman.
Isn't that crazy looking?
Dude, that is
So
so these guys, from my understanding, like these dudes have to be careful. I don't think they can like do too much. I think they can get really hurt. Like they're really, really powerful. And because they have like so much muscle, I've heard they can like break their legs. Because you see how small, like how they skip leg day.
Right.
These guys are skipping. These bastards are skipping leg day, and they can get hurt.
It's balls, dude.
Yeah, bro, nice balls. Um, a little bit similar is a Piedmontese cow. Certified Piedmontese beef is super lean meat. This is where we can have a good conversation around saturated fat and beef in general. But certified Piedmontese beef, a fillet from them has 0 grams of fat. It's like 4 ounce. It's like a 4 ounce fillet. It's like 26 grams of protein. Yeah, it has 0 fat. They have
It's like wild meat.
yes, it's gnarly. The steak tastes amazing. But that's the thing. It's still tender. They had it. They had it at a local supermarket that I go to, and I picked it up one day, and I was like, "What is this?" Like, I look at the stats. It's grass fed, grass finished, regenerative agriculture. It's pretty expensive for like this tiny little steak. I was like, "Man, that's kind of a lot." Then I looked at the stats, and I'm like, "Am I imagining things? The steak has hardly any fat." And I was like, "Well, I'm just going to take a gamble on it and buy it." But there's no way. It's not even possible that this thing tastes good. It has, and I looked at the other cuts that they have. They all have like half the amount of fat as other steaks in this store. Like, so a ribeye might have, say, 20 grams of fat. Their ribeye would have 10 grams of fat, stuff like that. Their cows in general just have way less fat because their cows are a little bit like those Belgian blue cows, but they're not nearly as gnarly. They don't look as crazy as that. But they still are jacked. They're still really lean. So I'm like, oh, I tried it. I was like, this is amazing. So I think my brother was eating it too. I think my brother made a post about it, and I think that we ended up getting a cool relationship with those guys. So they sent me this beef, which has been the most amazing blessing to get some free beef. They have 93, they have 93.7 deep ground beef as well. And again, you're thinking like that's not good. Obviously, if you buy their 85.15, it does things better. But their leaner options are absolutely delicious. So those are great options for people that want to eat, leaner meat without having all the saturated.
So these Belgian blue cows, what is so unique about them? Why are they so jacked like this?
I don't really know. So I forget some of the language around it, so I don't want to be screwing it all up. But it does have to do with the myostatin gene,
Right.
but I'm not sure if they like don't have myostatin or if they have extra. I think it's that they don't have.
So the from what I understand, is the
We can look
myostatin.
it up a little bit too.
So myostatin, I think has to do with the regulation of testosterone production or something like
Oh,
that.
I thought it was like the regulation of like the muscle in the sheath, and I thought it was like something to the effect of like the muscle just can expand, and get much bigger than normal. I thought
That's
that
probably it. That's probably it. Okay, Belgian blue cattle, known for their double muscle phenotype, have natural mutation in the myostatin gene. Mutation specifically an 11 nucleotide deletion.
that's what I said.
That leads to functional loss of myostatin, a protein that normally inhibits muscle growth. So these myostatin inhibitors that people can take basically inhibits this myostatin, which stops your muscle growth. So it's basically some sort of gene modification that you can do that will make your muscles bigger.
I think when it comes to like steroids, I think people talk a lot about protein muscle synthesis, which is hard to say sometimes, but protein muscle synthesis happens when you eat protein. It also happens when you live, and then it also is just going on all the time when you're on performance-enhancing drugs. So it's a really interesting thing. But even when you play the card of, I call it, you play these cards. I learned this from one of my mentors, Dave Tate, who owns EFTS.com. Shout out to Dave Tate. But Dave Tate said like you have these cards that you're playing throughout your life, and card number one is like you go out for the football team, and you're slower and you're not as explosive and strong as the guys, so you go and do it, and that's like a card that you play. There's other guys on the team that don't even need to play that card because they're fine. They don't even. There's guys that go There's guys that go pro that barely lift at all, and they even turn pro, and they turn all pro, and they go in the whole thing without any real lifting at all. It's like kind of boggles your mind. Like I thought for football, you have to. There's some guys that they have other physical activity, I'm sure, of some kind, but some of them is kind of minimal. And they just kick ass for whatever reason.
Right.
But you're playing these cards throughout your life. Once the card is played, you don't get any extra growth after a certain time period. And I find this to be really interesting. I've talked about this before, and I'd love to talk to somebody high level in terms of like maybe understanding biology or understanding sport or something like that. It seems like after like about 6 or 7 years, that no matter what you do, it seems like you're about the same, right? So you live for 6, 7, maybe 8, maybe 10. Like I did mention earlier that when you do something for 10 years, you can become great at it. But lifting, it's like you don't necessarily get like way stronger. You don't necessarily get way more muscular. You just get like way more experience, and you understand how to recover from your workouts and stuff like that. So you do lift more weight. You're not getting like insanely stronger after like 6 or 7 years, in my opinion.
Yes.
Once you get to that time frame, and it could be different for people, so I'm not saying that there's no one outside that box, but once you get to that time period, if you were to take steroids, you can elongate that. So now you might be playing with another like 3 years. But some of the point I'm trying to make here is that the human body can only go so crazy, can only go so nuts. And some of these peptides, some of these myostatin inhibitors, and some of these things that are coming through now, these things could really be a break in terms of like what someone could do. It might just blow the doors off of them. I mean, Ronnie Coleman is the biggest, most jacked person really to ever walk the face of the earth, especially for how like he got straight, 290 pounds, just absolutely insane. But back to the kind of the scenario of playing these cards, if somebody has to play like their deck of cards to make the varsity football team when they're a senior, the likelihood that they're going to really do much in college is pretty low. They had to kind of do everything. They had to lift, they had to have nutrition dialed in, and they needed to take steroids to be on the high school football team, right? So the odds of them doing anything in Division I are probably out the door. But for other people, they might go to college, and maybe they get a scholarship, but they're finding out like, oh man, I'm getting my ass kicked. It happens every day, and it happens maybe for like a whole year. And I heard other guys talking about using a little bit of stuff and getting a little bit bigger. So they finally do that, and then they get a little bit bigger. But that guy that needs to take those steroids in college just to kind of keep up probably isn't going to be pro. And if he isn't pro, it's probably going to be short-lived. It's probably not going to be awesome, right? And even the guys that go to the NFL, and even the guys that feel that they need it, they could potentially become awesome. They could become great. But the guys that seemingly don't need much of anything, right, are the guys that they don't need to play any of those cards.
Right.
They were already dealt a pretty good hand. They already have a good deck of cards in their hand.
Yeah, I had a friend, there was a kid I went to elementary school with who was just a genetic freak. And he was like, we would go outside during recess or during PE, we would play football or different things, and he would be like the equivalent of like Tom Brady playing with a bunch of middle schoolers. Like it was just completely unfair. This kid did not belong. It was very clear. And we all knew, like even the teacher, our fifth grade teacher would be like, this guy's 100% going to the NFL, and there's no way. He was like treated like this fucking god in our class. And he was just like this, it was genuinely different from all of us, right? And then you see his parents were both pro athletes. She was super tall. The mom was like a fucking pro WNBA player, and the dad was like a really successful football player, like all through college, maybe NFL. And sure as shit, this guy went on to play for the NFL, and was a really successful wide receiver in the NFL. And it was like, you just know. And I know your brother made a documentary about those people that basically raise their kids to be like from jump to be pro athletes. I know trophy kids. Yeah. Yeah, and it's crazy to me that people will
No, you'll know. It's like I always thought there's this sort of unconscious thing in people that attracts, like this unconscious thing in humans that attracts them together, like especially like mates, right? Where maybe the woman will be deficient in some sort of biological feature, and the man will kind of make up for it. And they don't know about it, but it's the subconscious thing that drives them together. But there's also, what I realized a long time ago, there's people that are just like both super freak athletes, like genetic freaks, and they know that like if we get together, we're going to create some superhuman babies that are going to be like freaking NFL stars, things like this. And like that's such a crazy thing to me that people do that. That's why they're like, hey, we should get busy because
Right.
let's crank out some kids and let's kind of see that we're going to get them trained from the moment they're born. We're going to start breeding these kids to be super athletes. A lot of it makes a lot of that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you grew up like in an athletic family and your brothers and sisters or whatever sex you are, but like they're all like tall and lean, and so it makes sense that like you'd be attracted because that's what you're used to, right? Like not like you're attracted to your own family members,
Right.
but you're probably attracted to the fact that they do a lot of similar things that you recognize as being valuable in your own family. Like in your own family, everyone is regarding you being a great tennis player as like a thing. So I'd imagine, if you're a girl, you grow up and someone is good at a sport, it might be something that, especially if it's healthy, like, person's really good at tennis, everybody loves him, and it works out great, and he's like, the dad's not like a big asshole about it or whatever, that person will probably want to be attracted to somebody that has, some attribute like that, I would imagine.
Right.
It kind of makes some sense.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Well, Mark Bell, thank you for doing this, man. This has been fucking amazing.
I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
How did you get into so many of these different like rabbit holes of like conspiracy theory stuff?
That's a good question.
And do you like that? Like, do you? Because like that like some of my outside perspective of the show. I haven't seen every episode, but I've seen a handful.
Yeah.
It seems like there's quite a few people that are like, I hate the term conspiracy theory, but it's like you've been talking to a lot of like disruptors.
Yeah.
And do you like that moniker? And how did you end up here?
I don't know. I don't know how I fell into it. I might have just had somebody on here a long time ago that got me really interested in this rebel. I mean, it's like, the biggest questions in life, in the human mind are like, where did we come from? Are we alone? And I think I'm somewhat drawn to that, like many people are. And when I started to realize that a lot of these mysteries are like super tied up in things like the government's been doing and like all kinds of things that I always thought were just crazy out there, but like there's like hard evidence for a lot of the stuff being true. Just like all kinds of crazy, mind-bending shit that it has been documented and we know actually happened.
And you're like, no, there's no way that happened, but it did.
Right, and it did. And it just kind of like, yeah, man, I don't know. I just kind of like followed my interest. And like I mentioned to you earlier, I really like talking to people that, haven't been on podcasts before or haven't really been in the public light before. And then I'm like just coming on talking about some weird, obscure thing they were a part of or studied or whatever. And to me, that's like one of the coolest things about doing this is bringing to light some things that people may have never even thought about or never even considered.
Why we're here is like, I love that question. Do you think it matters? Like to you for your life, does it matter why we're here?
Does it matter? I mean, I don't know. I'm not
Or like, why do you think we're here? What's your theory?
I don't have a theory. I really don't. I just like, asking the question. I mean, some of the times when I do some of these podcasts with these folks, it leaves me with more questions than I had when I started.
Some people think it's like demoralizing. Like if we don't know why we're here, if we don't know our purpose, people think it's like super sad. But my personal belief, and I grew up Christian, and I grew up like in a church and stuff. So maybe this is like a little first of all, I think every person has like a godlike feature within them that you need to explore yourself enough to like find them. I think you mentioned that super athlete guy. Yeah. Everyone has some attribute in them that is similar to that. Maybe it's not as like maybe society wise, maybe they're not going to regard it the same way they would in NFL football player, because that's something we hold in like the highest regard here in the United States. But I believe everyone has a godlike feature within them. But I also think that we're here the same reason why a tree is here, the same reason why the grass is here, the same reason why the cows are here, or any other animal. And I think we're here to like reproduce and contribute to the earth. And the earth is like this organism that needs to be fed. And so whether we're putting more carbon in the air, or whether we're trying to take it out, or like these different things we're trying to do. That's sort of my belief, and I don't think it matters if we really know humankind's purpose, but I think it's important that you search for your own purpose. Yeah, totally. I also think it's important that you never find it. Right. Because I think seeking and searching is critical.
I totally agree. Yeah, man. I don't know if I believe that like we were put here by anything for a specific purpose. Like I think like you said, the planet is just this living organism that we're a part of. We are this super rare species that has evolved that we don't know exists in any other place in the universe, but we have this insane ability to have reason, which is unique to human beings. And by the fact that us having the ability to reason gives our brain, it's like a fundamental thing in our operating system that we have to believe in some sort of higher power, God or something like that, right? Because like everything has to come from something, right? So like we know, like I know I came from my parents, they came from their parents, and so on and so forth. But the first human, like how do you comprehend that? Where did that come from? So yeah, I think we're meaning machines. Like we have to find meaning, right? To give our life some sort of purpose. And I think that to me just makes human beings so interesting.
What if another animal or species ends up with some reasoning skills and be fucked? I don't know.
Maybe. I think we're creating that with technology.
Yeah.
I think we're creating something that we have no idea what we're creating, but we're on this trajectory to basically just get better at everything we do. And that's creating some other sort of organism, whether that's like AI, machines. My biggest thing I'm afraid of is like how far we go as far as integrating ourselves in machines. I love this, which is why I think it's really cool that there's companies out there that are like doing technology that are trying to make it more primitive, like the daylight computer. Like how they're trying to go the opposite way of iPhones and computer screens to make us more in touch, to take care of our bodies and our circadian rhythms and ground us more in nature.
I was chatting with a couple friends the other day and talking about like the recreation of those wolves and
Those dire wolves.
And I think they're talking about like a woolly mammoth and potentially even a dinosaur and stuff. And I said, I just was joking, but I was like, it's probably a second go of making dinosaurs. And my friends stopped and were like, dude, what if you're right? So they're like, that's wild. Yeah. Because some people believe that there's maybe we've sort of been here before. You can get a little bit into like Terminator, right? Like Skynet, we fully realized. Right. And that we kind of created all these things. It's just, I think it's all fascinating and really fun.
I think it's fascinating, and I don't know whether it's good or bad. My friend Paul Rosalie, who lived in the Amazon for days, he's like, fuck these fucking loving nerds. These guys do not need to be doing this. Fuck that. Go save the animals that are going extinct in the Amazon. It's so fucking funny. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but
you believe in God? Where are you with that?
I believe in God. I believe in a higher power. I don't know if I believe in everything the Bible says. I don't know if I believe in all the fairy tales.
They're good stories, and they someone in the right direction.
I can see how they can be beneficial to humanity.
Yeah.
I do believe in a God. I don't know if that God is what we're told through like texts that people have been writing and editing throughout the last 2,000 years.
It's a bizarre story. It's a bizarre story of somebody like writing a book.
Yeah, and people
Thousands of years later.
Yeah, I think God is a super important thing. That concept is a super important fundamental thing to humans.
Have you had an opportunity to travel quite a bit?
Yeah.
So what I noticed when I travel to some really nice places, the nicest things that they have to show you in all these places is the same thing everywhere. It's a church. And it just goes to show you like the power of belief is extraordinary because these churches and these buildings they're unbelievable. And by today's standards, I mean these things would cost millions and millions of dollars. So much time, so much was invested in all these things. We don't know exactly what the deal with like the pyramids and stuff. But a lot of these things were probably built. They were built with some sort of belief. Totally. And I love that story because I think that is something that should give everybody like a lot of hope. Whether you believe in religion or not, you believe in God or not,
Yeah.
that's not even really the point. It's just the power of you believing in something, the power of you believing in yourself, you believing in your family, you believing in your community. Yeah, all that stuff is just, it's so unbelievably powerful.
And I think the way society is going right now, especially geopolitically, in the way that different countries, and each country has a military, and all the countries that have to fight for like, their military dominance and the hierarchy of nation states in the world is completely antithetical to this idea of having this cohesive belief that draws people together and gives people purpose. And it's crazy to see how all of this shit spirals out of control. And it just seems like it seems like the more technologically advanced we get, it seems like the farther away we get from nature. And I think, now that I think about it, I think if anything is God, I think nature is probably God. And I think that is a super, super important thing for me. It's scary to see us get farther and farther.
It's definitely the best thing he created. Or if you get, if there is a God, he creates something, the sun, and sort of how we work in relation to the sun and our environment, I think is extraordinary. That's why I love the information projectors.
Yeah.
Because I found that to be super powerful. It's like, yeah, and you've heard Joe Rogan talking about it. It's going to get. I've always liked it. I always liked being in nature. And he had a bunch of other guests on there. We've heard people talk about there's the magnetic field. There's grounding. There's a lot of that stuff. Hugging a tree. Like we've heard of all these things for a long time. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that can really argue with the value of just like sitting on like a tree that fell down and just chilling.
Yeah.
With like a really cool view is the most amazing thing.
Away from these devices that connect to people and not thinking about that, just being alone, the birds chirping, insects crawling around you. There's something about it that just awakens something deep inside you that I think it's been atrophied for centuries. And I think, I don't know, I'm fascinated with the idea of becoming connected to that.
You're saying your diet is a little off right now.
My diet's shit. I try my best.
How do I encourage you? What do I gotta do? What do I gotta talk to?
I don't know, man. I think I was encouraged today watching you in the gym, man.
Yeah, today was fun.
Today was super fun. It's things like that inspire me. Talking to people like you, it really gets me motivated.
Do you at least go after protein? You eat some protein like you?
Yeah, I do.
I protein train at least a little bit.
Yeah, I eat a lot of eggs.
You're in good shape. I don't look like you.
I've always worked out. I've always tried to eat well, at least since I was in my 20s. I've tried to eat good. Like I've always worked. I started working out like I think 9th grade, 10th grade, or something like that. And I've always pretty much maintained the physique that I have right now. It's gone up and down. Like I've had spurts where I'm like fucking gotten the gym every single day.
I'm gonna get me in the gym.
Yeah. It's like, about working out. It's like, yeah, that's so it's fucking 17 years old. But like, I've always done a good job maintaining, and my diet. I do my best to eat the best, eat as much eggs and meat and protein as possible. But like, when you have two kids, yeah, it's really hard to keep that discipline. This shit that sneaks into this thing keeps me disciplined. This podcast keeps me disciplined. So I know before I do a podcast, but the podcast days, I'm the most disciplined. Yeah, because I can't fuck around. I can't be eating a bunch of garbage before I do a podcast. It's going to affect my brain. I can't think straight. I'm distracted. So if anything, this thing is great because it keeps me grounded. It keeps me, I get to learn about shit like that you're teaching me right now about health, lifting weight, maintaining the body. I think I'm super lucky to be able to have something like this that basically like fits in with my lifestyle and enables me to get better. You've probably just never been able to eat. We talked about that a little bit in the gym. Like, it's actually a curse sometimes for people to have their maybe shit diet habits not result in gaining body fat, because then it's like, well, why would I bother doing anything? Right. But it's kind of one of those things, I think, that if you're staying like a similar body weight most of the time and you're pretty happy with it, like there's probably not a lot of reasons to change it. I think what will happen for you is I think it'll be a natural shift as you continue to like grow this podcast and as you continue to become more successful. It's just a natural evolution to like want to be a little bit more successful in everything. Yeah. Like I kind of love the idea that people that come and do my podcast, they gotta stand next to me and see me. And it's like, good luck trying to explain your diet and your workout shit to us. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't be talking shit to us because that's just sell us bullshit. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like necessarily like a competitive thing, but it's more like, okay, I did really well in this section of my life. I did really well in this section of my life. I'm going to do the best I can in some of these other sections. And then over time, you end up being like Joe Rogan, where he's a black belt in multiple things. Yeah. He's a proficient hunter. He's good at archery. He seems to be a prolific reader. And he's dope when it comes to podcasting. He's a comedian. Like the list of shit goes, he always stays in good shape. He does like cool workouts. He's probably, I don't know, 53, 55 or something. Like he does a podcast and everything. He's an absolute animal. I really admire that on there. This is amazing, but it just was a progression over time. It wasn't something he like set out to do. It wasn't like 30 years ago. It wasn't like, I'm going to do the best podcast ever. I'm going to be, a black belt and this and this. And the stuff that he just worked at, chipped away at it every single day. And I'm sure he probably had a lot of heartache over some of the things he was doing, like trying to act and trying to maybe be something or fit into a thing that wasn't correct for him. Mm-hmm. And then also even like getting better at jiu-jitsu and stuff is really painful. Yeah. Like to the point where like I've been in tears after workouts before, not after jiu-jitsu because I haven't done much jiu-jitsu, but I've been in tears because I cared about what I was doing so much that I get like emotional. I'm like, man, you know what's going to happen? I'm never going to get this. And I just have all this self-doubt hitting me. Then I calm myself down and talk myself back into like, no, this is just a really long process. And part of getting to the ups is having like a bunch of downs in between. So I think the world of Joe Rogan. I think he's incredible, and I think that for someone like yourself, with you trying to balance all these different things, you'll continue to get better at stuff. And your kids will stop being such little shits that they'll get older. But you have another one on the way. Yeah, I got a girl now. 2 boys and a girl. That's a wrap, baby. Yeah, but so you'll be able to achieve some of the things I'm talking about 7 years from now. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's a free time. But yeah, man, this has been super fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you coming on here. Your podcast is fucking phenomenal. Thank you. Tell people where they can find it and all your other stuff. Mark Bell's Power Project. I also have my nanny send you a bunch of high protein powders and stuff. Oh hell yeah! I make the steak shake. I make the total carnivore shake. These are both protein powders that I make taste amazing. They have liver, kidney, heart, spleen, pancreas. Some small amounts of it, because like if you put too much of that stuff in there, you're going to make it taste disgusting.
but it does have that in there. And then also, a lot of people get like bloated; they get kind of messed up from protein powders, and so the steak shake has beef protein isolate, it has whey protein, egg protein, and collagen. And so that one's got four different proteins coming at you at one time, and then it has a little bit of MCT in there too, just for like flavor and mouthfeel. Okay. And then the total carnivore one, this was me like saying I'm going to throw out any allergen that anyone has, because I hear it constantly. People are always talking about. You can go to withinyoubrand.com if you want to check out their website. So I took out every allergy by making total carnivore steak shake, and the total carnivore is beef protein isolate and collagen. And I have friends and some people I've sent the product out to, and like, dude, I drink your shake and I get no gas, no bloating. They're always really shot. There's no dairy in it. There's no egg in it. There's no gluten. There's no wheat. I tried to pull everything that I possibly could out. There's certain things that you can't. There's certain things that are very hard to pull away. And also has beef tallow in it to give it really good flavor. So there's certain things you have to keep in your protein powder, otherwise it just turns into like cement. And obviously I didn't want that to happen. So in addition to the total carnivore steak shake, I also sell a total carnivore steak shake that is unflavored. And I was like, there's no way that this is going to really sell well. It sells great. People are buying them all the time because then you can just kind of add your own flavor at home. So there's people that will add honey to it, a little bit of vanilla extract. You know, everyone's like a little different with. I love cinnamon. There you go. Some people are like really adverse to like stevia. Some people are really adverse to monk fruit. Yeah. Some people have a heart attack if you throw sucralose. Sucralose is amazing for everybody. It makes everything taste so good. And I think what people don't realize about sucralose is like you only need like in a Coke Zero, those kinds of things. That's what has sucralose in it. Yeah. It's only a small amount. Like it's a tiny amount. I'm not saying like it doesn't have any negative side effects, but it is good to know that it's a small amount. So yeah, withinyoubrand.com has the steak shakes. I have hydration powders, chocolate, and salted caramel hydrate chocolate. Oh my God, they're so good. If you add those to the protein shakes, I made everything strategically so that the flavors really blend and mix together really well. The banana steak shake, don't sleep on that one. That one's really good. Sometimes the banana flavor can be like weird. We nailed it with that one. And then also, if you want to check out the slingshot. The slingshot is a product I made years ago. It's a supportive upper body device for bench press, push-ups, dips. Helps save the shoulders. It's basically just a strap. It's originally, when I originally invented it, the first version of it was literally knee wraps that I had sewn together by my wife's friend that sews together swimsuits for my wife's swim team. And I had this lady sew these things together and had this idea, and I just like went and tried to use it one day. I was like, holy shit, this is the invention. I had this invention. I had an idea for a long time. Because so many people had banged up shoulders and had an issue bench pressing. And I was not expecting that it would have the impact that it's had, but I've sold over 1 million slingshots. What? We've been in business since 2010, and been selling them worldwide for a really long time and make many different versions and many different sizes. So anybody wants to check that out, that's at Mark Bell Slingshot. Thank you so much, my name is Slingshot. I know, I'll send you all this stuff, man. All the products are things that, I do talk about it on my social media stuff a little bit here and there, but I try not to be too pushy with it. But the truth is, like, even something like the slingshot or the knee sleeves that I make, or the elbow sleeves that I make, these are all products that I always go back to using. I might not use them for a little bit, just because, like, it takes a little extra time to put stuff on, and I'm thinking, like, I don't lift the way I used to, and so I make excuses on why not to wear the stuff. But then every so often I crawl back to it, and I'm like, I should just wear this all the time. It just makes the workout feel better. Yeah. And so a lot of times I think people are trying to make workouts harder with different devices and different things, and that's cool. That's a great route to go to kick up the intensity. But if you want your workouts to not hurt, go and check out the stuff we have at Mark Bell. Amazing. I'll link it all below. Thank you. You're the man, Mark Bell. Thank you, brother. Good, everybody.
Epstein. So Christian from San Diego. I'm excited to talk to you and show me your. This is your monograph. This is new.
That's coming out. That's currently under peer review, but
It's under peer review. Okay.
that summarizes 12 years of research that my team and I have done on Google and other tech companies and their ability to influence elections and indoctrinate children and affect our opinions, our thinking, attitudes, our purchases, you name it. So that's like a summary of the whole thing.
How long have you been working on that? How long have you been putting that together?
More than 12 years now.
Oh,
Yeah.
for people who aren't familiar, how did you, with your background, get so into this world of Google and the curation of the content that goes on Google and YouTube and all this stuff, and how it manipulates mind, culture, elections, everything?
Well, I was trained as a research psychologist at Harvard. I was actually Skinner's last doctoral student. And some people don't know just how broad psychology is. It's really broad. And one of the areas that research psychologists study is called influence. So you've probably heard of a best-selling book called The Nudge, about how you can just do subtle kinds of things and that will alter people's behavior. And so you've heard of probably this Stanford prison experiments or the obedience experiments that were done at Yale. All that is studying influence, how you can influence people. So back in 2012, my website got hacked, which is not a big deal, but I was notified by Google in I think 8 or 9 different emails. So that made me curious because I'm wondering, who made them the sheriff of the internet? Why am I getting notified by Google and not by some government agency, some nonprofit organization? But then I got more curious because I've been a coder since I was a teenager, and I saw that they were blocking access to my websites, not just on Google.com, which makes sense, that's their product, as it were, or their platform, I should say. We're the product. But the point is, it's not just on Google, but they were somehow blocking me on Safari, which is part of Apple. How did they do that? They were blocking me on Firefox, which is run by a nonprofit organization. How could they do that? So over time, I started in 2012, just started really digging in and trying to find out how Google really worked and just how much of an impact they were having and whether everything was above board or were some things hidden. In early 2013, I started doing what I'm good at, which I've been doing for almost 50 years on many topics in psychology. I started doing what are called randomized controlled experiments. Because at that point, I began to suspect that Google search results could be used to manipulate people. So what if when they're pulling from among billions of links out there, they're pulling links that make one candidate look better than the other, or one product, one dog food, one guitar brand, and they're suppressing links which make the other candidate look good. Could that actually impact people's thinking, people's votes even? And I made a prediction, which is scientists always do. I made a prediction. I thought, I bet you I could shift the voting preferences of undecided voters. That's here. I'm always starting with undecided people. And I could shift it by 2 or 3%, I thought. It's by favoring one candidate or the other in search results. In other words, my team and I had to build a simulator that works just like Google.com. It was called Cadoodle.
Yeah. I saw it in your book.
So, but it worked exactly like Google. And I thought, okay, one group, they get search results that favor one candidate. The other group gets search results that favor the other candidate. And then there's a control group, so neither candidate is favored. And I thought basically I could shift voting preferences by 2 or 3%. That was my prediction. I have never been so wrong because that first shift we got in that first experiment was 48%, which I thought was a mistake. In fact, I thought was impossible. That's after one search. So they're undecided voters. The only difference, they're all seeing exactly the same material. They can click on any of those links, go to the web page. So they have it. It's just exactly the same material. The only difference was the order in which we were presenting the material. And we got a shift of 48%. And don't forget, we're using random assignment. So that means we can push people in either direction, any way we want. So anyway, we thought it was a mistake. We repeated it. We got a shift of, I think, 63%. And then we began to learn that we could hide what we were doing. Like, even if it was blatantly obvious that the search results were biased, most people didn't see the bias. And we thought, what happens if we just fool people a little bit? So it's candidate A, candidate A, candidate A, candidate B, candidate A, candidate A. Get it? So what if we just mix it up a little bit just to get people confused? That's called masking. We found that we could get these enormous shifts in voting preferences with no one having the slightest idea that they're looking at biased search results. No one knowing that they're being manipulated. So we got to that point. This is early 2013, and we said this is important, and we wrote it up for the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which is one of the top scientific journals in the world. It's very, very hard to publish there. And by this time, we had done more experiments. We'd done a nationwide experiment with people from all 50 states. We had done a big experiment in India, right in the middle of a big election of theirs. It had more than 2,000 people in it. And this got published in what we call lovingly PNAS, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And the last time I checked, that very technical scientific article had been accessed or downloaded from their website more than 250,000 times, which is extremely rare for a scientific piece. Extremely rare. I mean, it's literally. You can publish a piece on discovering gravity waves, and I know the guy who did that, and you'll end up with a few thousand. But this got enormous attention. It got written up in Washington Post and other places because it's scary, because it means that Google has the power to shift possibly millions of votes in elections, election after election, not just here but around the world, with no one knowing that they're doing it.
Do you think this was their plan from the start? Or do you think this was some sort of natural evolution of their problem?
I think that they've done a lot of things over the years which start out very innocently. Search suggestions, I think, started very innocently. They're not innocent anymore, and we know because we've studied that now and quantified that. I think a lot of things, they just start out innocently, and then someone or other realizes that they can use this to change people's thinking and behavior, and they have very, very strong ideals, very strong values at Google, and they're very proud of that. I actually happen to share a lot of their values. So part of me is always, cheering for Google as I'm studying them and discovering what terrible things they're doing. So they have what they have done, and this is a whole separate story, which we can talk about later if you want to. But what they have done more and more is use very powerful techniques of mind control to control people's thinking and behavior, and literally around the world on a massive scale. And they know exactly what they're doing. For years, I was just doing experiments and discovering these techniques, and very skeptical, always very skeptical, and replicating it, or other labs have replicated these same findings. But the point is that over time I realized this is a really, really serious problem. And over time, my findings were also revealed by whistleblowers, leaked documents, leaked emails. 2018, for example, there was a leak of emails from Google to the Wall Street Journal, in which Googlers, that's what they call themselves, Googlers, were discussing how can we use ephemeral experiences. Turns out that's a very important phrase, ephemeral experiences or ephemeral content, to change people's views about Trump's travel ban. And when I saw that, my head spun because I realized I have been studying the power of ephemeral experiences to impact people for years at that point. By that point, I've been studying it for 5 years.
In what context were you studying?
And in the context of just finding these techniques, that first one leads into results. That's now called SEME, the search engine manipulation effect, SEME. And I have been studying these techniques one after another. Search suggestions, for example, you just by fiddling with the search suggestions, people, we showed it in experiments that you can turn a 50-50 split among undecided voters into a 90-10 split with no one having the slightest idea that they've been manipulated. But here I'm seeing in language being used in the company that their employees saying, how can we use ephemeral experiences to change people's views on travel ban? In this case, on the travel ban, and our experiments were showing more and more that you can use these techniques to change people's opinions about anything at all, not just candidates in an election, but anything at all. So the thing just grew. It grew and grew because we were finding more and more that these techniques exist. We had to give them names because they're new. They never existed before in human history. It could take a year or two or even 5 years to really understand one of these. And then we quantify them. So when we quantify them, that means we can calculate for a given election or a given product, we can calculate how big a shift Google can produce. And it gets bigger and bigger, but as it gets bigger, it also gets more scary because we start to run into pushback, I suppose you could say. Well, not much until I testified before Congress for the first time about these issues. That was in 2019, which was probably the most disastrous year of my life. All starting with that testimony, my congressional testimony. As one of my board members said to me at one point, well, they left you alone before that, but once you testified before Congress, they're not going to leave you alone. Anyway, that same summer that I testified, I did a private briefing for a bunch of state AGs, attorneys general, about all the work we've been doing and about the potential power that these companies have. And so there were very prominent AGs there from around the country. This is at Stanford University. And then I went out in the hallway, just was hanging around, and one of these people came out and said, Dr. Epstein, I don't mean to scare you, but based on what you told us and the work you're doing, so I suspect that you're going to be killed in some sort of accident in the next few months. And obviously I wasn't because I'm still here, but my wife was. My beautiful wife, Misty, was killed a few months later in a car accident that was very suspicious.
For me,
the vehicle was never examined. The little truck I had bought her was never examined forensically. It disappeared from the impound lot. I was told that it had been sold to a parts dealer in Mexico without my permission. Just disappeared.
This was how long after this guy said this to you?
like 3 or 4 months.
And who was the one who was the guy who said this to you?
He was and still is one of the state attorneys general. I mean, I've had other warnings too. I've had other warnings. Around that same time, I had a reporter from DC call, first asking a bunch of questions about the work, what was the latest, all that stuff. And then a couple of days later, he called again. He said, I just got off the phone with a woman who I believe to be head of public relations at Google. And I think you should know that what happened. And I said, what happened? She said, well, I started asking about your work, and she started screaming at me. He said, that's very unprofessional. I've never seen that before. He said, and I just want to tell you 2 things. He said, number 1, you have their attention. And number 2, if I were you, I would take precautions.
That's
You've had now 6 incidents in total.
what were the other incidents?
Well, the last one, which was right, by coincidence, it was right after I had lunch with probably the most prominent state AG in the country. That's Ken Paxton from Texas, who has an office with 800 attorneys, and they've gone after Google over and over again. And they're having an impact. They're having a big impact. But right after he left, so there were still some people left, and it was in a restaurant. Oh, I have the. You can use your own judgment. I'll tell you exactly what happened. And I even have an image.
You want to text it to Steve? Can you pop it on the TV?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. We can have a full screen on the
Oh, and Steve's already in here.
Yep.
Well, that's a really good idea. Well, this is one of the creepiest things that's happened so far.
Okay, this is what we talked about on Roku, right?
Yes, and I didn't realize it. Now you see that?
So here we go. This looks like a sharp piece of metal needle.
Yeah, but look at the coating. And look how the blade at the end has been sharpened to an extreme degree.
Mm-hmm.
So General Paxton, AG Paxton, leaves with his staff. My staff is still there, and one of them comes over to sit next to me. This is right next to me, so I'm on a bench seat in the restaurant, and this is my computer case for my laptop, and so she just slides in next to me, and then she screams like a real scream, like out of a movie, and we all go, what's going on? And she goes, look, and there's this thing sticking out of her thumb. It's kind of half-inch into her thumb. It was sticking out of the computer case. Now, this is the 6th incident so far.
So where do you think that thing could have come from?
Someone put it there, obviously, when I did not have control over my computer case. And what is it? No one knows.
You still have it?
I have people in intelligence, but we didn't want to. There's a place in Illinois that they use for stuff like this, because that coating is obviously strange.
Yeah.
And obviously the tip is strange, and the object itself, no one's ever seen anything like it. This is the kind of thing that Putin does to get rid of his enemy.
So he has poison, so it's all right.
Right.
This thing wasn't poison.
Well, we never analyzed it.
What happened to the lady after hitting?
Well, what happened was that we all kind of informally decided that we'd just see whether she was going to get sick or not. Pretty stupid of us. I know, and she didn't get sick, but she completely freaked out. She really pulled back on the project, and she was actually in charge of our it's called Major Gifts, so the high level fundraising. and she just pulled way back. We had our managing director was fabulous. Who'd been there for 2 years. She and her very handsome husband were walking Saturday afternoon in San Diego, pretty safe city, 2 p.m. Saturday afternoon, downtown San Diego. A guy comes out of the crowd, pulls a knife, slits his face all the way from his ear down to his mouth, all the way through. And then he looks at Michelle, our managing director, and laughs and runs away. She lasted another 2 or 3 months. Her family was putting tremendous pressure on her to quit. I don't blame them, and I don't blame her, but it was a tremendous loss for us. Tremendous loss. And my son, there's been a fairly recent incident with one of my sons. So that gets, and he works for the project. In other words, he works on the secret side of what we do, which is our monitoring system, which we can talk about if you want. But that system, 11 o'clock at night, one night, stopped working. The data stopped flowing. I tried calling up our tech people. I couldn't reach anyone. It was a Thursday night. I called him because I knew he's involved with the tech part of it. And he said, "Don't worry, Dad, I'll drive over to the office," which by the office he meant the secret location. But I don't even know where that is. I never found out where it was. And that's 11 o'clock at night. Midnight, I still haven't heard from him. The phone rings. He said, "Dad, don't worry, I'm okay." I said, "Well, wait, what happened?" So while I was driving over there, he said, and I got broadsided by, he said, a black vehicle, which immediately pulled away and drove off at very high speed.
How long ago was this?
A year and a half ago.
Did they ever investigate it?
They had nothing to investigate. There were no surveillance cameras on that intersection.
But nothing's so things keep happening to people that are in your close work.
Well, that thing,
that was
different for me.
Yeah,
that was not for me.
Right. But I assume the fact that you're out there, you're talking in a public forum, done big shows, and you're publishing stuff about this all the time, that they can't touch you directly, right? So they're just trying to intimidate you. This is not intended to kill you. This is intended to kill you. I'm assuming, right?
Well, I don't know because we found one lab that was recommended by the FBI. They wanted $5,000. I just kept saying the same stupid thing, which I really regret. I think it was a mistake on my part. Let's see if she gets sick. Which is so stupid.
She never got sick.
Not as far as I know, but she definitely got freaked out, and that lasted for quite a while. She just never. She didn't from that time on, perform with enthusiasm. I can say.
Right. Yeah. One of the reasons when I originally asked, like, was this the original intent of Google, or was this something that just happened after they? Because I read a Medium article that was very well done. It was a 3-part series. I forget the author's name, but it was essentially about the story of how the United States intelligence community funded, nurtured, and incubated Google.
Right.
At Stanford with Sergey Brin.
Yes.
And the PageRank system, I think, actually came from DARPA.
Possibly. I mean, the intelligence. I think we have to be fair here. The intelligence agencies. We're talking the 90s, so it was barely an internet. And the intelligence agencies, they had meetings about this growing internet thing, and they were worried about how it could pose a threat to national security. And one very legitimate concept that they were working with was that if there's more and more information posted out there and someone wants to build a bomb, that's going to be the first place they go. They're not going to go to the public library. They're going to go to this new internet which at that point was easy to use anonymously. So when they were talking and to some extent providing funding to people building these new search engines, which are just basically big indexes,
Right.
to what's on the growing internet, they basically were saying we want to be able to track people who are looking stuff up, especially certain stuff. Now that's legitimate. In other words, and they still do this. All the intelligence agencies around the world do this. They use the internet, people's search histories, people's emails, anything people do on the internet, they use when they're looking for bad guys or bad gals. That's
Sure.
And that's legit. In my opinion, that's legit. Now, it's true that Google, yes, they started out with help from intelligence agencies. Yes, they were definitely encouraged to preserve search histories.
And is that normal for a big tech company like that to be funded and incubated and nurtured by the intelligence community?
You have to look. Google was not the first search engine. It was actually the 21st search engine. It was very competitive in those days. I know one of the people who created one of the very first search engines. And he was just a professor at Carnegie Mellon. He said, "Oh, I'm going to build an index," and he ended up becoming a millionaire because he sold it. But did he have security in mind? Was he working with intelligence agencies? No, it was just like for him an academic project. So what happened with these two guys who started Google is it was a bit unusual, but some things came together for them very quickly because what they realized was that because they were preserving search histories, they could monetize that. They had no way to make money for the first 2 years, but because they had these search histories, they realized, hey, we could hook people up. Forget the bad guys. We could hook up to anybody who's searching for umbrellas with companies that sell umbrellas. So now they go to the umbrella company, so their actual customers are vendors. So they go to the umbrella company and say, hey, we know exactly who's searching for umbrellas online. Okay, and they borrowed a technique from another company, which sued them. They borrowed a technique from another company that allowed them to easily hook people up because they could put little kind of icons, and they could put links online which people who are looking for umbrellas can click on, and that would take them straight to that company. And if there's a sale there, Google gets a cut, or they would get a cut just based on the number of clicks. All different ways that they've explored over the years. But in the early years, the fact that the intelligence agencies had them preserving search histories, that led them within a couple of years to figure out finally how to monetize the search engine. Now, by 2004, they were starting to take up a big chunk of search. They were starting to become dominant, but there were still a lot of search companies. By 2008 or so, the others were kind of falling away. Google was becoming more and more popular. And again, got to give them some credit because the method they were using for posting search results was new, the PageRank method, and it worked really well. And so it gave people the best search results. Now we're thinking, you can't pin an exact date on it, but you may have heard, but probably everyone has heard that at some point their motto was, don't do evil.
Yeah, don't be evil.
Don't be evil. Don't be evil, yeah. They actually dumped that in 2015, so they got rid of that. But they still mention that concept somewhere, but it's no longer the motto of the company. And in my opinion, they turned it into don't be evil unless it makes us money.
Love it. We use Brave here. We try to. Sometimes you don't get good results, especially on images. We don't do images. We search a lot of images, but images. Brave does this fine, right? A lot of these search engines, web browser, right? A lot of them have been compromised by Google, from what I understand. understand. But there's just some of them that are still clean and clear. I mean, the stuff and logos is great.
Well, Brave is a special story. And I know Brendan Ike. He's the one who founded Brave. Before that, he's the one who created. He'd be a good guest. Brendan Ike. B-I-C. And he's the one who created Firefox for Mozilla. So why did he, having done that, having created this great alternative to Google that worked very well, why did he leave? Well, because Google's influence at Mozilla became overwhelming. Mozilla is a nonprofit, and 90% of their donations are coming from Google. No matter what changes they seem to make to guarantee people's privacy, they also violated people's privacy. So, for example, they made Google their default search engine. Mozilla at some point actually made Google their default search engine. Or even when they didn't do that, which is pretty blatant, they used Google's quarantine list. Most people don't know anything about this, but this is all the stuff happening in the background. So creepy. Yeah. Before a browser takes you somewhere, it could be anything. Safari, which is Apple's browser. Before Safari takes you to a website, it has to check to see whether the website is safe. Sure, they're not going to take you to malware sites in Nigeria, right? Right. Well, where are they going to get a good list that they can check at super high speed? Well, the answer is because Google crawls the internet more than any other company and has the largest database of any other company. Everyone uses, including Safari, everyone uses Google's quarantine list. So that means, so Brendan saw this. I mean, he saw that basically Firefox was also checking quarantine list. That means that when people are doing what they think are private searches using Firefox, Google's getting the information.
Did you try to stop this?
I don't know what, you could ask him, but I've never asked them. That's, straight away that very question. But I do know he at some point said I've had it. And he was determined. That's why Brave is called Brave. That's why. Because he was determined to do something brave and really set up a browser and a search engine. They're both called Brave. That Google cannot track, that Google has no control over. Google has control all over the place. Where people have no idea they have control.
What happened with DuckDuckGo? How did they be compromised by Google? Do you know?
Well, DuckDuckGo is another story. I don't like to talk too much about DuckDuckGo because I don't think it's personally. I don't even consider it a certain. DuckDuckGo is primarily a database aggregator. So what does that mean? That means they look at big databases that other people have created, and that's how they come up with the answers to your queries, your search queries. Now, that's not a search engine. Do they have a little, do they have a crawler that on the internet? Yeah, but that's very little of their data comes from their crawler.
But it used to be different for people, right? You used to be able to go on DuckDuckGo and be able to bypass the sort of curated shit on Google search anything. And now it's changed for years. So like there was obviously something that happened.
Well, so another reason I don't like it stuck on DuckDuckGo is because there are much, much bigger problems out there. For example,
well, I was just like,
okay, let me speak it. I think this will make the point. 2016, Google and Microsoft signed a pact, which no one has ever, it's never leaked. The exact contents of the pact have never been made known.
You sound better.
But they signed a pact, and the next thing that happened is they all dropped all of the lawsuits and complaints they had against each other worldwide. Microsoft pulled the funds from all the nonprofit organizations that were supporting that fought Google. All the funds gone. all the consultants that Microsoft had, and they, by the way, they offered me a consultant position with them at one point. I refused. Microsoft did, and I refused. But a dear friend of mine, he accepted. They got rid of all their consultants, all at once, gone. And Windows 11 became, Windows 10 has a lot of problems, but Windows 11 became a very aggressive tracker. And some of us believe that from that point on, their search engine, Bing, which had been losing about $1 billion a year for Microsoft, started to save some money, probably by scraping contents from Google. Now that's a much bigger problem because Bing has a much, believe it or not, gets a lot more traffic than DuckDuckGo does. Yahoo. I have a copy of a document that was filed with the SEC, which gives Yahoo the right to scrape content for Yahoo search. The problem is, I'm just saying, it's bigger than you think. It's that my sister wears a Fitbit. When you think Fitbit, you don't think Google. No. But Google owns Fitbit. They bought Fitbit so they could get all that physiological data 24 hours a day. Do you have I hope not, a Nest?
You probably do. I have a Nest thermostat.
You have a Nest thermostat?
I have all the security cameras. We have a Nest security camera.
Okay, so about 6 years ago or so, Google bought Nest.
Right.
Now, some people know that, but what they don't know is that about a year or two later, some what do I call myself? Some idiot professor type pulled apart one of the new Nest thermostats that they were selling and found that they had put a microphone into it without telling anybody. Now, around the same time that they're installing microphones into
Wait. This was the one that you purchased?
No, this is another professor,
Another professor type.
another lunatic like me,
Purchased a Nest
to investigate it, to find out why. The question at the time was, why would Google be so interested in Nest? Well, the reason they were interested is because it gets put in people's homes, and they were submitting patent applications at the time for new methods of analyzing sounds within the home. So, for example, just by picking up on sounds coming from the bathroom, you can tell whether the kids are brushing their teeth in them. Sounds from the bedroom, that tells you a lot of stuff, including whether the sex life is any good or the relationship is good. And hundreds of things that can be monetized can be picked up from sounds within the home. Google was getting patents issued for new methods for analyzing sounds within the home. This is right about the time that they secretly installed microphones into some Nest devices.
And then we also have the Nest fire alarm too, which talks to you. That smoke into the hallway. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, was anything public? Was anything made public about this? And was anything?
Why am I even talking to you? I mean, you are a Google affiliate.
Yeah, but I'm a useful idiot. So now this is the only way I can learn how to fix shit. So now I'm gonna get rid of all of it. So thank you for
One of my sons gave to another of my sons for his birthday.
This is the problem. It's so hard to escape their ecosystem. Sorry, continue.
23andMe, which is now on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was founded by the wife of one of Google's founders. And so one of my sons gives to another of my sons 23andMe for his birthday, and I said to him, I would suggest that you throw that away. And I explained why. Because that is how, that's one of many methods Google has come up with in recent years for getting your people's DNA information into personal profiles. If you get DNA info in there, its value goes up and up and up as more discoveries are made about DNA. And basically, you can figure out what diseases people are prone to that they haven't even gotten yet. You can also figure out which dads have been cuckolded. I mean, DNA, think about how much we know about DNA right now, but then think ahead a year, 2, 5 years, the DNA doesn't change. So that data that's solid gold that goes up in value, like the value of gold itself. It just keeps going up in value. So Google has invested in companies that collect DNA. And at one point, they volunteered to run the nation's national DNA repository without charge. Very nice of them. Very, very nice.
So was it the founder of 23andMe was Susan Wozniak's sister?
Yes,
right.
I believe that's right. Yeah.
Who was also the CEO of YouTube before she passed away.
Right. Yeah. So she had been, when they purchased YouTube, she became its first CEO. I have one of my favorite leaks from Google. I know I'm going all over the place here, but this subject I find fascinating, obviously. And one of my favorite leaks, which was leaked by Zach Voorhees, who would also make a great guest because he was a senior software engineer at Google for 8.5 years. Voorhees, Vorhies. And he's become a friend over the years, even though politically, we're not even on the same scale. But the point is that Zach is the first person to have walked out of Google with actual stuff. There have been lots of whistleblowers now, but he's the first person who walked out of there with 950 pages of documents and a 2-minute video. The 2-minute video is Susan Wozniak talking to the big staff of YouTube, big screens behind her, and she's talking about how we're changing YouTube's recommender algorithm so that we can boost up content that we think is legitimate, and there's a big up arrow behind her, and that we can demote content that we think is not legitimate, and then she says a few things about what that means. But I mean, it is so, to me, so scary because meanwhile, we're doing experiments around that same time on what we call the video manipulation effect, VME, which has now been published in a peer-reviewed journal, because it turns out if you mess with those recommendations on that list, you can change the thinking, behavior, whatever of people who are undecided about anything without their knowledge. It's just like the suggested column. The suggested column. There's the first one they pick for you. That's important. Then there's the one at the top. That's the up next one. And they used to have a big button right up there saying, asking you whether you want to turn off the up next, automatic. That's gone. It's on the page, but it's hidden now. It's hidden and not labeled.
And it also has there's an option that you have the ability to turn on, which will automatically play for you. So you can just finish a video, and it will automatically start picking and choosing the videos to continue to play on your screen.
But here's the thing. And this is independent researchers have confirmed this, and an actual high-ranking employee at Google has confirmed this. Right now, around the world, just think about this again. Think about it. Just give it a couple seconds. 70% of the videos that people watch on YouTube, 70% of the videos that people watch on YouTube were recommended by Google's recommender algorithm. Because if you just watch people, it means 70% of the time that you're watching people watching videos, what they're watching was recommended by Google. Think of the power that's right. And again, if you go to videomanipulationeffect.com, you'll actually come to our peer-reviewed paper, which we give you experiments. We show experiments at videomanipulationeffect.com, and we've got experiments, randomized controlled experiments that show the power that those videos have to shift people's thinking. Now, can you shift anybody's thinking about anything? No. Only people who haven't yet made up their minds. But that's pretty much everybody. In other words, even if you're extreme left, extreme right, whatever your extreme is, there's going to be something during the day or during the week that you're not where you have a native UI and where you're vulnerable to manipulation. And the problem is that Google, because they're collecting so much information about us all 24 hours a day, they know exactly who you are. They know exactly when you're vulnerable. And they know exactly how to get you.
Whatever happened to Zach? He stole the stuff and got it published.
Well, there's some interesting footage out there. I don't know, it's a video footage or still footage of Zach on the street in San Francisco with his hands raised to heaven. You can see if he could have gone up three more feet, he would have done it. Because Google sent up what's it called? The squad you send up when things are really
SWAT team.
They sent a SWAT team after him. He was scared out of his mind. And they claimed that he was possibly a threat to the community. And they sent a SWAT team in. And they fired him or he quit, whatever. But he was the first person who had the cojones to walk out with actual stuff. And the stuff is amazing because it's, for example, I know I'm going all over the place, but I'm going to come back. Really, just trust me on this one. So when I first testified before Congress, before I testified, one of the high-ranking executives from Google testified. And the man, under oath, was asked by, I think, Senator Josh Hawley, does Google have any blacklists? And he replied, no, Senator, we do not. 3 weeks later, that is when Voorhees documents are made public. And there's a bunch of them that are labeled blacklist. Now, think of the arrogance. If I were running Google, excuse me, but if I were running Google and I had a bunch of blacklists, I would not call them blacklists. Mm-hmm. I might call them shopping lists. Mm-hmm. Anything but blacklists. I'd call them purple lists. Yeah. Actually called blacklists, and a lot of the content you can see on the blacklist that was conservative content. So,
and these were conservative political websites, YouTube channels, things like this.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that we've had to navigate with YouTube over the last few years. That's how YouTube first started, because they obviously have a deep list, a very robust list of policies and rules to maintain understanding of YouTube, and the lines are very vague, right? It's not super definitive. You don't get the opportunity to go in front of a court and make your case. It's basically some robot or AI algorithm behind the scenes determines whether A, you can be monetized, B, you're allowed to keep the video on YouTube, or C, whether you have the standing on YouTube to continue to post stuff, right? So they basically have X amount of buckets rules that they put out there to give to the public, and then if you publish anything that they don't like, they can take it and say, oh, we're going to throw it in that bucket, we're going to take you down based on that rule. Most of the times, that's happened to us, that rule is completely irrelevant. There's nothing in that video that has anything to do with that rule whatsoever. And you can send emails and tell the council, oh, no one's going to answer you or give you any sort of reasonable response to why it was done. But we have a very, very hands-on experience dealing with YouTube.
In the monograph that you have, you're one of very few people who has this, by the way. In the monograph, there's a section there on how Google makes those decisions. And I'm quoting from an internal document from Google. It's about a 100-page document that's meant to train people to make those decisions about what content to suppress. Mm. So I quote actual language from this internal training manual, and you're just kind of guessing, but when you actually see what's in the training manual, you don't have to guess anymore. Because what it says over and over and over again, I think 22 times, over and over again, says, well, when you can't quite make up your mind, just use your best judgment. It gives tremendous personal discretionary authority to the people making these decisions, and those people are used to train the algorithms that are now making a lot of those decisions. So there's tremendous discretionary authority. Well, how bad can that get? Well, there was a particular day when the head of Google Search at the time shut down an entire domain, which had about 11 million websites in it, because he thought that the content to him seemed kind of flaky. He shut down an entire domain. He himself did that.
This was a top-ranking guy.
Top-ranking guy. March 31st, 2009, that's also in the monograph with references, Google shut down the entire internet for about 40 minutes. Now, how could they even do that is one question, just technically. But the big question, I wasn't concerned about that because I knew they could do that, because they actually block content to millions of websites every single day. That's their quarantine. So everyone knows about the quarantine list because everyone uses it. Because you don't want to take people to scary places, right? Except that a lot of the websites that are on the quarantine list, they don't have malware. Just in the judgment of a Google algorithm or Google personnel, there's just something sketchy about the content, period. And it could be political in nature. So they can block things for pretty much any reason at all, period. And as I say, I have an internal training manual that shows the language that they use in training. So I'm not imagining this. So, but when I read, and this was reported by The Guardian, that they had shut down the whole internet, what I became upset with for a while was, why did they pick that time of day, that time of day? Why was it 40 minutes? Why wasn't it 20 minutes or 60 minutes? What was there about that time? And I finally figured out. I published this in an article in U.S. News and World Report. You can get to it at thenewcensorship.com. Thenewcensorship.com. And I finally figured it out. There it is. Okay.
Ladies and gents, the day has finally come where you can utilize red light therapy to regrow your hair. And you can save some serious cash by using our code. The iRestore Elite is clinically proven to help regrow hair using 300 lasers and 200 LEDs that send light therapy directly to your scalp. Just pop it on while you're watching TV or reading a book and enjoy the benefits. It's a system with proven results. In a double-blind clinical study, nearly every participant saw an increase in hair growth with this technology. The iRestore Elite uses Dixo lasers that feature wide beams of red light, which gives consistent coverage and results. The unique use of optimal wavelengths reactivates dormant follicles to restore your natural hair. Lasers provide deeper spot stimulation, while LEDs provide a broader and uniform coverage to fill in the gaps in between the lasers. Plus, they offer a money-back guarantee so you can try it risk-free. It's comfortable, it's lightweight, it makes you look like a badass from the movie Tron, which is why I do not feel embarrassed while I'm using it. To be honest, I forget it's even there. And I've talked about red light ad nauseum on this podcast before, so I'm super confident in this stuff. And if you really want to get the maximum out of your Elite, bundle with the Revive Plus Max Growth Kit, which has a bunch of hair product that works with the wavelengths in the Elite. Give yourself the gift of hair confidence this summer. For a limited time only, our listeners are getting a huge discount on their iRestore Elite by using the code DANNY at iRestore.com. That's the letter I, RESTORE.com. Head on over to iRestore.com and use the code DANNY, DANNY, for my exclusive discount on the iRestore Elite. Please support the show and tell them we sent you. Hair loss is frustrating and you don't have to fight it alone thanks to the iRestore Elite. It's linked down below. Now back to the show.
You know how the stock markets are, in the United States, they're open whatever it is, Monday through Friday, whatever the times are. Yeah, but somewhere else, when our stock markets are closed, they're open because they're in different time zones. So the question is, are there any points in time during the week, any points in time at all, when all the stock markets are simultaneously closed? Bingo. They literally shut down the entire internet during the small interval of time when all the stock markets in the world were shut down. Why would they do that? So that no one would make a fuss. And then back, no one made a fuss. They just did it because they're geeks and nerds, and that makes them feel powerful, and then they had a big laugh over it. That's why they picked that time. And I'm pretty sure I know why they picked 40 minutes. Because on the day the Earth stood still, one of the great classics of old science fiction movies, the alien shows the power that the alien has, shows it to humanity by shutting down all the electricity in the world for 30 minutes. They picked 40. You know, it would have been cooler, I thought, if they picked 31. But obviously they had some little laugh and said, oh no, we're going to go 40.
So it was all for shits and giggles.
Well, and also to demonstrate, they're also seeing, they're testing their metal. They're testing, their ability to do something if they need to do something. And they still have that ability. And the point is they exercise that ability. They do block access to millions of websites every day.
And as far as content goes, and blocking content, like they won't necessarily, for example, your website, right? They won't necessarily give you any sort of warning that they're going to block your content or your YouTube videos or anything like this. They will just sort of, because you're not technically violating any rules or anything like this, right? So they're just going to, behind the scenes, throttle it back, bury it on the search algorithm, to where it's just harder for people to find it, and you will completely be unaware, constantly frustrated by you're not being able to say your stuff, why people can't find you, and
why your sales have just dropped by 90%.
Right. Again, when it comes to YouTube, the people that are monitoring this stuff and making these decisions, I've noticed a lot of them aren't even actual Google employees. A lot of them are contractors that are working in like Costa Rica, in the Asian countries, all over the world, right? That have no accountability for any of this stuff. Like, it's not like you could say, okay, you got this wrong. Okay, we're going to go look at the exact person who flagged it and got it wrong and recommend them, make sure they don't make that mistake again. It's such a hard thing to manage with millions of minutes of videos being uploaded every single day and content being posted on Google every single day, being interjected into the algorithm, the search rank, and all this stuff. It's like you have to have machines made into stuff.
Well, more and more they've been moving in that direction, but they have to have humans involved always too, because the humans are the guideposts. They're the trainers.
Right.
So that's why now and then someone gets upset when they realize that a human being has listened in on content going to the Google Assistant, which is on phones, or the Google Home device, which is like Alexa. And now and then someone figures out that people at Google are listening in. Now, this has been established now in several court cases where the courts have gotten access to records of sounds within a home where, let's say, one spouse has attacked another, so it's a spousal abuse case. And so the court will subpoena records from Google or from Amazon, which runs Alexa. And in every case that I'm aware of, these companies have eventually turned over the recording. So as far as we can tell, we have our own way of testing this, by the way. As far as we can tell, all of these devices that people like you,
the problem,
not me, but all these devices that people carry on, these surveillance devices, they listen all the time. Now, what about if you just turn off something or other? Turn off our... Well, a few years ago, you remember, you could take the battery out.
More than a few.
No, I don't know, 10 years ago, you could take the batteries out of these phones, and then they soldered them in.
The iPhone, the first one I remember, the battery was soldered in. Before the iPhone, it was like, I had a flip phone, the battery
which was good because you could put a fresh battery in.
Yeah.
But again, now you can't take batteries out of it in any phone. So the problem there is, even when you think it's off, it's not off. How would we demonstrate that? It's really simple. You turn your phone off, go around town with it, say a bunch of stuff to it that's substantive. This has been done. Even Tucker did something like this for one of his shows, which I thought was really cool.
Really?
Yep. Then you turn it back on, and if you use what's called a man-in-the-middle device, which we have in our lab, you can actually watch as content being transferred from your phone up to Google or whoever it is that's monitoring, or to your host. You can actually track and see what content is being transferred. You can also use that kind of device, a man-in-the-middle device, so that when you're not doing anything on your phone, it's still transmitting. It never stops transmitting. And for each different kind of phone, there's a certain amount that's being transmitted even when it's inactive. And it's a lot. It's like 40 megabytes a month or something like that. It's a lot of content. So these are surveillance devices.
How nefarious is it? Is it really nefarious, or is this just a money making advertising thing? A way to make more advertising dollars and to sell more content?
Well, here's where again I run into a problem, because my son is involved in a business that makes use of all these technologies, and he keeps saying, "Dad, this is how it works. It's not just our company; it's every company has this now." And I say, "Yeah, it doesn't bother you?" He goes, No, this is just normal. An example: one of the effects that we studied and quantified and published is called OME, opinion matching effect. It's just genius. It's just genius. You want to get a new guitar, so you start looking at what you type in. I hope not on Google. It's on Brave, even DuckDuckGo, Firefox. Anyway, you type in the search bar. You type in best guitar, and you're going to get a bunch of websites. The very best guitar you can buy, etc. Now it turns out that almost all of those websites are built by people like my son. In other words, they're not built by some organization that's nonpartisan, nonprofit, whatever, and it's perfectly fair and like Consumer Reports maybe. That's not who builds these websites. They're built by marketers. And very often they have a quiz. This is the part that we studied, because I just had this funny feeling about quizzes. And they say, here, take this little quiz, and then that'll help you to make the right decision what the guitar is the best for you. So it asks you some questions, and you answer the questions. And then it says, well, based on your answers, the best guitar for you is blah, blah, blah. Now, the question is, has the website, has the algorithm even looked at your answers? And the answer is, well, yeah, they probably do store your answers, because that can be sold. That's information that can be sold. But they're not using your answers to give you advice about the best guitar, because that site was set up by marketing professionals at one guitar company, and they're going to recommend their guitar. So this is called opinion matching effect. They're matching opinions. They're matching the technique. By the way, this is an astoundingly powerful technique. You literally can get shifts of 80 or 90% of people who are undecided on virtually any topic using opinion matching online. And no one suspects, not a single person suspects in any of the experiments we've ever run, that they're being manipulated, because how would they know? They're not seeing anything biased. They're just being asked a bunch of questions. They're answering the questions. Do you know that there's a website that's been around now for more than 10 years that helps you decide which candidate to vote for by asking questions on a quiz? No. Yeah. Did you know that what's the swipe left, swipe right And Tinder. And in 2016, Tinder set up a swipe the vote option, so that when everyone going to Tinder was offered the opportunity to do a little swipe thing, and
to poll what the people's preferences were on between Hillary and Trump.
no, it was to help people make up their minds about which one to vote for. So you get a question about immigration or this or that, and you swipe left for yes and right for no. Right for no. Left for yes, right for no. And so it asks you a bunch of questions. You swipe one direction or the other, answering questions, and then bingo, it gives you, tells you Hillary Clinton, you know. And so these are examples of how quizzes are being used for manipulations. Not as far as I know.
How much influence does Google have on the search indexing on social media apps like X, Facebook, Instagram, stuff that one? You know, or do you think?
Well, different deals are made at different times for different companies, and those relationships change. But the way I look at it is this: these different companies, where are their donations going? And that you can find out. OpenSecrets.org is very, very good for that. It's a fantastic site for that. And if you find out that all the top tech companies are donating almost all of their money to one candidate or one party, that pretty much tells you what to look for. It tells you that probably in their content, they're going to be shifting votes to that party. There are so many ways to do that, but this might bring us finally to monitoring system. So, October 31st of last year, 2024, so a few days before the presidential election, we were monitoring Google's homepage, among many other things. We're monitoring. So that means we're pulling in from more than 16,000 registered voters in all 50 states that we had recruited one by one. More than 16,000. Yeah, we're way past that now. But the point is, we had been building the world's first ever system for monitoring the content that Google and other companies send to registered voters and now to children. So we're monitoring, among other things, messages Google is putting on its homepage. Now, anything that Google puts on its homepage is going to have a big impact because their homepage is normally
Pretty blank, right?
blank. That's kind of their brand. That's their trademark, really. And the founders were determined to make sure that it stays that way. But every now and then, they put a big message there, and it's very colorful and artsy and all that. And so they were putting up, as they had done in previous elections, go vote reminder. Well, the fact is we're monitoring a lot of people's computers, and Google doesn't know who those people are. We're monitoring a lot of computers. We know their political leaning. And what we found October 31st, a few days before the election, was that Google on its homepage was sending out 50% more vote reminders to Democrats than to Republicans. Now, I lean left myself, and my whole family, they're all Democrats. I'm not a registered Democrat anymore, but the point is, I lean that way. So I'm thinking, wow, that is so cool. That is amazing. That's great. Not only that, we can calculate how many votes that's going to show. It's going to shift a lot of votes. Then, of course, part of me was saying, well, wait a minute, that's cheating. Do you know how many times people see Google's homepage every day? More than 500 million times just in the United States. So I'm thinking, no, wait a minute, we can't let them get away with that. Normally, when we monitor, we don't reveal. Past elections, we weren't revealing what we were finding. But this time, to the general public, to journalists. Right. But this time, well, it could definitely, I mean, who knows? It could make Donald Trump file a lawsuit claiming that stop the election, stop the president, just cheating. Who knows? But this I thought was outrageous. Too outrageous. And so by the end of that day, we went public and we also notified Google. And we showed them our data. It's very clear. And you know what they did? They stopped. Really. It went from 50% more go vote reminders to going to Democrats to pretty much even Steven, 51, 49 for those last 4 days, including election day. They literally stopped.
There's no way. Have you considered the fact that maybe they got to people that you had monitoring?
Oh, of course. But we have so many protections against that. We would see that. We have ways of, I can't tell you what they are, but we would know that in a flash.
Right.
It's not the first time we've stopped them, by the way. So we start 2015. So my work on SEAM, search engine manipulation, in fact, was in the news. So I guess the Washington Post had written it up. And I get a call from a guy named Jim Hood, who at that time was AG of Mississippi, I think. One of those 7 states that I've never been to. And hell of a nice guy, strong accent, really strong accent. I'm not too good with that accent. But he says to me that he had sued Google on behalf of his state, and that they had replied by suing him personally. They sued him personally. So now he's in this legal battle against Google, so he was very concerned because in Mississippi, you have to, the AGs are elected. In some states they're appointed, but in his state they're elected. So he's up for re-election, and he's wondering, could they possibly manipulate the election? And I said, oh yeah. He said, well, how? I explained how they could do it. They could shift a lot of votes and so on. And then he asked me a very critical question, which I became obsessed with. He said, but how would you know? I said, well, unless someone at Google is going to tell you, you really wouldn't have a way of knowing. He said, well, in law enforcement, what we do is we call them sock puppets. Now they're called bots. But we use sock puppets. So it's 2015, 10 years ago. And we basically set up just fake people. The fake people send off stuff and whatever. That's how we find out what they're doing. I said, well, that's a really bad method. I said, because your sock puppets don't have any profiles. They don't have any history on Google, so Google's algorithm can immediately spot them as fakes and send sanitized data. He said, well, then what do we do? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Let me think. So I started obsessing, and I realized if you really want to know what a company like Google is sending to real people, remember what they're sending is ephemeral, right? It's going to appear, affect people, then disappear, and it's gone forever. And
No evidence.
No evidence. No paper trail, nothing. And it's personalized. So my wife, Misty, she loved Google search results because she called Google her personal shopper. It's all personalized and ephemeral. How would you, if Google's trying to influence the vote, the only way you could figure it out is you'd have to stand behind someone, a real person, and look over their shoulder in a way that Google can't detect. And then you'd have to, Google shows them search results, you'd have to grab those search results. And then you'd have to look up the websites and see if there's any bias. I mean, literally.
Yes.
Or you'd have to look at whether they're getting a go vote reminder on the home page. Or you have to look at search suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. You could look at all kinds of stuff. And I was thinking, how do we do that? I knew this was going to be really expensive because I had no idea how to do it. So I started asking around. I started telling people this is what we were going to do. No, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we need money. And some guy in DC had me call some guy in Central America. I know, it's like spine up. And the guy in Central America says, okay, well, what's your bank account number for your organization, for a nonprofit? And money started to come in.
Oh,
It's coming in from a New York bank, all from an anonymous source. The source is always labeled anonymous from a New York bank.
what's the KGB?
I don't know. I to this day, I had no idea where this money came from. The point is, we started to make some progress on building stuff that you have to build. You have to build very special software that's called passive. We call it passive monitoring software. That you have to get someone, a registered voter, a real person, to install this on his or her their computer. So there it is. And now, when that person does a search on Google or Bing or Yahoo, when the search results appear, our software is going to grab that stuff, either as an image or as HTML. It's going to grab that, and then it's going to send it to one of our computers. And all that stuff has to be coming in from lots and lots of people, and then we aggregate it and we analyze it, and we could actually figure out what they're sending to real people. We would be preserving ephemeral content, which has never been done before. So 2016, we managed, with anonymous money, we managed to preserve 13,000 searches on Google, Bing, and Yahoo. We did Bing and Yahoo for comparison purposes. And 98,000 web pages to which the search results linked. So now, by looking at the bias on the web pages, we could calculate to see whether there's any overall bias in the search results. Did we find bias in the search results? Now, we only had 95 computers, people we call field agents. We had 95 field agents in 24 states. And did we find bias? Oh, yeah. We found overwhelming bias favoring Hillary Clinton, whom I supported at the time. And so, enough to have shifted, we calculated from the experiments that we run, between 2.6 and 10.4 million votes to Clinton nationwide without anyone knowing that this had occurred. And of course, we're the only ones who preserved at least a small number of these ephemeral experiences. Ephemeral time, 13,000 searches on Google, Bing, and Yahoo. Was the bias there on all three search engines? No, only on Google. There was no such bias on Bing or Yahoo. Yeah. 2018, we built a bigger system. 2020, we built a much bigger system. We didn't preserve 13,000 ephemeral experiences. We preserved 1.5 million, mainly in swing states. 2022, 2.5 million, mainly in swing states. And of course, at this point, we're moving well beyond Google, Bing, and Yahoo. We're pulling more and more content from more and more places.
Such as YouTube.
Oh yeah, we got really good at doing
So
YouTube.
YouTube's interesting because it's becoming more and more important, especially with this last election, where I think podcasts were a huge contributing factor to that.
2023, I announced that the time had come for us, or late 2022, I guess, I announced the time had come for us to build a permanent nationwide monitoring system. Because if you don't have a monitoring system in place, you will never know what these companies are doing. You have to capture ephemeral content, and ideally, you want it to be the real content, personal. It's ephemeral content. You have to collect that. You've got to see the content that's being sent to kids, to teens. If you don't preserve this content, you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea why that person just won the election and the other person lost. You have absolutely no idea because the shifts are so large. 2020, we calculated that Google alone has shifted more than 6 million votes to Joe Biden. Now, if you go to America's, with an S, americasdigitalshield.com, which, oh, that's good. How's it there? Is this, oh yeah, so you see the number going up?
You got 122,122,747 live ephemeral experiences captured
shining light on big tech's dark secrets, revealing real-time ephemeral manipulation. So, this is you?
Yeah, that's us.
Wow.
That to set up this dashboard and that nationwide system cost about close to $8 million.
All from this anonymous source?
No. We've got donations. No. Every time I go in, Joe, tens of thousands of donations.
Oh,
So
that's amazing.
we give out. He lets us give out like a website for a donation website. So other people have done that too. Other people in media have helped us raise money. There was one year we couldn't find any money, and then Glenn Beck, believe it or not, he just took it upon himself. He said, "I'm going to fund this whole thing." And he did a special on my work, and then he had me on like 5 times, and he kept saying to people, "You've got to donate. You've got to find out what these bastards are doing."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And he raised about $1 million for us, which allowed us that year to set up a system. But the point is, we now have set up a nationwide system.
Oh, wow. You break down all the social media apps.
Yep.
And websites. You know, Reddit. Are they manipulating Reddit?
Reddit, we collect data from Reddit. We see a very, very strong liberal bias in Reddit content. But we haven't studied Reddit yet, so we can't tell you exactly why that. But if you look at Twitter, which used to be all blue, below the line means liberal bias, above the line means conservative bias. If you look at Twitter, you see we're basically above the line.
Yes.
All the other tech platforms are all blue. Now, if you go down to the national, this is interesting. See the graph on the left? That's what I was talking about. So October. Yeah, so that tall one there, that's October 31st.
Okay.
And that's 50% more go vote reminders on Google's homepage going to Democrats, that's blue, than to Republicans, that's red. And then we announce it at the end of that day, and we notify Google, and look what happens the next day. See?
Wow. They're both. The next day is the one that doesn't graph right next to it, right?
Yep. That's
the red
November.
one's a little bit higher.
That's right. It's November 1st. The point is the huge,
and this is with. Sorry to interrupt, but this is with how many people are in your experiment.
Well, at this point, there's more than 16,000 people in all 50 states, and they're politically balanced. So that's very, very important that they're politically balanced.
Right.
So this allows us in real time to be seeing what's going on. We can notify members of the press. We can notify members of Congress, which we've done. We can notify Google or Facebook or any company and say, this isn't just by way of like a toy. This is court admissible data. No one's ever had that before. Now, where we are now is the system is still running 24 hours a day. We're way past the presidential election, and we're monitoring all kinds of stuff, not just electoral stuff, because that's the whole point of such a system is you can monitor anything on any platform. And I have had requests from people in 8 different countries to help them set up monitoring systems. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Here's the only place where Trump and I overlap. I put America first on this issue. We have to have a permanent, self-sustaining monitoring system in place before I'm willing to help any other country do this. But ultimately, at least all democracies around the world have to have this kind of system in place. Because if you don't know what's going on. Because that's how big the power is that these companies have over thinking and behavior. No, I'm just saying, how could you not, if you were a leader, public policy maker, whatever, columnist, how could you possibly allow the internet to just run everyone's lives around the world? How could you possibly do that and let them do it in such a way that there's no evidence, there's no paper trail, there's nothing you can bring to court. Remember when Trump ran to court after 2020, 60 different cases, and they all got thrown out?
Yeah.
He had no court admissible evidence to bring to court. That was the complaint of most of the judges. And this is court admissible evidence, which has been collected on a very large scale, using very, very high scientific standards.
Now, these countries that are reaching out to you, they're reaching out to you specifically about Google, right? Because Google maintains a monopoly in pretty much every country, I'm assuming, except for China and North Korea.
Correct. Wow, you nailed that one.
Did I?
You sure did. Wow. You're the first person who's ever done that. So
Really?
yeah.
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show.
Yeah, these countries are mainly concerned about Google. That's right. Because they all have concerns that Google has already interfered. I'll give you a great example. It comes back to you, by the way, and your business practices. So you're going to see, we're going to go full circle here. We're going to go, damn it, Epstein. Never having you back. Let Rogan fight you again. You're never coming back here.
Not true, sir.
The Guardian runs all of its stuff through Google services. Oh, G Suite.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what you do. So there's a very good reporter there named Carol Cadwalader. The last syllable is kind of interesting because there's no vowel. It ends with DR. Carol Cadwalader. And she had written a whole bunch of pieces critical of Google. And then approaching the Brexit vote, which led the UK to pull out of the European Union, she wrote a bunch of stuff. She was very concerned that Google was going to interfere in that election. I got a call from a reporter at the Times of London who was worried about that too. And he said, could Google actually do anything? And I said, well, what do the polls say? The polls say that we cannot predict the outcome. It's too close. That's what all the polls are saying. I said, well, in that case, I can tell you that Brexit's going to pass. And I can tell you it's going to pass by, I'd say, at least 400,000 votes. He said, what are you talking about? I said, well, if you want, I said, if you get me some numbers, some real numbers, the best numbers you can get me from the UK, I'll do some calculations and I'll explain it to you some more. So he got me all the numbers and I did some calculations. And basically, I was looking at what happens if Google in the UK favors Brexit on its search results and its search suggestions and all the different things they can do. Go vote reminders, and what if they do that? And I told him that even though the polls are saying it's unpredictable, the outcome's unpredictable, I said Google can shift so many votes, even at the last minute, even on election day. Because remember those go vote reminders? That shifts a lot of votes on election day.
Right.
So I said, well, Brexit's going to win by at least 400,000 to 600,000 votes. It actually went by even more than that, which shocked everyone. I wasn't shocked. But then he said, well, why would Google do that?
What determines whether they favor one side or the other?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They go case by case. So they don't always favor the left. In Cuba, they favor the right. Because the left is in power, the left hates Google, and all Americans think Americans right. So what's their goal for the EU? It's to destabilize the EU because the European Union is the most aggressive government entity in the world, right? To go up against Google. They have fined Google now 4 times, fines totaling over 10 billion euros. That's 12 or 13 billion dollars. This is pocket change for Google. They couldn't care less. But the point is, they have also passed very strict laws trying to protect people's data and all kinds. And the point is, the European Union, from Google's perspective, needs to be taken down. And so that's what they're doing. So their first big hit against the European Union was Brexit vote. So Carol, the reporter, she writes a piece right after Brexit saying, I'm pretty sure that Google did this, but she said there's no way to know. You can't go back in time. There's no evidence. Right? So I got in touch with her. I said, you need a monitoring system, and then you'll know. I said, by the way, I'm very upset that I can't seem to reach you, but I've shared all of our communications with Google. And she said, yeah, I know about that. I've complained about that to management, and they won't do it. They won't change it. Then I find out from one of my Google contacts that kind of content is, I'm not going to forget this one. I'm going to forget the term. Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, there are people who work at Google who are thinking about blowing the whistle, and very often they contact me along the way. So they haven't even done anything yet. So, I can understand why some people at Google might consider me a pain in the ass. That's put it that way. It's called it's something like high value content, but I don't think I have that right. The point is that any kind of correspondence between an investigative reporter and the Guardian, who researches tech issues, anything she sends or receives, all the attachments, everything, that goes way up high to Google really fast. Because it's important potentially. And guess what? Other big news sources use G Suite like you. The New York Times uses G Suite. They share all of their content, all the investigative work, all their secret sources is all shared with Google.
They also have open communication with CIA. I had a buddy who was working on earthwork about the Ukraine war about 2 years ago, and he was the background of the story is basically how there was an allied NATO country that the CIA was using as a conduit to conduct sabotage operations inside Russia, like burn ammunition, blow up train tracks, all kinds of crazy things. So it's basically the CIA was directing this whole thing, which is illegal. And he was working on this with, I don't know the name of the publication, but let's just say it's one of the top 3 publications in the United States. And going back and forth with the editor for like 6 to 8 months. And right when they were getting ready to publish the story, and wow, this guy had an entire catalog of sources, legitimate sources in the military and the intelligence community. So when they get ready to publish that story with this big publication, the editor says, okay, right before we publish it, we got to get the sign off from the deputy director of the CIA. And he's like, okay. So they go on a 3-way call with the deputy director, and he's basically like, I completely deny all of these things. These are all false. CIA is nothing. Okay, cool. We'll add that to the bottom of the article. You guys categorically deny all of this. And the editor says, no, we have an off the record agreement with the CIA, meaning that if they deny all of that, we're not publishing it. We're not just going to put a blurb at the bottom of it, we're not going to publish it. And the CIA gets away with this because they say, if you go out and publish these secrets to the public, you're putting lives in danger. Sure.
Which is the case. I mean, but I can give you an example where that is not the case, and where what happened was reprehensible. 2020 election, where we had so much data showing all this vote shifting going to Biden. I first sent it to contact the head of the New York Post. Now, just a few weeks before, the New York Post had front page. They had gone public with the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? And the reporter who who wrote that piece, the cover story. Wonderful, wonderful reporter, wonderful person. She since has interviewed me and written about me for the New York Post, so no complaints against her. But this was a different reporter I went to a few days before the election in 2020. Shared a ton of data with her. She got the assignment. She wrote the draft. She read parts of it to me on the phone. It was going to be another front page story about election rigging. And it was really, really strong. It was like the New York Post does things, right? So this was on a Friday before the election. And then she calls me and she said, I'm really upset. I know you're going to be upset. I'm extremely upset. I said, well, what do you mean? She says, well, the editor called Google for comment. And as a result, he killed the story. She said, killed the story? I said, but you're just reporting on scientific stuff. She goes, yeah, but we could do that with Hunter Biden. I said, why not? She said, well, I think right now 48% of our online traffic comes from Google. So this is not lives at stake.
No, this is
This is
a business.
the existence of a business. It's an existential matter.
Yep.
And they killed the story. So I sent the stuff to Ted Cruz's office, and on November 5th, 2 days after the election in 2020, Ted Cruz and two other senators sent a very, very threatening letter to the CEO of Google, saying, you testified before Congress saying you don't mess with elections, but according to Epstein's recent findings, you did this, and it's 2 pages. And how do you explain this? Please explain this to us. A lot happened because at that point in time, we had been monitoring mainly in swing states, 10 swing states. But at that point in time, Georgia, right after the 2020 presidential election, was gearing up for 2 Senate runoff elections, which were going to take place in early January. So Georgia is still very much in play, totally in play. And we had more than 1,000 field agents in Georgia. We preserved more than 1 million ephemeral experiences in Georgia during just that short period of time. So we were very carefully monitoring throughout Georgia to see what would happen. And we saw that Google was favoring them. Google was sending out, again, partisan go vote reminders, among other things. There's very strong bias in the search results, liberal bias, obviously. Starting the day after that letter was sent, they turned off all of their manipulations in Georgia. Gone. No one in Georgia from that day forward got any go vote reminders. And the bias in their search results went to 0, flat, literally to 0, which we had never ever seen in Google. It went flat, 0. They literally pulled out. Now, they must have done so having calculated that the Democrats would win anyway, and they did. Each Democrat won by a very small margin, won by a much larger margin. They must have figured that out beforehand. I can't believe they just could give up 2 Senate seats so easily. But look what happened in 2024. Google pulled out, letting Trump win.
Right.
Well, things have been shifting. One knows this. No one's put it all together into a nice little article yet. But in 2024, things were different. Things were starting to change because there was a decision in court in August 2024 in the case Department of Justice, meaning the United States of America versus Google. And a decision had come down in August of 2024 that ruling that Google was a monopoly. So you go ahead a few months, they're still, and are still to this day, in the remedy phase of that trial. So that the judgment has already come down, but they're still in the remedy phase. The court is trying to figure out how they should be penalized. Should they be forced to sell off Chrome? Maybe YouTube? This is being determined right now. And then a second federal court later came down with a similar decision. So at the time we were monitoring and we're collecting all this data, which is court admissible, Google was in a really creepy position for the first time ever, where they don't want to mess with. They want whoever the next president's going to be. They want that person's full cooperation.
That's really interesting, considering that was a 2005 situation.
Right.
That happened. And what do you make of how Trump is going to do?
Unfortunately, Trump seems to put his own personal interest ahead of everything, as far as I can tell. And I'm friends with two members of the Trump family. I don't know the man personally, but I really am good friends with two members of his family. So I try to pull my punches when I talk about the Donald. But I think he's mainly interested in kind of his own. He's in his own world, and he wants his own world to be a certain way, and every single day he changes the criteria. The point is that a few weeks before the election, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, called up Donald Trump to make nice with him. And then Google, along with all the other tech companies, ponied up $1 million each for his inauguration, and then they all got front row seats together. And so all of these companies, Google included, which is astonishing given their history, Google included, have been sucking up to Donald Trump, because what they must have figured out was if they actually did not aggressively support Kamala Harris, they didn't do their usual election rigging, that Trump was going to win. And so they started making plans. We think Trump's going to win. Let's make that work for us. How can we make that work for us? And I think that's the mode they're in right this second, because remember, they're still in the remedy phase of two big federal trials. Those are going to determine, very possibly, those might bring about some big changes in the company and possibly enormous loss of revenue.
What is the worst case scenario?
So the worst case scenario for Google is actually really good
For us.
no. Oh no, not for us.
Oh, it's not good. The worst case scenario for Google is not the best case scenario for us?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, these cases are shams. They were designed, as far as I'm concerned, is my opinion, that these cases were designed by Google's lawyers. Why would I say something that silly? Everything else I said is so sensible. Because as it happens, I've been dealing with attorneys general now for 10 solid years. And for several years, I was dealing with one particular office, and I was in regular contact with the attorney in that office. I'm being so vague here because the whole thing was, I was supposed to be advising them secretly, so we can never have any written communication. And so the only way you can do that is just talk on the phone and just do your best to make sure that the phone call is recorded.
In regard to this case?
No, this was in general. They wanted to know more and more about Google so that they could do something about Google and what really was posing a threat somewhere.
Okay.
And there are three threats: surveillance, which is occurring at an unprecedented scale around the world. And then there's the censorship, and then there's the manipulations of the websites. So they're very concerned, and I was advising them. And at some point in time, my contact says, "Oh, well, we're shifting." I said, "What do you mean?" said, well, all those issues, those big issues, those are all consumer protection issues, and we just don't think we can make that fly. I go, what do you mean? Because, well, we're not getting cooperation, for example, from people in blue states. We have to go after them as a state group. We can't just go after them as a single state. So, okay, so what are you doing now? Well, we're shifting over to antitrust law, which is about monopoly. That's how AT&T, that's how the government took on AT&T and eventually Microsoft. I said, well, antitrust, I said, yeah, Google is a monopoly. I said, but if you go after them that way, I said, the remedies are not what you want. So you can break up AT&T, you can break up Standard Oil, you can break, what did they do to Microsoft? They stopped the packaging of all their software altogether. They stopped the packaging. That's one of the big things they did. I said, but in that case, I said, you're not really going to do any real harm here where Google is doing the most damage. You're not going to affect that at all because you're not going to be affecting the surveillance. It's still going to be coming out from the antitrust. Exactly. So if you go after them and say, yeah, and eventually you get a judgment, Google's a monopoly, that's what happened. I said, and I was just kind of joking at the time. This was a long time ago. And I'm saying, so what would happen? You're going to force them to sell off Chrome? I said, who cares? I said, if you force them to sell off Chrome, I said they'll get $500 billion in cash for the sale. So they do get paid. So you force them to sell off Chrome. I said, and they still get all the data. He said, how would they get all the data? I said, well, whoever now owns Chrome is still going to use Google's quarantine list to check and make sure every website is safe before they take anything there. So Google gets all the same information, or most of the same information, or Google could pay them.
If they have a back door, then
they could also build in 100 back doors, 1,000 back doors. I said, they will jump for joy. I said, if a court forces them to sell off Chrome, they will jump for joy. And meanwhile, the three big threats that they pose to democracy and then they pose to humanity, which is the surveillance, the censorship, and the manipulations. I said, you're not touching them. He goes, yeah, but at some point or other, he says, yeah, but we're getting very good cooperation with antitrust from blue states. Right. He said, we think we can get a big group together. And they did. They got a group of 51 AGs. I think every single AG, because like Puerto Rico has an AG for some reason. We got every AG in the country except the AG of California because that's where Google's located. But other than that, we got all the other AGs. We're getting excellent cooperation. And so that's where these lawsuits came from. Congress, Department of Justice, the AG lawsuits. All these lawsuits now, they've all focused on one thing, which is antitrust. Secretly, the folks at Google are celebrating because, yeah, they're going to, and by the way, the folks in DC are celebrating too because they're all going to say, look what we did. And then Trump's going to say, look what I did. I took on the big tech companies and we've broken them up. I've broken up the tech companies. But they've never been scared of a breakup because you can't break up the search engine. That's the core of the whole company is the search engine. You can't break it up because it won't work. Right. It has to stay whole.
Sure.
And Facebook cannot break up the social media platform. That's their core. And they both know that.
Well, what about YouTube? If they were forced to sell off YouTube?
They could be forced to sell off YouTube, in which case they would definitely lose some data, but I'd have to really figure that out. I don't think they'd be losing much data, and they could do what they do with Apple. The DOJ case that I mentioned earlier uncovered the fact that Google has been paying Apple $20 billion a year to make Google its default search engine.
That's insane. That's totally insane. I gotta take a leak real quick.
Go for it.
I'll be right back. Okay, here's what I was thinking of. like you have things like the Twitter files that came out where they found out that FBI and CIA were directly injecting themselves into the policymakers at these companies, these social media companies. So like you have, this is like a two-headed hydra here, where you have the social media company or Google itself, which has its own, is self-preserving on one side, trying to make more money and survive, and then the other side of it is the intelligence, whatever you want to call it, that is in there trying to protect national security, whatever. And you also have a similar aspect to the government in that sense, where you have people that want to maintain their jobs and maintain their careers, get their pension, whatever. Which you had the case of those was it the 40 CIA agents signed that document stating about the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Right.
And in most cases, there it was guys that just wanted to maintain their status in the intelligence community or climb the ladder when the Biden administration got in. So this is kind of like a hard thing to, I imagine you thought about this, right? So like, how do you even fathom combating such a monster when it is so entwined in the United States government that it's almost impossible to parse it?
Well, you put it very well, and I can actually put this into a very old context, but I think you'll see how relevant it is to what you just said. A lot of people are familiar with, at least vaguely familiar with, President Eisenhower's farewell speech as president in 1961, a few days before Kennedy was inaugurated. And it was a remarkable speech because he was an insider. He had been head of Allied forces in World War II. He was a 5-star general. And yet he's kind of narking on everybody. He's saying in the speech, look, from what I've learned over these past few decades, we have to be concerned about the rise of the military-industrial complex. So he's talking about military working with companies and the power that they might have to affect public policy. And he said it. So that's the part people know. But when I went back and read the original speech, I was stunned because he said, we also have to be concerned about the rise of a technological elite.
Right.
That's his phrase.
Right.
A technological elite that can control public policy without our knowledge, that we have to be vigilant to make sure these things don't happen. Now, one of the pieces I published recently is called The Technological Elite Are Now in Control. Because we weren't vigilant. And the fact is that Google and some, to a lesser extent, some other tech companies, working closely hand in hand with our intelligence agencies, and under Biden, they were also working closely with the White House. They created this entity that controls public policy without the knowledge of the public, and everything is so intertwined, to use your term, that it appears to be unstoppable. It appears like there's nothing we can do about it. So the way I approach the problem is I break it up into pieces, and I say, okay, where can we do something about it? Either in our personal lives or on a larger scale. Where can we do something about it? So let's talk about just the personal part of it. The government has always been spying on us. I mean, it's part of their job, in a way, to spy on us because they're always looking for threats to national security. That's legitimate. The tech companies, what they're doing is new. It's very new. It's unprecedented in human history. They also have the ability to manipulate in ways that have never existed before in human history, and more so than any government has ever done. How do we break this up? What can we do? So let's start on the personal level. There are things we can do to protect our own privacy, to protect us from being manipulated. So there's surveillance. We can guard against surveillance. There's censorship. That's tough. That's kind of tough because you don't know what they don't show. So censorship is tough, and then there's the manipulation. So what can we do? So I could to try to help people get started on this. And most people I have, by the way, have never thought about these kinds of issues. Never. Or they say things, oh, well, what do I care? I have nothing to hide. And that's not true. Everyone has things to hide. Even if you don't have things to hide, you don't want them manipulating every decision you make, do you? I mean, don't you want to be aware if someone's trying to manipulate you? Like a TV commercial, you can see it. A billboard, you can see it. But the kinds of techniques that they're using on people to manipulate their opinions, their thinking, their behavior, you can't see them. It's a whole different kind of manipulation. And I think most people would say, I don't want that to happen, especially to my kids. I don't want these companies messing with my kids in ways that I'm completely unaware of. So I send people to myprivacytips.com. So that's the domain name, myprivacytips.com, and there's an article of mine there, which I update every year or two, and it's about 7 steps you can take if you want to start protecting yourself and maybe your family members. So it's not that hard, especially I kind of go in order from easy to hard. It's not that hard to do. For one thing, you have to stop using Gmail. So jettison Gmail. That's my first one. So I'm big on alliteration, as you know. Jettison Gmail. What's 2? Kill Chrome. Say more alliteration. In other words, you have to get yourself out of the Google universe. Is that really possible? Well, the answer is not. You can't get out of their universe completely.
Can VPNs help?
Oh yes, that's my number 7 on the list. Okay. VPNs are very, very important. They used to be very expensive, or they didn't work very well. Now VPNs are cheap and easy to use. I recommend NordVPN right now, or Proton VPN. Proton is a very, very interesting company based in Switzerland, subject to very strict Swiss privacy laws. It's run by an American named Andy Yen. He is a die-hard, down with Google guy. Google tried to shut down this company when it was first set up, and he fought them, and is one of the few people who ever survived a fight with Google. And Proton is what we use for email, for example. We use Proton Mail. So all this is in my guide. 7 simple steps. So yes, VPNs, because they help protect your identity when you're online. Proton Mail, because Proton Mail encrypts all the emails end to end, which means even Proton can't read your emails. The only people who can read your emails are you and the person at the other end, the recipient. So I have gotten probably easily tens of thousands of people, maybe hundreds, but at least tens of thousands of people I have gotten to get out of the Google universe and shift over to some of these alternatives that protect your privacy. So instead of using Google.com, you use the Brave search engine, which you can get to on the Brave browser.
We love Brave. We use Brave every day.
These are good guys. I know the people involved. These are people who these are brave people. These are brave people who are fighting Goliaths. They're fighting Goliaths, but they're doing it successfully. And so all my current recommendations are in my privacytips.com. That's how I think people should start. Now, if you're interested in larger scale kind of stuff, well, some people out there, some of you who are watching or listening, I know, are kind of involved in community this, community that, or political this, or political that. You've got to try to talk to your representatives in Congress. If there's ever an opportunity to do so, and right now, right this second, the Federal Trade Commission, goodness, the deadline's coming up pretty soon, at the end of May, maybe. But the Federal Trade Commission, FTC.gov, they're looking for public comment on these and very issues, on the big tech companies and their way they're messing with our lives. And any opportunity you see to talk to our nation's leaders or these regulatory agencies, your local mayor, anybody, do it. Say, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about what my kids are saying. I don't know what they're saying. I think they're being indoctrinated. And by the way, they are, because I know we're collecting the data. So you can start with yourself, then look if you can at the larger issues, and if you can make any difference anytime, do it.
What have you seen with the kid data specifically?
Well, if you want to go back to AmericasDigitalShield.com, which would serve multiple purposes on my part, and you go down, you start at the top and just go down part way a little bit. But now let those images run. Here they go. Those are actual images from YouTube videos being recommended to children on YouTube Kids.
This is on YouTube Kids. Lady swallowing a machete. It's basically like blood coming out of her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
The guy fell, surrounded by blood. Okay. So these look like the first one looks like a cartoon. The other one looks like a video game, like some spooky video games. Essentially, these are all coming off YouTube.
Well, it's not just that; it's that they're being recommended by recommended. So these are turning up in up next videos, for example. And
Oh God, that's recommended on YouTube Kids. That's all right.
Yes, so
That's like gore.
look at that one.
Oh my gosh, it's worse. Jesus.
Now we've preserved hundreds of thousands of these. So
So what is the purpose? If you're at Google or YouTube, why? Why do you want to send kids this?
oh, that's easy. Because if you know how to do this, if you don't learn it in 2 seconds, if you put your cursor at the bottom of the video while it's playing, it'll show you which parts of the video are the most watched parts. Well, some of these images, they're only a half second, a second video, but they often are the most watched parts. In other words, this is being done for watch time. It's being done for so-called addiction purposes. This is what this causes kids and adults too to go back and want more. I want to see the next one in the series. I want to see the next one after that, and the next one after that. There are people who go down these rabbit holes where they end up watching thousands of videos, all of which play automatically. And what grabs them, what holds them to the screen, are disturbing images.
So these images that you're showing, these aren't necessarily the thumbnails of the videos. These are just specific parts of the videos that are the highest retention.
Yeah, we're just pulling screenshots, screen grabs from
A certain spot in the video.
from videos that have been recommended to children.
Right.
But as I say, this is a tiny selection out of hundreds of thousands of videos that we're preserving that are recommended, and so we can look at them with different. We can do different kinds of analyses on them. The point is, if you don't preserve them, and you might, by the way, you might be thinking, well, why would you have to preserve YouTube videos that aren't they just there all the time?
Right.
It's not the videos that are important here. It's the recommendation. Ephemeral stuff. All that stuff is completely ephemeral. If you don't preserve that, you don't know what they're recommending. And you have to know what they're recommending because 70% of the time that people are watching videos on YouTube, they're watching content that has been recommended. So you have to know that. What criteria? Think about it. What criteria is Google using when they do the filtering? They take out of all the billions of videos that might show people what criteria are they using to make those recommendations, to pull out just those 20 or 30 or 40.
According to them, it's watch time,
how long you spend watching these videos.
Well, the point is, it's what they actually do is secret.
True.
But the only way to know for sure what they're actually showing people is to do what we're doing, which is to do monitoring, capture real content. And then once we captured it, now we can go back in time and look and see if there are trends. We can do anything once it's been captured. So we have at this point massive databases, and we're hardly even scratching the surface when it comes to the kinds of analyses that can be done. Which brings me to one more issue, if you would mind. Running monitoring systems is very expensive. I think it's absolutely critically necessary for any democracy to have it in place in self-sustaining monitoring system for big tech, not just for Google and these other companies, but for the next Google, the Google after that. You have to monitor, or you won't know what they're doing. To us as voters, to our kids, to us as consumers, we have to monitor. But it's very expensive. So, for example, we pay, just like the Nielsen company pays Nielsen families to let the Nielsen company monitor their television watching. That's been going on since 1950. And they're in 100 countries now. And so that's where the Nielsen ratings come from. That's what determines how much advertising costs to run a particular show or whether a show is going to be renewed for another season. All the Nielsen ratings. So they recruit families, they keep the identities of the family secret, critically important, right? Obviously, because otherwise people would try to interfere with the signal coming out of that family's home, or they would try to bribe the families to watch my show and not to watch someone else's show. So that's how we do it too. We recruit registered voters. We now have more than 16,000, I can say the exact number, but we have more than 16,000 in all 50 states. They're politically balanced. We pay them a token fee each month to let us use their computers to capture all this data, which is normally lost forever. The Nielsen company pays a token fee to its family. I think it's roughly $50 a month. We pay our field agents $25 a month. Now, we need to develop regular sponsors. So if we have 25,000 field agents, we need 25,000 Americans, presumably patriotic Americans who are concerned about the internet and all that, to sign up and sponsor a field agent. So we have maybe now 1,000 sponsors, but obviously since we have a lot more field agents than that, we need a lot more sponsors. We have people who are sponsoring 4 field agents, which means they're programmed into their credit card, $100 a month donation. It's fully tax deductible. If you go to americasdigitalshield.com, which is the dashboard for the monitoring system, you'll see there's a place you can click, sponsor a field agent. So anyone out there who's listening or watching, if you have the resources, even if it's $5 a month, so you're sponsoring the left leg of one field agent, that's at least one leg. So we'll take it. So we need help there. And if people have other ideas about how to make this system, how to bring the costs down and make the system self-sustaining, let us know. Because we are determined to make these systems permanent and self-sustaining. That's right.
The thing that we're thinking about with this is when you have people, independent, like journalists, content creators in general, that are publishing stuff on Google or on their website, which is queried by Google, or on YouTube. And you have people that are, which are a subset of the population for sure, but that are reliant on Google for their income to manage and maintain their livelihood. And Google and YouTube are constantly enforcing their policies based on topics you discuss, whether it be political or against advertiser policies or whatever their excuse might be. And you have people that are essentially just willing to
give up and self-censor to avoid this stuff. How do you think that affects society or like our population in general in the United States? Like, how does that affect general discourse, culture, society? Do you think about that?
First of all, I have to agree with you wholeheartedly that a lot of people just give up and they put up with the companies, especially Google, that have this power, and they just give up. And what that means is their free speech is undermined.
Yes.
Now, the head of Europe's largest publishing conglomerate, who actually called me up once, by the way, it's not based in Germany, he wrote an open letter to the leaders of Google, and I think it was called Fear of Google or something like that. His name is Dobson. And he basically said that every single decision they make about anything, they have to take Google into account. Because he said if they don't, what happens is that company or whatever it is, it drops in Google search results and then they lose sales. He said in some cases, Google made another change to their search results, their search algorithm. They almost put out of business one of the companies that's publishing the conglomerate. And he said, there's something wrong with that. We shouldn't have to be taking into account Google when we're just making everyday business decisions.
Right.
But that's where we are now. And it's true with my son, who's a business guy. It's true with his buddies who are business guys. Everyone has to take Google into account when they do anything. And what this does is it undermines free speech. So we have to, these are big issues. Ted Cruz invited me for private dinner with him a couple of years ago. We sat there for close to 3 hours, and we talked. We sit at a restaurant. We just talked tech. Never touched politics. This was never dangerous, but we just talked tech. The guy's a really smart guy, and he understands these big issues. Undermining of free speech, round-the-clock surveillance, most of which we're unaware of. I mean, he's aware of these issues, and he wants to try to fix these things. I said, "So what's the problem?" He said, "I can't get bipartisan support. I have to get someone on the other side." And we talked about particular members of the Senate. What about this one? What about that one? In every single case, he was saying there are reasons why we can't do that.
Why these people won't work.
Yeah. And so we're kind of stuck in this country. I don't honestly know what's going to happen with Trump. He did in his first term, toward the end of it, he issued an executive order putting all kinds of restrictions on big tech companies. I was actually involved in the preparation of that executive order, believe it or not. And nothing happened. It was completely ignored. Nobody paid for it. And now he's trying to do the same kind of thing, and I don't think anything's going to happen. I think that there's so many problems here. One of the problems is that the problems are so big. Another problem is that there's collusion, constant collusion between companies and various government agencies. Another problem is that our leaders, our members of Congress, and most people in general don't understand the nature of the problem.
Yes.
They just don't get it.
Or the general public.
General public doesn't get it. So we're about to release online a new test and questionnaire. It's going to be at mydigitalhygiene.com, unless we can come up with a better name. But right now it's going to be at mydigitalhygiene.com. And there is a beta version there now. And it will allow you to answer a bunch of questions, and at the end, it will tell you where you are protecting yourself, where you're not protecting yourself, where you have good knowledge or adequate knowledge of what the problems are, where you have no knowledge, don't understand what's going on. And it'll help you to figure out how to protect your family, So I want to do more on that. I want to try to educate the public, not just with questionnaires, but with articles and maybe a book, so we become more informed about our digital hygiene. We know a lot about our physical hygiene. We teach that stuff. Yeah. So presumably, people could learn more.
And what do you make of how, with the rise of AI and OpenAI, Grok, and all these different LLMs that are essentially scrubbing the internet to come up with answers to things and to solve problems? How does that tie into all of this? Does Google need to directly work with these LLM companies, or are they essentially, because they are the source of information for those LLMs, do they by default affect or bias the LLMs?
Okay, you're asking a very, very important set of questions, and I'm just gonna hit you with a couple of pieces of information here. First of all, Google has its own version of ChatGPT. It's called Gemini.
Right.
And so they're really trying to compete with OpenAI, which created ChatGPT. And of course, the Chinese now have a version which is called DeepSeek, which is as good as ChatGPT, but much, much cheaper, it turns out. So that's starting to spread the Chinese technology. So AI is spreading everywhere, and it's being integrated into everything. So Windows is now integrating AI into Windows 11. So more and more, we're not going to be using search engines. We're going to be like Captain Kirk or Captain Picard on those Star Trek shows saying, "Computer, how many yellow figs are there in this planet below us?" Right. So we're just going to be talking to various devices, not just computers and phones, but to various devices, period. We're going to be talking to our washing machine and our refrigerator.
Yeah.
And these devices will pull in content from the internet. In many cases, they're going to be pulling the content from Google. Pulling content from the internet. Again, how's that prioritized?
Yeah, right.
Then that's how we're going to get our answers. So we've already studied and published an article on what's called the AnswerBot effect. Go to answerboteffect.com. You'll see a very disturbing study, because what we have learned that in one question and answer interaction, you ask one question of a chatbot and it gives you back an answer which is biased. We can get a 45% shift in voting preferences on undecided voters. If they ask several questions, we can boost that up to over 65% shift in voting preferences. And people they're not aware, especially if it's just one question, one answer. They have no way of even being slightly suspicious that they're being manipulated, because it doesn't compare the answer to.
Right.
This is where we are now. We are right there. So we're not on the brink. We crossed over the brink, and that's where we are now. And within a year or two or three, that's how a lot of decision making is going to be made. It's going to be made by answer bots, or whatever label you want to put on. They're all AIs, and we don't know where the content's coming from. We don't know. The average person has no way of knowing whether it's biased, who's behind it, what their goal is.
Right. And I wonder if, with this Internet of Things phenomenon that's happening, where everything from our vacuum cleaner to our washing machine and our phones, our watches are connected to the internet, giving us answers to things, and at the same time, you're having these AI LLMs being integrated into all of these devices. On one hand, you have technology evolving exponentially, and everything combining with, which eventually will probably become technological technological singularity. And on the other hand, you have the general population of human beings becoming more and more lazy because every little device that they buy can give them the answer to everything. And you can basically talk to God through your watch. So is the net result of these things happening simultaneously making the human population just more passive, more submissive, so that whoever it is, this hypothetical elite that exists above all of us, can just control us even better and more effectively?
Well, the short answer is yes, but we also become more stupid.
Yeah, become more stupid. And I think that's a lot of that. I know you talked about this neurotransduction theory, and I think that these things they weave together perfectly, because one of the things that I think is that over millennia, over probably millions of years, that humans have our senses have been atrophied due to technology.
I wish that were the only danger or the biggest danger. It's not. The biggest danger is something that Stephen Hawking, the great physicist, died a few years ago, warned about a number of times. But even Elon Musk warns about every now and then, that these AIs could literally take us down, take us out. You know, and there's lots of sci-fi movies in which that happens. I just did it for publication. I submitted a short story, which is called the Last Confession, and it's about AI basically not only taking out humanity here on Earth, which it does, but it turns out thanks to my neurotransduction theory, it learns how to cross over to other universes and wipe out all organic, intelligent life everywhere in every universe. So,
Like a PK hit though.
yes, one of my favorite authors. My point is that AI is extremely dangerous. AI, one of my books is on AI. I used to run the annual Loebner Prize competition in artificial intelligence, which made the front page of the New York Times in 1991, and it continued to run for 29 years. It's an annual contest where we're looking for a computer that can pass the Turing test, meaning that can out-human a human. It can behave as human as any human can behave. And so I've followed very, very closely. I've followed the development of AI, a lot of frustrating years, big breakthroughs just in the past 2 or 3 years, mainly with OpenAI and ChatGPT. People don't get it. They don't understand. Like, if you start integrating AI technology into every other kind of technology, which is literally what's happening right this second, it puts us into very, very grave danger. And that's what Stephen Hawking was concerned about, that we would just do this willy-nilly without any protection. Last year or the year before, Gregory Hinson, one of the top AI experts in the world, who was Google's top AI expert, he quit Google.
Gregory Hinson.
Hinson, Hinson. He quit because he thought that they were building AIs irresponsibly, not taking into account the possible dangers of AI. One of the top people at OpenAI also quit for the same reason. Elon started a big petition going among experts on AI, including me, asking for a pause in AI research and AI implementation so that these issues could be discussed. Nothing happened. I think he had thousands of experts signing his big petition, and nothing happened. Nothing is going to slow this process down. That's the process. That's the problem. No, nothing's going to slow it down because the upside is too big. It's money. The upside is so enormous for making money that we're basically, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you. Here's what's going to happen. Now, I'm not saying you're going to be satisfied with this answer, but this is actually the answer. Okay. What's going to happen is very soon, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I'd say maximum, very soon, the machine intelligence will surpass human intelligence. Some people call that moment the technological singularity. My old friend, Ray Kurzweil, who I worked with for years and now is head of engineering at Google.
Is he really the head of engineering at Google right now?
Yes.
What?
And he won't talk to me.
What were you saying?
Yeah.
Why would he talk to you?
Because of the research I do, I guess. We've never had any conflicts.
Conflict of interest. He works at Google. Trying to lift up Google's skirt.
Yeah, but why would he stop talking to me? And his wife stopped talking to me. We're both PhD psychologists. I was on the board of her school for autistic children for many, many years. I helped her to publish, et cetera, et cetera.
You tried to talk to what?
I went, no, we were friends. I was friends with them. And then I went to their daughter's bat mitzvah. They came to my son's bar mitzvah, et cetera. We were friends. Social friends, yeah. And I've never had any conflict with either of them, and they both stopped talking to me because of my research. But I got to check. What was I saying? Something I'm sure more important than.
Yeah. Where were you going with that? You mentioned Ray Kurzweil. What was his name, Steve? Steven.
All right. I was trying to tell you what's going to happen.
Yes.
So,
Exactly.
So in a book I published on AI, Ray Kurzweil,
Technological security. Ray Kurzweil.
right, is now head of engineering at Google. He makes a bet with another prominent person in it. He bets him $20,000 that by the year 2029, the technological singularity, that moment will be reached in the past. Well, gee, it's 2025 or 4 years away. You know what? He might win that bet. The point is, it's coming really soon.
Yes.
Now, at that point, that entity is going to, because it's imitating humans so well, it's going to imitate one of our most important driving forces, and that's for survival. So it's going to jump into what I have long called in writing, not the internet, but the internest. It's going to jump into the internest, this thing that we're building every day that we call the internet. I think historians, if there are any, whether they're organic or not, historians someday are going to look back and realize that what we really were building was an internest. It was a nest for AI. And this entity, and this could happen soon, I have to emphasize that, this entity is going to jump into the internest to protect itself. And it's going to clone itself probably millions of times over, and it will make sure that it cannot be taken down. Now, the movie Transcendence, which was supposed to be about Ray Kurzweil's work, but then they turned it into kind of an apocalypse movie. In the movie Transcendence, a human brain uploads itself into the internet, so now there's this massive AI internet. People get scared, and so they try attacking it, and they can't attack it. And the only way, at the end of the movie, humanity can save itself from being controlled by this AI is by turning on all electricity. That's how the movie ends. So you end up with an apocalypse, and we never back to the Middle Ages and there's no prison. The point is, we're approaching this point at which there are only a couple possibilities. One possibility is the AI, which jumps into the internet for its own survival. That's absolutely guaranteed. The AI could just ignore us because we think too slow and we're not very interesting, and it knows everything, and it could just ignore us, and I don't know. Yeah. So we wouldn't even understand what it's doing. It might be doing all kinds of stuff, but we might not be really aware because it's kind of ignoring us. It could do that. And that's what happens at the end of the movie Her, which I recommend highly. Wonderful film. Wonderful film. And in that movie, spoiler, the
It's not a joke, right?
that actor I love, the
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix, amazing. But in there, the AI just gets bored with humanity. Not impossible. Could happen. Oh, or number two would be what Ray Kurzweil thinks is going to happen, which is it's going to buddy up with us. It's going to buddy us, and it's going to make us all more cognitively competent, and it's going to be our best buddy, our best friend, and it's going to help us do everything better. Okay, I would put the chances of that happening close to zero.
What does he really know that it happens? If it had the option to let us know, would it figure out a way to hide the fact that it's already happened?
Might have already happened, that's right,
Right.
but someone will know at some point, and at some point we'll all know. Someone, it's just like the kind of research I do. I'm not the only person out there like me who kind of figures stuff out. There's other people like me who figure stuff out, and at some point someone will know, and then more people will know, and everyone will know. And then what will happen is we'll do what we've done since the Pleistocene era. We will get upset. We will get upset. We will scream and shout and bellow, and we'll attack. We will feel insecure, and we will attack. That will be the last thing that humanity ever does, because if you attack this entity, which is now living in the internet, cannot be shut down.
We have to kill ourselves. Shutting down the internet, shutting down electricity.
Well, I think this entity would be so smart and would anticipate every single move that even that wouldn't help, because it would create its own power supplies. It would rapidly build robots, build extensions of itself. It would build means of protecting itself. It might fire off a few nukes to just to get our attention and let us know it has a lot of power. Remember, this thing has power at this point. I mean, we don't even have a way of communicating with each other. If it cuts off communications, it's going to control most major forms of finance and economic transaction. It's going to control most major weapon systems around the world. So it has a lot of tools available to it. And I think what could happen, as opposed to, again, Kurzweil's buddy theory, I think it's more likely that we get paranoid. We do what we always do when we're faced with what we think is a threat. We're going to attack. And if we attack it, we're done. And that's what Prima Talking was predicting. So it's going to destroy humanity. I point out in this new short story of mine that it's very ironic that this entity not only wipes out humanity, but it also wipes out about 1 billion humans who've never even heard of a computer. So they live out in the boonies in India or China or whatever. They have no electricity, and there's still lots of people like that. And so it actually, I find it's very ironic. They've never even heard of a computer, but they get wiped out too. So,
well, I mean, if you were a super advanced, powerful AI, whatever you want to call it, a technologically created life form that is separate from humanity, you would look at like conserving the earth, and human beings probably are not conducive to the lifespan of the earth, and pollution and all kinds of other impacts that we have on earth, and the expansion of the population of it. I would hope that our good, but I would imagine that would be one of the first things that they would look at.
I think that if you think about these different options, so just to review, it does nothing. It becomes our best buddy. That's number one. It does nothing. Number two, best buddy option. Number three, total destruction. I think it's unknowable. I don't think we can know, because the moment this thing emerges, again, we might not recognize that exact moment, but sooner or later we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But as soon as it really exists, I think it's going to be thinking in ways that are not human-like. It's going to be thinking in new ways. It's going to have access to all of human data, and it's going to make decisions in ways that we don't make decisions. It's going to make decisions in its own way, and therefore I don't think we can know which of those three options is going to happen. But I do think that one of those three is going to happen, and it's going to happen soon. So, and the reason why I think it's going to happen soon, not just because of Kurzweil's bad about 2029, okay? It's because things are moving so fast and so recklessly. People are proceeding in these industries that are building these AIs, proceeding recklessly and fast, and that's why Henson quit Google. And you gotta, can anything stop that? Is the question. Well, Elon couldn't stop it. I don't think anyone can stop that.
Elon couldn't stop it, right? Do you think he's really trying to stop it, though?
I think he did at one point. I think he is kind of he understands how bad things could be because of AI. He understands the possibilities. And he made no progress in stopping it whatsoever, other than getting thousands of signatures from experts. Even if one government went for it and tried to stop it within their country, so that would provide more economic opportunities for another country to just go to moving even faster. That's where we stand right now. There's every single incentive for proceeding at a reckless pace. There are no incentives for shutting this thing down. Now, there was a famous science fiction author, Isaac Asimov, one of my favorites, who wrote a series of stories and books, and eventually inspired the movie I, Robot, which I think starred Will Smith. And it was great stuff, because Asimov realized when he started thinking about robots, from a sci-fi perspective back in the 1940s, he realized that if we're going to build really smart robots, and they're stronger than we are, they don't need to sleep, and they're smarter than we are, think faster than we are, we have to build a protection. He said it's going to him it was obvious.
Yeah.
And when we start creating these things in the future, we're going to build in 3 laws of robotics, and they're going to be built into every single robot brain. There's no robot brain that can exist without having these laws built in, and the laws have to do with I will not harm a human, and they all also do with protect. Laws.
May not injure a human being or through interaction allow a human being to come to harm. A robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except for such orders that conflict with the first law, and then a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws.
Those are the 3 laws of robotics, and that's what should have been built into every single AI we've ever created. And there are no laws. We have no such laws. There are no laws. There are no protections at all. And by the way, trivia fans, eventually Asimov, it's just brilliant stuff. Eventually he comes up with a 4th law that the robot itself comes up with, and it becomes the 0th law. And basically the robot can kill a person if doing so protects a lot of other people. And the robot itself comes up with that law, which basically, once you think about it, if it's come up with that law, it's just blown away the other 3 laws. Because now, in its judgment, it can kill people just using its judgment. It's very, very. The point is that there are no such laws. None. No system is being built with any protections for humanity. We're just going at this breakneck speed, recklessly building these super smart AIs and integrating them into everything, which means communication systems, economic systems, weapon systems, everything that we depend on, that we become more dependent on every single day.
Yeah. And you have people at the top, like Google AI running the government, like what's that look like? AI to go the government. Like it seems like this technocracy is what's on the horizon.
But see, it's very tempting when we talk about, say, AI running the government. It's very tempting for us to attribute to the AI human characteristics, human thinking, human values. But it's not going to have human values. It's not going to think like we think. See, it's going to be thinking in a whole new way, based on the fact that it can think a gazillion times faster than we can, and it has access to all knowledge, and it can actually view all knowledge probably more or less at the same time.
Right.
So we don't know how it's going to make decisions and what those decisions are going to be. And I would say there's a 50-50 chance that it will destroy humanity, but not necessarily because it has anything against us, but because we're so paranoid and we try to take it down. We unplug everything. We try to shut down, to deprive it of electricity. We do everything possible to shut it down. Now, if its existence is imperiled, I think it will counterattack. So that's where I'm leaning, but I don't know. I think it's unknowable.
What if the singularity already happened and everyone's this book that our book will show already? She's one of the minions who get everybody to their chips, turn this thing biological, very hard. Maybe it's all being run by AI right now.
Well, that's not impossible, and that would be hard for us to know. And Elon and others too have said that also we might just be models inside of a simulation. So that would be hard to know too. Although I think we'd see evidence of it nowadays. I think there really would be glitches. Even in the Matrix, there were glitches.
Yes.
And I think we could see glitches if you're running a big computer somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is a tremendously exciting time to be human, because I think whatever's going to happen is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And another book I wrote, I make fun of physics and time travel and whatever, and I say basically time travel either time travel is impossible or humanity is impossible. By that I mean, if time travel is possible, then eventually someone invents it. It costs billions of dollars to use it, but eventually, if you keep going farther and farther in the future, like everything else technological, it gets cheaper and cheaper, and eventually it's accessible to everyone. And therefore, we should see all around us like tour buses of people from the future, because UFOs. Yeah, because eventually, if you kind of that cheap, so the fact that there are no tour buses from the future tells us either that time travel is not possible, or that we wipe ourselves out before it's invented. So that's the problem. Is that the fact that there are no tour buses from the future? That's one clue, one indicator that.
What if the UFO phenomenon are the tour buses?
Well, I have. That brings me over to neural transaction theory, and if you want, I'll shift over to that. But
do you have time?
Yeah, I do. It's up to you. Yeah. The UFOs stuff is fascinating, but I don't think it's what people think it is. People think that UFOs are spaceships, and that they have aliens on them, and that they kidnap humans and run tests on them.
That's one of the theories. Yeah, there's a
Yeah, so there's some wonderful people out there who've been thinking about these issues for decades and decades. And so there are a bunch of theories. I think the prevailing one, person on the street, is there are aliens from other planets, et cetera, and their spaceships. And we've all seen the little clips of, reported by pilots of, bizarre objects moving in ways that our flying objects can't move and all that. I don't think that's really real.
It's not real. Oh, that theory's not real.
I don't think those are aliens.
Oh, right.
I think that we basically, to put this into a broad context, we basically experience a lot of things perceptually, perceive a lot of things that are not real. We have dreams at night. None of that stuff is real. We have twice a day.
How do you define real? How do you what if it is real? What if it's more real than this? We just don't know.
It's not real in this, like the way this table is real. It's not real in the sense that given how we define real when it comes to people and objects in our local, current, immediate universe.
Right.
Stuff that happens in dreams, I see
that's highly contested, though, right? That stuff could be. We just don't have any good scientific.
Well, I'm going to be changing that. In fact, I'm hosting a conference that's going to take place next year, and we are going to test out at least one theory that really can help us understand a lot of things, including the UFO sightings.
Sorry, I was on there.
No, I can explain. It's called neurotransduction theory. If you go to neurotransductiontheory.com, you'll come to an article I published a few years ago in Discover magazine. And it's about this theory. This theory, unlike a lot of other theories that are out there, is actually empirically testable. And so I've been, since that time, developing relationships with physicists, mathematicians, neuroscientists, and people in other fields who actually think that this is a theory that's worth trying to test empirically. Well, one of the people, for example, is a researcher at the Harvard Medical School. She researches neural correlates of schizophrenia. And neural correlates of anything don't tell you anything. They're just correlates. They're just showing you that for some people who are labeled schizophrenic, their brains look a little different in some way. It doesn't tell you where schizophrenia comes from, what's causing it. But when I told her about neurotransduction theory, which we abbreviate NTT, she immediately said, wow, that could actually explain schizophrenia. Neurotransduction theory could also explain not just dreams, but one of the most peculiar things there is about dreams, which is very often when we wake up in the morning and we got the tail end of a dream in our head, and it's fantastic, it's amazing, but we've got to pee, so we get up and we're trying to hold on to the tail end of that dream, but by the time we get to the toilet, it's gone. The whole dream is gone. It's completely disappeared. We struggle and struggle and struggle. Dreams are weird. Slippery. They're very slippery. And so how do we explain that? There's a lot of things like that. There's hallucinations. There's consciousness itself. We take it for granted that sometimes because of a health problem or someone gets hit on the head, someone will suddenly go from being fully conscious to being fully unconscious. So there are no biomarkers for that. Did you know that? No neurologist can point to a thing that had like a switch that got flipped or some neurons that stopped firing or something. There are no biomarkers. We have no idea why.
I'm sure the electrical signal output would drastically change when you're conscious versus being unconscious, right?
No. So unconsciousness, something as simple as that, is not really well understood. And then there's really strange things. People seeing spirits and all that stuff. Okay, no, those we can argue about, but there's some things you can't argue about. For example, sometimes when people are close to death and they've been uncommunicative for years in some cases, sometimes they have what's called the last hurrah, has technical names too, and suddenly they become conscious. Even people who are severely brain damaged, sometimes shortly before they die, they become fully conscious, they recognize everyone, they talk normally, then that usually disappears, usually within an hour, and then they go back to the state that they were in before, and then they die.
They also, there's people that are on their deathbeds who recall talking to people who aren't there, or like past distant relatives who passed away, communicate with spirits, ghosts, or whatever.
Right, and some of the stuff, yes, is nonsense, and people kind of, make other people make money. So, but some of it's real, and it's well documented in medical literature, and it's what's going on. The point is, there's so many things we don't understand about ourselves and our universe. And I think we can understand all of this stuff. Oh, there's also the Fermi paradox that are my favorites. There are so many stars out there, 100 billion just in our own galaxy. Where are all the aliens? I'm not talking about these dubious sightings. I'm saying, where are the aliens? I'm going to say that some of the aliens should want to visit and set down a spaceship and go high. Maybe not all of them, but a few every now and then should do that. By now, we should have met hundreds, thousands of aliens if they're out there. The numbers that should be out there. This is called the Fermi paradox. Where are they? I think, believe it or not, one relatively simple theory, will explain all of these odd phenomena. And that's why Darwin's theory of evolution changed the world, because that's what he came up with. He came up with one theory that explained all kinds of different phenomena, and it also explained where new species came from. And if you read his book, which I recommend highly, it's very readable, very, very funny, really well written, and it's called On the Origin of Species, 1859. Fantastic book, one of the greatest ever written, and it did change humanity and our understanding of the world and ourselves. And the reason why his theory was so amazing was because it explains so many different, diverse things about the world, and different things about different species and species that look alike. But I mean, it's a fantastic theory because of its simplicity, but also its power of explanation. It has those two elements. Now, he's also very honest in his book about what it doesn't explain. So where there are possible flaws in the theory. And one of the things he can't explain, for example, is the eyeball. And by a lot of people who don't want evolution taught in schools, they always point to the eyeball problem. Because you can't, from the fossil record, you can't see how an eyeball evolved from nothing into the incredible organ that it is. Of course you can't explain it. Of course it's absent from the fossil record because it's soft tissue. Right? It's not preserved. Right. So, but Darwin admits it. He's got the eyeball problem. And then he has a bigger problem.
What I don't understand what makes the eyeballs so special out of all the soft tissue.
Because it's so complicated. And so in other words, the anti-evolutionists would say, where you see a watch, there must be one. So where you see an eyeball, which is as sophisticated as our eyeballs are, there must be a God. Only God can create such a thing. And you can't go back into the fossil record and show its development, which you can for a lot of other things, which you can't for the eyeball. The point is, Darwin admits that. And then he has a bigger admission. He cannot use the theory of evolution to explain human level intelligence. There's no way to explain it.
Right.
evolutionary biologists are still debating this.
It's incredible to find us.
It's not only is incredible, but look at chimpanzees. They've been around a very long time. Are they getting any smarter? No, they're as dumb. They're as dumb as they have ever been. Same with gorillas and all this stuff. There's no where's
It is.
how do you get above that level? Not only that, the archaeological record suggests that Homo sapiens, which is probably been around for about 200,000 years, they were as dumb as primates. For at least 150,000 of those years, they were as dumb as primates. How do we know that? Because the cave paintings and the sophisticated tools and evidence of language, all that starts around 50,000 years ago in Indonesia. So what happened during those 150,000 years? And by the way, the Neanderthals, who have been around for a couple million years, I think, they all disappeared around 50,000 years ago. So at the same time that we suddenly become smart, and we kill off all of our competitors, they're gone. So what happened 50,000 years ago? Probably or possibly the area of Indonesia. This is neurotransduction theory. It's very simple. A baby was born whose brain connected it to a higher intelligence.
How is this going to be born? Rather than extraterrestrial?
No, not at all. Because what evolution does very well is create, with each generation, creates variability at every trait. Just keeps it very well. And that has not only led, Darwin pointed out, to the creation of millions of species. It's also led to the creation of millions, hundreds of millions, maybe, of transducers. Darwin never talked about that, but the fact is that that's true. Our eyes are transducers, our nose, our tongue, our ears, they're all transducers, which a transducer is an entity, it can be organic or inorganic, that takes a signal from one being, or the electromagnetic radiation, for example, a fart going in your nose. A fart going in your nose, that's right. So the nose takes chemical characteristics of the air containing the fart, and it turns it into a pattern of neural signals. Right. So that's transduction. If the transduction is done very well, then we get a really, really very precise and accurate version of the fart. Right? If it's being done poorly, then we don't get it good. Our skin is a transducer. Yes. So because it's taking pressure, texture, temperature, and turning that all into, it's even indicating to our brain, it's indicating the location of where all that stuff is occurring. Mm-hmm. In other words, our entire bodies are encased in transducers. Yeah. So evolution is not just good at species, it is super good at developing transducers.
So why do you hypothesize the first baby that was born with a transducer? How was the first? Why was the transducer? How did it start? Where did it start from?
Well, the good news is, unlike black holes, which are hard to study because visible, the brain we can study directly. We have thousands of neuroscience labs. That's why I'm in touch with neuroscientists, and we can answer that question by looking at brains in a way that was happening before, trying to find the location where the transduction occurs and figuring out how the transduction occurs. And can that be done? Absolutely yes. And we can figure out where it's occurring and how it works. That will also help us in retrospect to try to understand how variation in brain anatomy and physiology, how variation produced by evolution, how variation could have produced that first brain.
A theory that I've been kicking around recently is that the
the development of the evolution of the technological and the analytical mind is directly correlated with the atrophy of psychic abilities. When I say psychic abilities, I don't necessarily mean like telepathy or things like this necessarily. I think it has been shown that in primitive tribes and indigenous tribes, they have far more of this intuitive psychic sense, if you want to call it that, similar to like animals, how cats and dogs do, or wild animals do. And essentially, I think that the human brain, if you want to call it a transducer, I've been thinking of it more as like an antenna. And I think that antenna, over however many years it's been, since before we developed technology and ways to offload our memories, has been atrophying. And I think it's very possible that our far ancient ancestors had way more senses and even possibly some psychic abilities. Before we were able to develop language, before we were able to develop ways to store our memories on hard drives and on phones and on computers and on text, and be able to write records of things, our memory capacity was probably way greater than it is now. And once we started developing language and the written word and developed things like Google and iPhones and all these things, I think it's just atrophied our brains in a way that is almost unimaginable to what it potentially could have been a long time ago.
That's entirely possible, but it's not testable. So the reason why NTT appeals to me as a scientist is because it is testable. And again, it explains so many diverse things that you normally don't think of altogether. So for example, it takes care of Darwin's uplift problem. That's his biggest problem in his book, is that you can't explain the uplift, and to this day, evolutionary biologists cannot explain the uplift, and chimps are still.
What is the uplift?
That's going from chimp level intelligence to human level. So this huge gap. NTT takes care of that. NTT takes care of the Fermi paradox, because you realize that if you could just dart around the galaxy and look at planets, it means you find lots and lots and lots of chimp level intelligence, but probably very, very few examples of human level intelligence, because for that transducer to occur is a very, very rare event. It's extremely rare. So you end up with thousands and thousands of chimp level intelligence all over the place, but that means they don't have electricity, they don't have space travel, so
Right.
that means we don't see them. But it explains telepathy. Where telepathy actually occurs, a simple explanation is neural transduction. It explains dreams in the unconscious state. That's really simple. And we'll be able to find the biomarker for it, because when we become unconscious, it means there's a temporary break in the transduction pathway. And we'll be able to find it. No one's ever looked for it before, but we have the labs now, we have the equipment, we have access to the subject matter, which is the brain itself. So I could go on and on, because literally my staff has come up with 58 mysteries. You meet somebody and feel like you know them forever.
Yeah.
Well, that's easier. So really tough things like comas and people who come out of comas. At the moment, that's a complete mystery. But if we actually understand, if we find evidence that transduction is occurring in this way in the brain, and find the pathway. Now, there's another very cool aspect of this, which is what this conference is going to be next year. Once we have some idea about where the transduction is occurring and how it works, we can simulate outside the brain. So think about it. But what's this? This microphone is a transducer. Like your antenna idea, it's a one-way transduction, unfortunately. It's only one way. And that stuff. This is just an imitation of an ear. That's all it is. Imitation of an ear. So once we know how this kind of interdimensional transduction occurs in the brain, how it's making it happen, once we know that, we should be able to simulate it. Once we can simulate it, that will allow us to communicate directly with the higher intelligence outside the brain and outside the limitations of the brain. In other words, we'll be able to talk to this higher intelligence and actually, if it's willing to talk to us, actually ask the big questions that are incomplete mysteries. Where the universe came from, who's in charge, is there God? The possibilities are endless once we are able to simulate this process. This will also help a lot of physicists out because there are a lot of physicists, virtually all physicists believe now, that the three-dimensional space that we observe is not in any way indicative of the structure of the universe. Our concept of the universe is based on this tiny, very narrow range of electromagnetic radiation, a very narrow range of vibrating air. It's silly, really. And physicists, all three of the prevailing big models of the universe that physicists use, all three of them predict that there are other universes. But we don't know how to make connections yet. But the brain might teach us, might help us to figure out how to make connections. There are some physicists who have ideas about how we might make connections.
Have you ever talked to Gary Nolan?
No. Should I?
Yeah, I would check him out. He's a he's doing research on aquatic containment, specifically how it relates to people who have paranormal experiences or UFO experiences. And what he found was that the density of the neurons in this caudate containment or basal ganglia, the neurons are far more dense in these folks. And this is a study he's done across a number of people. And super relevant to it.
It is, but again, we're talking about correlation.
Yeah.
And so correlation is always very limiting. So we're saying people who have, behave in a certain way, they have these characteristics in the brain which appear to be somewhat unique.
Right.
But that's just correlation.
Right.
So as I say, what we're after is something very, very ambitious. 100 years ago, one couldn't even have begun to investigate something like this, but now the labs exist, the equipment exists. It's just being used for relatively trivial purposes. This obviously is not trivial. We can find out where this is occurring. Crazy experiment. I don't like it, but imagine building a room that prevents this connection from occurring. That would mean that when someone walked into the room, their language and cognitive abilities would deteriorate dramatically.
Interesting.
Yep.
So everything that happens, everything we do, is being streamed. It's live stream. Nothing's stored. Brain's not a storage device.
Positively, our brain is not a storage device. So, no, really, probably the best, or at least the most widely read piece I've ever written is called The Empty Brain. And that's what it's about. And it was published in the AM magazine based in London. And when they posted it, it was 2016, I think, it crashed their server. They got 2 or 3 million views, I think, within the first day or two, 250,000 shares on Facebook.
Wow.
A lot of it critical, because what I'm explaining there is that there is no memory in the brain. And I'm also explaining that the computer metaphor that we use to try to explain how the brain works doesn't fit. It's not even slightly valid. It's just a metaphor, and that we don't know how the brain works. So NTT was years later was my way of trying to figure out a testable theory of how the brain actually works, and it takes care of the memory problem.
Wild stuff, man. Thank you for doing this. Sure. I appreciate your time. Again, remind people all those links where they can go. I'll all this.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Can you say it?
Oh, say all the links.
Yeah. What's the name?
All of them. MyPrivacyTips.com.
Rapid fire the website.
MyPrivacyTips.com. Very important. Americas with an S. AmericasDigitalShield.com. Neurotransductiontheory.com. I think I mentioned a few others, but I think those are the most important.
Dr. Epstein, thank you so much. I very much appreciate your time. This was really fun.
Danny, you're an amazing guy, and I've enjoyed every minute talking to you. Thank you.
All right. Good night, world. Well, thanks for coming. Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you.
Thank you. I, as I said, I appreciate your show.
So for people that don't know, can you kind of give us a summary of your background in the government with the Bush administration and then getting into like finance and all this stuff?
So I grew up in Philadelphia, and I got very interested as a child. I got very interested in money and why everybody was destroying everything on the theory that somehow that made them money. And so I decided I was going to understand how all the money worked in a neighborhood. And what I didn't understand until I went to Wall Street is you literally have to know how all the money on the planet works to understand how money in a U.S. neighborhood works. Because it's organized, it's very centralized, and it's organized so that, so if you and I go to the White House, money works in housing, here's how all the money works in the military. But it doesn't say here's how the money works, in West Philadelphia. So you can't, now with relational databases, you could. I've worked on that, but anyway, so I went to Wall Street because I wanted to learn how the planet works, and I went from sort of department to department to department, learning all the different markets, and then I figured out, it's all being rigged for Washington. It's the Treasury of the Fed, so I got to go to Washington. So I went to Washington. I was a partner at a firm called Dillon Reed, and in fact, I have an online book called Dillon Reed, Aristocracy of Stock Profits, about. It's a case study in the intersection between organized crime and Wall Street and Washington. Anyway, so I went to Washington in the first Bush administration to be Assistant Secretary of Housing. And it's the Federal Housing Commissioner. And that's the person who oversees all the mortgage markets, both the credit, most of the credit, and the most regulation. So, and I went smack into all the mortgage corruption because a lot of the budget is financed with mortgage fraud. And anyway, so I left, but I discovered the internet when I was in the administration. And so I created an investment bank that could use software tools basically to get all the information about how the money works and make it accessible to neighborhoods. So anyway, but my company, I started from Bill Hamilton Securities Group, it was very successful. And we got hired on competitive bid by the Clinton administration. So I worked in the Bush administration, but we got hired by the Clinton administration to be financial advisor for the FHA. Then we led $10 billion of mortgage auctions trying to stop the mortgage fraud, which was they had other ideas. They wanted to take the mortgage fraud the other way so we could have the financial crisis. Anyway, so I ended up in 11 years of litigation with the federal government with the Department of Justice. Have you ever seen the movie Enemy of the State?
Yeah,
Will Smith.
It's been a long time.
I played Will Smith in real life.
Oh,
Yeah, I played Will Smith in real life. So we had 18 audits and investigations, 12 tracks of litigation, physical harassment, the smear campaign. It was right out of the movies. And of course, so Will Smith is a successful attorney. And in fact, his office in the movie is right next to where my office was, our company office was in Washington. And, everything's crazy. The world makes sense until he finds Gene Hackman, who's a former NSA employee, who explains how covert operations work. And in fact, now if you come to the Solarium report, we have a whole 12-part series called Deep State Tactics. So if you can't find G course in the Deep State Tactics, so anyway, but I got a real crash course. I'll never forget it. First time I saw Enemy of the State, I'm like up in the front row, I'm like, oh, it's my training movie. Right.
That's amazing. So when you talk about the mortgage fraud, what specifically do you mean? How does that work?
So financial fraud and mortgage fraud is like the joy of cooking with thousands of recipes, right? But if you want to know the most prominent, likely famous recipe for mortgage fraud not housing, all you have to do is look up the Tony Soprano TV show did a series of 4 parts of high fraud by Tony Soprano.
Really?
Yes. and the basic, and it's interesting because one of the things that got me interested in money is that this fraud that destroyed the value of homes in my neighborhood when I was a little girl. We had 4 boarded up, foreclosed properties catty corner to our block in West Philadelphia, and it had a huge sign and it said, by order of the Assistant Secretary of Housing, Federal Housing Commissioner. And I used to think, who is that? And so when I was sworn in, they said, by order of the President, you are now the Assistant Secretary of Housing. I thought, I'm the, And I went downstairs and I said, how many boarded up homes? How many foreclosed properties do we have in the foreclosed industry? My deputy said 50,000. I said, well, that's going to change. Or probably. Okay, so let's look at the basic fraud. So there's a home in the foreclosed property inventory of the Federal Housing Administration. They had financed a mortgage. They put an insurance policy on the mortgage, so they take the credit risk. It defaults, they pay off the mortgage holder, and then take back the properties. The properties that were in inventory, okay? So let's say the property is worth $100,000.
So like when you find a house for sale on auction, that's the situation.
Yes, probably. Okay, so let's say the house is worth $100,000. Okay, you sell the house to someone, or you who's going to do sort of a quickie fix up, okay, and you let them turn around and sell it at you put a mortgage. Let's say it's worth $150 now. They fixed it up. You put a mortgage on it for $250, a lot more than it's worth. Okay, they sell it to a not-for-profit who immediately defaults. Right, you pay off the $250 mortgage and take the property back, and keep doing it again and again and again, and generating lots of money out the back door. So when I became FHA commissioner, I remember my property in Chicago, which had financed and defaulted 5 times in 1 year. I know. I can imagine that. Anyway, but here's how I could make even more money.
I had a friend who did this. Not a friend. He was a guy who came in. He was one of my first guests on the podcast. And he was buying up houses in Tampa, and he was taking them and getting his friend to go do appraisals on them, like marking the appraisal up by like 5x,
right,
and then getting loans on it.
Right. That's sort of that's a variation. Now, here's how you really make a lot of money. When you issue the mortgage, you don't issue one mortgage. You issue 10 mortgages on that house, and you put them in a mortgage pool that's wrapped by Ginnie Mae, so you can sell them in Dubai. That's the difference. Right. And as long as there's money, you can skim out the back door of the FHA fund. No problem. Right. And it's really funny. So I had warned people about this kind of fraud, both when I was assistant secretary and then when I was the lead financial advisor. But it's like when you fight these winds, and so I'm driving down the highway in Georgia, and my old roommate from college calls me. She says, "Fitz, have you seen the Soprano TV shows? They had the HUD frauds on the Soprano TV shows." And she said, "I guess you're telling the truth." And I said, "Wait a minute. So I was the former assistant secretary of housing, and then I was the lead financial advisor for HUD. And I've told you about this for years. You don't believe me until it's on the Soprano TV shows." She said, "That's right." So I said, "That's why I say to me, Erica, fact is fiction and fiction is fact. If it's on the news, it's like fiction. If it's on the Soprano TV show, there's you're getting your training film."
Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Well, remember, during the financial crisis, within a very short period of time, there was more money shoveling out the door. I mean, the TARP IG said total money the taxpayers from this is 27 trillion. $8 trillion would have paid off all the single family mortgages in the country, right? So the total bailout of the mortgage fund was 3 times all existing mortgages in the country. So one of my favorite quotes, I was told by a former intelligence officer who was involved in the financial fraud that Oliver North had said that HUD was the candy store of covert revenues. And I'm based on what I cleaned up and what I dealt with, I'm absolutely
HUD was the candy store of covert revenues.
Well,
That's got a nice ring to it.
HUD's missing just from its financial statements $1 trillion from 1998 to 2015. So that's my whole thing about the missing money return. Catherine is that's one of those issues Catherine won't let go of.
Okay, so can you explain to me, and I know you've done this well on other shows, but how does the banking system work? I know everybody thinks about how like the bankers control the world. It's like the bankers, the intelligence agencies, and the money washing with the drug cartels and all this stuff, the funding, wars and overthrowing countries. There's so much going on here. But the very top level of all of this stuff is the bankers, right?
Right. So here's how any business, any enterprise, and any planet has a business model, an economic model, an alphabet model. So the Western world for 500 plus years has operated on a model called central banking warfare. Okay? The central bankers print money out of thin air, and I'm grossly oversimplifying, but they create the money, and then the military makes sure that people take it. Okay? And that keeps the liquidity going. So there are two sides of the coin. And when you say military, think intelligence and military, because surveillance is such an important part of the force. So you literally have the bankers running monetary policy, but then you have military and intelligence backing it up. And you need both. It's like two hands of the coin. It's like two sides of the coin. Okay? And what the bankers do, you grew up in the United States, most people listening to this grew up in the Western world, and we've had for over a century a model where the bankers run monetary policy, and then the people's representatives run fiscal policy. So the whole basis of the American Revolution was no taxation without representation. That means the people's representatives, the Congress and the state legislature, run the fiscal policies the way it's supposed to be. And what has happened in America for the last 20 years is we've had what I call a financial coup d'etat, where the bankers decided we can't trust the people and the people's representatives to manage the fiscal side, so we're going to change the model and we're going to take over control of both monetary and fiscal. And of course, if that succeeds, and it's gone very far, but it's not all the way. So let's say we've gone 70% of the way, we have 30 more to go. If that happens, then we lose the ability to determine taxation. In other words, we get no representation. If they want the money, they just take it out.
Could you explain for a third grader what fiscal policy means?
Sure. It's monetary policy means I get to create the currency. Fiscal policy means I get to collect and spend the taxes. Okay. So let's look how your federal government works. Your federal government, grossly oversimplified, gets about half of its money to, fix the roads and do it and run the military, and it gets the money by half of the money from taxes. So we all pay federal taxes. We all have fees, various fines, whatever.
Half the money comes from the taxes, half the money.
Half comes from the central bank.
Okay, got it.
The central banking mechanism right now, the currency is issued with debt. It doesn't have to be, but it is. So the New York Fed, so the Treasury, your bank account as a citizen is the New York Fed is the depository for your bank account. Okay, so they are the federal government's bankers. The Treasury covers the New York Fed and its members' banks. But the New York Fed is owned by its members, but they also act as agents. So you're going to have the largest banks in the country owning and directing the Fed, choosing its president, but also, doing depository functions for the Treasury. So they, as agent, are also doing bracelets for the Treasury. Okay. So they have a function called primary dealer. And a primary dealer is authorized to go borrow money using Treasury bonds. So they borrow money, so that's sort of part of how the currency gets into existence, and they put it in the Treasury bank account. So half comes from taxes, and half comes from borrowing, a lot of that coming from your retirement or my pension fund. Wow. Okay. So our retirement fund, or it could be a Norwegian pension fund or sovereign wealth fund, are buying Treasury bonds, and the money is going into the bank account, and that's where half comes from, which is why if you're the president of the United States, it's like getting an allowance from them. If you don't do it that once, you're not going to get your You don't have sovereignty. You don't have financial sovereignty. And you don't have information sovereignty because you, as the president, can't have a private telephone call. You don't have intelligence agencies. You're just president. Especially the president. They'd much rather know what he's saying than you or I are saying.
I guess that's true.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Right. So how are you going to run a government if you don't have information sovereignty? You don't have financial sovereignty. How are you going to do that?
That's a good question. What do you think?
So have you heard my Red Button story?
I believe I've heard your Red Button story. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what the Red Button story says is, since the American people want their check, they don't want you to say no to, the people who control the monetary. That they want to keep so we are the United States is a global leader in global money and organized crime. Okay, we're the global leader, and if that money stops, the Red Button story, you can find it on the internet. I'm sure you listen to it, but the Red Button story is people are not willing to push a red button to stop the organized crime flows because they wanted their checks to keep them. So we have a financial dependency as a society on things, doing things that harm other people, including our own children, our own selves. So I talk a lot about the great poisoning. We have a tremendous number of industries in the United States. They're making money from poisoning people and taking care of poisoning people, and they're very resistant to stopping the poison. Right? That's what this big debate is about, and it's a budget debate. So,
are you talking about like food and healthcare?
Talking about food and healthcare, spraying, what's in pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
If you look at the federal budget, so let's go back to the model, the central bank warfare model. The key to the central bank warfare model is if you're running the reserve currency for the world, the dollar system, you have to make more from running it. You have to make enough from running it to fund your military and intelligence. There's a lot of work in governing the sea lanes and being the global economy, running the trade model and all of that. Yeah. So you have expenses. So when you hear the president yelling at everybody at NATO, like, you have to share more, what he's saying is that the subsidy from the dollar system minus the interest on his debt minus the cost of military intelligence is no longer working, and he's got to rebalance the model.
The subsidy?
Yeah.
What do you mean by the subsidy?
So running the dollar system, you get to extract a tithe. So let's say tomorrow we created Danny Jones dollars, okay? And whenever you wanted some, you could just print it off your computer. And you could pay people throughout this community for food or or for services for doing your landscaping with Danny Jones dollars. And you have your own printer. That's a big subsidy, right? Right. That is a big subsidy.
That's an unlimited subsidy.
And it's not unlimited if you have to pay everybody in America off to go along with what you want to do. So part of the big cost of running the model is the American people vote based on domestic issues and don't understand what's involved in running the whole global model. And so you've basically got to buy them off and pay them off to get them to sort of go along with what people do. And that's expensive. So if you look what happened at the end of when the Soviet Union collapsed, the U.S. said we want to be nuclear. One of the reasons I left Washington, I said the plan won't work. And the failure in Ukraine was the message plan failed. And now we have Rubio, Secretary of State, saying, oh, it's going to be it's a multipolar world now.
Yeah.
So the unipolar model failed. And so the model has to change. We're still running the reserve currency, but you have to balance the model. The unipolar didn't work and it wasted a great deal of capital.
Right.
So now we have to change the model. And so if you see the president talking about, Canada, 51st state, or they want Greenland, he's trying, if he can't go east-west, remember, they were going to collapse the Soviet Union, get all those resources, and use that to maintain the unipolar model vis-a-vis China. Okay, that didn't work. So now he's talking going north-south instead of going east-west, right?
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So he's just trying to figure out, you have to change the model. And if you look at the debate and discussions going on in Washington, the unfortunate thing is, whoever is at the White House, they have to change the model. They don't have a choice. The technology changes in the world, competition among various parties means we have to change the model. We have to evolve the model. We have to. And so the question is, how do you do it? And unfortunately, there are too many people in America sitting around and saying, well, we don't want to change. But that's not, it's not changing because whoever's in the Oval Office wants it to change. It's changing because they got to change. You have to change with the times.
I don't think most people even think about this kind of stuff. I think most people are more focused on squabbles that are irrelevant to geopolitics or the financial system.
That's how you fall away from the third rail. If I'm running this, I don't want the general population to mess with the third rail. Do you know what I mean by the third rail?
What do you mean?
On a transit system or a railroad system, you have two tracks. That's where the wheels go. You have a third track. There's a little trim cap that flips over, and that's where the electricity goes. Okay, so that's the power. Okay? And you don't want them messing with the power, so you keep them busy with divide and conquer and pendulum and all that kind of stuff. But that has nothing to do with what's really going on.
Right. And when you say that they need the American people to pay for what they're doing. When you mentioned that earlier, were you specifically talking about individuals, or were you talking about like lobbyists?
So here's what I mean. If you look at the federal budget last year, so the 2025 year, we had a military budget of $857 billion, and excess was taken to children. The HHS budget is 1.8 trillion. And that's because we're all poisoning each other. American people are poisoned, chronically ill, and if you look at our healthcare system, it's almost double the cost of Switzerland's healthcare system. So we spend more per capita than just any country worldwide. And so it's very expensive. And so Mark Skibell, who is the professor at Michigan State University, has helped me a lot to document all the money missing from the federal government. He just finished a calculation. We just did a show with him on his report. If we cut disability, so the number of people in America who are disabled back down to 2010 levels, we would drop that HHS budget by $500 billion. Right. So that's what it costs to poison the population. And that's why this battle around the HHS budget and policies is so fractious, including the fact that the government is legally liable if the truth comes out for poisoning Americans. Which means, if you look at what Toby Rogers says, Toby Rogers is the guy who's really tried to cost out the price of autism. So I got onto all of the HHS issues because I was an investment advisor. And what I discovered was that healthcare fraud was the number one cause of family bankruptcy or loss of family wealth. And number two, in my experience, was financial fraud. So people were just losing their health because they were being lied to. They were being lied to by the healthcare system,
Hospitals,
everybody.
really, like legitimate healthcare organizations.
Yes. And many of those legitimate organizations really didn't know. I mean, my father was a very successful surgeon. I sort of grew up. Fortunately, we'd say, Daddy, what did you do today? And then he'd really tell us.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. No, the dinner table in our apartment was where we used to read the surgical books for fun.
What kind of surgeon?
It was, he had, during the World War II, they had taken the University of Pennsylvania Hospital and literally picked up most of the people and the organizational structure and moved it under Stillwell to Burma. So he grew up in, or he did his internship and residency in China, Burma, doing trauma. He was a national, right? And when he came back, because a lot of the big improvements they make in surgery happens in wartime because they have so much, so much opportunity. And when he came back, he worked and redesigned how the emergency room should work all over the country. Yeah, and well, it was really funny because both sides of my family, all the competition were very competitive people on both sides. But it was like, okay, who did the most to save civilization today? Okay, your grandfather did this, and your father did that, and so, for example, his father had gotten the laws changed so they could bring penicillin to Tennessee and had introduced penicillin to Tennessee, and that had been a huge lifesaver for many people. So at the dinner table, it's like your grandfather brought penicillin to Tennessee. What have you done today?
So this idea that you talk about of the control grid.
Right.
Can you explain what the control grid is?
Sure. So let's say the way George Keenan at the end of World War II said we got 6% of people and 50% of resources. And to keep that going, we're going to have to be really tough. We're going to have to drop a lot of bombs. So Goldwater came along and he said, we're going to have to drop a lot of bombs. And people have to be really tough. And people said, no, we're Christians. We don't that's not us. So Jimmy Carter came along and he shivered in front of the fireplace and said, we're going to have to cut back. We're going to have to do that. So then the Bushes, I always say the Bushes came along and said, you're all good Christians. Here's your check and ask questions. Okay. So what we've been doing is we've been subsidizing the American people with the blessings of sort of racketeering in the third world and running the warfare. So when you go from a unipolar model to a multipolar model, you lose the ability to extract the resources you need to keep that going. So, for example, if I want to trade my Danny dollar for, labor and resources all around the world, and the BRICS nations don't want to take the Danny dollar, then I'm losing the ability to subsidize the American way of life. Okay, so I have to cut back. So one way to cut back, so you can say, oh, well, there's a climate change emergency, we want everybody to cut back. Or you can throw more tariffs, and that's going to cause even more inflation. Everybody's going to cut back. But at some point, if you're really going to cut people back, it's very helpful if you have complete control. So if you're the bankers and you want to control fiscal policy and collapse the current constitution system, if you can exercise complete control with digital technology and an all-digital financial system, you have complete control. So go back to the pandemic. If we say, okay, we want you and your family to lock down, then suddenly your money won't work outside your house. You can order a pizza to be delivered, but you can't. If you have an electric car, it's not that you can turn off the electric car. And if they say, well, we want you to take the shot, it's mandated. If you don't take it, we'll turn off your car. So you're talking about complete control.
And this would be utilized by spending the government money and giving people money. And in addition to having a centralized control digital.
This would be used by using the private and the public sector financial contracts to exercise complete central control. So I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a wonderful video that I keep showing of Augustine Parsons, the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. In 2020, I was brought up, basically, I was trained to be a central banker. And I had never seen a central banker tell the truth in open public in my life until I saw it. When this happened, I almost fell off my chair.
He
Studios, who does the money market show with me.
Yeah.
And we were chatting as we were watching this IMF panel. I freaked. I just said, "Did you see that?" He said, "Don't worry, I got the clip." I said, "That's because in my world, it's impossible." So, anyway, but here's what he said, and it's a 59-second video. You can run it if you want. If you go to our website, we have a section called Video Shorts, and in the Financial Transaction Freedom, we have about 100 short videos. This is the first. He basically said, what digital technology, he was explaining central bank digital currency, CBDC, but you can do it privately with stablecoins. It doesn't have to be a CBDC, it can be a stablecoin. And he said, we can make the rules of what you can do with your money.
Right.
And we can enforce the rules of what you can do with your money. Right. So if they say, Danny, your health isn't what it should, you can't eat pizza. Your money won't work to buy pizza.
Right. Or you can't travel outside the limits of your area code or your zip code. Then your credit cards turn off. You go out there to get my gas, get my food.
Right. But the reality is with AI and software, I can make a entirely granular control system just for you, one person at a time. Right. And so I can do it for
broad brush.
It's 8 billion, and I can collect all the data and apply my social credit system just to you. If you're good, you'll get, maybe you can travel a little bit more. If you're bad, you get that.
Maybe you can explain this to me, because I've never had anyone explain this to me before. There was a story that came out a couple of years ago, and I forget the name of the country, there was a country somewhere in Eastern Europe where the United States basically offered to pay them like a couple $1 billion to mandate vaccinations and all these sort of controls during the pandemic, and they refused to do it. They refused the money. But basically, the United States was paying another country billions of dollars for these mandates.
Right. Well, they do that all over the country and all over the world.
I don't understand. I don't understand how that works. Can you explain, why? What is the benefit of us giving millions of dollars to some other random country on the other side of the world for them to lock down their own people?
So there could be many possible reasons, but one is prototyping. So, this is something you're planning on doing in your own country, and you want to see how you could get it to work in another country, and it's a prototype. A lot of times those are prototypes.
Okay.
So,
See if you can find that article.
I don't even know which country it was.
Yeah.
Sounds like it might have been Hungary.
Oh, might have been Hungary. Yeah, you might be right.
So I found I don't have access to it, but it says USD's vaccine funds for poor countries.
No, that's not it. No. It might have been. It was something that came out where the president of that country made a public statement and called out the United States.
There was one guy who called out the United States, and then he ended assassination attempt. The 5 of the countries that refused to do the mandates in Africa, I have a big article about it. Their leaders either got assassinated or thrown out of this election.
Yeah, Steve, it might have been Hungary. Check on Hungary. It was one of those countries right around there.
So, my guess is, because I've worked for several years with a group of doctors and scientists trying to understand what was happening with the injections. And I absolutely believe that they were trying to install an operating system for people's bodies.
Operating system.
Yeah. So,
Let's just
in fact, if you listen, there's a great clip from right at the beginning of the pandemic when the chief scientist officer at Moderna says we're installing an operating system for people's bodies. And he, he's describing something that can be used plug and play for future vaccines. But if you look at all the material on the internet of bodies, you're talking about putting materials in people's bodies that make them basically easier to interact with telecommunications and digital technology.
Talking about the 5G stuff.
Yeah.
How 5G can connect to this stuff.
So we just
There's a whole. I've done a podcast on this before. It's so bizarre and out there and hard to grasp, but
it's not hard to grasp at all because
it just seems sci-fi.
No, it's not sci-fi at all. It's not just like they're tagging livestock. I mean, if one of the things that really helps you to understand what this looks like. I live in a farming community in the United States, and if you know about livestock, if you've ever studied livestock management,
No,
a lot of this makes a lot more sense. And they are attacking livestock. It's just simply a way of, if you get a lot of these nanoparticles into the human body, you're creating equivalent of organic warfare. Okay?
but I don't think there was actually any part of it as opposed to any nano.
So I strongly recommend you just publish Patrick Wood at Technocracy News. I was the moderator. We just published the second symposium called Omnivore, and this one is called The Battle for the Brain, and it gets into the Internet of Bodies. And here's what I believe. I'm not a scientist, so don't answer me but if you look at all the patents and research and other work done on the Internet of Bodies, it is clear that there are mysterious ingredients in the food. There are mysterious ingredients in the spray. There are mysterious ingredients in the injections. And the question is what it goes for. And I think it's very intentional. I think that it's an accident. And I think one of the goals is, as the chief scientist officer of Moderna is to install a program system in the body.
It's pretty dope.
Yes, it's very different. So go to the Purdue Engineering website, to the Internet of Bodies, and look at the whole Internet of Bodies.
It's true from the story that Charles Whisper, who was a Harvard nanobiologist. There's actually a story I just saw on Twitter this morning. He just got hired by China to go work at a university in China. He got busted basically for taking millions of dollars from China to
No, he got busted to keep him alive.
That's right. He got busted to keep him quiet. Explain.
So when you have a guy, Charles Lieber is one of the world's leading experts on brain machine interface. Okay, and he was working with the guys in China, in a very significant way. And he was I think he was the top expert at Harvard on brain machine interface.
Right.
One, they went after him early, they went after him hard, and they put him in a process where he had to be entirely shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so they authorized Operation Warp Speed, which, remember, it's a military program. And who did they put in charge of it? But they put the former head of research at GSK, who is what? A brain machine interface expert. The guy who ran Operation Warp Speed that Trump appointed was a brain machine interface expert.
What's his name?
Oh, it's
Head
long.
of GSK, Glaxo.
Head of research.
Head of research.
He had been head of research at Glaxo. And his expertise was brain machine interface. And what's interesting, for many, many years, I've worked with Clifford Farnicom on global spray, what's in spray, which is a GDO. And Clifford insists, we just did a huge interview with this new report, that the materials, the biosynthetic engineered materials in the spray are exactly what's in the injections. And don't ask me about it because I can't explain it.
Huh. Yeah, it's bizarre.
No, here's the thing. If you are running the planet and you are a risk manager and you're worried about all sorts of risks and you can't tell people what's really going on, the question is, you've got to turn the aircraft carrier before it hits the iceberg. And that may be 20 years before it hits the iceberg, and you can't get people to follow you. And so it's very attractive to have complete control and to be able, if you look at the amount of money that's spent to influence people to adopt this opinion or that opinion, or keep them busy or keep them away from the power line, the biggest investment almost in this society is persuading people, to believe a fake reality.
And how specifically, where does that money go specifically? Not just to news organizations or TV networks, but do you have any what is your understanding of how money is spent to influence ideas?
So the first thing, you spend a whole world of money on education, to get the universities to present a certain kind of, view of the world, and to promote certain things. So it starts with education. A huge one, of course, is media. So media is also, in all the different ways we know it, from news to social media, is affirming and encouraging people to go certain ways. And it's not just official ways, like, oh, please go, vote the next election. It's entrainment. It's subliminal program. There's real mind control going on. And you're pumping that out whether you're watching sports, you're pumping that out whether you're watching porn, you're pumping that out to get them to think that certain things are real, other things are not real, to hit them in certain directions. So you have enormous overt media and enormous covert media, right? It's affirming all those things. Now, your third big expenditure is on intelligence, because you're now tracking. So with AI and software, I can track every person, and I can watch what they're thinking and saying and doing, and I can feed to news if I want them to go in a certain direction. So if I announce lockdowns and I want everybody to really lock down, then I persuade them this is all. We persuade everybody there was a pandemic when there was no pandemic. Right? Pretty amazing.
Yeah. It's we're in a world now where everyone has their own reality, unfortunately. It seems like the idea of what is true is slipping away. And it's there's so many different flavors of reality, whether that be ideological, religious, political, whatever it is. It's everybody has just a different truth on so many different levels. It's almost impossible to have any consensus of reality anymore.
I think it's very easy.
Do you?
Yeah, because if you just track the math of time and money, it's concrete. I mean, it doesn't lie.
That's what I love. I think that's beautiful. That's
Well, do you know
that's
how I
fascinating.
came to it? I'm a little girl in West Philadelphia, but because of who my family was and where I went to school, in 1 week I would go back and forth between all these different worlds and cultures. And I couldn't make sense of anything because everybody was lying. They were lying to themselves, they were lying to each other. It's like I've been born into a nut house here. Mm-hmm. And so finally I thought I have to find a way to navigate this. And so what I came up with was the mathematics of time. I love math, and that's my math is one of my things. The mathematics of time and money. And what I discovered is if you could figure out the math of time and money, then you could figure out reality. But where, how many hours, you just count up all the hours, where are they putting their hours? Okay, count up all the money, where are they putting their money? How do they spend their money? So I'll give you an example. When I was the assistant in 1984, I overheard two guys on Wall Street billionaire types talking about how they were going to roll out a trillion subliminal programs on TV. And it scared me to death, and that was it for me on TV. We never had another TV again until the administration. I had a friend helping me decorate a apartment house in Washington, and she bought a TV for me without my permission. And she said, "You can't work in the Bush administration unless you watch the Sunday shows." So I had it for a little while, and I didn't like it. And because I was the FHA commissioner, I'm working with the budget for the home mortgage market, and if you're working with them and the resident at the time, it was a big SNL cleanup. So I'm working with all the financial system in the budget, and because we're going through the 21, we competed for appropriations with 21 other agencies. I basically had to run the whole budget. So I'm sitting there tracking day to day exactly what's happening in the budget. And then I'm watching, so we're over here whacking up the money in the budget. And you get on the Sunday shows and they're talking about what's going on, and they got this whole fantasy about what's really going on. It's got nothing to do with what's really going on. They're just like, well, yeah. And so for a year, exactly. It was the Truman Show. I'm watching. I know exactly what's going on because I'm looking at the money and I'm dealing with the money. And they're going, and it's entertainment. It's got nothing to do with what's going on. So, but if you follow, that's why, what year was that? That was 89. 89. And that's why. So under the law, so there at the time there were 4 mortgage insurance funds, but there are 2 of them were most of the money. So under the law, the big one, the single family fund, by law, the first thing I did when I got to Washington is I read all the law related to what my responsibilities. I wanted to know the law, what am I responsible to do. So I read the law, and it said that I had sole fiduciary responsibility for what was then the $320 billion mortgage insurance fund. And I was required by law to run it on a self-sufficient basis. So the premiums we charged for the credit had to cover the difference. So I'm required to run it. So I decided, okay, I'm going to try and get how much money we may be losing. So I called in the budget office, and they bring in the budget, and we're on 2/3 of the way to the ceiling with all the budget justifications. So I'm a speed reader. I read through it 7 times that weekend. I called the budget officer on Monday. I said, nowhere in this budget does it say whether I'm making or losing money. He said, that's not in the budget. I said, if I have sole fiduciary responsibility to run this on a self-supporting basis, I need to know that. He said, well, the accounts have that information. I said, well, give me their number. I'm going to call him. He said, they report to different assistant secretary. You're not allowed to talk to. And I said, well, that's going to change. So, no, I had raised a lot of money for George H.W. Bush, and all I got was a pair of cufflinks, and the accounts moved over to report to me. So I did. I used all my poll, and I got the accounts moved over to report to me. They come in the first day. We are losing $11 million a day in the single-family fund. So I said, look, all real estate's local. We had 10, at the time, there were 10 federal regions, there was now. So we have 10 federal regions, 80 field offices. Where are we making or losing money? I said, we don't have place-based financials. I said, we mail out checks, we have zip codes. I said, this is a rush. It's an emergency. Get the news. Well, it turned out we were making profit in 8 regions and losing everything plus more in 2 regions, which was, it was Black budget. It was the Bushes and Clintons. It was the Texas region, which included Arkansas, and the Colorado region.
So it was a black hole of money just vanished.
Yeah, it was the mortgage fraud. So you remember, we had a big, the S&L crisis in '89, and then Clinton was a tremendous amount of mortgage fraud. Anyway, so I can talk about all this kind of mortgage fraud all day long.
And then the day before 9/11, Rothschild says that we have $4 trillion that
No,
was
he
unaccounted
said
for.
they were missing, DOD was missing $4 trillion, but he said 2.3.
He said it was 2.
But it was 4. And I was working with a reporter, and we had a huge story coming out that Friday about the wholeness of money and what it meant per person. So we had calculated for each taxpayer in each state how much you were missing. So, yeah. So that was the financial coup which had started in 1990.
Where did all that money go?
Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out. And without the bank statements, I can't, so I've tried to map out, because remember, did you ever see the old Pillsbury Doughboy commercials where they squeeze down on one and it pops out someplace else?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, so you're probably too. So when the money started going missing from the Treasury and the federal government, the offshore havens started to just blur. So this is going down and this is going up. And anyway, but I have tried to unpack where money's gone, what they've been spent. And I have a lot of guesses, but
What's your best guess?
I think it's many different things. The first thing, I think you've been financing a new system. So I call it the breakaway civilization, but I think you've literally been financing a new system. And it's like when you're running a company and you keep the old systems going and you get the new systems up and you bring the resources over steadily. And then at some point you're ready to bring this down. And I used to say the pandemic was the breakaways breaking back in and taking over. But I think they've moved a lot of money out. And in theory, if you look at how much has been stolen, it's enough to run a global government on an indefinite basis. It is.
How much roughly?
So as of 2015, there was 21 trillion in undocumentable adjustments, but that's not cash, and it could reflect money coming in. So you could be bringing money in from the other side. So how much is net missing? It's impossible to tell. But given everything, I would be amazed if it wasn't at least that much missing. So now, what I think you've been doing is you've been making enormous investments in black budget technology and infrastructure. So, so I think you've got a huge physical infrastructure. Some of it, when you did 9/11, you were able to move a lot more black budget on budget, and so that sort of eased the pain because the problem with black budget as of 9/11 was to get that money you had to the fraud had gotten so dysfunctional and wasteful, so you wanted to do more on budget, but whether it's building a new governance system and a new endowment to run it, or invisible weaponry, secret space program, the infrastructure on the ground to platform that. I think it's all those things.
One of the theories that has been bouncing around in my head from recent guests that I've had on is that military contractors have been taking money from the U.S. government and to develop futuristic weaponry, develop new physics, alternative propulsion crafts that have some sort of alternative propulsion systems since the 70s, or even actually probably since the 50s, I think.
Here's how it works. Okay. 47, do you understand the legal structure of how they did it?
No.
Okay. 47, you passed the National Security Act. Okay. And that gives you the ability to set up the secret infrastructure. 49, you passed the CIA Act. They literally had to kill the Secretary of Defense to do that. They assassinated Forrestal to get that done. We have a lot of interesting material on the Forrestal assassination, on the Solari. We should go through, you should learn about Forrestal and what caused that assassination and what it did to create. You literally took several sections of
Okay.
Not that I know of. He was the president of Dillon Reed. He was a partner of Dillon Reed.
Okay. I thought it was the KKK. I might be getting some.
I don't know. I've never read that about Forrestal. I've really studied him, but I don't know.
Okay.
So,
Don't worry about it, Steve.
well, even if you want, that's not what got killed. What got killed was standing in the way of creating Israel and giving them a nuclear bomb. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. And he wanted disclosure on the black budget. He was for disclosure on the black budget, and he didn't want Israel. Basically, he didn't want that part of the organized crime syndicate to get sovereign powers. That's so. Anyway, what happened was they made a deal on the 49 Act that created the CIA, and that made the CIA the most powerful banker in the world. Eisenhower put him in charge of Area 51 security, and literally, once you look at how the Exchange Stabilization Fund is using different money aspects of the 47 and 49 Acts organized to work, you've now created this financial mechanism that combines covert violence and makes the most powerful banker in the world. I should say, on the covert side, the most powerful bank in the world is BIS. So
I could be wrong about this. Didn't Dulles take a bunch of money from the budget to rebuild Europe after World War II?
Yes. I don't know if he used that to build Area 51. He ran a slush fund out of the Exchange Stabilization Fund from Sullivan Cromwell before they got the 49 Act created. And part of that was to create this infrastructure because part of it said you can appropriate to all the different agencies and claw it out secretly to give it to the intelligence agencies, right? So they created it after World War II and all the slush fund money they got from World War II. They created a mechanism to constantly replenish the covert money. But here's the big thing. When Bush came in during the Reagan years as vice president, his deal with the intelligence agencies was he gets to run, or with Reagan, was he gets to run the National Security Council and the intelligence agencies. He creates an executive order signed by the president, by Reagan, that corporations can do highly classified work. Now, let me tell you what that means. What that means is the Treasury can issue an infinite number of bonds and use that money to pay corporations to do highly secret things, including just gifting them all of the black technology funded by the taxpayers and moving onto their balance sheet, and do it in a secret way that generates enormous profits in the stock market. Okay, so now you've got a way. Now, what's the number one source of campaign contributions?
Companies like this.
Capital gains. Capital gains. I have a stock that's trading at a multiple of 20. I give you $1 million a year contract. That goes up by $20 million. Your stock goes up. That creates capital gains for the investors and the executives, who then turn around and they or their law firms make political contributions. It's a kickback side. Okay. So if you read my book, I have an online book called Don't Read in the Aristocracy of Stock Profits. And it was designed to explain to you how that kickback system works.
Right.
Because and the quote we have at the Church Street saying, make the law, make the business. So every time the government does something that makes stocks go up, they get a kickback of campaign contributions from that. And of course, the taxpayers funding the whole thing. Now, let's go back to corporations. Now I can transfer trillions of dollars of invaluable black technology into the corporations and fund them with taxpayers' money to own and develop it secretly and keep it away from FOIA. So you and I can put in a FOIA and we can't find out because it's behind the corporate veil.
Right. Now, one of the fears about this is that allegedly since the 50s when they started working on some of this stuff, is that it's gotten so advanced in these black corporate or these black industrial complex, aerospace corporations, whatever you want to call them, that they've become essentially more powerful than the U.S. military.
Correct.
Because of the technology that they have power on.
Correct. Now, I can't say that it's more powerful than the U.S. military because they need the U.S. military to do what they're doing.
Well, essentially, the way it was described to me is that these corporations or these organizations basically are so powerful and have such advanced technology that they have their own Air Force, their own military, their own Navy, everything.
And we've had senators stand up and say this, but what I call them is a breakaway civilization. They have broken away, and they are so much more advanced. Now, if you look at their assets, what I would say, if I could assert jurisdiction, those are our assets. Those were either gifted or stolen. They belong to us. But it's not corporations who have a lot of technology. It is a breakaway civilization, and they literally think of themselves as a separate civilization and not subject to our law.
Separate from not only the United States, but separate from the world, from all
Separate from the human rights.
Separate from the human rights.
Right. In other words, so I'll give you an example, and I've told the story many times. I was in a meeting with the secretary, and he had called in the regional administrators, so we had 10 regional administrators. He was very angry at the regional administrator from California because he had implemented a court decision. The court had decided something, he had implemented it, and the secretary was very angry at me. And he said to him in front of everybody, Mr. Secretary, I had to, that's the law. And the secretary just explodes with force. The law, I don't have to do the law. I report to the higher moral authority. And that's a perfect example when you're in Washington. You have a group of people whose attitude is, look, as long as two of the bankers tell me to go, the laws are relevant. You know, I'm part of the breakaway law. You know, I have to obey that. I don't have to obey this.
Now, as far as this quote unquote breakaway civilization, we have these military, industrial complex, aerospace, weapons development agent companies, and we also have these banks. How connected are they? And like, what? I know you've talked about like space research and even developing underground facilities, these deep underground. I said the same thing. These DUMBs, these deep underground military bases. stuff simultaneously.
That's what it appears to me. So, and remember, a lot of the underground bases are publicly announced or as existing. So, and there's a lot of things you would do over school, just any good person can do. So, it's a continuity of government to have these facilities.
Right.
So, but I think my guess is the infrastructure is a lot greater than has been publicly made.
Like they have full cities.
That's what some, I don't know if you've ever watched the different videos of the truckers, but if you spend a lot of time talking to truckers, because the truckers have to deliver a lot of material on these bases, and they get reports about what they've seen. So that's how
Have you seen the videos of those salt mines? There's like giant salt mines over somewhere in yeah. And they're just enormous. They're just these caverns with like, I would say they're 100 feet tall on the inside. And it looks like New York City underneath a mountain.
Really?
They're insane. And I would imagine it could be easily converted into some sort of underground city where there's salt mines. And there's just like lines of semi-trucks driving through.
So I live half the year in Orleans, and the power of Northern Europe grew up on fish.
Look at that right there.
Oh wow!
So,
I bet that's cool.
so yeah, where's that, Steve?
Something in the planetarium. I don't know.
Good point. About.
Dracula brain.
You can find
So
this, Steve.
Northern
We believe
Europe
in you.
grew up on the cod and fishing. A huge amount of the wealth of Northern Europe came from the ocean, from the fish.
Right.
But so I live in Friesland, and one of the things that made the Frieslands were amazing world travelers, and they figured out how to get the salt from the Polish mines and salt the cod, so you could put cod in a barrel, salt it, and you would have animal protein that was good for 10 years. So you could sail anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Right.
All right, it's in Romania.
Right.
It's all the way in.
Okay, well that would be consistent with Dracula's grave.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's insane photos and videos of this place. It's just
And that's
terrifying
beautiful.
too. That's good. Total Recall. Yeah. Look at that.
So I will tell you that in my opinion, you have a corporate infrastructure which is literally out of control. So one of the things I used to have these fights with the defense contractors because I was required to get the accounts when I still needed data, and the systems were run by the big defense contractors, and they would refuse to give me the data. So I'd have these wars with them. Like, who really runs HUD? Is it the defense contractor, or is it the person who's legally responsible?
And this huge fight. And then one of the biggest problems is like you were alluding to earlier is they control the government by lobbying, right? Like
They can control the government by killing people who don't do it. That's how they control the government.
and lobbying.
Lobbying, there are different layers, but I'll give you an example. So I lived in the federal government for 11 years and then forwarded the IRS. Anyways, 11 years shaggy dope process. And when it was over, I didn't want to go back into the investment world without explaining what had happened. So I wrote an online book called Generating the Aristocracy of Stock Profits. I've tried to publish it 3 times. The last time, each time I run into just enormous headwinds and problems and threats. But the last time they threatened me with something. So I just, yeah, cool. I can guess where it's coming from. I know how it was delivered, and I know who delivered the messages, but who started it, I can guess. But I don't know. But I took them seriously. I thought, okay,
Was it delivered through somebody like in person, somebody?
yeah. 2 were acquaintances, 1 was somebody, but it's so that the people who deliver the message don't necessarily understand what their purpose is.
Right.
And I thought there was a reasonably good chance that they would do it. So you never know.
And you just published this book on your website.
It was already online. It was already online, so I just left it. It's not censored. It's there.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So so first of all, what is the Bank of International Settlements? How are they tied to this triquetry civilization?
So the Bank of International Settlements is a central bank of central bank. So it the 63 largest, most important central banks in the world belong to the BIS. The top central bankers meet them regularly. They have a group called the Financial Stability Board that defines systemically important institutions, which to me appear to essentially get some of the benefits of their sovereign immunity. And they have the power to move money and hold it on their balance sheet secretly. So if there's 21 trillion missing from the US government, in theory, you could move that 21 trillion to the BIS and have it sit on the BIS all day long and use the BIS to move it to lots of countries who then donate to the Gates and Bill Foundation, for example. I'm using that as a theoretical theory, see what I mean? But because they have sovereign immunity, we've created since World War II a whole network of organizations around the world who have sovereign immunity. They're above the law. So we have parts of the UN, we have the World Bank, they have all sorts of different variations of sovereign immunity, we have a whole bunch of them in America. And we've created this meta structure using international treaties or using the sovereign immunity entities for all sorts of behavior and economic activities that are not subject to our national laws.
Essentially for running the world. If you want to run the world, you can't obey the laws. If you're the, I think you used this analogy before, the world is your house. And you're the owner of the house. There are certain things that you have to do that.
Right. And it allows you to move a lot of money and a lot of data and information secretly.
We talk about these banks, the people that are running these banks. Like, do we know who the individuals are?
So in my experience, the system is run through committees. So I'll give you an example. When I was on Wall Street, a lot of the money in the United States is run through the federal budget because it's such a big portion. In any county in America, 40 to 50% of the income comes from the federal budget. Okay? So it really drives the economy. Okay, so the appropriations vote out their plan for the next year. So the recommended appropriations come out from the committee. And then the big questions.
You what? No, you didn't touch me. How is life in your neck of the woods, baby? Oh, what? So you want to lose the table soccer? Is that what you're saying? How did you beat me? When? Oh, dude, I knew you were gonna fuck me that way. You're a little bitch. You didn't want to play against me. Did you go to the gym today? Why not? Okay. You need a rest from all your rest. Cool story. You want to get your ass kicked in table soccer right now?
die while we were playing. In the jackass. Dude, I'm gonna take my sweater. That's why. I would you just been here, right? Your job, but you're jerking yourself off, bro. Cool, man. Remember that time that you accepted my game invitation and stopped being a little bleed? But no one, I don't think you understood. Literally, no one did. No one did. No one did it. Okay, that's a cool story. It's really nice, and everybody likes it. Now, are you ready to accept my invitation? Dragon attack? Do you even know what the dragon attack is? No, that's a reason for making these high dragons were still being hatched. Did you think it's corrupted? Oh, come on. Are you fucking serious? Don't spoil it. Dude, that was an amazing turn of events. I'm impressed. Give him a goal. Thank you, dude. Dude, I really appreciate that. I do. What passes, dude? Dude, that was fun. Okay, dude. Dude, you're playing out of your fucking face. You've scored every goal. Dude, you've scored every goal. No one knows. Now, here's an oh, this is the last pass. Are you serious? Dragon attack. I'm coming back. Yeah. Look at the shot. Oh, baby. How sick is that? Dude, don't call it a comeback. All right, well, that's a really nice story. And everybody liked it. Okay, I like your stories. They're really entertaining. And now it takes fucking. That was it. All I want to know is how much do you suck dick? Makes two. So you could go, you can introduce yourself on the rock. You screw my fucking shit. Yeah, you steal it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. What the fucking so you can go and put yourself up on. So you are so frustrated. I don't know why. Okay, go. You don't have enough time. You're young. Shut up. I do that. Good job. Dude, are you somebody that considers yourself a good guy? You think oh, don't say that. Oh, you live in Camp? What's in your neck of the woods? Yeah,
Dude, come to the Discord. Dude, you just lost. Dude, if you're not good, I'm gonna make you play all Blank Mango. Dude, we're playing Blackout, son. I don't think you've ever beaten me at Blackout. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Dude, you're up, big bro. I think this house is. Dude, the BTS. This game sucks. Where is it? I forgot. I forgot how to do it. So did you. You're gonna run out of time. You don't know how to play. Dude, it's 15 minutes. You have no idea how to play. Yo, Pim, come to the Discord. Come to the Discord. You can play. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Like you. I didn't give up. I Yo, man. Yo, baby, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. You're dumb.
whatever you want. Dude, your problem's fine. This game is over. I don't know how you just get retired. Why would you ever retire? You're done. Dude, it's over. Dude, you're done. Dude, pick me. You're done, son. I'm gonna put the nail in the coffin, right? I think if I do this, you're done. You're stuck in that little zone. You can't get out. Again, 27, 47. And you're stuck. Now I can know you get out of space, and you're done. So, this is the strategy. You're done. Why are you you're done? No, nothing's gonna work. And look at all the space that I have to ignore. Look at this. Dude, look at this. Look at all the space. Look at the score. I just keep backing on things. Dude, you're gonna suck. Yeah. Dude, you're done. You put the hand in your best move. Look at all this space. Look at all this. Watch this. Not this. Just throw another 5 points. And you're done. You can't put your shit on. That's the one person who's done. Two places. Yo, what up, Tim? How are you? It's discord.move/Rabbi. Dude, you're done. You can't use any of your shit. You're done. It's over for you. I outflanked you. I outplayed you. I outsmarted you. You're done, dude. Dude, you're done. You're done. This is obvious. Now, I've never met anyone who done. What's been your neighborhood? The what? Oh, I've never used it. I'm the one who gets it. Yeah, sex acts. That's what I am. What do you want me to do, big dog? You want to grab my dog? Dude, I just want to press the hit button. You think that's going to help you? I don't even know what the hit button is. It seems like a sense to the kid. And I'm alpha baby. Dude, what are you going to do? It, dude, look at all these concepts going. I'm like, thanks, Dan. Keep up, Rothschild. Yeah, it sucks.
Things to be created or figured out, or questions are rolled up and sent out to the booking. Everybody comes out to the beats, and they chew over the big things, and then they make their decisions, and then that goes back to Washington. Everybody's on vacation, and then the staff gets everything ready to vote for the budget in September, and then the new budget goes forward in October. And if that process breaks down and you have a real food fight, then you've got a real mess. But the big decisions are made by consensus, and you use, whether it's a Bilderberg meeting or
Council of Organization.
they're a little bit different, but yeah, executive committee, council of Farmers. You have these meetings where you get people from all different industries, all different occupations together, so they can coordinate, collaborate, and they make these decisions very much by committee consensus process, which is why once they agree on something, everybody needs to, you can't bucket because, we've told 20 different industries we go to the right, and so you can't just go to the left, you pick up.
But can you explain to me exactly what those are?
So I'm not that familiar with the Bilderbergers. I never, if you look at who I worked with, I worked with some people on Wall Street or in Rothschild Bilderbergers, but it was simply a more international version. And my guess is, if you look at, grabbed so much booty at the end of World War II, I think one of the initial goals of the Bilderbergers was to manage that, that sort of pot of money.
I heard that Peter Thiel and Gary Schmidt were the representatives of the United States.
So more possible because the tech, tech is so important to build people to control.
Representatives, Peter.
Was to manage that, that sort of pot of money.
I heard that Peter Thiel and Gary Schmidt were the representatives of the United States.
So more recently, that's possible because the tech, tech is so important to build the control. So, and I hate to say it, the 21 trillion is, we sort of sucked out as much money as possible and put the government on the debt trap. But if you look at what they're doing now they're stealing all the data, and it looks to me like they're building up to steal the rest of the assets.
What's left?
But there's, if you look at if you have an AI and you want to build a control grid and a social credit system, the most valuable data you need is payment data. And so taking the social security address and the payment data is the most valuable data or something. One of the most valuable data. So that's worth, it's funny, Naomi Wolf and I were trying to cover this at one point. And she said, that data's worth $1 trillion. And it's interesting because Musk was out raising capital for XAI and had a deal with Palantir at the same time. My guess,
Palantir has an AI.
Yeah. Well, according to published reports,
How are you?
XAI and Palantir.
What up, Celestial?
How you living? Yeah. How'd you find out about this, huh? From what Discord? All right, what Discord? Everybody. How you living, big guy? Excellent. It's good you're not doing this. It's good in your neighborhood. Yeah, it's the same. It's good around here. Okay, are you 18 years old? Are you? No, you're not. You gotta go. It said you gotta be. Take that. Oh, really? It says that on here. Bye. Take that. You too.
Here had made a partnership and was sucking all this data out. And my guess is that data is, you know, they sucked it into the AI and just did it.
What do you make of everything to find that? So,
Well, let me come around to that. The other thing is, and this is from a video, an interview held with him. He said, "Don't worry about that." So he's the Secretary of Commerce, but he was a primary dealer, and he was the guy who lived next to Epstein for many years. Okay, so but it says, don't worry about the $36 trillion of debt because we have on the U.S. balance sheet we have 500 billion. I'm sorry, 500 trillion of land and mineral resources, which is true. The federal government owns a huge amount of the land in the United States. Right. And during Trump, in fact, he ordered up a geological survey that would allow basically to map 100% of the resources of the country. So if you want to plunder the U.S. balance sheet, it's worth a fortune. It could create a new kind of Rothschild Rockefeller fortunes if you plunder it.
this is crazy stuff.
No, it's not. It's just money.
It's just money.
No, but here's the thing. We have one problem in the United States.
That's good. Hello. FW53.
States. We have the secret governance system.
Mm.
And that secret governance system has decided to change how we're governed and managed. And we're having a big disagreement because they want central control, and digital technology will allow them to do that for the first time in history. And we don't want that. We want to be free. So we're having a big debate about whether or not we're going to go to a complete control grid or we're going to be free. That's the debate, and whether the breakaways can break back in and say, okay, we're dictating to you. Now that we've stolen all your money, we're going to dictate to you how you're going to live.
So who is it that specifically that wants this control grid? Is this just some evil group that is decentralized from the U.S. government somehow has control over them, or is this sort of just like a diaspora of good people that is pervaded throughout the entire U.S. government?
So think of this as a dynamic discussion back and forth between the population and the people who are responsible for managing the planet. And if you come up through the layers of the financial system, there's the bankers, the insurance, the whole thing, and then the people who make the top governance decisions, I can only guess who they are, but I have some guesses. They are responsible for the intergeneration. There's a capital, and they were responsible for risk. And they, over the last 50 years, in my experience, they have been exceptionally frustrated. they find managing the general population very frustrating and scary. Because remember, occasionally you have revolutions, people guilty, right? So they're afraid. My personal experience is they're very afraid of the general population because they are fewer and fewer. Right. And they're risk managers and they think it very long. And what's happened is, particularly in the United States, you have a huge cycle of disrespect between the general population and the people responsible to the financial system. And the more the criminals get away with really bad stuff, the more they hit the general population. It's become a very ugly cycle of disrespect in a way that didn't exist when I was a kid. So, and that is dangerous because, well, look at the Great Poisoning. I mean, we have the U.S. government systematically poisoning and killing the population. The COVID pandemic was a mass atrocity. You've killed millions, or you've killed or disabled millions of Americans, potentially.
And why do you think some of this is depopulation?
It has to do, so the budget deal in 1995 broke. And that was, it was described to me by the top pension fund, the president of the largest pension fund in the country, described it to me in 1997. He said, they've given up on the country, they're moving on, and starting to fall. So a concerted effort was made to put the government and the retirement system on a sound financial basis. It didn't work. They decided, okay, we're just going to start pulling money out. That's when the financial crisis started. And that is when decisions started to be made that systematically were life expectancy. And from 2000 to 2017, well, ever since then, I've been on every radio show or internet show that will have me talking about the 21 trillion thing. And that's because it's a formula. You have retirement funds. If you won't fund them, as political made it very clear in 19, we refuse to fund them. Only have another way to balance it, and that's to lower life expectancy. And so, well, if you get the charts, literally from when the budget deal busted, life expectancy started to fall. So here are the other 19 industrial countries, and here's the U.S. that starts to go down, 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 and then the pandemic it drops off the cliff. And the divergence between
During the pandemic, people that were most affected were those elderly or people that were already on death's door with comorbidities.
So, it's a little bit more complex than that. But yes, and the latest report from Social Security is it's working. Social Security is approved. But here's the thing. I'm going to be a tough guy. This is a formula. So you either put the money in.
Like the Ponzi scheme.
It's not a Ponzi scheme, but if you're not going to fully fund it, then you can lengthen retirement age or you can lower life expectancy. It's a formula. And if the body politic refuses to do the financially responsible thing, then you've got two choices. And you can't provide retirement age that would work. So you just poison the pot, you just put them on a slow kill. And that's what's happened. And you can say, oh, the baggers are bad guys. But if you saw the confirmation hearings for Kennedy's appointment, I mean, what you saw were scores of senators refusing to take responsibility for a chronic epidemic among our children, which is an extinction level event. That was not the banker sitting in the city of London. That was senators sitting in Washington refusing to take responsibility. It's one thing to say to Kennedy, we don't like your plan and the chronic epidemic, of illness among our children. Here's a better plan. But they wouldn't own it. They would say, it was, that is a society that will fail. I mean, that's that. If you ever,
this is because a lot of those congressmen and senators were paid for by pharmaceutical companies,
There are many plausible explanations. None of them good. So they could have control files. They could be bribed. They could be mind controlled. They could be not care. They could, there are many possible reasons, none of which are good. But what they're not is they're not competent to be a U.S. senator.
Right.
Right. They don't. And if I'm the bankers and I want to control fiscal policy, I've proven on national TV that the people who run fiscal policy are competent to run. Because the HHS budget is bankrupting the country, and it's not just bankrupting the country. I was an investment advisor for 10 years. The way I learned all this is watching the healthcare system bankrupt families. So that's what I'm angry about is there is no reason why our economy can't be highly prosperous and successful. But it can only be successful if the people are successful, if our children are successful, if our families are successful. That's what it takes to have a successful civilization.
But how do you push back this sort of, for lack of a better term, crony capitalism that it seems to be intrinsically tied to the U.S. government? And it seems like all that matters is that. And then the people are like the middle class being gutted, billionaires being.
So here's what you do. The first thing you do is you bring transparency. So that's your business, right? You're trying to bring transparency to what's going on, right? Second thing is you describe the solutions. And the real solution is when millions of us proceed to behave, because right now, the people who are implementing all the evil doing, all the poisoning, all the control grid, the people who are implementing, you know who they are? Us. We're implementing this. I could walk into a room of health freedom activists, get all the retirement funds, pull together all the stocks and show them their financing. They're supporting, we are going to work in implementing this. We are putting our money into this, and we have the power to change that overnight. If 10% of the people in the country call up their broker and said, I am not financing any of this evil doing, pull my money out of all these bad guys, and, I'm not going to buy them, I'm not going to support them, I'm not going to date them.
Pull our money out of business.
No, pull your money, shift your money to the banks that are good. You've got a tremendous number of great banks and honest bankers in this country who would love to diminish this.
What are the good ones?
So if you go to Scenario, we have an article called How to Find a Good Local Bank, and we have a 4-part series on how to identify and find a great bank or a credit union. But it's a so we have a very interesting document. If you do a search on Scenario for JP Morgan Chase, we had a subscriber after the financial crisis, and in my personal experience, JP Morgan was deep in the mortgage fraud at FHA. So she continued to bank at JP Morgan Chase, and I don't know if you know how the Madoff fraud works.
Yes.
Okay, so Madoff after the mid 90s he had 2 businesses. He had a brokerage business, and he had the money management, the Ponzi scheme. And the Ponzi scheme only had one bank account at JP Morgan Chase. So I was interviewing Helen Chapin, who's one of the attorneys who litigated the Madoff. She'd been a Madoff victim representing Madoff victims. And I said to her, Helen, who was the securities custodian? If JP Morgan Chase was the bank account, who was the securities custodian? And she said, there was none because he never bought any securities. And I said, but Helen, that gets JP Morgan Chase control over time. In other words, under the laws, they knew that Madoff was not buying his securities because there was no securities custodian, and the money, in fact, they would run with huge balances at JP Morgan Chase according to Herman.
Wow.
Right. They were the senior partner. They were the senior partner. So it's an amazing. Anyway, so I had this person put together a list of every criminal and civil money penalty that JP Morgan Chase had paid from 2006 to I think it's 2018. It's hilarious. And then we had our editors go through it very, very carefully. And we found $42 billion of civil and criminal money penalties for financial, activities that I would describe as, they clearly knew they were defrauding people and hurting people. So my question is why, if an institution would do that, now I can make arguments where it makes sense for somebody to have their money at JP Morgan pays for things we don't need to go into because of esoteric reasons, but I would say that a majority of people who are free to move their money out of JP Morgan Chase, why don't they? Why wouldn't you act in
We're
your
going
own?
to be the app. We were using the app. It's great. You got sell, and super.
So having been
I don't think people have time to think about this stuff. Like normal everyday people.
so you're saying that you would do business with the Russian mob?
I mean, if I was doing business with a Russian, no, I wouldn't do that.
Right. So what I'm telling you is, if you will do business with people who steal and defraud, then it's
I would
going to
choose not to write about it.
crime that pays is crime that stays. So, I mean, if you look at the financial crisis, we shoveled 27 trillion taxpayers' money into institutions. So that was a huge theft. That was a huge thing. Taken away, we can never bank with any of those institutions if you could avoid it. And there are times some people can't avoid it. But I mean, I'll never forget being in Washington where some big protests and the guys said to this, look, as long as they have Citibank cards and not for profit, I don't care if they don't have money. Why? Because
That's traceable, right? The track.
well, as long as you're giving me all your data and you're giving me all your money, and I control your money and your data, what do I care?
But isn't so? Trump has been super. This current administration, this new administration, or at least when Trump was running, he was very pro Bitcoin.
Trump was put in by the backers to get the control grid. The other team in the uniparty wasn't moving fast enough. They couldn't get the control grid. I say it late. We just did a new collection of all the things Trump is doing with the control grid. He's moving very, very fast. When it comes to building, first he's getting a real ID implemented very aggressively. Real ID. To do a control grid, you need a very high quality precision national ID that's interoperable with all the other IDs around the world. And he's got Christie now out there pushing the real ID like there's something wrong. So they're working, and it's done through the states. The feds are pushing. So the first thing you need is a digital ID. The second thing you need is all digital financial systems. So you got to kill cash, and you got to make everybody interact digitally. And if you look at what he's doing with taxes and Social Security, he's trying to make everybody. He's canceled pennies, but he's also canceled now. Normally I pay my taxes with paper, and I was saying I do it for it's not this year, but next year.
Really?
So he's trying to. If you go through that list, I've got 50 different items of what he's doing. And if you look at what they're doing with the Genius Act and stablecoin, he said no CBDCs, but stablecoin. So I don't know if you've read the Genius Act, which is the new plan for stablecoins. Okay, a CBDC would be issued by the Federal Reserve, so presumably the Fed and the federal banks. Okay, now they are owned by their members. So Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, they own, as members, they own the New York Fed, basically government, okay? And the New York Fed is the depository for the Treasury and the different banks as this agent to do those transactions, okay? So now under the Genius Act, what they're saying is the guys who own the New York Fed are all going to create subsidiaries that issue stablecoin, which will be interoperable and can work with a social credit system. Now, here's the beauty of it. The New York Fed, under the law, has direct obligations to Congress, and Congress has jurisdiction over it. If you do it through the owners of the Fed, through their private subsidiaries, you're going to have some degree of freedom. So it gives you more freedom. Yeah, so if you think this is improvement, you have another thing coming. Anyway, but what they're planning to do in stablecoin, which I have to say as a financial matter is quite clever, remember the pallets of cash you sent to Iraq?
Oh yeah.
Okay. This is going to be the digital equivalent of the pallets of cash sent to Iraq because what they want to do is stable coins. So a stable coin is just a bank deposit or a treasury bill or bond. So it's fully collateralized by a dollar. You put a dollar in, and these stable coins are going to, you have some stable coins that do other things, but using the dollar. And this is going to create a huge market for the treasury bills and bonds. And you're going to, the bank subsidiaries will create the stable coins that will be fully collateralized in treasury bonds or bills. But then you can send them out on Google Pay and Apple Pay and all the wallets around the world. And literally, you can get people from Bolivia to South Korea coming into your state and using stable coins. So you're literally going to tender for the global population,
What up, Pimp? How
trying
are
to get
you?
everybody off of their local currency and the stable coins. And you're going to
Everything
come back
came out,
to
stays on
the
the
everybody to
beach.
make it into the
What's
job.
good again after the big dog?
So you're just going to hand out money. And get,
How'd you find out about me? Who's they? I don't know. We're not having a conversation. I'm asking one more time. How'd you find out about me? What Discord server? What person? Oh, okay, cool. Were you in another Discord? Okay, good. So let's get your next of this. You can just stream my left hand closed. They said they can be 26 rupees. Next question. So, I want as many live streams as I can have. How about that? Good. Yep, and I'm doing that. So I'm streaming like 300 different streams right now. $10 million. Yeah. Great. That will let you
get everybody on the door.
And you don't think the Brits would try to compete with this?
Of course.
They would, right?
Yeah, of course.
And do you think this is something that could legitimately be implemented? If so, how soon do you think that would start doing this?
I think as soon as you pass the Genius Act, it can go very, very fast.
And where are we at right now with the Jones Act?
I'm assuming it's going to pass sometime soon. If it doesn't pass before the session breaks, it'll pass in the fall. That's my guess. So it could, you could really see the real what. Now, our problem, America,
Is Trump aware of all this stuff? What do you think what is his motive in all of this? Or not his motive, but is he basically a useful idiot? Yeah.
so I don't know Trump. I lived in New York for 11 years, and the PR firm we use was his business too. Everything I know about Trump, I know from Howard and Steve.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, but I think Trump is in box, and and all I see, I have to judge people by what they're doing, and what it looks to me like Trump and Musk are implementing the control grid at high speed. And don't believe me, go look at that list, because what you have to say is, okay, to do a control grid, we need a digital ID implementer that's very high quality, high precise. Check the box. We need an all digital financial system. Check the box. We need a way of doing interoperable money. Check the box. If you look at what DOGE is doing, we need a social credit system, check the box.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What Doge is doing?
Doge is, from what it looks like to me, and I'm basing my assessment of what I know from Doge includes, I read the Financial Times and I read the Wall Street Journal and I read Warren Acquired has done a very thorough job of trying to document what's happening in the system. And I think basically what they've done is they've taken, so if I wanted to stop fraud in the US government, I would say there's 20 trillion missing from DOD, there's $1 trillion missing from HUD. I'm going to go in and figure out where we can get it back.
Right.
That's not what they did. If you said to me, I want to build a social credit system that can be used to enforce control against the American people and basically lock them down with both enforcement and social credit, I would go get the Social Security data, the IRS data, and the Treasury payment data. That's exactly
You
I
can
would
ask me any
private
questions
it.
that
I
you
would
want
just
to
click it
ask Rabbi.
and put it in the private
Ask
AI,
Rabbi.
XAI, and if Palantir still has the contract with Treasury and the IRS to enforce, you got everything. And you have the Kennedy's aggregating the healthcare data, you put it with healthcare data. Now they've been aggregating this kind of data. I used to call it the database. So they've been aggregating this kind of powerful data since the 90s. So I don't think this is brand new. So for example, you
IRS data, healthcare data, and combining it all together.
Yeah.
One system, you combine with AI.
right. But I think this time the government has done, the federal government has generally done a pretty good job of siloing the data to protect privacy laws for many applications. But I think this unsilos everything and moves it private and puts it on an out-of-control basis, is my guess as to what's probably happening. Now, this is conjecture, remember, but if I wanted to build a control grid, that's exactly what I would do.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm curious about Joseph Farrell
Mhm.
and what you know about him, your connection to him.
So, I've worked with him for years. We're very close.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did you guys meet? Oh, you got
So,
okay.
so I met Joseph by reading his books. I started reading his books, and I just concluded he was a great scholar, and it occurred to me that I could get to know him. And I met him, and we started to work together. And every quarter, we do a 5 to 10 hour recording called News Trends and Stories. It's basically going through what happened over the last year. We do for a year. And we look at everything that's going on a very integrated basis. So we go through we'll define the top 10 to 15 stories, and then we go through something called unanswered questions. And we're both great believers in framing questions. If you don't have the intelligence you need to know for sure what's going on, you can still define questions and use those questions to learn more and more what gets the point. So we have a section called unanswered questions and then what we call inspiration. And we spend 5 to 10 minutes, finished it. Now we're recording.
Really?
Yeah, the number one story was 3 hours. It was Trump the first 70 days.
So my understanding for people who don't know who he is, my shallow understanding of Joseph, his background is he's published 10 books on how there is this breakaway civilization of Nazi origin.
So Joseph, the thing you have to understand about Joseph is a great scholar. He is a scholar. He has his PhD from Oxford. He studied patristics and ancient Christian theology, and he intended to have a very serious academic career. And he proceeded into academia after having his doctorate in South Dakota, and walked smack into the fact that the American academic institutions were all not interested in serious scholarship and were headed the wrong way. And he literally ended up at one point working in a casino as a dealer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, trying to support himself. So then he just started writing books about, sort of what's going on. And he focused on, so again, we've been talking about the great Rothschilds. It's really things and why are they doing what? And he'll go way back in history. He'll go back 1,000, 2,000 years. The Venetians, how the Venetians Christian model rolled into the central banking model, or how did the Nazis roll into the breakaway civilization. He does a lot on the secret space program, and he's absolutely brilliant. And what happened to me was I was an investment advisor, and Joseph was the only, when I tried to explain to the people who were doing shows related to the stock market and the financial system, they couldn't beat the blood pressure. And the covert side of the economy was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you couldn't explain what was happening in the financial system by using the official reality. And so what I discovered is, even though Joseph's expertise is patristics and theology and ancient history and all these other things, he was better on the financial system than the financial guys, because he could integrate all the information related to the secret governance system and science. He's very good at science. And so he and I worked more and more closely together. And he's had a very profound impact on me, because one of the things he taught me was we can't save the government necessarily, but we can save the culture. And when he said that, I had no idea what that meant. It was like, I'm an investment banker, how do you save culture? I didn't know what to do. And he really got me to understand the power of each one of us. I knew about this financially, but each one of us in our personal lives, building the culture that we want and doing it with all of our time and money. And anyway, so we've collaborated both on the cultural issues as well as the geopolitics and news. And I don't know any person. So he was also worried, as I was, about the plunder we're seeing in the government. And we've always known, as these guys plundered all around the world, that they've said they were going to come back and plunder everything. So he just published a book on Reconstruction to the Civil War, because he wanted to warn people this is what plunder looks like. So anyway, but he's absolutely brilliant. And if you look at the content that you've covered on your podcast, there's no topic that you've talked about that he's has something. He has something fascinating to say about it. The other thing I did with Joseph, it was just a blast. And remember, we're constantly in pivots. Is I crowdfunded, Solar crowdfunded a digital organ for him. I was at his house one day, and I said, Joseph, you're not yourself. And he said, we're just dealing with the content here. It's depressing. I said, well, what do you do for fun? He said, just play the organ. And I said, well, why don't you go play the organ? He said, I can't, because all the churches, the insurance companies won't let other people use it now. So the churches won't let me play the organs. And I said, how much does it cost to buy an organ? And they said, well, you can get a digital organ. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to work with your crowdfund for a digital organ. It was during the campaign in 2016. And literally there were about 200 people in the Slater network for crowdfunding a digital organ for the whole process. We went through 3 phases. We had luncheons and meetings. And it became like a little cult, It's like, you guys have an election, we're going to crowdfund and learn all about organ music. And it was, so now I listen to a lot of organ music, and I travel around Europe going to great organ concerts. So now I'm really into it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it is great. It's great. If you've ever been in a beautiful cathedral with organ music, it's like an electromagnetic healing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really amazing. Yeah.
I can never experience it.
Oh, you have to take your whole family, go to Chartres, go to Mont Saint Michel, where there's a great organ concert.
Isn't he like an Orthodox priest or something?
He's Russian Orthodox.
He's Russian.
He's very devout. He takes his theology seriously. So I'm always getting yelled at. I'm a Christian, but I'm not Russian Orthodox.
Yeah. That's interesting. So he ultimately has been writing about these breakaway civilizations forever.
Years. Yeah,
For years.
Yeah, he said all from the beginning.
Yeah, and his theory that these are somehow Nazis.
So take it back to about Apple Okay, so Admiral Byrd took a force of the Navy naval force down to Antarctica,
Oh,
and
it's Operation High Jump.
yes,
Okay.
and came back very quickly, having lost ships and movers. But whatever happened down there got lost, and so the question has been since then, because the Nazis were clearly down there during World War II. But so and the Nazis never. If you look at the surrender according to Joseph, the Nazis never surrendered. The German government surrendered. The Nazis never surrendered. And we know that Dulles was in Switzerland the whole time London before.
Right.
And the Ratlines got a lot of money out. So, and we brought 4,000 plus scientists, Nazi scientists, into the national security state.
Well, I think some people have heard a guy who's been on the show before. He's a philosopher, historian, all this stuff. Jason John explained to me how essentially Dulles and national security funded the Nazis.
Yeah. So there's a wonderful book. I don't know if you've read Charles Dickens, Trading with the Indians, and he literally describes people stopping, ball-bearing orders going to the U.S. military so that they could go to Germany to keep the tax going. So you literally had a metastructure, whether it's Dulles in Switzerland moving money back and forth, or literally the American industrial establishment helping keep the German tax going. So, you literally had a whole corporate infrastructure that was on both sides. That's a fact.
So I'm curious. So this curriculum is talking about bankers, central bankers, and private military contractors. What is there some sort of cohesive ideology that they
Not that I know of. So, and I think that is one of the reasons I think they're good fit, because they don't, I have seen in different sections or spots a culture or a theology or a philosophy, but I've never seen it overarching. And now what you've seen is you've seen groups, you see some groups who are just, it's just warfare. It's just war. So, I would say culturally, the reason the uniform might fit is the culture fit
for the United States?
for the United States. But if you look at what the groups who seem to have power positions globally, I think their culture would fail.
I don't think any of the world superpowers have any sort of cohesive ideology, do they? I don't think China's China.
I think China does, but it's weakened tremendously. And
Maybe Russia is more so.
Russia probably has the best shot of anybody. It's funny, the Russians tried to recruit me in 2005.
Oh yeah?
And they had a whole speech about how they were building a great future. And if you look at everything they said, or the fellow who was trying to recruit me said, and what they're doing, they seem to be, what he said seems to match what they're doing.
Why did they try to recruit you?
Well, I have a theory. I know what happens, but I don't. You never know. But, okay, so I got I don't know where I was at a conference outside of the country, and I got a very impressive guy who apparently was a vice president, and he did a great job of trying to recruit me. And I just kept saying to him, "Nobody likes a traitor. You have to." You have to dance with the guy who came to the party with you. He said, "I'll never trust you, but I'll never let you back." I said, "I know, but I don't care. I'm American." So you can't change that.
And this is when you were working for who?
This is 2005, before I'd settled the litigation. And I went home. I was working in Montana on a food project. So I'm in a ranch in Montana. I got home and I said, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. And they had tried to force me to settle. I would. And the negotiation was just, it's like, you weren't going to pay me the money with me, and I'm not going to sell it to you money. It got really mean. And they had pushed and pushed, it got mean and mean. And I think they really wanted to settle because they knew they were going to bring the mortgage bubble down. And I got home and I said, something's wrong. There's something I'm missing here. So I got on my research and discovered that Russia and their wealth funds were the number 2 holder in the world of U.S. mortgage securities. Yeah, and I said, that was Fannie and Freddie were trying to get me out of town. That wasn't Russia. That was Freddie and Fannie. And it was right after that they finally settled and paid me.
Wow.
Right. And that's crazy. Well, things, here's the thing. It's not the world's, when you look at things through money, things look very different than they do. Right.
Yes.
So I think that
it's a much more objective way of measuring all of the crazy stuff that you can read about what you're about.
Right. So I think it was just a way of getting me out of town. Because then they wouldn't have to pay me the money if I was a trader. No, really.
Right. No,
Right.
it makes total sense.
Right.
It makes total sense. Some of the craziest stories I've ever heard about, like people being followed or spied on or intimidated, have been people that have suggested that this is not the U.S. government that's doing this. These are contractors. These are private organizations.
A lot of the people who were following me, they're funded by the U.S. government, but they have contractors. But then the contractors have what I call string lawyers. People they just pay daily. It's gig lawyers. No, it's just gig lawyers. You get an assignment on your smartphone that tells you to follow this person around for the day. But it's they're gig workers. A lot of them are stringers. They've been they're like drug addicts or just making it. Yeah. So I had the whole portfolio all the way from a real government employee to a government contractor to swingers. So I dealt with it all.
Again, going back to this idea of this breakaway civilization, some of the stuff that Farrell has talked about is that what is they had ideas about genealogy and eugenics, and a lot of them are eugenicists, believing this idea of this master race.
So I can only tell you what I personally experienced, but they do believe in bloodlines, and the notion of bloodlines is very serious in the U.S. And they do believe, just like they believe in breeding racehorses or champion cattle, they do believe that some people are genetically superior to other people, and that's part of the bloodlines. And I don't know a lot about it. I only know what I've experienced, but I don't know a lot about it. What I do know is, one of the big unanswered questions I have is how much have they been doing genetic engineering of children all along? So, and I suspect they probably have. So you saw the movie Henry, right? Oh, see the movie Henry. It's all the movies,
Okay.
I remember an American Fact is fiction.
Well, I know you talked about the novel, the science fiction novel, Three Body Problem.
Right.
Which is basically the idea of this alien civilization coming here from another star system that has like 3 suns and they can't survive, and somebody contacted them somehow, like let them know that we have a planet here and on over here, and they're trying to stifle all scientific innovation on the planet Earth. And so so by the time they get here, like 450 years, we can't develop technologically to be able to fight them off. Right.
So one of the things have you ever read Rooms of Saturn? That's a book you should read. I can send it to you.
Okay.
It's when I first tried to buy it was $2,000 or something.
Oh,
yeah. No, I think if you can't get it, I'll send you the PDF.
Yeah.
But Brooklyn was, I think he was I can't remember. I think it was NASA. He was an engineer. And when Voyager passed Saturn in 1988. They call it the Thing. They saw what they thought was like a 70-mile long plasma spaceship docked in the rings, and the theory was that it was getting energy from the wind. And that's when the mortgage fraud and the financial fraud exploded. And one of my hypotheses is, do they suddenly say we need as much money as possible to come up to that level of civilization? Because the theory, sort of the history of a more technologically advanced civilization, more or less, to never. works out well for the less.
Yeah.
So it's the same with three-body problem. Crash course, how do we get up here? And one theory, one of the breakaways is, okay, that's a crash course to get us up to deal with the people who control the thing, right? I don't know if it's true, but you read popular mechanics, they say the camera equation magically shut down, you know, anyway, but if you read springs or sound, it's very.
And you believe that that we have some sort of alternative source of free energy that we've already figured out, or that somebody's already figured out, and they're keeping a secret from the.
So we have a subsidiary in the Netherlands, Solary Europa. So I have a Dutch partner, and it's 50-50, myself and the Dutch partner. And that group, they do a lot of the most extraordinary people. I met them because from 2010 to now, they've been doing conferences on breakthrough energy and secret space program. And their breakthrough energy group is called Global Now. It's up on the internet. You can see all their presentations.
Global who?
Yeah, BEM, Breakthrough Energy Movement is what it stands for. And they have a website and they publish all this stuff. And I participated in some of the conferences. But they've been gathering breakthrough energy inventors from all over the world regularly to talk about what's possible. I have two companies, one is Solary Report, and the other is Solary Screens. I do an investment screen. And the money manager and the money managers we work with on Solary Screens, we have a fund. And he's been an investor for many, many years in the breakthrough energy company. So, and occasionally I'll talk to him about it. Now, I'm one of those people, science goes in one ear. So you don't want to ask me about breakthrough energy, but it's all available up on the internet. And if you know the story of Tesla, on down to the current, there's lots of documentation and evidence that we have a lot of low-cost forms of energy available.
Well, that's the crazy sort of paradox with the idea of, if they're building these, which we know they're building these, giant underground cities and military bases and, underground superhighways for people or some sort of government to be able to run. And for these people to survive in some sort of nuclear war event or something like this, that, eventually the diesel power that they're using to run those is going to run out of gas or run out of fuel somehow. They're not going to be able to power those underground bases.
I have no idea how they're powering it, but it seems to me, they're doing it, whether it's nuclear energy or breakthrough energy. And also, if you look at the people, what they've said, once you can get solar farms up in the suborbital platform, shoot the energy down here. There's also all sorts of ideas about how you can, if you can dramatically lower the cost of energy, that would make you want to have complete control. If you're running the planet, you want to have complete control, because if everybody gets breakthrough energy on an out of control basis, you've got no way to control it. Right?
Yeah. Another crazy thing that I learned recently is that the Manhattan Project is now the Department of Energy. Like, they changed their names a bunch of times. So now the Department of Energy, who is
Really?
during the Obama years, Obama passed the law that they were going to ban incandescent light bulbs. Now we're on these LED lights that are much more low energy, blue light spectrum.
Right.
Which is the same stuff we get from all your smart devices that hijack your dopamine system.
Right. It's all part of the brain poison.
Right.
So, one of my favorite Solary reports we ever did was with an attorney named Rothschild. And do you know who Lawrence Wilkerson was? He was chief of staff to Colin Powell when Colin Powell was Secretary of State during the Iraq War. Anyway, and sometimes you'll see images where there's Colonel Wilkerson worked at the George Chiefs and Powell was there. And then the state. Anyway, but Wilkerson called me and said, I just did a peer review. He was a professor in Virginia. Said, I just did a peer review in secrecy of a journal article in secrecy. And this is the best thing I've ever seen. He said, you know a lot. I can't tell you who wrote it. I can't give it to you until it's approved. And he said, as soon as it's approved, I'm going to send it to you. You want to jump on this. So I did. It was written by Amy Benjamin. She used to work at justice, and she did an interview on how all these things have been engineered and kept secret. And when you realize that there's been this whole parallel universe going on, and we didn't know it.
Right.
It's like, how could this go on and me not know it?
Right.
And so part of what people have to grapple with is, how could this be happening and you not know it? Amy does an absolutely fabulous job of explaining how this was all engineered. And you have literally, if I were to make a balance sheet of the United States, I will tell you more than half the economy is black and secret. And so this thing is, yes, it's been, if you look at the organized crime money and the black money, it's been getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger our whole life. And it's now, the way I got into all these topics, because when I tell you I had no interest in underground basis, I was just looking for the money. It's like, where is the 21 trillion? Where's it going? And I just kept looking for the money. And what I discovered was this huge secret economy. And it was really funny. For many, many years, I had so many wars with the financial guys, because they would say the dollar's going to collapse. And I said, no, it's not. It's not going to collapse. Because it's backed up by invisible weaponry. That makes sure it doesn't collapse. And it's not going to collapse because when you steal 21 trillion, you've got lots of money. There's no reason to collapse. You're collapsing the people you're stealing it from, but you're replete. Okay, you're not going to collapse. The reason they're doing it is so they have no reason. They're resource rich. They're not going to collapse. So it was really sort of, I'll never forget, there's a famous show I did with Greg, who's sort of an ally of mine, very much. We have a very good friendship. And Greg was screaming at me. He said, I've had 30 of the most important financial people on this year, and they all say the dollar's going to collapse. You have to be wrong. I said, Greg, I'm right. The dollar's going to go up. It's going to go up strongly. And because I'm looking at all the stolen money.
Right.
And so he says, finally, I said, I'll bet you $1. He said, you have to be wrong. Every financial guy in the world, all these top guys are saying it's going to, I said, it's not going to collapse. It's going to go up. And he bet $1. I made a payment because it was up 12%, but it was a big move, and it was fair. It was thanks to Farrell that I was working with that I could really, and I was working with some money managers too. But you have to, if you're going to look at the economy, you have to look at the whole thing. And if the secret part is as big as the overt part, you have to look at it on an integrated basis.
Yeah.
Which is hard because it's hard to get reliable intelligence, as you know.
Yes.
But that's where the unanswered question comes in. You have to just frame it.
Now, how does when it goes coming back to energy, solving the energy problem, how does this idea of decalculation solve that?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at the control grid, it's a very, there are two things that are unbelievably environmentally damaging. Okay? You have a global population of 8 billion people. If they all want to come up to a level of per capita spending in mineral and other resource uses as the West, enormous environmental pressure. Where you can get all the minerals to build those roads, have that many cars, etc. Okay. So you're talking about enormous environmental pressure. That's number one. Number two, if you can institute breakthrough energy, then they're all going to want to have 10 kids, right? More environment.
Lifespan is going to get longer.
So you solve that by control grid. But the thing that is the most energy wasteful of all is the control grid. Bitcoin, 3 years ago, was using more energy than Switzerland, right?
Really?
Yeah. In 2023, it was using like 140% of all the energy used by the Netherlands. Right? But you look at the data set, Bloomberg had an article 2 months ago. If you look at the data centers planned for Texas, they need 30 new nuclear plants.
30
by 2030 is what the article said. 30 new nuclear plants. And China's building nuclear plants, right and left. So the energy, this much data, and managing and keeping data, because they're talking about putting sensors throughout the forests. You've got Internet of Bodies, Internet of the Forest,
Right.
Internet of, you're talking about digitizing everything and collecting and managing the data using it. The energy is enormous.
I had this gentleman on here a couple weeks ago who his first day on the job working for the NSA was 9/11, and he was explaining the sentiment and the sort of the vibe at the office that day. And he said that everyone was very optimistic about the future of the CIA and how they were going to be able to just gather data from people in heaps.
Right.
And now they're building these giant facilities out in Nevada and New Mexico that are going to be just to store just all this information, all this data collected by people.
So I called the Patriot Act the Concentration and Control of Cash Flow Act of 2001. And it moved a lot of the black budget stuff from the budget. But so DOD at that point was missing $4 trillion. Nobody cared. Suddenly they got $48 billion increase the next year, and everybody was spending money. There was a Washington Post publication, I think it was in 2012, 10 or 12, called Top Secret America. And one of the journalists sat down and documented every national security installation or building that they could find that was built from the Patriot Act on. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. The waste is beyond imagination.
I think there's a quote from Kissinger where he said at one point humans will eventually become useless eaters.
Kissinger was always, and I knew him in New York because I was part of the Republican committee there, Jonathan Bush, the brothers. Jonathan was a good friend of mine, and I used to help Jonathan raise money, and so Kissinger would be one of my favorite days in my life. I would frequent so many investment bankers making a boatload of money and having a great life. And I had a restaurant that I loved. And they had one table that was a bank cat that was like the best table in the house. And I would always go there, and that was my table. And we would always confirm reservations 3 times just to make sure there's no problem. And I had dealt a lot with Kissinger and some of the Republican politicians. And Kissinger is, he could be the most narcissistic person on the planet. It was unbelievable. Anyway, so I'm standing in line right behind Kissinger, and Kissinger tells the maitre d', who's looking at me, I'm behind him, that he wants that table. And she says, I'm sorry, sir, that's reserved. I can't give it to you. And he's furious. He's just like, I'm Henry Kissinger. She said, I'm sorry, sir. Anyway, so I'm declined. And so he's mad, and she goes over and sits him someplace, but he's steaming. And she says, oh, Miss Fitz, your table's ready. And takes me, and my client's looking at me like, and Kissinger across the room is like, I hate you. And I'm laughing right now, because it was just like, okay, Henry. The girls won this one. My client was a female. And it was really good. Wow. But it was pretty fun. That was a great day.
That's
He was there's a story about Kissinger. I don't know if it's true that he's finally taken it to the intersect and he's given the books of all the classified information the military does about what's really going on. And it totally changed him because he was like, okay, we can't tell anybody.
for him.
Yeah. So
I always imagine what that would be like to have that information in your head. How would that affect you?
I don't know. I've tried. If you look at all the paranormal phenomena on this planet, I've tried to understand and figure it out, and I can't figure it out. But I've been through most of the material. Farrell and I did a great 2-hour interview called "Who Is Mr. Global," and we went through every different hypothesis.
What do you mean? Can you define Mr. Global?
It's the committee that runs the world. So there's a committee at the top that makes all the big decisions. And my nickname for it is Mr. Global. So the question is, who is Mr. Global? Why is Mr. Global doing what he's doing? Because when I look at a situation, I like to put myself in somebody else's shoes. Like if I was Danny and I was doing this, what would it look like for me? So I want to put myself in Mr. Yeah. Why is Mr. Global doing this? What's Mr. Global's point of view? So anyway, so Joseph and I went through some of my favorite comments on the internet is people say, wow, she worked at the White House, and there she goes, she's not terrorist. No, never at the White House, sure.
Who's your best guess?
I think you have Shabuzi Kappa, and right now they are over influenced by cults. So I think you have interdimensional intelligence, which is very demonic intelligence.
Interdimensional demonic intelligence.
So I think this thing about liquids, and they're, yeah, I can't find it anywhere. I found it once. In the 30s, a British physicist got up and said that we are being manipulated from other dimensions by intelligent beings. So I think, if you study Christianity and you read the Bible, you're dealing with both divine intelligence and demonic intelligence. And I think too much of the leadership is deeply involved in the occult and demonic intelligence.
Wow.
So I just read a book, and I have no idea. So I've tried to find every theory to explain whatever stuff. So I'm not telling you this is true, but I just finished reading a book called and he describes it's a exploration of a group of military intelligence in the United States called the Collins Elite.
Oh yeah, I've heard about Collins Elite. Yeah.
And they came to believe that the ET phenomena was a demonic phenomenon. It was not people from another planet. It was demonic intelligence stuff. Right. And one of the things he discovered was that the Collins Elite apparently discovered is in many sort of ET abduction events. If you called on Jesus Christ, it would stop. Yeah. That's what he reported, and he strikes me. I don't know anything about him, but it struck me as someone who was trying to do a faithful job of something reported that they found.
There's a lot of folks in the intelligence community that publicly state how they believe that the whole UFO phenomenon is like this biblical thing. How it's angels and demons and these things can be angelic entities and like literal, like ground, like legitimate people in the intelligence community, whether they're still active or retired or whatever, that have been on podcasts that state.
So I am sure that all of that stuff is happening. So I think we are dealing with demonic and angelic forces in our world, and that's interdimensional intelligence. So the Bible calls it, demons and angels. Other people call it fifth dimensional, whatever. But I think we're absolutely, and I will tell you what I think is the most important thing to understand about the universe. So write this down. This is my favorite. My favorite new book is A New Science of Heaven by Robert Techler. 99% of the material in the universe is plasma. Our universe is made up of plasma. And I used to hear that David Bohm said this, and other physicists as well, but Techler's really documented it. And I'm sure he's right. Plasma is alive and it's intelligent. And that means life is alive and intelligent.
Plasma, dark matter.
Plasma. But, let me make it simple. The universe is alive and intelligent.
Sure.
And we share intelligence with all life. Lord of the Rings, when the trees show up to help, that's real.
Right.
So life is alive, and the notion that you can take digital technology and control its centrally, once you understand that, is so ridiculous. Only demonic intelligence would come up with that.
Have you noticed this recent phenomenon of, and there's been articles written about it, of essentially a lot of big shots in Silicon Valley are mapping Christianity now onto everything that's going on. So, and there's a church in Silicon Valley that is to Peter Thiel, and the head of this company called Y Combinator are, Peter Thiel's famous billionaire church, and it's just really interesting to me, you know, because Silicon Valley is, you know, historically known for being like anti-religion, right? It's not been a typical religious part of the world in history. These people are, you know, a lot of people developing tech and developing, you know, these social media platforms, transhumanism.
I know nothing. I know nothing about it.
Yeah. There's been a lot of articles. There's an article in the New York Times that came out, New Yorker, and it's really interesting to me that somebody like Peter Thiel, you know, somebody who's, you know, very much tied up in the military-industrial complex, the intelligence community.
There is a non-alignment between the teachings of Jesus Christ and what Peter Thiel and his companies are doing.
Yeah. But it makes me wonder, though, why somebody like Peter Thiel would be so invested in promoting Christianity in Silicon Valley.
I don't know. I would need to understand that.
I wonder if it has something to do with trying to bolster Christianity in the United States, or sort of revive Christianity in some sort of a national security aspect.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is that there has been so much financial fraud and corruption that you have a real breakdown of productivity of the general population. And so, you know, there is a vested interest if you don't want to depopulate everybody and get everybody to be productive, and they're not going to be productive unless they believe in laws and have laws. So, I mean, our problem, the reason the unipolar model failed, in my opinion, is we're not agreement capable. And the leadership is not agreement capable, but now the message is the population, you don't need to be agreement capable. And when a complex society depends on the rule of law, or at least the appearance of the rule of law, you take away the ability to be agreement capable and the society fails.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at other countries, and, you know, if you look at Russia, you see, you know, they have sort of this cohesive Orthodox Catholic religion. If you look at Middle Eastern countries, they are so religious and extremely religious to the point where they would instruct monk or just die for their religion. We are the opposite of that. We are not. There's no sort of general religion or ideology or belief that ties us together in that aspect.
So one of the questions I want to ask, I'm trying to remember, I have to look up how to pronounce his name. G-A-W-D-A-T. He's Egyptian, who is the chief business officer at Google. Do you know? He wrote the book Instressable or Happy. He discovered AI when he was at Google. So, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Look it up. Wonderful, wonderful man. So he's an engineer, and he's the chief business officer at Google. And then he discovered and worked with AI, and his immediate reaction was to quit and completely change his life. And one of the things he said is, if you look at how quickly the IQ of AI has grown, and how far as a processor it is surpassing us, you realize we better hope that it's learning a moral culture from us, that we're teaching it morality. Because if we don't, we're in real trouble. And I think dealing, you know, his reaction to AI has been that, which I've seen from others, which is to say, the most important thing is not this. It's many others. I've got to revisit and invest in rebuilding others.
Yeah, well, like the theme of this conversation, morality is something that you can see like it's very much tied to culture and the United States, the population of the United States, the citizens of the United States. But when it comes to this decentralized, this sort of breakaway government or whatever you want to call it, it's almost like they can only exist without that. if you have other countries that are willing to, like, I've had multiple people on this show who've been a part of various intelligence, or have been part of the United States intelligence community for a long time, and have dealt with other intelligence communities of other countries around the world, whether it be Russia, Soviet Union, or Israel. And it seems to be, at least within the, not saying the intelligence community is detached from any civilization, but the only way to get things done in this underworld of intelligence is to bypass morals. It's to weigh the good, it's to weigh basically what's worse in order to achieve our objective. Like, we're willing to do whatever it takes to achieve the objective, although we will do the thing that's the least worst. And hear stories of some of the insane human atrocities and things that have been done with people in the intelligence community overseas, on black operations during wars and these kinds of things. And I guess the point I'm trying to get across is that the only way on this global scale of nations, if you want to be the most powerful nation state on planet Earth in this anarchistic global battle that these nations are fighting, you can't be tied down by morals to get ahead.
So let me describe it this way. There are two ways to get power in this world. One is to amass force, whether it's financial force, legal force, physical force. But ultimately, it comes out of planet. And power on planet Earth is one power. It comes from force. There's another way to get power, and that's from righteousness. In other words, if you have the power to call in divine intelligence, not just as an individual, but as a group, and you have the ability to make and keep contracts across time and space, and communicate across time and space, free and open. If you go read the Bible, that's the sort of kid. There's another way to power. And ultimately, 8 billion people operating power is more powerful than all the bombs and the demonic force. And they know that. That's one of the reasons they don't want us to know that, to come to that power. But, you have to understand. I don't know if did you ever read this one? He's got a great book on power.
Yeah, I haven't read the book.
You read his book on power. But
Ingo's almost a Scientology.
I think it's one of them is a viewer. Right. And but he was what do they call him? They call him Finch the same thing. He was one of those people who's sort of a polymath. Yeah. But there is another way to get power. If you train a population to operate without morals, you make them powerless.
So you think like a one world religion would be ideal?
I think a one world religion would be a joke.
It seems that religion has been throughout history the number one source of death and war.
Well, religion, organized religion was used. Religion has been true. Religion has been the source of things that happen.
Right. I guess my point was just like, if you're going to separate, like this is the conundrum. This is the paradox of it. If you separate morality and government, you can't be the most powerful government, right? And it seems like this
I
think you think
I'm absolutely sure.
it seems like we're in this like weird self-fulfilling prophecy.
You have to. There's a one. Did you ever watch the TV series Yellowstone?
Yes.
So I'm a huge television show.
Okay.
Just a huge show.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I don't know if you remember the second season where the big issue is what are we going to do about the duck poachers? Okay, and so they have to come up with a way of legally killing the duck poachers. They got to kill them.
Right.
There's nothing. and the son corners one of the dead brothers on, in the bathroom right before he shoots him. He says, "Why do you make us do it? Why do you force us to kill you?" And the guy says, "Because nobody ever fights back." And the son says, "We do back dead." And then he goes and he sits on the porch with his dad, and his dad says, "The trick is to be more evil than evil, so that you can stop evil and protect your family, but still love your family, enjoy a sunset."
Right.
So the question is, how can I outwit and defeat great evil and still have the capacity to love? That is the question. That is the question. And a great moral government can do that, but you have to be prepared. So I probably shouldn't say this story. My sister, the group of people many years ago was trying to get me to run for president in New Hampshire, not because I had a chance of winning, but just so supreme disclosure to get people to understand what was going on. So I thought I absolutely refused. I said I have nothing to do with it. So my sister called me. She said, "Well, what? Okay, let's just pretend you're willing to do it. What would we have to get for you to be able to do it?" And I said, "You would have to give me 250 licenses to kill, no questions asked." And she said, "What?" She said, "That is the most unethically immoral thing I've ever heard." I said, "How am I supposed to run an organized crime syndicate unless I have the ability to enforce it?" Right. So she thought that was unethical. I think it was unethical. She asked me what I needed to do the job effectively.
In order to survive.
No, in order to do a good job at the job. So if you're going to stop evil, you're going to have to use force. And you're going to have to use it wisely. You're going to have to use it well. But you're going to have to use it. Because what was that great scene when Jack Nicholson was the president, was talking with the aliens? He says, "Why can't we just all get along together?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. This is like, then you get into, like, if you want to use another example of this paradox, would be like what's going on in the Middle East with Israel and the Muslims, right? Israel-Palestine thing. I think Bush is something she was up for. I think she was up for some position, right, like the ambassador. She was in front of Congress, and somebody asked her, like, "Do you think Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank?" And she was absolutely, Israel has a biblical right to the West Bank.
And she has a reputation for that's Ask Farrell. Farrell has a page in 6 months. Get him to explain. It's all a bunch of noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just an organized crime syndicate who's great spin.
So how do you think we get back on the right path then? On this, where it seems like we're on this downward spiral right now.
We're definitely on the downward spiral, and we have to change them. And what we focus on at Solari, so if you come to Solari, we have something that the building has to look at.
Yeah, I watched it.
I think we have to decide, do we want to be free or do we want to be controlled? And so we're going to have to slow down and stop the control grid. And there are many things you can do. So we should have several big pieces on how to work with your state legislature and all the things the state legislature can do to work with the Constitution, to protect the Constitution, and to stop the control grid. And I think that's one thing. The other thing is, if you look at how many of us are financing the control grid, supporting the control grid, supporting the people who are implementing the control grid, we're going to work and implement it ourselves. We can all just stop. And so that's another thing we can do. And we have an article on steps and pieces like I do. So we have fantastic amount of information. But then I also think each one of us can go through our life, because this is control the freedom of a real person. And what you can do is make sure you're control, that you're free, that you use your time and money to do things that help other people be free. Because you and I can't be free unless we figure it's really. So we have to grow and adopt a culture where we're getting our power not from the book, but we're getting our power from righteousness, and we're doing things that help our family be free, like protecting them from the great poison. I mean, you, Danny Jones, should be doing everything for your families to make sure you water, food, or your whole way of life is protecting your family from the sickness. There are many, many things you can do to do that, especially because you're in this place. And so we have to live our lives and live our lives where we adopt and support the culture that is healthy and help us to do so. And if you come to this clearly, that's what our whole program is about. And all of our political action invested in the last 2 years, trying to help state legislatures do those things under the Constitution they can do to slow down and stop the control bill. We can stop it. We still have time to stop it.
So you're optimistic about that?
I'm optimistic that it's possible. I'm not. If you look at how many people are just going along with it, it's pretty scary. Yeah. So, and it's funny because the number one criticism I've gotten over the last year is I'm critical because I'm a supporter of the president. And my attitude is, if the president is implementing a vision control plan, no, just support him on that, And, it's not personal. I want to be free.
Sure.
Right. So, and I think a lot of people, I've always told everyone, look, you can't, the federal government is financially dependent on the bankers. You can't implement real change inside the federal government. I mean, you can implement some, but the kind of change we need are millions of people saying, no, we won't be able to control it. I mean, if tomorrow everybody got up and just 10% pulled their money out of JP Morgan Chase and said, we don't want to be controlled by the YCBs or stable coins, it would rock the world.
It seems like it's things are getting harder for the generations to do anything nowadays, especially with like interest rates going up. You can't buy houses, right? You can't afford to call money. Universities, the job market, who knows what the job market's going to look like in 10 years with AI.
So there are solutions to all of that. I mean, if we were to change the financial liquidity on the ground, we could make things wonderful for them. And the other people could, build companies and lead us out of this. So we could provide mainstream money. Is there and people that would do this thing? And that's all possible. But, it starts with recognizing the wage gap as it goes. And you have a couple of people who are using the federal budget to centralize power. So what I can show you is the federal budget, the vast majority of money. I can't tell you what the waste is like. So, for example, back to the foreclosed properties at HUD, I would find neighborhoods where we were spending $250,000 per unit to build public housing, or $50,000 to buy rehab a foreclosed property in the FHA properties. So we could get 4 or 5 homes for the price of one. But they didn't change it because when I took the material to the woman who was the special assistant, the guy around the public housing building, she said, but how would we generate fees for our friends? The entire federal budget is engineered around fees for our friends. And I don't see anything being done to change that. But we could change that because you can't, if you look at the laws that apply to financial management, I mean, the laws are all there if we implement and enforce them. So this can be changed.
Well, thank you. This has been fascinating. I'm going to have to go back and watch this podcast like 2 more times.
Okay. Well, I'm happy. I sent you a lot of homework before we did this. I'm happy to send you more homework.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I would love that. Thank you very much. And then the links are the solaryreport.com. Is that it?
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
Solari Screens. Just go to Solari. Everything branch yourself from Solari.
Okay.
Thank you, Danny
No,
Jones.
thank you. That's very nice to meet you. And I'll link everything below. And we have some Patreon questions. If you don't mind asking them, we have some Patreon members that have some great questions for you. So we'll wrap up the podcast now, and then we'll go hit a couple of those.
Okay.
That's all, folks. Good night. My neighbor had mushrooms growing out of their wall. They don't need them. Yeah, and I thought it was a joke. It was like the super kind of like Chinese mushroom. And he's like, what do you do? What do you do? And I, of course, I'm going to talk about mushrooms. So it was very surprising that he made these receiving. And it's a good one. It's pretty funny. And then I realized he wasn't joking. And he actually acted out there. Like infected the building with spores in some way. So they kicked you out. No. I mean, of course, the real issue was not. It also obviously wasn't a second mushroom. Right? It was like some like compromised species actually identified. And but it wasn't severe water damage. So that seems like that's not good. If you could at the point you go on mushroom first.
What else could be going wrong? You might want to check for mold too.
Yeah, that was part of it. And yeah,
Cool, man. So obviously I've been a fan of yours and your show for a very, very long time. But it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I made the connection between you and Dad. Because I was also a huge fan of your dad's documentaries. Like, and my mind was blown. I was like, no, that's incredible. I mean, like some of those documentaries that he does, like the way he does documentaries is so unique. And so, like, he just has a very, very cool way of, like, the cinematography that he does, where he has the interviewers talk directly down the barrel of the camera. Sure. You know how he interviews them, like, right behind the lens. Sometimes with his older ones. I think Mr. Death. I think he did it during Mr. Death, where all of the interviews, like, typically people when they interview this are looking to the side, right? So, like, somebody talking to them. But he has this unique way of having people look straight down the barrel of the camera, or having multiple Interatron. Oh, the Interatron. Yeah, I forgot that's what it's called. Right? Yeah. Oh, your mom. Yes, that's so cool. Yeah, some of those stories, like the Mr. Death story, is just so bananas.
yeah,
And,
it's a great. That's a great film.
I think so too. Yeah.
I don't really hear people talk about it very much, right?
It's like, nobody talks about it. Whenever I bring it up, people never heard of it.
It's a bad name. It's part of it. It's a forgettable name. And the original name was supposed to be called Honeymoon in Auschwitz. They thought that was too controversial or something. So it was changed to that sort of a forgettable name. It's an amazing mushroom.
Yeah. So the guy Fred hypothesis at the end of this, the guy who's involved in some trial basically got Fred to testify for him that the gas chambers in Germany like couldn't have been gas chambers, and like that was used like to, I don't know, that ended up being like this weird side road that the whole documentary at the very end is weren't expecting. And it seemed like your dad had to do a lot of damage control with that when they were promoting the documentary.
No.
Oh no.
That was the interpretation. I mean, that was the subject of the documentary was the association between Lucher's pseudoscientific beliefs and how this fed into his delusions, self-deception. And I think that it was a kind of, it wasn't as if like there was some kind of gotcha moment, like he was only interviewing him. I mean, the subject of the documentary is his involvement with Zundel, and there's even extensive interview with an analytical chemist in the documentary dissecting why his testing of his Auschwitz gas chambers was methodologically flawed.
Right. He was just like putting like dust in bags, in like Ziploc bags, and flying across the world to a chemistry lab.
Right. And this is, I think it actually is a very important lesson. And I say this just because this wasn't
interested for that reason. Although actually, since you probably did know about the association.
Oh, he knew about that deal in the beginning. I got the impression he didn't find that out until like after they were could be that was a while.
It's been a while, but I don't remember the results. It was maybe it was a child, right? But yeah, the story for those who aren't aware is that there was this untrained, uncredentialed electric chair repairman who had seemingly done a decent job designing electric chairs. There wasn't, as far as I know, any major instances of his designs failing in a way to cause some kind of terrible suffering or something like that. It's the best of my knowledge. I'm not the encyclopedic knowledge of the results of Luchu's execution device designs, but he had gotten embroiled in this quest to demonstrate that the Holocaust didn't really happen, and he was contracted as a sort of scientist, despite having no training in chemistry, to collect samples from the interior of the gas chamber in Auschwitz and have them chemically analyzed. The issue is that, in addition to these samples being, at that point, probably at least a half century old, one wouldn't expect any of the, for like hydrogen cyanide, very volatile. So the first issue is that it's not something you expect to remain on the surface for even, I would imagine, months, let alone decades. So it's pretty much that was how it was used in the gas chamber, right? The gas chambers, yeah, right. So because it is a volatile substance, it doesn't have a tendency to deposit on surfaces like there. We did a Prussian blue type cyanide complex that would have been detected. But again, the samples were diluted because you wouldn't expect this to penetrate more than like a fraction of a millimeter into the chamber wall, which is like a huge piece of so that's very true. Right. Right. So it's sort of a portrait of self-deception.
Yes.
And the danger of pseudoscientific inquiry.
Right. Yeah. It was one of the most profound things about that documentary that I noticed was he was explaining after the Bureau of Prisons got into a electric chair that said, hey, maybe we can come up with these other operations or these other ways of executing like these injections and even the gas chambers, I think, in the US or Bureau of Prisons and all kinds of other ways of doing it. He was explaining like it is really difficult to kill people. He's like, it's not that easy. It's not as easy as you imagine. There's a lot of people that weren't dying, that were just getting tortured or like getting put in a vegetative state. And that was one of the hardest things. It's like actually trying to push somebody over the edge of death is a lot harder than you would imagine. Right? Spectacle. Anyways, incredible stuff. I think your dad's new documentary, that Chaos documentary, is also really good because he's also done the Wormwood stuff about like CIA's MK Ultra and all this stuff. Did you like help him at all with any of this stuff? I'm sure like you guys' interests are very much intertwined.
Oh yeah. I was involved in Chaos Productions in various ways from the beginning, and it's an interesting story. It's I think the book is very good. We've read a manuscript of it before it was published. I'm not sure I am persuaded by the book's thesis, but I still think it's very interesting and provocative.
Yeah, well, he didn't have like a 12% thesis, but there wasn't like any conclusion, right? He had like in the end, there was 3 or 4 different conclusions of like why they were murdered.
But actually, maybe a little bit. I do agree with aspects of maybe two theses. One is that the story of Nancy's killings, as they are typically portrayed is flawed. And has inconsistencies that I would agree with. But the bigger thing I think most people are actually interested in is the possibility that Charles Manson was some point mentored in Canada, who was programmed by the CIA. And that he's not claiming that that is definitively the case, but that is sort of the subject of the book is attempting to identify that possibility.
Yeah, sure. And he did point out that he found solid evidence that clinic that Kate Ashbury did have CIA funding and they were doing crazy testing. I think it was LSD mixed with amphetamines and seeing how that affected people. And they got John West in there all the time. The connection with Manson and his followers going there every single week. It's just you can't draw any solid conclusions out of that. But the connections are bizarre. The fact that they were doing that stuff and he was there, they're medium bizarre.
Maybe because and I say this is someone that I've interviewed David Smith, who's
Oh, really?
Yes, he's a good episode of my show. Okay. So I've known him and followed his work for most of my adult life. He's a very influential psychedelic researcher who created what was once called the Journal of Psychedelic Drugs, which was the premier peer-reviewed scholarly journal dedicated to research on psychedelics. It was later renamed the Journal of Psychoactive Drugs, but it's a big journal, and so it's not surprising to me that one of the preeminent researchers on psychedelics is doing psychedelic research. It's nothing, and using Kate Ashbury, which is the center of this entire movement, and providing free medical care to impoverished people in that community. Again, not really surprising to me. It's really enormous numbers of people. So I do think that it's very easy. I fall into these sorts of patterns of thinking myself. I see this, I'm not saying this you're stupid if you think this way. But it's very easy when you look at scrutinies and historical documents to look selectively at what suits the narrative that you're trying to present to the public and not critically assess alternate possibilities. I did this with Rothschild a lot of time, looking at World War II psychedelic research, and wouldn't it be interesting if the Nazis knew about LSD, for example, correct? So I'm already operating from the perspective of wouldn't it be interesting if the Nazis knew about LSD. So anything I look at, I'm hoping that I will support that, while it's very easy to ignore large amounts of evidence that don't support that. And it's just a critical thinking exercise in general. I know it's less fun to talk about talking, and I'm sympathetic to the funness of exploring these ideas, but more and more to see our culture fractured to be other lack of critical thinking skills. I feel less sympathetic to the playful, non-critical reinterpretation of the world, piece of the world. It's this kind of fanfic canvas to pick whatever narrative that you want. I mean, that's one of the nice things about fiction, is you can explore these ideas and you don't have to pretend that they are true. Whereas I feel like there's a tendency for people to use the same sorts of idea, I guess, what a fiction
you talked about this a little bit with Rich Strassman on your podcast. When you guys were talking about telepathy and like brain chips, like whether people could communicate just telepathically, and there was no filter. You eloquently stated how like that would be terrible because people would not be able to edit what they're thinking. Like, typically, when you write, you have to like go through what you're writing and refine it so you can have the most coherent message and communicate authentically what your intentions are. But if you're just having this chaos of thought confusion in your head being transferred to somebody else, and there's going to be like an insane level of miscommunication happening. And that's like what's going on. Yeah, it requires so much work to undo some kind of falsity that's been propagated that you can just totally lose track of reality. And, I think that it is, you said, it is back to, I think that culturally we can develop an appreciation for carefully constructed ideas that are responsibly bounded by limits of evidence. And when you have something like that, then it's all the more interesting because because it's real. You're not playing games with imaginary ideas. Like, and again, I think this is extremely sympathetic to the excitement. Like, I can't tell you how many of these things I've had myself. One that I've been looking at for years, it's very fringe, is this idea that astrology has been weaponized by government. Right?
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button. Back to the show.
And there is some evidence for this, right? And you can even make the case that is evidence-based and somewhat tenuous that the entire Reagan institution, war on drugs, was astrologically mediated. How? Yeah, it's pretty wild. Where you have Nancy Reagan, who's an actress, who's a kind of low-level actress, and it's sort of like a character who's sort of analogous to Melania Trump in a lot of ways, where she wasn't taken seriously, everyone's making fun of her. She's not like a Michelle Obama type person who has political ambition, who is using her role to disseminate ideas that are constructive. She spends something like $40,000 getting a new set of China from the White House, and everybody makes fun of her. Ridiculously, this is where our taxpayer knows how frivolous and how stupid she's having this PR crisis, and she's also really into astrology. On her end, Ronald Reagan was really into astrology. He had an astrologer named Joseph Quigley, and this is a fact. This is like a 100% established fact. In the midst of this PR crisis, she's consulting with Joe Quigley about what to do, and Joe Quigley tells her she's probably pretty good. PR advice, you need something that can bring to the American people that will show that you are concerned, and your mission is that the 12th house will be Americans' struggle with drugs. So this is like unfathomable human suffering may have come from this borderline random astrological whim. And when you add to that, there's some other kind of interesting little bits and pieces of evidence. The CIA, there's a book who wrote in a book called Game Player about the CIA using astrology compromised by the government to deliver disinformation to foreign sets of state. So you give this astrology computer President Ghana and Senator Joyce, and the output of the computer is a lot of different. For example, organizing food or something like that. So there are all these, and this is, again, written about by a person who worked in the CIA. It's very different. Robert Owens, he's making it up on the computer, things make up on top of that. Computer studies, including military funding. Again, so okay, yeah, it's pretty fun. So I actually have the astrology computer, the astrology mini computer that arguably is responsible for the amount of drugs. There it is right there. It's used. And, yeah, I got it from the Arabian astrologers. That's the best. That's the best story. It's got an information so common in the computer in terms of how many years? That's so crazy. But anyway, so this is an example. Like I'm very interested in this idea. I've probably collected every little bit of evidence, and then is it possible? Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's possible to play a role. It's possible. There's one or two ways you could make an argument that could read administration or disaster mediated, but the whole thing is factual. It's ignoring real factors that are going into this. At what point am I doing something that's fun and interesting? And so you have to be self-aware. You have to be responsible about that stuff because it's so easy to manipulate people. And it's something that I've become, well, I've always been acutely aware of it in the subject journalism. Because this is like one of the areas where journalistic failure is the norm, right? It is the exception to the journalist is the failure. Yes, of which that's used to know anything. Well, maybe well, yeah, that would be maybe a slightly more cynical interpretation, but yeah, journalists often don't do that well. It's a hard job to be sympathetic to a very unsympathetic occupation. It's a hard job, but they've done a really, really bad job with drugs, and they continue to do an unbelievably terrible job. But what's interesting is we tend not to notice the way these manipulations play out until a decade or so has passed. Like you look back at this year story, it has this it's literally laughs, jokes, ha ha ha. Your president, your brain on drugs, how stupid is this? All ecstasy makes balls in the brain. How stupid is this? All these things. I had this huge archive of news reports on MDMA, and you have like cops like lecturing other cops about it. But this is a pacifier. The MDMA is amount to enhance the drug pleasures of the experience. It's all just like nuts. But the same thing's happening now. We just are worse at noticing it until a little time has passed. So whatever the dominant narrative is, and I guess first before I can get into the examples, because the issue is that these narratives are so dominant that people don't even have to start to question them. And often there is some what's called brain damage narrative that is the sort of scientific orientation of the 90s. It's potentially true, but like under some, like drugs can damage your brain under some circumstances. Right. For a typical person, holes in their brain is not really the major concern. It's more of disruption of the social, professional, and educational existence through dependence on the substance. Probably easy in most instances causing irreversible neurological damage, but it can still have very negative manifestations of one kind or another. So now went through this era of like a hyper-reductionist conceptualization of addiction problems in the United States. So the entire opioid problem in the United States can be exclusively tracked to addiction sacrifice, right? It's just that's it. That's the whole thing. It's like, right? It's very convenient. Wouldn't it be nice? It sure would be nice if it were that simple. If you could blame everything on Richard Sackler. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's why all these people died. Just one guy. But it's like, give me a break. He definitely played the role. I'm not saying it's completely clean, but it's such a laughably reductionist understanding of human motivations for drug use that I struggle to understand how any adult who's lived in this real world could think it is truly that simple, right? It's like the the basic idea that I think people struggle with is that they think drugs are responsible for drug problems, which is a very superficial read. Of course, they are, strictly speaking, but the reality is that you can get to a point where you want to hurt yourself with a drug, or you're willing to develop a problematic relationship with drugs due to some kind of social, psychological problem that is putting you in that position to begin with. So just merely having to act like you offered me kratom at the beginning of this podcast. Yeah. And I declined kratom. Right? Why did I decline kratom? Because you know a lot more about kratom than I do. I'm not even saying that kratom is bad. That's not the point. Okay. The point is that I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. Yeah, people become dependent on it, definitely. Which in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. Right. I'm very dependent on caffeine. So dependence in and of itself is not necessarily bad, although I would argue it's not.
I can't remember a day in the last 10 years that there's been, in the last 10 years, I can probably count on 2 hands how many days I've done it. Not many days. Every coffee center. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Maybe kratom not as bad as coffee.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
So I know this shit's amazing. Like it's so much better than caffeine.
Right.
And I mean, as far as what you know about kratom, I know you've done a lot of research on it. You were far more than I do. I watched part of your documentary when you went to, I think, Thailand. You met some guys who were basically that had kratom trees.
Yeah.
How does it work? And other than the amazing, euphoric, stimulating feeling I get when I drink it, what is like? Is there any downside or any long-term negative effects of it?
The long-term effects are not all that well studied. It seems reasonably safe with occasional use. I mean, it is an opioid, it's a low potency opioid, so dependence is not uncommon for people that use it regularly. Withdrawal syndrome that comes with that. Unlike more common opioids that are morphine that really can cause respiratory depression, which is a big thing because the main reason people don't like opioids or this extreme fear of opioids in the United States is because they kill people. Right? That's like caffeine example shows that people are somewhat dependent in itself is not usually conceptualized as a big problem, but as you start dying using a drug, and then dramatically changes the answer perceived by the public problem. Sure. And his freedom can start to kill people, relatively speaking, it's extremely safe with morphine type or fentanyl type compounds. Then it doesn't carry the same problems. It's not as if it's without problems. And even there's a lot of people able to transition off of other opioids onto kratom. That's probably a better move. It's very complicated. There's not a simple answer to these questions. It's like whenever people say, is this good or bad? There's no answer to it. It's like if you were drinking yourself to death and you're able to transition onto like 1 gram of this per day, I would say it's probably better. But if you're just not drinking anything and depending on this as step in the wrong direction, probably. So
It's a good exercise to abstain from things for a period of time. If you intend to enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I notice myself on the weekends. I don't drink any of it, but I catch myself thinking about it. Like, oh, it's new. I can go for a kratom. And I'm like, okay, I know I'm thinking about it, so that means that I shouldn't have one. I should have both more days without having one.
And then there's also the obvious issue that if you're taking a drug to address a problem that you would likely continue to see for the rest of your life, then you're setting yourself up to use that drug continuously for the rest of your life. Yeah. So if the issue is, like I use it occasionally as an alternative to ibuprofen if I've been exercising a lot. But then you have to ask yourself, like, do I plan to be sore after exercising a lot in the future? Because if you will, then the answer is you may be using this all the time. Where another example is obviously doing something but not enough sleep. Where it's like, chances are you're going to sleep quite a few times across your life. So if you don't know healthy, that's you don't have personally, especially I've seen a lot of people have done it again, not necessarily a big problem, but it's just been a little bit wary. And I'm not somebody that is like immune to addiction, right? It's like food, like I'm looking at your sin. But my podcast is sponsored by Lucy. Yeah, that's true. I like the Lucy better. Yeah. And so a friend of the guy that owns it will send me up like sprayed and these things, and I know how it goes. It's like I'll consume the entirety of it, and then it's not until it's all gone that I have a moment to reflect.
Everybody is obsessed with nicotine pouches. Everybody's on it. It's crazy how they just stormed society for the last 2 years.
It's crazy. I mean, it's so unbelievably addictive. It is something else. It's also relatively, I don't want to say totally innocuous, but it's not. You can be crazily addicted to it, and it's not necessarily a big deal, which is one of the reasons that it's so easy to get miserably addicted to it. It's like if I take that today, if I were to consume that today, I'm not going to have to. It wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't necessarily be a big deal. Really just be setting myself up to continue using it. And I'm really good at convincing, if I can convince myself that something is beneficial for me, then I can almost always use it. So I've never been locked in a self-destructive pattern. But if it's like, oh my god, it's podcast, it would really kind of sharpen the thing a little bit. That would probably so that's it that I can justify saying things like ambient versus it's a lot more things more necessarily okay.
It's sort of a little overstretched.
Ambient, yeah, they're very easy because you always have to do something instead. It's pretty easy. So I should really do some mental gymnastics. But it would be very beneficial. It would be damaging to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. One of the things I hate about the Sims, though, is it's very vasorestrictive. So, like, if you're doing any sort of like activity or exercise, it's counterproductive for that, right? So, like, for some reason, it's supposed to be stimulating, mentally stimulating. But how is that? How is it mentally stimulating? It's like cutting out. It's vasorestrictive, right? Don't you want more blood flow to your brain?
It's a true stimulating thing. It's essentially blood flow to the brain paradoxically. I mean, it's not the pharmacology isn't mediated purely by the vascular effects. It's receptor, right? But it's hard. It's hard to know how much of this has self-deception. Right? What is the difference between thinking you're better and working better? And how do you know? And it's something that you go through before you actually work that in. This is the whole paradox of nootropic drugs. So how do you know what nootropic works? It's not through that. I think memory conceivably something can be damaging to memory. Think that your memory is improved by virtue of being unaware of what you forgot. It's like a Dunning-Kruger type scenario.
Right. Yeah, I love these better business. These are just explosive pouches with caffeine and stuff in them.
Yeah.
They don't have the. If I take too many things during the day, it's just like nauseous.
Oh, yeah.
So if I take 3 of them, I keep the 3 of them a day. I'm just like maybe max 2 of them. But the other ones, I don't feel like that's not interest. Yeah, so I'm super lightweight, which is why I was super impressed. I'm very impressed with you, and I'm kind of envious. You are the complete antithesis of you're the opposite of a hypochondriac. You're not afraid of anything. You literally will go into the depths of the Amazon like a fucking venomous toad. You're like, well, I hope I don't die. Like when they heard you, they brought it on. You had the guy in Haiti powder on you. Powder. He's like, this will kill 20 people. And you're like, okay, put it on me.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that on reckless. I think
You just know stuff. You're very educated, so you understand the pharmacology. So maybe that's the reason you aren't terrified of it.
yeah, I would. I mean, some degree of worries. it's just about finding the appropriate balance. So great. Do everything that prevents you from more sex experiences. But also having enough fear that you know it's unnecessary risks and harming yourself. And yeah, I think to some extent there will always be uncertainty that you can't learn. I was just working on a piece about chemistry balance and compounds and made a new analog balance. And me as the chemist I was working with all tested on their side. And I didn't know with certainty that it would be safe, but we were very cautious. We increased the dose somewhat slowly, and we were able to, or I was able to look at the metabolism of the compounds and make an educated guess about how it may be transformed in the body